An extraordinary yet decayed world. The might of the individual determines order. Noble families hold knowledge, monopolizing resources generation after generation, increasing their heritage. Fate, physique, divine sense, comprehension, spiritual roots, Tao artifacts. All elements leading to the great path have been severed. For countless years, order has remained eternal, with no respite, only true immortals gazing down upon the mortal realm. Until a reincarnated soul arrives, discovering the mysteries of this world, and everything changes. Let us watch as he walks through history, breaking this eternal order and igniting the spark of stars. Defying fate and battling immortals lies ahead. Chapter 1. The Reincarnated One. Reincarnator. Yunyi. Region. Baishir Town, Xiaoya Village. Lifespan, 2060. Fate. E. Physique. E. Divine sense. D. Comprehension. D. Spiritual roots. D. Tao artifacts. 0. Strength. E. Introduction. A grassroots farmer's son, with nothing commendable, destined to live and die in this corner of the countryside. Yunyi sat dully on a wooden stump, his pupils dilated, seemingly gazing at his system panel. Beside him lay one corpse after another on the ground. Flames were also burning, from a small spark landing on the thatch to ultimately engulfing the entire Xiaoya village. Yunyi remained indifferent, allowing the situation to develop. He could intervene, but there was no need. Since he crossed into this world, it had been a full 20 years at first. He thought he was some chosen one, with a system that would surely allow him to stir up a storm in the new world. But reality was bleak. He was born in a small village, to parents who were nothing but destitute farmers. Under the cruel exploitation of landlords, he had struggled on the brink of starvation since birth. He fell ill several times as a child, each time a life-and-death crisis. If not for his adult mentality, knowing how to save himself, he would have likely been buried long ago. It is said that a person's vitality nourishes plants. In this world, plants could grow not just a few meters, but even hundreds without surprise. This is an extraordinary world. The spiritual roots and Tao artifacts on the panel are proof. Knowing all this, Yunyi naturally couldn't wait to become part of the extraordinary. After all, although his spiritual roots were only D, at least he had them. Even if it was difficult, it should be no problem for him, a system-equipped reincarnator. But after exploring for a full 10 years and trying countless times, Yunyi finally understood one reality. His system seemed to be just a panel. Aside from displaying data, it had no other function. No tasks to complete, no lottery to draw, and certainly no sign-in to grow stronger and do as he pleased. What lay before him was only the bloody inferior person evaluation on the panel. As for why, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Yunyi's lips. Initially, he thought this was a panel measuring his strength, so he was eager to improve, hoping the panel would help enhance his abilities. But in the end, aside from the 7 strength-related data points, all were immutable talents. Talents. Yunyi's future in this world ended before it even began. Without talent, one is worthless in this world. Yunyi clearly remembered that at the age of 12, the government sent people to Xiaoya village to recruit individuals, offering a chance to break free from the vicious cycle. However, the basic requirement for selection was a passing spiritual root qualification. Although he didn't know what level his grade spiritual root was, it was certainly deemed below passing in the eyes of the government. As a result, after testing all the children, only one was selected. Yunyi could only watch helplessly as a muddy, bewildered child was taken away, forever changing their fate. And he, full of knowledge and ability, was entirely deprived of the opportunity to showcase them, trapped by the government's rules in this Xiaoya village. Farmers could not leave their designated areas, or they would be killed without mercy. This was likely the limitation of having any fate. The child taken away earlier had a C fate. If one looked more closely, even more detailed information would appear, indicating that he had the appearance of a martial artist. Seeing this scene, Yunyi could only sigh repeatedly. Having lived here, he realized what a paradise modern society truly is. In a feudal society, even striving hard to rise from nothing to become a wealthy person, one could end up exhausted in the fields, merely adding another share of grain to the landlord's household. Then, after countless failed attempts, Yunyi finally fell into despair. He became numb. He started farming to support his family. got married, and had children. Struggled for a living. To survive, he even dared not show the slightest hint of abnormality. Fearing that he might create something ahead of his time, he would be beaten to death by the landlord and end up losing everything. But Yunyi never expected that while he evaded the government and the landlord, he could not escape from the demons. His wife and child in this world also could not escape disaster. This village girl, named Shui Lian, though ignorant of great principles, desperately fought for survival, always busy with endless chores from dawn till dusk, just to alleviate some pressure at home, allowing her children a bit more food. Yet this pitiful person, struggling under the landlord's exploitation, was not even given a chance to suffer and survive, her insides gnawed away by an unknown entity, dying in a pitiful wail. This world is truly fucking messed up. Yi cursed angrily, feeling sorrowful for his powerlessness. This is an extraordinary world. For ordinary farmers to resist a feudal dynasty is already extremely difficult. Now, must ordinary farmers resist this extraordinary world as well? He is but a mere mortal. What can he do? Relying on his destined fate? Wah! Suddenly, a faint cry startled Yunyi awake. Yunyi was taken aback, looking down to see a bloodied little hand shaking constantly beneath Shui Lian, its owner crying out, "Xiaoyu?" Yunyi could hardly believe it, then erupted with joy, hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, while carefully moving Shui Lian aside. Indeed, a blood-soaked infant was crying, uncomfortably rolling in the dirt pit. Xiaoyu. This was Yunyi's second child, not even 5 months old at birth. She had miraculously survived. But why did she survive? Yunyi looked at the bloodied infant and recalled a rumor from the village. It was said that demons only eat living humans and specifically consume their insides. If it wasn't fresh, the demons would ignore it. Shui Lian had drenched Xiaoyu in her own blood. So after the demons finished with her and her body grew cold, it was no longer fresh. The blood covering Xiaoyu could indeed mask the scent, potentially fooling the demons. But that was just speculation. Xiaoyu, you have dodged death this time. Everything was bought with your mother's sacrifice. If you can grow up. Yunyi picked up Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't even know what he was saying. Even less did he know where he should go. He just suddenly felt that there seemed to be a way, a glimmer of hope. Hut. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached from afar, closing in within moments. Yunyi looked up, and he didn't know when the flames had been extinguished point one after another. Heavily armored soldiers treated the thatched houses as if they were nothing, casually waving their hands to send the obstructing debris flying several meters away. Soldiers from Baishur town? Yunyi was momentarily stunned, and before he could speak, a captain-like figure in black armor, wielding both a spear and a long sword, walked before Yunyi. He was tall enough to look down on Yunyi. The moment this man arrived in front of Yunyi, it felt as if the entire sky had been obscured. Yunyi was stunned into immobility. This was physical, not just an imposing aura. In astonishment, the man spoke with an air of superiority, his eyes revealing indifference. Lowly peasant, has anyone been here just now? Is this to cleanse the demons? Directly, using extraordinary abilities to interrogate survivors? Although Yunyi felt angered by such treatment, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. With his strength, it was impossible to defeat the demons, and naturally, he couldn't seek revenge. If this group of people were involved, then there might be a great chance. However, what awaited Yunyi was the ever-enlarging tip of a spear. Poof! Why? Yunyi watched helplessly as the spear pierced through his chest, the excruciating pain nearly making him scream. But more than that was anger, extreme anger, causing him to grip the spear tightly and unleash immense force. For a moment, the soldier couldn't pull the spear out. Yunyi glared at the soldiers, questioning, "Aren't you here to exterminate the demons?" "Why? Exterminate demons?" It seems there's been a misunderstanding. The man who was turning to leave cast a surprised glance back and uttered words that nearly made Yunyi's eyes bulge in rage. Misunderstanding? What the hell did you misunderstand? Kill him, the man said coldly. Regardless of whether he saw it or not, there was only a dead end for those who appeared here. He only believed that the dead could keep secrets completely. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yunyi felt his chest explode violently, blood and flesh mangled, and the pain almost made him faint on the spot. But Xiaoyu, this obsession kept Yunyi going. He held onto the child tightly, retreating, wanting to leave, wanting to escape, but the heaviness of his body was unimaginable. He didn't even know where he was or what he was doing. His mind was a complete mess. The soldiers coldly withdrew their weapons, followed by a sweeping strike. Boom! Xianxia's entire waist exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Why? As a transmigrator, Xianxia had never endured such trials, such pain at this moment. His anger was so intense that he wanted to slaughter the entire dynasty. Why would the soldiers, who represented order, actively slaughter the small village? Why? Why is the world so unfair? This anger caused the prostrate Xianxia, his body falling apart, to emit a faint glow, a red glow. A pattern spread from Xianxia's forehead, resembling flames. The extraordinary ability that Xianxia had long yearned for suddenly awakened at this moment due to his anger. Spirit Root Revival. A small village actually has a genius capable of self-reviving their spirit root? The man was surprised, a hint of interest rising in his heart. He remembered that this village had been checked. Those with qualifications should have already been recruited into the army. Why was there still a genius capable of self-reviving their spirit root? Squad leader. I recognize him. He seems to be Xianxia. I remember he only had a very poor spirit root back then, much worse than mine, which is why he wasn't selected. Perhaps a spirit root revival isn't due to talent, but rather a desire to survive? A young man suddenly spoke up. This voice, although he hadn't heard it in a long time, Xianxia still vaguely remembered. That's right, it was the child who had been selected. His name was Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxia was even more puzzled. Why would someone born in the small village also assist the army in killing an entire village? Cough, cough. Xianxia shook his head. The flame pattern spread from his forehead, seemingly becoming increasingly fierce. But Xianxia knew that his stamina was rapidly depleting. This power was merely the result of burning his life away. Moreover, even so, Xianxia could feel that this was far inferior to the soldiers before him. He had just revived. Yet these soldiers had cultivated for several years or even decades. There was an insurmountable difference. Xianxiaaudiobooks, since you know him, then let you deal with him. A spirit root reviver would be a great boon for you. You wouldn't refuse, would you? The burly squad leader revealed a meaningful smile. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a chill in his heart. He immediately stepped forward, and the next second, a torrent of water light engulfed Xianxia. Then, in excruciating pain, Xianxia realized he had been struck, a shocking gash from his shoulder to his lower back, blood splattering. Xianxiaaudiobooks, clearly from the same village as him, showed no hesitation and aimed to split him in half with one strike. Be good and become my nourishment, Xianxiaaudiobooks said coldly, kicking Xianxia in the chest, sending him flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The body that had been barely supported by the spirit root completely collapsed. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia spat blood, his gaze turning gray. He had bled out. Just as Xianxiaaudiobooks raised his long knife, ready to chop down and kill both Xiaoyu and Xianxia together, the squad leader suddenly called out, "Wait, this person can revive his spirit root. His descendants might have some talent. It won't be too late to kill him after testing. We are quite lacking." Xianxia couldn't hear the rest of the words. He had already died. Xianxia's daughter, Xiaoyu. Region, Baishir Town, Xiaoyu Village. Lifespan, 188. Fate, D. Physique, D. Divine Sense, D. Comprehension, D. Spirit Root, B. Tao Artifact, 0. Strength, E. Description, the son of a grassroots farmer, harboring a decent fire spirit root. Chapter 2. Enhanced Talent. As if in a warm bath, Xianxia felt no pain at all. He just wanted to sleep forever, drifting in this warm ocean. This was the treatment he, as a transmigrator, deserved. All kinds of suffering were obviously not suitable for him, a modern-day loser. But just as this thought arose, Xianxia suddenly realized something. I was injured so badly, yet I didn't die? Upon opening his eyes again, Xianxia stepped into a new world. Before him was a hazy chaos, with no sense of up or down, no light or darkness. This was definitely not the living world he was familiar with. Have I come to the underworld? As this thought crossed his mind, a phantom book appeared out of nowhere, its pages flipping, and a vast amount of information suddenly emerged. The Book of Trinity, Infinite Reincarnation. As he read through it line by line, he finally understood that his cheat could only take effect after death. Indeed, this book was the manifestation of his cheat, a reincarnation record book that could allow him to be reborn. Once the reincarnation was over, everything would depend on him. The reincarnation book would not provide any help. However, this reincarnation ability had its peculiarities. The so-called Trinity refers to reincarnation, creation, and infinity. During reincarnation, he could accumulate talents, continuously raising the starting point of each life, potentially leading to endless futures. According to this reasoning, he would eventually reach the peak. However, reincarnation was not without cost. Lying down and reaching the peak was utterly impossible. Xianxia roughly summarized the specifics of his ability, which had a total of 7 points. First, each reincarnation would reduce his lifespan limit by 1 year. When it reached 0, he could no longer reincarnate and would die completely. Second, except for strength, all talents, including lifespan, could be improved, and the way to improve was to pursue greater strength with every reincarnation, only the stronger his original body. The more opportunities he would have to enhance his talents. Third, starting from the lowest talent level to the highest, the required number of enhancements would double with each increase. Fourth, although the Tao artifact section could be improved with talents, the prerequisite was not to be 0. Fifth, regardless of how long he stayed in the reincarnation place, only 1 second would pass in the outside world, within the permissible limits of his fate. He would complete reincarnation in the body of a newborn closest to his point of death. Sixth, reincarnation would erase all traces of the past, cleansing the dust from the soul, allowing one to return to youth completely, and thus preserving the true spirit eternally. Seventh, he could modify the reincarnation location, race, and even world through talent enhancement opportunities, but the consumed enhancement opportunities would increase in difficulty sequentially. In the reincarnation place, real time would not be consumed, which made Xianxia feel relieved. There was no urgency anymore. Apart from the name of Baishur Town, he knew nothing about the outside world. If he didn't think it through, even if he reincarnated immediately, it would be futile, wasting real time. The thought of the soldiers from Baishur Town made a surge of rage spread in Xianxia's eyes. As a modern person, he had already suffered greatly in this world, feeling extremely depressed with no outlet for his emotions. The soldiers from Baishur Town acted so ruthlessly, almost killing everyone he knew. If he didn't take revenge for this hatred, what would be the meaning of his rebirth? He was not a great benevolent person. He just wanted to live happily, and to let those things that made him unhappy disappear forever. As someone particularly stubborn, this anger in Xianxia was enough to push him to fight to the end. Xianxia immediately aimed for the strongest aspect of his cheat, increasing talent. He opened the reincarnation book, and the first page showed his statue, recording his talent values and simple experiences. Reincarnator, Xianxia. Region, Xiaoya Village, Baishur Town. Lifespan, 20. Fate, Constitution, Divine Sense, Comprehension, Spiritual Root, Tao Artifact, 0, Strength, Spiritual Root Recovery State. Introduction, born lowly. A pathetic farmer forever trapped in the mountains and fields, awakened in the end due to a massacre, but it was already too late. Xianxia turned to the second page. The second page was the panel for the new life. The birthplace, strength, and experiences were all absent, but an additional section appeared. Reincarnator, Xianxia. Region, Lifespan, 98. Fate, Constitution, Divine Sense, Comprehension, Spiritual Root, Tao Artifact, 0 Strength. Introduction, Talent Enhancement Opportunities, 3 times. Talent enhancement opportunities were the most special aspect of the reincarnation book. It offered the possibility to reverse one's fate. Although there were only 3 opportunities now, in the future, there could be 10, 100, or even more. What was completely predetermined in the eyes of ordinary people could be changed by Xianxia. There were a total of 7 types of talents. Lifespan, the maximum lifespan achievable under normal circumstances. Fate, determines family background and future prospects. Constitution, the talent of one's physique. Divine Sense, the talent of one's soul. Comprehension, the talent for learning and understanding. Spiritual Root, the talent for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just looking at these 7 types of talents, Xianxia felt a strict sense of hierarchy in this world's bloodline. Perhaps it really was born sacred? 3 times was indeed a tragic number. Xianxia took a deep breath. With only 3 chances to change, his talents could at most be enhanced to. At this level, it was clearly impossible to sweep through a giant like Baishur Town relying solely on himself. Just the practitioners who broke into Xiaoya Village numbered at least 10. He didn't believe that Baishur Town had only these 10 spiritual root recoverers. Xianxia stared at the number of opportunities for a while. Having children and leaving behind a bloodline would consume 1 enhancement opportunity. Living to the age of 20 and adapting to the world would consume another enhancement opportunity. Xianxia murmured. When he first saw something like the spiritual root, he thought it was a cultivation system like Qi training and foundation establishment. He had thought for a long time, planning out his path from the beginning of cultivation to future immortality. In the end, he found that he couldn't even enter the extraordinary realm. No matter what, in the next life, he had to enhance his strength, even if it meant fighting desperately. Without power, he was nothing in this world, only able to watch disasters happen without being able to stop them. Yin pressed on the spiritual root. According to the reincarnation book's rule that each talent enhancement required the number to double, enhancing to would consume 1 enhancement opportunity. Enhancing to level would consume 2 enhancement opportunities. Next would be 4, 8, 16, and 32. The upper limit was 32, with the highest attribute being level. As the number of enhancement opportunities dropped from 3 to 1, the label of the spiritual root was slowly wiped away, and new letters emerged. The spiritual root has been raised to level in the Baishirtown area. Please choose 2 options as enhancement directions. 1. Increase the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by 100. 2. Randomly gain an additional spiritual root attribute. 3. Complete the fire spiritual root from 3 to 10. 4. On the basis of choosing to randomly obtain a spiritual root attribute, determine the desired 5-element attribute. Yin looked at the options for a while, falling into deep thought. Was he a single fire spiritual root? According to common understanding, a single spiritual root should be very strong, with efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy far exceeding that of multiple spiritual roots. But in this world, it was clearly not the case. The evidence was that he had not met the qualifying criteria. In this world, fewer attributes did not mean higher talent. What determined talent were other factors. For example, the completeness of the fire's spiritual root, or more simply, the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After thinking for a moment, Yin decided to take a more conservative approach, enhancing towards what he could understand. I choose 1 and 3. Direction confirmed, talent nirvana. Completion. Speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased by 100. Fire spiritual root completed from 3 to 10. In the land of reincarnation, Yin had no physical form, but he could still feel changes happening in his body. It became increasingly relaxed and more in tune with the world. He knew that his spiritual root talent had been significantly enhanced. Yin looked at the second page of the reincarnation book. Reincarnator, Yin Region. Lifespan, 98. Fate. Constitution. Divine Sense. Comprehension. Spiritual root. Tao Artifact. 0 Strength. Introduction. Talent enhancement count. 1 time. Why is there a number? After hesitating for a long time, Yin decided to try and understand the situation in this reincarnation. So he chose to enhance his comprehension. It began to blur, exactly like the previous spiritual root. However, this time the new letter that emerged was not, but. At the same time, Yunya's talent enhancement count suddenly jumped to 2. Only then did Yunyi relax, and with it came a surge of excitement. This was truly amazing. He could adjust his existing talents at will in every life. Even though he knew nothing about the world now, he understood that this meant he had plenty of room for trial and error. For example, this time he chose 2 directions for his spiritual root. If he found that these 2 aspects were useless after reincarnation, he could completely reset them and choose a more suitable talent direction next time. With such an ability, how could he not reach the peak of the world? Perhaps reversing life and death would not be impossible then. In that moment, Yunyi clenched his fist, his fighting spirit ignited. After being tormented in this world for 20 years, the late-stage laziness of his past had long been worn away, and now, as long as there was hope, he was willing to strive, just to avoid repeating the same mistakes, even to achieve longevity and freedom, wandering through the heavens and earth. No matter how many lives it took, if 1 life did not work, then 2 lives. If 2 lives did not work, then 10 lives. One day, this mortal could also transform into an ocean, reaching a qualitative change that everyone admired. Chapter 3, Second Life. He reserved the remaining enhancement opportunity for his fate. The fate had been elevated to the level of Baishirtown level. Please choose 1 as the enhancement direction. 1. Commoner fate, born into a commoner family, possessing a small amount of land. 2. Servant fate, offspring of a merchant servant. 3. Warrior fate, having a greater affinity for the path of a warrior in the future. 4. Merchant fate, with the potential to become a small merchant in the future. Although he had only lived for 20 years, Yinyi had understood how important an identity was. His family in the first life, to put it nicely, was composed of farmers. To put it harshly, they were slaves in the hands of landlords. They had no qualifications to leave the fields, and most of the grain had to be handed over to the landlord and the government. If necessary, the government would recruit them for forced labor without reason. This situation made Yunyi think of palace intrigue dramas. Whenever there was a plot involving the court, there would always be ministers shouting that this was taking advantage of the people, putting the common folk in dire straits, speaking grandly as if they truly cared for the people. Then, with a flip of the hand, they would double the agricultural taxes. Question: so what? Aren't farmers human? Answer: not really. In ancient times, the so-called people could only be officials and landlords. Ordinary folk were just told to stay wherever it was comfortable. In this new world, the situation could not be said to be identical, but it was certainly very similar. Once born into the lower class, all sorts of restrictions would directly limit you. Even having a spiritual root talent was no exception. The soldiers of Baishur town changed in large numbers every year, with a very high mortality rate. To put it bluntly, they were just cannon fodder. Those with real family backgrounds and inherited cultivation methods did not need to obey the government's orders to complete difficult tasks. They could allow their family members to safely pass through the initial weak phase. As the grassroots were replaced time and again, the aristocratic families became more and more prosperous, even able to split profits with the government, forcing the grassroots to work and die for them. The reason why Shirbayan, a mud boy who walked out of a small village, could have a breakthrough, aside from the impact of his level fate, was probably also related to the captain he pledged loyalty to. To be able to commit acts like slaughtering an entire village was certainly not the doing of a minor character. Perhaps there were influential people behind him. Perhaps he came from an aristocratic family. In any case, the other party had already been cultivating for 30 years, while Yunyi had to start from scratch. And there was a very high chance that Yunyi's talent would be inferior to this person. Wanting revenge was not something that could be achieved by simply motivating oneself a few times. There were numerous difficulties. Yunyi had to make the best use of every advantage he had to possibly bring down the opponent. The first step was to choose the right background. Commoner. Merchant's servant. A promising warrior. Merchant. A commoner with land had a much stronger identity than a farmer's slave from the first life, allowing for free movement. And farming would only be exploited by the government, with opportunities to engage in other professions. These advantages might sound trivial, but they were the foundation of everything. The reason why Yunyi could do nothing in his first life was that he had an identity akin to that of a farmer slave. This identity left Yunyi with no room for activity, even if he knew many ways to make money. He did not dare to use them because he knew what would happen if he did. His mature soul had allowed him to avoid numerous disasters. He had seen his fellow villagers persecuted to death by landlords and the government, with their families forced to endure in silence. This world was absolutely dominated by power. There was no talk of intellectual property. If he dared to bring out the knowledge he had gained from his previous life, the landlords and nobles would dare to hang him up, skin him, and torture him until he revealed everything he knew. Although commoners were still humble, they could still produce some insignificant small items. For example, a delicious dish. Farmer slaves could not create such things, but commoners still had the means, which also reduced the risk of being targeted. However, aside from wanting to live better, Yunyi wanted revenge even more. The identity of a commoner did not allow him to take revenge more quickly and ruthlessly. As for the merchant's servant, while it could provide access to more information and utilize the master's power, the difficulty was too high. Merchants would not be so foolish as to confront the government directly. Moreover, the future of a servant was already determined. Even if they had a spiritual root, they could not escape and would always be a servant. This was the order of Baishur town, and those in power would do everything to maintain it. Therefore, being a merchant was not Yunyi's first choice. The third option, the warrior fate, was a direction that truly made Yunyi ponder for a long time. The level warrior fate of Shirbayan allowed him to thrive, even following the captain on village slaughter missions. This was truly extraordinary. If he had a level warrior fate, even if he couldn't be that outstanding, just being able to access cultivation earlier would be enough. In this world, what was the core? Power. Power. Still more power. As long as there was power, all problems could be solved with a snap of the fingers. Yunyi no longer hesitated and reserved the last enhancement opportunity for the warrior fate. This change was unrelated to the body. It was a faint causal line extending out, not knowing where it would lead. Compared to other talents, fate was shrouded in mystery. Only a vague Tao artifact could be compared. After completing all the talent enhancements, Yunyi did not feel anxious or troubled. Instead, he remained in this fog, planning ahead, hoping to improve his success rate in the next life as much as possible. He knew that, in essence, he was just an ordinary person. Even after thinking for a long time, he could not find a way to directly erase the vast difference between him and Baishur town. However, having something of limited use was better than having nothing at all. Thinking ahead might accumulate more advantages. And this was his hope for revenge in the next life. Yunyi pondered. Of course, he could take his memories with him. Otherwise, reincarnation would have no meaning. Of course, it doesn't matter if it can't be taken out. Modern knowledge is not that important. What matters is the way of thinking. With that kind of thinking, no matter which direction you go, you will achieve something. And now, with the clarity of memory, the originally vague direction seems to be brushed free of dust in an instant, and a more feasible idea continuously emerges in my mind. After this idea is almost perfected, Yunyi takes a deep breath and imagines himself pointing to the sky. It has begun. Yunyi, you are definitely extraordinary. The road ahead is right in front of you. As the words fall, chaos spreads. White light shines in. Yunyi feels an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. And as the white light fills his vision, his consciousness completely shuts down. The second life begins. Chapter 4. Serious illness. 5 kilometers from Baishur town. Just 2 kilometers from Xiaoya village, a newborn is born in Mingzhu village. In this resource-scarce village, the birth of a newborn does not involve any celebratory feasts. But the villagers come to congratulate, and the elders give the child a name, hoping for peace. After some consideration, the elders believe that this child comes from a long line of hunters, destined to learn to run around, and is born clever but not steady. It's better to hide his brilliance and seek peace, naming him Sure, to suppress this fate. Thus, due to a twist of fate, Yunyi receives the new name Xianxia. Although ordinary, it aligns quite well with his intentions. In the blink of an eye, Yunyi is already 5 years old. Mingzhu village is an affiliated village of Baishur town, responsible for part of the material consumption of Baishur town. The most special resource is a peculiar plant called Mingzhu. This Mingzhu is as hard as iron and makes a muffled thunder-like sound when swung. It is a material for weapon making. Every year, Baishur town requires a large amount of Mingzhu, which cannot be lacking. Therefore, Baishur town has specially opened a plantation and brought in a large number of slaves and civilians to cultivate it. This is Mingzhu village. The requirement from Baishur town to Mingzhu village is to deliver 10,000 stalks of Mingzhu every year. If they cannot meet this requirement, they need to compensate 30 pieces of Xian copper for each stalk. Yunyi does not engage in bamboo cutting, but he is aware of the general situation through observation. This is a huge number, far from as simple as it seems. Mingzhu is a plant whose performance is comparable to metal, and an adult cannot cut down even 1 stalk in a day. With over 200 people in the entire village, even if half of the bamboo cutters do nothing but cut Mingzhu, delivering 10,000 stalks on time requires a whole year of hard work without rest, which is a tremendous burden for a village that struggles to eat and drink. Moreover, for each missing stalk of Mingzhu, they must compensate with 30 pieces of Xian copper. But for any extra stalk of Mingzhu, they can only receive 3 pieces of Xian copper, a tenfold difference. It should be noted that the first 10,000 stalks of Mingzhu must be delivered without any payment. To avoid working a year for nothing, they must cut enough Mingzhu to sustain a year's worth of food after delivering the 10,000 stalks. Clearly, the purchase price of surplus Mingzhu directly determines the living standards of the bamboo cutters. According to the current situation in Mingzhu village, the purchase price of 3 pieces of Xian copper barely maintains them at a level where they do not starve. Even a slight increase of 1 copper coin would make a significant difference, greatly improving the situation of Mingzhu village, yet the government deliberately keeps it at this point, making Mingzhu village work tirelessly. Although Mingzhu village is stronger than Xiaoya village, it is still extremely limited. The hunter family that Yunyi comes from is no different. Although they can barely manage to eat, they cannot save any money, leaving them with almost zero ability to cope with crises. Cough, cough, cough. A frail woman coughs while weaving straw shoes, occasionally glancing at the child on the bed with an extremely pained expression. 5-year-old Yunyi lies on the bed, his complexion somewhat pale, feeling utterly desperate. He has been extremely careful not to repeat the same mistakes, but reality is completely unreasonable. The bitter cold of this winter is not something his caution can help with. Ultimately, he could not withstand it and fell seriously ill. In ancient times, being sick was purely a matter of life and death, with very few chances of survival. Even for princes and grandsons of the emperor, it was common for one to die along with a batch of others. How much more for a mere powerless commoner? What makes Yunyi feel most desperate is not just his illness, but that his mother in this life is also sick. If he dies, he can reincarnate. But if his relatives in this life die, there is no way to resurrect them. After just a few years, does he have to watch his family die before his eyes again? So frustrating. After thinking it over, Yunyi cannot find a solution, and he cannot control the resentment in his heart, punching the bedboard. Yunyi shakes his head. He knows that Yang Shu has gone to buy medicine. But with the Yang family savings, how could they possibly buy enough medicine? Moreover, even if they manage to buy enough medicine, as a child with low immunity, his chances of survival are also extremely low. He fears that he will suffer for nothing and still end up dying. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Yunyi suddenly develops suicidal thoughts. He has a way out of reincarnation, and dying once only reduces his lifespan by a year, which he feels he can afford. Moreover, dying early means he can reincarnate early. If he delays it by 5 years, there is still hope. As this thought arises, the idea of suicide uncontrollably takes root and sprouts. The only cost is a mere 1-year reduction in lifespan. This idea spins around for a long time. With his willpower, even the pain caused by a fever can make him feel like he is on the brink of death. After 20 years of tempering, this threshold has increased a bit. But as he realizes he can reincarnate, this threshold is instantly kicked to the bottom. Since he can be resurrected, why suffer this pain? This thought is terrifying. to the point where this illness feels less severe than in the first life, yet he still has the thought of suicide. After this idea hovers for a long time, Xianxia eventually conquers it. The reason is simple. Right beside him, his mother, who has the same illness, is still working despite breaking out in cold sweat. Aside from occasionally checking on his condition, she doesn't stop for a moment. The whole room is filled with only the sounds of breathing and the rustling of weaving. Seeing this scene, Xianxia silently grits his teeth and uses his willpower to fight against this illness. He can indeed reincarnate, and it doesn't matter if he dies. But his death would be an unbearable pain for this family, just like when he discovered the massacre in Xianxia village. He almost lost all hope and didn't want to live anymore. His mother's lifeline is this child of hers. Once he dies, it's likely that his mother, overwhelmed by grief and falling ill, would be no different from walking into the gates of hell. Survive, become someone great, and then live on forever. At this moment, Xianxia has only this simple thought. He deeply understands that the cost of being powerless is his own suffering. And at this moment, the fire pattern on Xianxia's forehead flickers, seemingly about to awaken. Bang! The flimsy door is suddenly pushed open, and a robust man in beast skin walks in with a suppressed look of anger. Then immediately closes the door to prevent the cold wind from dispersing the little warmth left inside. Shu, facing his wife's surprise, Yangshu can only let out a sorrowful sigh. Half a portion? Shu is stunned. She thought that even one portion would be difficult to accept. And yet the shop in Baishir town has unexpectedly raised the price again, leaving them with only half a portion of the illness-repelling talisman for all their savings? Are they really that cruel? Chapter 5. Illness-repelling spirit talisman. Husband, is it really only half a portion? Shu stops her work and asks with a trembling voice. Yangshu looks somewhat haggard, clears his throat, and after a long time, says, the medicine was taken by the soldiers. There's nothing we can do. After all, we need to ensure the safety of our defenses against the threat of monsters. While speaking, Yangshu pulls out the half portion of the spirit talisman from his bosom. This is a black and cyan piece of paper, with black as the base and cyan as the pattern, and something is drawn on it. However, due to being torn in half, it is hard to discern. Dad, Mom, what is this? Xianxia suddenly stood up and asked. Xiaoshi, this is a talisman from Baishir town. It has the effect of healing and exorcising evil spirits. Your illness depends entirely on it. Shu took the talisman from Yangshu's hands, smiling as she sat next to Xianxia to explain. According to her, this talisman was made by the talisman master of Baishir town, infused with healing spiritual powers. Once activated, it can automatically heal and save people. This kind of talisman isn't particularly difficult to make, but due to the scarcity of talisman masters in Baishir town, the price has remained high. A complete talisman for curing illness was originally sold for 400 Xian copper coins, which common people could manage to buy with some effort. However, due to the outbreak of the plague, these talisman masters directly raised the price to 1,200 Xian copper coins. As a result, Yangshu's entire fortune could only exchange for half a curing talisman. If it were another type of talisman, half would be worthless. After this lengthy explanation, Shu, with a reluctant heart, was about to stick the talisman on Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia had already made up his mind, so he stopped her in advance, snatching the talisman away, and then pretended to be curious while fiddling with it. Mom, how do you use this? Just stick it on my face? Yes. Hurry and stick it on. If you wait too long, the spiritual energy will dissipate. Shu said hurriedly. Sticking it on the forehead is the best for effect? Why? Is it because it's the source of the illness? Xianxia pondered for a moment, and based on his past experiences and his own illness, it should be most related to the respiratory system, right? The illness he contracted was likely a respiratory disease similar to a cold. Although past knowledge might not be effective due to the different world, it seemed that the respiratory system was a more likely target than the head. With this in mind, Xianxia suddenly reached out and stuck the talisman on Shu's chest. Wait. Shu instinctively tried to block it upon seeing this scene, but Xianxia acted suddenly. Beyond her reaction range, the black and cyan talisman was thus completely printed on her chest, and then the seemingly normal talisman suddenly glowed, with blue streams of energy bursting out from it, flooding into Shu's chest. A lightness spread throughout her body, and Shu could clearly feel her illness rapidly disappearing. She was stunned, then suddenly hugged Xianxia and cried, No, 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 you should be the one to be cured. Mom is fine, I can endure it. Woo. Yangshu, witnessing this scene, had red eyes as well. He was deeply affected and immediately left to find medicine in the mountains. He was a hunter, and aside from hunting wild game in the mountains, his most important source of income was medicinal herbs. Over the years, he had sold a lot of medicinal herbs, which were definitely enough to treat both mother and son. However, the money he received today was barely enough to treat one person, depending on luck. Reality was so cruel. Yangshu could only hope to find good medicine again, to truly unleash the value of these herbs. Yunyi was almost out of breath being hugged by Xu Zhu, and he quickly shouted a few times, which finally calmed her down. To survive, Yunyi couldn't do nothing, but his willpower was indeed weak. Plus his biological mother was right there, so he had Xu Zhu help him prepare hot soup while he lay in bed, forcing himself to endure. Time passed in a cycle of drinking hot soup and fainting. The hot soup contained something like ginger to dispel the cold, but its effect was minimal. If he had drunk it in advance, it might have prevented him from getting sick, but after falling ill, it was of little use, only alleviating Xianxia's suffering a bit. 1 day, 2 days. The howling wind outside had stopped at some point. During these days, although he hadn't obtained any miraculous medicine, there were plenty of ordinary medicinal herbs, which could still have some effect, especially a 10-year-old blood yang flower, which had a strong life-saving effect and could enhance the vitality of martial artists. This herb might help Yunyi overcome the crisis. All right, I will brew the medicine immediately. Xu Zhu replied repeatedly, her excitement evident. While waiting for the decoction, a bowl of blood-red medicinal soup was ready, and Yunyi, in a dazed state, drank it 1 sip at a time. With each sip, Yunyi felt a lightness in his body, as if his illness was being alleviated. After finishing the entire bowl of medicine, Yunyi lay back down, and the pain was no longer as severe. He could sleep much more peacefully. This relieved both parents, and they understood that they had finally passed this hurdle. What's this? After Yang Shu relaxed, the fatigue from several days of sleeplessness while searching for medicine hit him. And just as he was about to sit down to rest, he suddenly saw a flash of fire patterns on Yunyi's forehead. At first, he thought he saw it wrong, but after staring closely at Yunyi for several minutes, another fire pattern clearly crossed over, disappearing in an instant. Spiritual root. Yang Shu was overjoyed, exclaiming. He was ecstatic, tightly holding Xu Zhu's hand, repeating, spiritual root. It's a spiritual root. Spiritual root? Husband, does Xiao sure have a spiritual root? Xu Zhu also became excited. In this world, those who awaken spiritual roots are the true upper class. Only those who have awakened spiritual roots will be confirmed to have them. Otherwise, even if one has this talent, it is meaningless if it cannot be activated. Yang Shu's excitement was purely because he saw hope for Yunyi to awaken his spiritual root. At just 5 years old, he unconsciously displayed the patterns of a spiritual root, and Yunyi's talent was definitely better than his, capable of awakening the dormant spiritual roots. That's right. Xiao sure has a spiritual root, and it's much stronger than mine. I want to teach Xiao sure the qi cultivation technique. Xu Zhu. He might have the hope to become a martial artist and no longer have to engage in this dangerous lowly profession. Yang Shu nodded firmly. As a hunter, he also had another responsibility, which was to scout the dangers around the village and provide early warnings. This was an extremely dangerous job. So only a few families were willing to do it over the years, and every few years, someone would mysteriously die in the mountains. Yang Shu's father and brothers had died this way. If it weren't for the lack of other means of livelihood and the failure to awaken his spiritual root, Yang Shu would have long since stopped being a hunter. Seeing that his son had the opportunity to avoid following his old path, how could he not be excited? Even if there were many difficulties, he still wanted to give it a shot. Chapter 6. The Treasure Mirror. After drinking the medicine, Yunyi's illness was cured. However, it was treated too late, leaving serious aftereffects. When Yunyi woke up, he found it extremely difficult to speak. His throat had been damaged by the decoction. This change made Xu Zhu feel guilty for a long time, and it took Yunyi a lot of comforting to prevent her from falling ill again. 2 months later, Yunyi had completely recovered his health. One day, Yang Shu called Yunyi to an open area by the river, and while Yunyi was puzzled, Yang Shu patted his shoulder. Xiao Shi, what do you think of the talisman that saved your mother? Seeing this setup, Yunyi already guessed what Yang Shu was planning, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Over the past few years, he had already confirmed his speculation about the reincarnation place. In other words, if he could learn talisman crafting, no matter how many lifetimes he lived, he would not forget it. His proficiency would only increase, not decrease. Yes, his talent might not be good, and he might not grasp it as quickly as others, but as long as he was given time, he could continue on forever until the end. Any knowledge would be extraordinary to him. Of course, Yunyi didn't believe that in the case of Fate level, he could access talisman knowledge. It was likely some prerequisite. No matter what it was, as long as he could avoid wasting time, it would be fine. Yunyi felt excited inside, but on the outside, he appeared as naive as a child, struggling to say, talisman? Is it very powerful? That's right, it's impressive, and even more so than you can imagine. Once you can make talismans, you'll be completely different from before. You can save both your mother and yourself at the same time, eat until you're full, live in a luxurious and comfortable big house, and not have to shiver in the cold winter. Yang Shu clearly understands that the child's mind is not mature. So he uses the most intuitive examples to tell Yunyi what he can gain after becoming a cultivator. After painting such a big picture, seeing Yunyi show a look of longing, Yang Shu nodded with satisfaction and finally asked, Yang Shu, Do you want to become a cultivator who controls talismans and gain this perfect future? I want to. Yunyi heard and responded. Just like that. This set of movements is called Qi cultivation technique, which is said to cultivate a person's life energy, making them energetic and enhancing their constitution. Yunyi practiced for about a month before he could perform the entire set of movements to standard. After performing the standard movements once, Yunyi immediately felt the effects. As if there was fire burning in his body, burning away useless impurities. After just one session, Yunyi began to feel hungry and found it hard to continue. Xianxiu was prepared and had a small, unknown animal the size of a domestic chicken roasting on site, leaving 1/5 of it for Yunyi after cutting it. Yunyi, only 5 years old, surprisingly managed to eat half of it, about a pound. After eating, Yunyi set off with Xianxiu to train his hunting skills. To cultivate the Qi cultivation technique, there is only one threshold: food. The Qi cultivation technique can increase life energy, but life energy cannot be created out of nothing. It needs to be extracted from food. Xianxiu practiced the Qi cultivation technique in the past because he had a spiritual root and was recruited into Baishe Town. Baishe Town has unimaginable resources compared to Mingzhu Village, with free meals being just the basics, which is why there were conditions for practicing the Qi cultivation technique. In a small village, perhaps only a few people could be supported for cultivation, which is simply impossible. After failing to awaken, Xianxiu left Baishe Town. Also due to insufficient food, which is why he did not continue his cultivation. Otherwise, over time, there would still be a glimmer of hope for awakening his spiritual root. Compared to Xianxiu, who only started cultivating at 13, Yunyi began at 5 and needed less food. He could grit his teeth and persist. And when Baishe Town comes to recruit people, Yunyi would have an advantage. However, to maintain this advantage, a large amount of food is needed. And Yunyi absolutely must learn to hunt. Time passed quickly. Yunyi was already 8 years old. He insisted on practicing the Qi cultivation technique 3 times a day without slackening. This was a painful thing, and Yunyi thought about giving up multiple times. But the surrounding environment constantly warned him, making it impossible for him to stop. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Baishe Town had not come to recruit anyone. It seemed entirely random. As time went on, Yunyi grew taller than his peers, and the amount of food he needed increased. Both Xianxiu and Yunyi had begun to struggle with hunting. If Baishe Town did not come to recruit soon, Yunyi would have to reduce his daily practice frequency to cut down on food consumption. However, doing so would cause the progress of the Qi cultivation technique to nearly halt, and Xianxiu would not allow Yunyi to do this unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, with only a low fate level, how could he come into contact with talisman knowledge? Xianxiu taught him the Qi cultivation technique just to have a slight advantage when entering Baishe Town. Although he never expected to learn talisman knowledge, he still felt a bit disappointed after confirming it. If he had talisman knowledge, even if he died immediately in this life, it would still be worth it to joke about. Even for the sake of his parents in this life, he would struggle to the very end. This scene was both familiar and strange. In the blink of an eye, he saw this kind of scene again, and it had already been 16 years. Xiaoshi, hurry up, the deputy officer from Baishe Town is here. As long as you pass the test, you can become a cultivator. Shuju had been waiting for Yunyi and quickly squeezed over to say. Yunyi nodded. After his voice became bad, he tried to speak as little as possible and was now accustomed to expressing himself through actions. Yunyi squeezed in and stood among a group of children. Since there were also 12-year-old children here, Yunyi's height was not outstanding, and everyone just glanced at him before turning their attention to the noble from Baishe Town. The deputy officer from Baishe Town was a middle-aged man with a square face, looking dignified and imposing. His finely crafted white official robe showed his extraordinary status. And beside him were 2 soldiers in black armor, displaying a grand presence. The white-robed deputy officer looked at the sky, stepped forward, and said indifferently, "The time is up. Children aged 5 to 12, step forward. I will test your talent, and you will bear the consequences." All the children stepped forward. No one stayed in place. This was only natural. In Mingzhu Village, no one dared to hope for the mercy of Baishe Town. This was a bloody lesson. Those who missed the age limit, even if they were only 13, would be ruthlessly killed if they dared to step forward. They could even implicate their parents. For the people of Baishe Town, if you dare to waste their time, they will take your life as payment, with no other options considered. I am Lu Quan, the spiritual law deputy officer from Baishe Town. You should know what you are doing now, so I won't waste time. For people per group, step forward. As soon as Lu Quan spoke, all the children spontaneously formed groups and lined up in order, totaling 10 groups of 39 people. This was not due to the children's discipline, but rather due to magic. Yunyi felt that after hearing this person's words, his body moved involuntarily, not listening to his commands at all. This power was identical to that of the squad leader he had encountered before. This time, Yunyi roughly understood the specific term for this power, spiritual law deputy officer. Spiritual Law. After seeing the lined-up formation, Spiritual Law Deputy Officer Lu Quan nodded indifferently, waved his right hand, and a pendant jade pendant emitted light, enlarging into a jade mirror. Treasure mirror, activate. A clear and bright light shone forth, illuminating the four people in a very mysterious manner. The villagers present looked at this scene with awe. At the same time, Xianxia's heart raced as he thought about his future of obtaining treasures. A resizing magical treasure. This world is indeed a world of cultivation. Chapter 7. Successfully selected. This shimmering blue light almost illuminated Xianxia's heart. In modern times, Xianxia was extremely interested in cultivation and fantasy because he could find a world that resonated with his inner self. A fantastical world constructed by various authors that perfectly matched his expectations. He wanted to be a sword immortal, cutting through the injustices of the world with a frost-cold sword. He also wanted to be a talisman master, drawing talismans with great flair, turning the world upside down. Even more, he wanted to step into forbidden lands alone and crush all enemies with his fists. This was the marvelous life that modernity could not offer him. He once hoped to experience these worlds through games, but reality left him astonished, filled with golden-haired, blue-eyed warriors and deities, making it impossible to appreciate the charming Eastern world through visuals and gameplay. Initially, he was filled with hope, wishing that one day domestic games would rise, allowing him to play purely Chinese-style games. Unexpectedly, he not only got to play them, but also saw them come to life. Although he had suffered immensely for a full 28 years across 2 lifetimes, hope was now right in front of him. As long as he passed the talent test and entered Baishur Town, he would have the hope of becoming the next person to activate this magical treasure. The test was quick. The 4 were tested for their qualifications in just about half a minute, and all were deemed unqualified. Although Lu Quan did not reveal the specific talents of these children, Xianxia still saw part of it through the panel. To see the panel, he had to have enough contact time. Even though he wasn't familiar with the village children, he encountered them daily, so most of the panel's information was unlocked. The eliminated children all had spiritual roots that were. It seems that it truly belongs to the unqualified category. At least a certain level is required to have a chance of passing. However, what puzzled Xianxia was that Yangshu's spiritual root talent was only at a certain level. How could he be selected? This question could only be answered after he joined Baishur Town and understood the differences in qualifications. With the completion of the 4th group test, the first lucky winner finally emerged. Although he was quite ordinary, he barely met the requirements. You come out. Lu Quan pointed to the largest child among the 4. It was an 11-year-old boy. He had a strong build and a scar on his face, looking somewhat similar to Xianxia after practicing the qi nourishing technique. Me? The boy was almost jumping with joy, quickly running forward to stand next to Lu Quan. His delight was evident. All the other children looked at him with extreme envy, feeling extremely nervous in their hearts, hoping they could also pass the test. The boy's parents, on the other hand, were in tears, overjoyed. It's our child. It's Xianxiaaudiobooks. Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations, congratulations. Although the surrounding villagers were filled with envy and jealousy, they still feigned congratulations. Xianxia felt a stir in his heart and looked at Xianxiaaudiobooks. The villager's son, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Region, Mingzhu Village, Baishur Town. Lifespan, Fate. Physique, Divine Sense. Comprehension, Spiritual Root. Tao Artifact, 0 Strength. Introduction, the son of a bamboo cutter from a grassroots background, hiding in ordinary earth's spiritual root, may become a martial artist, change his fate, and settle in Baishur Town. The spiritual root is indeed. Seeing this number, Xianxia was basically certain that unless there were special circumstances, a spiritual root level of at least a certain standard was required to be considered qualified. It seems that his effort to enhance his spiritual root was correct. Without reaching a certain level, he was very likely to be eliminated. Knowing the result in advance, Xianxia calmed his mind, but there was still some tension in his heart. What if there were other conditions that happened to disqualify him? That would be all over. One group after another. By the time they reached the 7th group, there still hadn't been a second qualified candidate. Looking at Lu Quan's demeanor, it seemed he had anticipated this, remaining calm and unfazed. All unqualified. Lu Quan once again declared the future of 4 children. The 4 children were still somewhat confused, but their parents could hardly conceal their disappointment. Finally, after this group ended, it was the turn of the 9th group, which was also the group Xianxia was in. The 4 of them stepped forward. Lu Quan, as always, recited, "Treasure mirror, please shine." A shimmering blue light enveloped Xianxia's entire body. He felt a continuous flow sensation coursing through him, which lasted for a full half-minute before the test concluded. Lu Quan pointed, "You passed, come over." He pointed directly at Xianxia. "Yes, Lord Lu Quan." At this moment, Xianxia forcefully suppressed his excitement and presented himself as a normal child, quickly stepping forward to stand aside. For someone at his level of cultivation, it was easy to see that Xianxia had practiced the qi nourishing technique in advance. However, this was hardly an issue. The qi nourishing technique was not specifically restricted, and anyone with money could practice it, even in a remote little village. There would always be a few wealthy families that could allow their children to practice the qi nourishing technique early. What truly determined the outcome was whether one could awaken their spiritual root. Otherwise, everything was in vain. The 3 people in the 10th group were also quickly tested, and they were still all unqualified. Looking at the 39 people, Xianxia realized that the spiritual root talent was the most important because one child had both level comprehension and level divine sense. But because their spiritual root was only level, they were not selected. Furthermore, Xianxia even saw a little genius with level divine sense. But their spiritual root was even lower, only level, making it impossible for them to be selected. However, it's also possible that the test could only reveal a few talents, so some were overlooked. Xianxia thought to himself, let's go. After speaking, Lu Quan threw down 2 tokens and directly led the 2 soldiers away. Xianxia was startled and immediately understood what Shuju meant. He nodded, shouldered his bag, and chased after them. As he ran, he could hear the sound of metal clinking in the bag, probably from the coins he had saved over the years. Cultivation requires money. Medicine, techniques, teachers, everything requires money. Without money, one cannot move an inch. The money Xianxia's family had saved over the years was just a drop in the bucket, but it was still much better than having nothing. Since Lu Quan was not walking quickly, Xianxia quickly caught up. Although Xianxia greeted them, the 3 only glanced at him and said nothing more. Knowing the darkness of Baishir town, Xianxia did not dare to say much after greeting them, and thus followed them all the way to Baishir town. In his first life, Xianxia had never left Xiaoya village, so this was his first time seeing Baishir town. But to be honest, it was quite ordinary. It was just a small town with towering walls, showing no signs of anything unusual. However, the city walls were very striking, built from huge white stones. About 7 meters high, perhaps this was the origin of the town's name. Chapter 8: The Xian School. Entering Baishir town required paying a fee, but as Xianxia followed Lu Quan in, no one dared to approach and ask for money. Once inside Baishir town, Lu Quan became annoyed, giving Xianxia a look that left him unable to move, unable to continue making excuses. With no other choice, Xianxia had to find someone on the main road to ask for the location of the Xian School. As expected, the Xian School was not ordinary. When passers-by were stopped, they showed impatience, but once they heard the destination was the Xian School, they immediately became enthusiastic, giving Xianxia detailed directions. After thanking them, for safety's sake, he took the main road. He observed along the way. Baishir town was indeed not comparable to Xiaoya village or Mingzhu village. It was very prosperous, with numerous vendors on the streets. Xianxia even saw street food sellers, and they had no shortage of customers. In Mingzhu village, this would be completely impossible. There wouldn't be enough money to buy necessities, let alone snacks. A pancake barely enough for one person to fill up was being sold for a coin of mysterious copper, which was absolutely unacceptable for the poor. Even if it was for 2 meals, there was still a 6-fold difference in price. Just the taste alone could not persuade the poor to pay a 5-fold markup. However, the residents of Baishir town did not care about such things. They were different from outsiders, not living in uncertainty, and saving money was much easier for them. So, they were also not stingy with their spending. This was a huge business opportunity. Xianxia thought about his own matters and soon reached his destination. Looking up, he saw the 3 large characters Xian School written in red wood, and although Xianxia did not recognize them, it must be the Xian School, as these characters were the same as those on his token. In front of the school sat a young man in black. In front of him was a stone table, an account book, and beside it was a box filled with numerous tokens. Xianxia took out his token and saw that it was identical, black background, green characters, and the same 3 characters written on it. Is this the Xian School? Xianxia approached and asked with his token in hand. The young man lazily glanced at him and said, "Leave the token, your surname, your name, and where are you from?" "Mingzhu village, Yangshi." Xianxia respectfully placed the token in the box. Even someone who can't speak well, the quality is getting worse and worse. The young man scoffed, tapping his finger on the table, causing the account book to flip open to a page that had been written on for quite some time, without any wind. Without him moving a pen, the characters had already been inscribed. Immediately after, the young man tossed out a gray token, and Xianxia quickly caught it. Before Xianxia could ask anything, the young man impatiently said, "This is your identity token. Take it and go inside, room 7 of section C, find it yourself. Besides that, pay attention to the rules inside the Xian School. Do not attack classmates, do not enter others' rooms, whether invited or by your own will, it doesn't matter. Don't ask why, there's no reason. Alright, get lost." Xianxia had originally wanted to ask more, but the young man's attitude clearly showed he was displeased, and asking more would be counterproductive. He silently put away the token and entered the Xian School, looking around. The school already had people inside, and not a few of them. Roughly looking, they seemed to be divided into 2 types. One group consists of hurried, black-uniformed students, although their clothing differs. It is clear they belong to the same uniform. They are all seniors, not newcomers this year. The other group, however, is made up of students wearing various outfits, most of which are quite plain or even shabby, and their faces display a look of confusion. This characteristic is very apparent. Therefore, Yunyi classified them as freshmen. Although Yunyi cannot read and has no way to find his dormitory, after identifying who the seniors and freshmen are, he followed the freshmen around for a while and casually eavesdropped, which allowed him to grasp the situation at the xianxiaaudiobooks. It turns out that the rooms are divided into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. The vast majority of freshmen are assigned to C grade rooms. The grading system applies not only to the rooms, but to other aspects as well, with the main purpose being to filter students. Every year there are exams, and if one cannot pass, their treatment will be downgraded. After 3 failures, they will be expelled. The xianxiaaudiobooks is a place filled with competition and is a severe test of individual ability, vastly different from the benevolent education of modern schools. 3 days later, they will start teaching qi cultivation techniques for 1 hour each day, and there will be extra meals provided. It sounds like this extra meal is somewhat unusual. Yunyi pondered over the last piece of information he heard and pushed open the door marked C7. Creak. A tidy room came into view, complete with bedding, no drafts, and no strange smells. What surprised Yunyi even more was that this room only had 1 bed, meaning it was a single room. Could it be that there are very few students enrolling? No. It should be said that the xianxiaaudiobooks is simply too large. After all, it is established by the government. And 15 square meters is nothing. In this world, those in power and with influence often have mansions measuring thousands of square meters. It is also quite common for residences to be built like gardens, which is a stark contrast to the modern cramped living spaces. It turns out that the treatment reduction mentioned by those students means this. Initially, everyone has their own room. If they fail the exam within a year, they will be downgraded to a double room, after 2 years, to a 4-person room, and after 3 years, they will be expelled. Yunyi did not put down his package, but instead carried it through the corridor to a lively place filled with smoke and fire. Tables were lined up, and many people were already seated, eating heartily. Smelling the aroma, Yunyi realized this was the cafeteria of xianxiaaudiobooks. He rubbed his belly and approached to order a large bowl of food, casually asking about the price. As expected, just as Yanshu had said, the food at xianxiaaudiobooks is free, allowing students to eat as much as they want. This is the most basic benefit of the xianxiaaudiobooks. If food had to be bought, it would be meaningless for the poor to enter xianxiaaudiobooks. The meat in the cafeteria is merely ordinary salted boiled meat. And even a little too much can be quite greasy, making one lose their appetite. Yunyi rubbed his belly, forcing himself to eat 2 more large bowls until he was stuffed. He held back the nausea and stood up to leave. The school was filled with beggars, many of whom hadn't tea-bathed in years. What a misfortune. They were born into wealth and privilege, so they naturally looked down on a wild person like Yunyi. Compared to them, Yunyi, who faced discrimination, didn't he even frown, but simply left the place more quickly. 2 well-dressed young men were used to the fear of the lower class, casting a disdainful glance at Yunyi's back before continuing their grand discussions. Soon, their food was served. It was a bowl of unappetizing-looking dishes, but there was a faint medicinal fragrance wafting from it, completely different from Yunyi's salted boiled meat. The 2 casually threw down a shiny silver coin to pay and began eating heartily. Chapter 9. Superior Food. Yunyi walked out of the cafeteria, contemplating the information he had just gathered. He had asked about prices earlier. Although ordinary food was free, the problem lay with the ordinary food itself. What about the extraordinary? Although one can eat as much as they want, the human stomach is limited. How much can one eat? The truly beneficial superior food requires money. If one's talent isn't good enough, relying solely on ordinary food will not awaken their spiritual roots. And even the lowest grade superior food cannot be sustained for long by his family. Sigh, money is everything. Those wealthy families never worry about having enough to eat. This was a topic discussed by a few freshmen with some modest means. Entering xianxiaaudiobooks indeed offers a slim chance to awaken spiritual roots, but people are entirely different. Some become experts in awakening their roots in their first year, while others, by the age of 16, are abandoned by xianxiaaudiobooks, showing no signs of awakening, not even a partial awakening. The differences stem not only from talent, but also from resources. Top resources can even ignore qualifications and instantly awaken spiritual roots. How much time could that save? Unfortunately, these are too far from the common people. Currently, the only resource Yunyi can access is 1. Superior food. Cultivation is about absorbing nutrition to strengthen oneself. The amount one can consume directly relates to the speed of growth. But how big can a human stomach be? Even if one eats to their heart's content, they cannot digest infinitely and must wait, wasting a lot of time. Superior food exists precisely for this reason. as food made using special techniques. Superior food concentrates a large amount of life energy. The better the quality, the more life energy it can provide, and the effects of cultivating qi techniques will be more evident. It is said that the top-grade superior food contains spiritual herbs, and eating it continuously for a month can directly awaken spiritual roots. Unfortunately, that comes at a sky-high price, and only a few masters can produce it. Ordinary families dare not even hope for it. Superior food? Yunyi pondered. He had inquired about the prices before, but even the most common cultivation resources are still unaffordable for the average person. Superior food is divided into 4 grades: D, C, B, and A. D grade is the lowest, costing 10 coins per serving, equivalent to 3 servings of ordinary food. C grade costs 30 coins per serving, equivalent to 5 servings of ordinary food. B grade costs 100 coins per serving, equivalent to 7 servings of ordinary food. A grade costs 3 coins per serving, equivalent to 10 servings of ordinary food, with 1 coin equal to 100 coins. A serving of A-grade superior food would cost the entire savings of the Yang family for a lifetime for just 2 meals, which is an astronomical price for Yunyi. Taking a deep breath, Yunyi pushed open the door. After a brief glance inside, he closed the door and windows, untying the package that had been tied to him all along. Spreading it out, he found a couple of pieces of clothing and a total of 51 coins. Yunyi rubbed his swollen belly. Based on his estimation, even if he ate to his heart's content, the spiritual material absorbed would only allow him to practice the qi techniques a couple more times. In other words, 5 times a day. If he forced himself to practice a 6th time, his body would feel hungry, but his stomach wouldn't be able to take in any more food. Simply put, the remnants hadn't been digested yet. To increase the number of practice sessions, he could only rely on superior food. The lowest D-grade superior food, costing the equivalent of 3 servings, could directly increase Xianxia's training from 5 times a day to 15 times a day. This is not just a simple tripling. Life energy dissipates over time. With Yunyi practicing 3 times a day, a significant portion of his results would vanish with time. If he could practice more, less would dissipate, allowing him to accumulate life energy faster and leap forward to awaken his spiritual roots. Unlike forcibly awakening them, if he awakens them while his body is strong and his life energy is abundant, his vitality won't dissipate wildly, which is the proper way. The true autonomous revival of spiritual roots should be achieved without previous training, but with the body's life level reaching a sufficient level to awaken the roots. Forcing an awakening through life and death crises or extreme emotions may succeed, but one wouldn't survive long. This is Yunyi's most intuitive understanding of spiritual root revival. The feeling of life force burning continuously, inching closer to death, can drive a person to a frenzy. Even Yunyi does not wish to experience that again. He hopes to steadily cultivate the qi technique to perfection in this life, and then actively awaken his spiritual roots. If you want to speed up this step, you can only find a way to make money. As long as you can eat grade A premium food, it might really awaken your spiritual roots in a short time. Speaking of which, isn't grade A the masterwork of premium food? It's likely not, because grade A can be provided in large quantities in the cafeteria. Yunyi couldn't help but be curious. If grade A can provide 10 times the nutrition, how much would something stronger be? 15 times? Or 20 times? Thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized that the advantage of the wealthy is truly enormous. No wonder this thing is called premium food. It really isn't an exaggeration. Every bowl you eat is an advantage. The next day, a young man in gray came to knock on the door. After Yunyi opened it, he held a roster and said, "Xianxia from Mingzhu village? 8 years old this year. Can't read?" Yunyi nodded. It seems there was no mistake. If you can't read, you can go to the literacy hall to learn characters first. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't study. Directly practicing the qi cultivation technique and various combat techniques might be better for you, huh? So as not to face a downgrade in treatment at the end of the year. The young man in gray sneered. He had seen many commoners, some willing to learn, and others unwilling. However, the results were usually not very high. Those willing to learn characters waste a lot of time, leading to poor performance in their main subjects and a vicious cycle of downgraded treatment. Yangshu is that type. Of course, there are those who manage to push through and awaken their spiritual roots. Although they still remain cannon fodder, they can bring their families into Baishir town and rise in class. This is the lifelong pursuit of the vast majority of people. Maji, on the other hand, fell at this last step, even going into debt, and he was still in that situation now. Maji looked at the new student with annoyance and said coldly, "Keep up. Next I will take you to various halls." Yunyi nodded. His background was indeed a huge disadvantage, leaving him with little foundation to build on. In his first life, he was a serf, and in his second life, he was just an ordinary hunter, with no way to acquire literacy. After his reincarnation, both his mentality and physical condition improved, reaching a state of nirvana. especially his mentality. Even though he was extremely repressed in his previous life, it did not affect this life. Xianxia only firmly remembered that kind of resentment, waiting for the opportunity to explode. As for his physical condition, studies have shown that children's brains are indeed more capable of memory than adults. However, as they grow up and no longer need to learn extensively, their brains gradually degenerate, weakening their learning ability. This degeneration is irreversible. It's not as simple as using the brain frequently to delay it. Most people feel that their thinking has stiffened, and their learning ability is weaker than that of children. This is merely an objective law of the human body and has little to do with the stiffness of thinking. With the self-control of an adult, along with abundant energy and learning ability, Xianxia still has confidence in himself. First, set a goal. Strive not to be downgraded in the first year. The entire Xianxia Hall is vast, with several large training grounds for students to practice combat techniques and qi cultivation techniques. The young man in gray took Xianxia to 3 places: the literacy hall for learning characters, the qi cultivation hall for learning qi techniques, and the training hall for combat techniques. In the end, the gray-clothed young man threw Xianxia a set of black uniforms, which were said to be the uniforms of this hall. It's free. Tomorrow, the spiritual law deputy officer, Lord Lu Quan, will come to the hall to give a lecture, and that's when formal classes will begin. You should understand the consequences of being late. Ma Ji left this remark and directly left. Xianxia pondered. The government doesn't seem harmonious? A deputy officer actually comes to such an important place to give a lecture. Is he cultivating his own base? Chapter 10, Premium Food Supplement. As soon as dawn broke, the entire hall was filled with the loud sound of gongs, waking all the new students. Xianxia woke up very early and wasn't disturbed. He quickly went out. In the dormitory corridor, one black-clothed new student after another surged towards the source of the gong, and Xianxia was not the only one who got up early. Xianxia was somewhat surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. As long as it can change their fate, working hard is no problem. The saying, poor children grow up early, is something those who live in comfort wouldn't understand. Xianxia calmed down and unobtrusively observed the new students along the way. Poor, rich, genius, just from their temperament, Xianxia could roughly categorize them. And just in these 2 days, these new students had already been clearly distinguished. Young masters played with young masters. Lowly commoners played with lowly commoners. There were also quite a few, like Xianxia, who were alone. Soon, they reached their destination. It was the number 1 training ground. One by one, the teachers of the hall stood on the high platform at the front, hanging their heads, waiting for something. Everyone stood in line, arranged neatly according to sequence. One by one, the gray-clothed people spoke. Among them was Ma Ji, whom Xianxia recognized, but didn't know the name of. Wearing gray clothes indicated they were not students, but servants employed by the Xianxia Hall, the spokespersons for the hall. Even the children of noble families obediently followed orders and stood in line according to sequence. The so-called sequence refers to the room number on the token. This indicates the order of arrival at the Xianxia Hall. Xianxia was in the 3rd group, meaning he was the 7th to report to the hall. Of course, to be precise, it was the 8-year-old 3rd group. Xianxia was simply the 7th 8-year-old child to report. After everyone stood in line, the training ground became orderly. Xianxia was not in the front row. It seemed to be arranged by age, from young to old. Thanks to this, Xianxia had the opportunity to observe many students. Xianxia noticed that in this batch of new students, girls were far fewer than boys. Is it because girls are not valued? So many are overlooked. Xianxia felt it didn't seem like that. According to the rules of Mingzhu village, even if it was a girl, they would still be taken to test. This opportunity to change fate knows no gender. But whether it was the same in other places, Xianxia couldn't rashly judge. He noted this situation down, planning to investigate it further when he had the chance. Just like that, after lining up, everyone stood until noon. Only then did the spiritual law deputy officer Lu Quan enter the hall, surrounded by numerous teachers and black-armored soldiers. Lu Quan didn't dawdle. He stepped up to the high platform and walked to the front, only to sweep his gaze over all the students. The indifferent aura caused even the proud young masters to lower their heads. The spiritual law deputy officer, aside from the spiritual law official, is the most powerful and influential existence in Baishir town. They, as fledglings, do not have the qualifications to resist. I am Lu Quan, the spiritual law deputy officer of Baishir town, and also the head of this Xianxia Hall. You should know that the Xianxia Hall exists to train soldiers. In other words, this is a military camp. After learning here, you will be soldiers who can go directly to the battlefield. Every bit of skill you learn is the foundation for your blood battles. You better work hard to learn, or the battlefield, demon land, or monster cave will be your grave. Of course, all this is still too early for you, as most of you want to be able to revive your spiritual roots and will remain common beings. Haha, last year, out of 300 people, only 32 leaped over the dragon gate, about 1/10, which seems to be a relatively high ratio in recent years. This year, You have a total of 225 people in this batch. I hope there aren't even 20 who can make it. Or I want to even be able to fill the quota in my hands. Work hard. As long as you can revive your spiritual roots, you will have a future. Luquan spoke very casually. His actions were likewise. After finishing, he didn't waste time and left directly. After he left, the teachers of the hall finally dared to raise their heads and quickly began to divide classes. Different ages and different talents were divided into different classes. Yunyi was in the 8-year-old third class, following a group of 8-year-old children behind the teacher in blue into the classroom. The classroom was spacious, but there were only 20 sets of desks and chairs in total. After Yunyi entered, he found a seat in the second row. Neither too far back nor too far forward, quite moderate. He glanced around and found that there were only 15 students in the whole class. Moreover, they were all children from poor families. I am your main course teacher, Yu. A young man in a green robe stood at the podium, paused for a moment, and said, the so-called main course is the Qi cultivation technique. Your Qi cultivation technique will be taught by me, along with corrections for your mistakes. The rest is not my concern, so there's no need to ask me. If you want to learn other skills, go to other classes. However, remember that only the main and secondary courses count towards your end-of-year grades. The supplementary classes do not, so do not waste too much time on them. And even on secondary courses, do not expend too much effort. If you wish to awaken your spiritual roots, only the Qi cultivation technique can do that. No matter how strong the combat techniques from secondary courses are, if you cannot awaken your spiritual roots, it is all in vain and meaningless. Alright, introduce yourselves one by one, starting from you. Yu pointed to a student in the front row and said. The sturdy student immediately stood up and said timidly, yes. Teacher, my name is Li Jinhu, and I come from a small village. Next, Yu said indifferently, my name is Zhang Cheng. I'm from the city, and I want to join the Black Armor Army. The second was a chubby boy. Lu Quan's guards were indeed dressed in black armor. The soldiers from Shi Baiyan's team were similarly clad in heavy black armor, likely members of the Black Armor Army. Next, they continued to introduce themselves, and soon it was Yunye's turn. Yunye struggled to say his name. I am Xianxia. The students in the entire classroom showed surprise. There's actually someone with a throat problem? Speaking was not smooth for him, which represented a significant disadvantage, indicating that communication with others would be very inconvenient, making him unsuitable to be part of the army. Regardless of gender, after sizing up Yunye a few times and finding him unremarkable, they lost interest. Next, the Qi cultivation class quickly ended. Yu waved his hand, and several gray-clothed servants entered with food baskets. Each person received a portion placed in front of them. Yu said, this is a grade D premium meal. Every day after the main class, there will be this additional meal. You can eat it on site, and afterward, you can do whatever you want. Everyone's eyes lit up, including Yunye's. A grade D premium meal. Even one portion is worth 10 pieces of Xian copper. Yunye began to eat ravenously. Although it was not particularly delicious, once it entered his stomach, a warm feeling spread throughout his body. A grade D premium meal, though the lowest grade, was equivalent to consuming 3 portions of the same quality. Yunye felt he could practice the Qi cultivation technique at least 4 more times after digesting it, and it would be no problem to eat again 5 times. This delighted Yunye. If there were premium meals every day, his cultivation speed would definitely be astonishing. Other students in the classroom also exclaimed, experiencing the miraculous effects of the premium meal. In an instant, many expressions changed. The effects of the premium meal were so obvious. If they could have a second serving. Unfortunately, the premium meals had to be finished on site. Chapter 11. The 5 Realms of Qi Cultivation. Literacy is not just about teaching reading and writing. Another male teacher in a green robe, but colder than Yu, said, I am your literacy teacher. I will only teach for 1 hour each day. Class begins. This teacher was straightforward and began lecturing without caring whether the children below could learn. Fortunately, Yunye, having prepared for the college entrance examination, was well versed in the methods of extensive practice, so learning was not that difficult. It was merely a matter of writing hard. Once he learned enough, he could form sentences and write essays, repeating this process, making it difficult not to solidify his memory. Of course, not everyone had such drive. Qi cultivation could change fate. But could literacy? Only a few, like Yunye, who were very aware of the situation, studied diligently. Not only mastering what the teacher taught, but also self-studying to go further. After that, every time class ended, Yunye could be seen holding scrolls, writing in the dirt with a twig, constantly deepening his memory. To simplify learning, Yunye even used a phonetic system that did not exist in this world. At mealtimes, Yunye was never late, practicing the Qi cultivation technique after eating to cultivate life energy. The rest of his time was entirely devoted to the tiger fist taught in the martial arts hall. This training kept Yunye in great spirits, making learning much more efficient. Thus, Yunye studied for a whole year. After class, Yunyi, holding a scroll, was walking towards the Qi cultivation hall while a lean boy about 11 years old, named Wang Yao, followed him. Wang Yao was a friend Yunyi made in the literacy hall that year. He was one of the few classmates who did not mind Yunyi's throat issue. Wang Yao scratched his head and said, I say, Stone, isn't literacy just about recognizing most of the characters? Why do you carry a book every day? What is the point of this book? The book was titled Detailed Records of Travels in the Three Prefectures. In just 1 year at the literacy hall, Yunyi could recognize most characters, and he was not far from being able to write. However, Yunyi felt somewhat helpless. The writing in this world was similar to traditional Chinese characters, very complex and difficult to memorize. Coupled with the ancient background, writing materials were hard to come by, artificially creating learning difficulties. Otherwise, he should have been able to learn faster. To truly master the characters, reading stories was naturally the best choice. It not only exercised him, but also allowed him to gain more knowledge. This book, Detailed Records of Travels in the Three Prefectures, recorded a lot of information that Yunyi usually had no way of knowing. For example, the location of Baishir town was actually called Huangzhou, and Huangzhou was one of the territories ruled by the Luo dynasty. Perhaps for those who had always lived in Baishir town in Huangzhou, knowing about the outside world was meaningless. But Yunyi was not in an ordinary situation. He could not generalize. It's useful, Yunyi said, continuing to lower his head to read, leaving Wang Yao feeling helpless. What use is it? Reading this is worse than going through a monster manual. At least that can be used for exams and combat. In the Qi cultivation hall, Yu once again mentioned the distinctions in the realms of the Qi cultivation technique. Only this time it was clearer than before. Persistently practicing the Qi cultivation technique would gradually strengthen the life essence, forming a sense of Qi. When the sense of Qi appeared, it marked the foundation, indicating that practice had gradually tapped into one's potential, and the foundation was being solidified. This step was extremely important. It was the foundation of everything, hence the term foundation. The sense of Qi was very weak at first, indicating that the cultivation of one's potential was still in its early stages. Over time, as the sense of Qi grew to fill the entire chest cavity, it marked a small achievement. At this stage, there was a chance to awaken the spiritual roots, and most people completed the awakening of their spiritual roots at this step. Yu shook his head as he spoke here. That said, no student here can achieve it. It is simply too difficult. The Black Armor Army is a top-notch government force. The selection criteria are strict, and each member is outstanding among those who have awakened their spiritual roots. The number has never exceeded 50. Thus, it is clear that great achievements must have their special characteristics. Otherwise, how could they qualify for exceptional entry? Yu had no interest in this realm and deemed it unnecessary to discuss. Ordinary people could never reach perfection in this area. It belonged only to the children of well-established families. He tapped the table and said, do not aim too high. Continue practicing the Qi cultivation technique. And improving your physique is what truly matters. It's been a year now. How many of you have reached the late foundation stage? Who has achieved great perfection? Raise your hand so you can see. In the Qi cultivation hall, among the 15 children, only one person raised his hand. It was a boy named Zhou Xian, who wore a proud expression. The students in the Bing and Ding Qi cultivation halls were mostly children with poor talent, their futures uncertain. But the wealthy were not necessarily so. For example, Zhou Xian ate grade B premium meals 3 times a day, which allowed him to progress rapidly. Advancing to the late foundation stage within a year, he would probably achieve small success soon. The poor could not afford such luxury. As for future great achievements and perfection, even with money, it would be difficult to attain, but as long as they could go further than ordinary people, that would suffice. This was the fundamental difference between them and ordinary people. Do you see? After a year, only Zhou Xian has entered the late stage of foundation building. While reaching the small success stage is several times more difficult than foundation building, and achieving perfection is 10 to 20 times more difficult than small success. Are you planning to spend 30 to 50 years cultivating the basics? Zhou Xian, you're doing well. I fear you will enter small success within a month. Small success already has the chance to awaken the spiritual root. From today, you will go to the awakening hall to report and awaken your spiritual root as soon as possible. Yes, teacher, Zhou Xian said excitedly. The awakening hall is a place that teaches the methods to awaken spiritual roots and can greatly increase the chances of awakening. Once a spiritual root is awakened, it will awaken and will no longer be dormant. This is the true transformation from a mortal to a spiritual being. Chapter 12, The Missing Person. Great. When will I reach small success? Is there any way to speed up my cultivation? Looking at Zhou Xian's proud expression, Li Zhenhu sighed. Make money. With money you can catch up immediately, said a friend sitting next to him. How can I make money? I don't even know where to start. Li Zhenhu naturally knew that making money was the fastest way to cultivate, but he was only 9 years old and had no way to start. So he chose not to discuss this topic. What level is your Qi cultivation technique at now? Sigh. I'm still a bit away from foundation building. It's too difficult. His friend replied. In fact, the entire Bing Chi cultivation hall was filled with whales. Due to limitations in talent and resources, after a year of cultivation, most of them hadn't even completed foundation building. If they couldn't excel in secondary courses, they might have to be downgraded, and at that time, they might not even have the high-quality Ding-level food to eat daily, leading to a vicious cycle. However, this was completely unavoidable. They had no money. And if they forced their practice, they would only regress. It was quite despairing. However, Xianxia was slightly better off. After 3 years of hunting and cultivating, as well as a year of studying, he entered the foundation building realm a month ago. No matter what, he had secured his ranking. But to cultivate to small success, he would still need at least 3 years, which couldn't compare to the wealthy who could eat high-quality food, so he feared he might inevitably be downgraded. An hour-long lecture quickly ended, and after Yu clapped, wooden carts were pushed in by gray-clad servants. Today's high-quality food is white jade dumplings? How delightful! Li Zhenhu exclaimed, quickly throwing his worries aside and eating heartily. Hearing the sound, Xianxia straightened up. The daily qi cultivation class, aside from checking for mistakes, primarily revolved around this free, Ding-level high-quality food. White jade dumplings are the best tasting and easiest to digest among Ding-level foods. You might not even encounter them once a week. After receiving the high-quality food, Xianxia quickly devoured it. As soon as it entered his stomach, a warm current surged through his body. Ordinary food simply couldn't compare to high-quality food. The effects were worlds apart. As he ate, Xianxia pondered. Throughout this year, besides cultivating and learning to read, he had searched many times but found no trace of Xiaoyu. He felt that Xiaoyu might have already awakened her spiritual root and left the school. After all, Xiaoyu had a grade-level spiritual root and had been cultivating since childhood. It wasn't impossible for her to complete her awakening by the age of 8. This made Xianxia somewhat anxious. Baishe Town was extremely dark, and Xiaoyu had been raised by such forces. Who knows how she might have been influenced by now? Moreover, Xiaoyu had only recently been born and had no self-awareness. Even if Xianxia told her that she was from the village that was slaughtered by Baishe Town, it would be inconsequential to the now-grown Xiaoyu. Just thinking about facing such a situation made Xianxia sigh. It was simply unsolvable. I must get in touch with Xiaoyu as soon as possible to influence her. Otherwise, will it lead to a situation where father and daughter confront each other across time, with swords drawn? Xianxia once again realized how cruel his abilities were. If he were to wake up and find the world changed, that would be fine. But he had immediately reincarnated, coming into contact with people from the past in a completely unrelated identity. Besides Xiaoyu, Xianxia also discovered something not so good. A year ago, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was supposed to come with him, was nowhere to be found in the school. In other words, someone had replaced Xianxiaaudiobooks, and it was highly likely to be someone from Mingzhu village. The key point was that Xianxia didn't know who had replaced Xianxiaaudiobooks. During those 3 years, he had spent a lot of time hunting and cultivating qi techniques, leaving him with no time to get to know the village children. The result was that the other party likely knew him, but he didn't recognize them. Stop. The more important thing now is to cultivate. Only by awakening my spiritual root can I enter a higher level, find Xiaoyu, and even get in touch with Shaban and others. Not long after going out, Xianxia encountered Wang Yao squatting by the martial arts arena. What is going on? Wang Yao looked troubled. The upper limit of teaching at the school is 16 years. If one cannot awaken their spiritual root by 16, they are considered a failure and will be kicked out without any leeway. Basically, the earlier a child enters the school, the greater the advantage. Xianxia and Wang Yao entered the school in the same year, but one was 8 years old while the other was 10, a 2-year difference. Some even entered at 5. They have 11 years to cultivate and awaken their spiritual roots, which is the most likely path for ordinary children to succeed. Time is of the essence. But Wang Yao is already 11 this year, meaning he only has 5 years left. It's indeed very urgent. It's very likely that just as he steps into small success, he won't have time to awaken his spiritual roots before being kicked out. To break the deadlock, there is only one way: making money. We need money. Why don't we cooperate to make some? Xianxia wrote down. Make money? No way. Sure to. Do you have a way? Wang Yao looked up, his face full of surprise. Throughout the year, he had always thought that Xianxia was just like him, a lowborn from a small village. Someone like Xianxia could actually have a way to make money. It's something I created myself. But you should understand how dangerous it is to make money in Baishe Town. Bringing you along is also a huge risk for me. If you don't believe me, I won't reveal anything, Xianxia said. Wang Yao stared at Xianxia for a long time, weighing the pros and cons, and finally gritted his teeth, saying, all right. After all, I have nothing to lose. It's worth a gamble. Otherwise, in the end, I'll still be a waste. Living would be meaningless. As long as we can make money, I'll follow you. Xianxia nodded and took Wang Yao to his residence, then took out a ceramic jar for Wang Yao. Try this. Without hesitation, Wang Yao took a small amount of the contents from the jar and put it in his mouth. He suddenly widened his eyes. No way, sure to. Where did you get this? If you sell this to those aristocratic families, it would definitely be worth a lot even if priced in silver. You actually dare to show this to me? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Haha, do you believe in the aristocratic families? If it were you, would you sell it directly to them? Yun Yi wrote. Wang Yao's expression was quite interesting. You really have guts, but you're right. If it were me, I wouldn't sell directly to the aristocratic families, let alone betray you. That would be seeking death. The aristocrats of Baishir Town have zero credibility. They don't need to maintain their status through deception and superficial peace like feudal landlords. Their overwhelming force means that even if they send just one person, they can suppress all the commoners in Baishir Town. Even if Wang Yao learned that Yun Yi had a way to make money, he wouldn't dare sell it to the aristocrats because they wouldn't engage in any pretense. They would simply take what they wanted. Chapter 13, the year-end exam. As the year approached its end, the assessment was also imminent. If one fails, their treatment level will drop. Besides the dormitory turning into a double room, even the high-quality food and teaching will be downgraded, making it easy to be eliminated. Yun Yi entered school at the age of 8, and the main assessment was the Qi cultivation technique and the secondary course of Tiger Fist. In the first year, the tasks were not heavy, allowing Yun Yi to allocate a lot of time to reading and studying, due to the inability to practice Qi cultivation techniques for long periods. He also had plenty of time to learn Tiger Fist. In class, Yun Yi ranked among the top, and passing the assessment was completely not a problem. After eating the Ding-level superior food, Yun Yi practiced the Qi nourishing technique 5 times in his room before taking out a book to study. Xiantong, a type of bronze with black veining, has the effect of warding off evil and suppressing demons after refinement. When Yin, a unique silver with white veining, can sense the presence of demons. When the demonic aura is strong, the white veining turns black. If when Yin is embedded in a demon's body, it will ignite violently, severely injuring the demon, but it will also become waste material. True gold, the luminous gold, emits radiant light, and when accumulated in large amounts, low-level demons will turn to ash upon approaching. It is generally used to forge weapons with significant lethality against demons. Only true gold weapons can protect a region. Xingyu. Yun Yi found many books in the library. Although none were about cultivation methods, some knowledge was mentioned incidentally, which was extremely valuable to him. One book explained the value of the currency used in Baishir Town and even the Luo dynasty. They all have the effect of restraining demons. So these currencies are recognized everywhere and have considerable purchasing power. Another book mentioned that the walls of Baishir Town were actually coated with Wen-Yin to block demon invasions. Even if a demon were to forcefully intrude, Wen-Yin would sense the aura and provide a warning, causing the white wall to turn black, making it extremely visible even in the dark. This knowledge further enriched Yun Yi's understanding of the world. You are the seedlings who enrolled this year, ranging from 5 to 12 years old, totaling 231 people. After a year of study, you should already be aware of your level. Today, you have 5 assessments to choose from, and the Academy will reclassify you based on your results. The 1st to 5th assessments encompass all the courses of the Academy. Anyone who passes all will graduate directly and join various spiritual law teams for practical combat. You should understand the difference between the spiritual law teams and the Academy. The resources and treatment are far beyond what the Academy can offer. For example, Ding-level superior food is entirely free. If your results are excellent enough to join the Black Armored Army, even the C-level superior food will be free. Alright, the exam begins. The Academy examiner, dressed in blue, had a stern expression and a monotone voice. The first assessment tests the Qi nourishing technique and Tiger Fist. The higher the level of the Qi nourishing technique and Tiger Fist, the higher the score. You will step forward in turn, and these 3 teachers will conduct the tests, taking the average score. The testing method is very simple. Just perform it once on site. The results will be announced immediately. After Yun Yi finished his practice, he was extremely hungry, but it seemed this was the effect the examiner wanted, as there was no intention to provide food. Tester, xianxia. Main course, Qi nourishing technique. Mastery, average. Effect, poor. Cultivation level, good. Secondary course, Tiger Fist. Mastery, average. Evaluation, C-level, qualified. Yun Yi's mouth twitched. He never expected to be so low. Mastery refers to the perfection of using the Qi nourishing technique. An initially imperfect Qi nourishing technique is ineffective. A standard Qi nourishing technique can nourish the body. A superb Qi nourishing technique can reduce food consumption. The overall trend is that the more perfectly it is used, the better the effect. As for the second column, the effect, this is an indicator related to talent. With the same level of mastery, the better the body nourishing effect, the higher the score in this column. Poor indicates that Yun Yi has very low adaptability to the Qi nourishing technique. The cultivation level is much simpler. It refers to the scoring of the Qi nourishing technique's realm under the second assessment standards. Good means it has reached the preliminary foundation stage. There is also excellent above that. Clearly, in every aspect, Yunyi is far from those top students. Wealth, talent, and family background are mountains standing in front of Yunyi, making it difficult for him to break through even as a reincarnator. In this world, to become extraordinary, one needs resources and talent, and both are in the hands of the government and noble families. It is normal to find it difficult to make progress. As for Tiger Fist, it is only divided by mastery levels: entry, proficient, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. After practicing for a year, Yun-Yi only reached proficient. So his score was not high, just average. However, being qualified is enough. He doesn't expect more. In fact, when he enrolled, he thought he could maintain a top position due to his adult self-control and hide his strength to avoid attracting too much attention. But he overthought it completely. Among all 3 literacy classes in the academy, there were only about 50 students. However, after several tests in a year, he fell far behind. Not to mention the top spot. Even getting into the top 5 was difficult. This was still comparing under the same starting conditions. Those who completed their literacy early did not participate in the exams. The world has changed. In this world, the upper limit for genius is terrifying, and one cannot catch up with diligence. Next is the second assessment, which, in addition to testing the Qi nourishing technique and Tiger Fist levels, also includes a written test on demon knowledge. Those who participate will stay, those who do not will leave. With a rustling sound, about 40 to 50 people left. The vast majority were commoners. They had reached their limit in the first assessment, and many needed to read for the second assessment, making it nearly impossible for them to pass. Some from the literacy class also felt that their accumulated level over the year was insufficient to pass. So they chose not to waste time. Yunyi chose to stay. Also remaining was Wang Yao. He was in the same literacy class as Yunyi. As a poor, ordinary person, Wang Yao had no choice but to work hard. Although hard work does not guarantee passing, he could gain insight in advance and strive to pass next time. The time for answering the written test was only half an hour. No extensions would be given. The second assessment: distribute the test papers. Start the exam. The academy examiner remained expressionless, his voice monotone. However, the more than 160 candidates in the audience were not concerned about this. They all focused on the exam papers in the examiner's hands. It's flowing water. Everyone's eyes lit up. The academy examiner's hands had water flowing, and more than 160 test papers were lifted as if surfing. Accompanied by the movement of the water, they arrived in front of the candidates in an instant. Yet the paper showed no signs of wetness. This is spiritual law. Chapter 14, Second Assessment. Is this the water element spiritual law? Yunyi clearly felt the wonder of spiritual law in this world. Compared to fireball techniques and wind blade techniques, the spiritual laws in this world clearly lean towards free manipulation of corresponding elements. This technique of using flowing water to deliver the test papers to them was simply stunning, filled with visual shock. Simply put, it was very cool. Yunyi had already envisioned his future of freely manipulating flames. The feeling of a sky full of fire marks didn't seem any less than the flowing blue water. After fantasizing for a few seconds, he lowered his head and began to write. The writing brush used in this world was something Yunyi had become accustomed to after a year of practice, and he quickly answered the questions. The second assessment questions included the Qi nourishing technique, body refinement technique, Tiger Fist, and various fill-in-the-blank poetry questions. There were even a few multiple-choice questions on political topics, such as who one should be loyal to. Yunyi had been tuning this out in class, but the younger children might not have. The younger they are, the easier it is to brainwash them. From this, one can see why younger children have a greater advantage in the academy. They are bound to be insiders, and naturally, they will receive better treatment. Yunyi wrote quickly, leaving nothing behind. He was familiar with all of this. Reading so many books wasn't tea for nothing. What is a spiritual root? Answer: the foundation of cultivation, the qualification to extract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What is an element? Answer: the inclination of the spiritual root. Having a certain element allows one to extract the corresponding type of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. What are the 5 major elements? Answer: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. What is the thunder element? Answer: the fusion element of metal and water. What is the ice element? Answer: the fusion element of earth and water. What is spiritual law? Answer: the method of using spiritual root elements. What are the levels of spiritual root qualifications? Answer: none. Extremely poor, poor, average, good, excellent, spiritual body. Yunyi paused here. This grading system, he had not been able to match it up until now. Is it near none? Extremely poor, poor, average? Shi Baiyan once said that Yunyi's spirit root is extremely poor, much worse than his. However, Shi Baiyan's spirit root panel should only be 1 level higher than Yunyi's, which means it should be poor. This situation could be interpreted as Shi Baiyan exaggerating. Or perhaps the levels include both poor and average. And sure, Bai-Yin happens to have an ordinary quality spirit root? Yunyi shook his head. Although he had learned about the classification of spirit root quality through reading and attending classes, there was no detailed introduction. He couldn't make the correspondence. Half an hour passed quickly. Similarly, the examiner raised a hand expressionlessly, and the water surged, swirling around everyone and rolling up the test papers. Then, they were neatly stacked in front of him. By the time the test papers were completed, it was noon, and everyone was hungry from practicing the qi nourishing technique. But the exam had to continue, so everyone had to endure. After the examiner collected the test papers, he directly skipped the second test of the qi nourishing technique and the tiger fist assessment, only modifying the scoring since the first test had already been measured. And there was no reason to retest. Tester, xianxia. Main subject, qi nourishing technique. Mastery, poor. Effect, poor. Cultivation, average. Secondary subject, tiger fist. Mastery, poor. Evaluation, grade D. Failing. The score from the first test had significantly decreased in the second test, and Yunyi was clearly still far behind. With the test papers and main and secondary subjects completed, the final part was the demon knowledge QA. This time, it was a one-on-one QA. With only 3 breaths to consider each question, and being late counted as a wrong answer. Yunyi had no confidence in this format of the exam. Although he had memorized a lot of information about demons, it didn't mean he could apply it flexibly, and 3 breaths were too short. You are a fire attribute spirit root reviver who encounters a Qingdang ghost in an open space at midnight. How should you respond? The Qingdang ghost is a low-level demon with a phantom body, only susceptible to special weapons and lightning and fire spells, and lightning and fire spells have a restraining effect, causing massive damage. Normally, a fire attribute spirit root reviver could solve the Qingdang ghost by simply throwing out a fire spell from a distance. However, the open space means that the Qingdang ghost's light will illuminate a larger area and cannot be avoided. Even if the spirit root reviver is illuminated by the Qingdang light, they will be immobilized, greatly reducing their chances of winning. So the correct approach should be, lie down, reduce breathing frequency, and wait for the Qingdang ghost to leave. Correct. Qingdang ghosts never act alone. Seeing one means there is likely a group hiding nearby. Without occupying a favorable position, the only option is to retreat. The Qingdang ghost has no physical form, cannot be seen or heard, and hunts solely based on perception of life fluctuations. Breathing and exchanging substances with the outside world are very obvious signs of life. For the Qingdang ghost, the faster the life breath, the more blood energy it can consume. If it's slow, it has no value for consumption. So once the breathing slows down, the Qingdang ghost will not be able to see it, avoiding a meaningless battle. Yunyi continued answering questions, but the demon knowledge QA was much more difficult than the written exam. There were many things he had never heard of, and he repeatedly couldn't answer. By the end of the exam, Yunyi calculated a bit and knew he had failed 100, revealing a look of regret. Finishing the second test early has its benefits. He could exchange for a better room and get an extra portion of grade D food daily, which would greatly help his cultivation. Otherwise, why would he work so hard to learn? He had suffered from being illiterate, spending too much time on reading and writing. Yunyi took a deep breath, not discouraged, and walked out of the exam room with Wang Yao, quickly heading to eat. Failing the second test meant there was naturally no need to participate in the third test. In fact, out of more than 160 people, only about 30 or 40 remained to take the third test, and even among them, many were just trying to adapt early and had no real confidence. Stone, how did you do in the qi nourishing technique? Wang Yao said, handing his report card to Yunyi, exchanging report cards. Tester, Wang Yao. Subject, first test. Main subject, qi nourishing technique. Mastery, poor. Effect, good. Cultivation, good. Secondary subject, tiger fist. Mastery, good. Evaluation, grade B, passing. Yunyi was somewhat surprised. Wang Yao's evaluation of the effect of his qi nourishing technique was actually 2 levels higher than his. No wonder he was able to lay a foundation in just 1 year. He was very suitable for cultivating the qi nourishing technique. Even for tiger fist, Wang Yao's evaluation was better. Poor effect and good cultivation? Stone, did you practice the qi nourishing technique before? Wang Yao scratched his head. Yes. Yunyi nodded. No way. Poor only has a cultivation speed of 50% of good. Even though you are 2 years younger than me, the difficulty is actually higher. Wang Yao roughly calculated that Yunyi might take 4 to 5 years to reach small achievements, which was too long. Would there really be time later to awaken the spirit root? So, earning money. Yunyi filled his plate with food and swallowed it without worry. Wang Yao admired this mindset and could only shake his head, also eating heartily. Chapter 15, Earning Money. Earning money in Baishir Town is a very serious matter. Over the course of a year, besides increasing his cultivation and knowledge, more importantly, Yunyi got to know Baishir Town. He had prepared a money-making plan a year earlier. But due to limited information, he couldn't determine the final result. After a year of investigation, the main situation of Baishur town was clear, and he could get started. Baishur town is divided into 4 parts. First, the rulers of Baishur town, the government. The government controls the military and has many spirit root revivers serving, making it the strongest class in Baishur town. The managers of the government are not the town mayor or county magistrate, but are called spirit law officials. Throughout history, the spirit law officials have been held by the head of the G family, possessing overwhelming military power. No one in Baishur town can compete. At least that's what the books and those from aristocratic families say. As the G family's private domain, the government also generally interferes in important industries, striving to keep the major profits within their own grasp. The spiritual talismans previously purchased by the Yang family came from the government. No other family could sell them. Since the government intervenes in highly profitable industries and the entry barrier is high, it doesn't conflict with Xianxia's money-making plan, but caution is still necessary. The second part consists of the aristocratic families. Some aristocratic family in Baishur town has already gained the power to contend with the government, openly and secretly hoarding resources without any issues. If one wants to do something groundbreaking, they must first face the oppression of these families. The third part is the merchants. The local merchants in Baishur town are supported by the aristocratic families, but there are also outsiders. Some outsiders have significant backgrounds, and even the major families in government do not dare to suppress them. However, they are also unwilling to create conflict with local forces as it would affect their earnings, making them the most stable type. As for the fourth part, it can be summarized in 2 words: leaks. After roughly understanding the 4 major parts of Baishur town, Xianxia cleared all his plans for making big money from his mind. The reason is simple. What is the theme of the feudal era? Land annexation, market monopolization, collecting rent, collecting protection fees, training thugs, establishing strongholds, increasing strength, and then repeating the above steps. In such a small place as Baishur town, once the snowball starts rolling, it can cover the sky. The aristocratic families can now stand toe-to-toe with the government. A small bug daring to come out and snatch food is simply asking for death. Therefore, Xianxia must not make money on a large scale. It must be the most inconspicuous, simplest, even seemingly trivial. Otherwise, once he is targeted, he would undoubtedly die. Thus, Xianxia pulled out the simplest, most straightforward way to make money: food. People prioritize food, which is the easiest way to earn money, but also the most easily overlooked industry. The sauce he gave to Wang Yao to taste was something he made himself, and from Wang Yao's reaction, it was clear that there was great potential. According to the investigation, Baishur town already has a citizen class. Commoners all have jobs, such as refining ores for the noble families, gathering herbs, grinding spiritual ink, and even working as servants, doing laundry, or even in brothels. These jobs can support a family, and if one cannot awaken their spiritual roots and work in these places, it is actually much more promising than staying in a small village. However, the downside is limited freedom. Whether in noble families or brothels, fluctuations in production are not allowed. So signing a contract means a lifetime commitment, with no second choice. As for the money-making positions provided by the government, they are similarly a trap, a contract for life, with no option to quit midway, regardless of the type of work or being a spiritual root awakener. Yes, even as a spiritual root awakener, one cannot escape this web. They can only be more dignified. Xianxia, as a reincarnator, knows that all powerlessness is due to insufficient strength, so he does not care about these constraints. The reason he does not join is simply that these jobs do not pay well enough or are too degrading and time-consuming. Compared to these troublesome jobs, buying some beans and salt and making sauces based on his memories is 100 times faster to make money. The sauces, although stored in ordinary earthen jars, become incredibly valuable due to the scarcity of seasonings. The key point is that this is just plant-based sauce with very low costs. If sold in whole jars to wealthy people, it is entirely possible to see hundreds of times profit. Unfortunately, wealthy people are unlikely to buy it. For them, robbing is simpler. Thus, Xianxia can only do some basic packaging and sell snacks. He cannot do this himself as he needs to cultivate and study. So to avoid wasting time, he approached Wang Yao and 3 commoners. These 4 were people he had observed for a long time, and at least on the surface, the likelihood of problems was very small. Xianxia handed the sauce to Wang Yao and instructed him to engage with the other 3 commoners, hiring them to prepare food for sale. After promising them a 30 profit share, all 3 eagerly agreed, even pounding their chests and swearing that they would not let Xianxia down. The reason is simple. Baishur town does not produce spices, so cooking can only rely on salt or various rare medicinal herbs. In a world where strength reigns supreme and everything relies on robbing, innovation is nearly non-existent. Worse than a feudal dynasty. Although there are seasonings, they have hardly been improved, making the taste difficult to describe. In this context, plant-based sauce is simply a game changer. It may not compare to chefs raised by noble families, but it is perfectly viable for making a living in by sheer town, essentially free money. As for those dishes using medicinal herbs as seasonings, they are indeed delicious. However, such a method of eating is unaffordable even for the families of spiritual law officials, which does not affect Xianxia's business. To be honest, the reason Xianxia is not directly sold the sauce is that this thing has quite an impact. For example, various superior foods may have increasing effects, but their taste also becomes progressively worse. The higher the level, the more complex the production process, the greater the cost. And the less necessary it is to research something as unimportant as taste. Even the exquisite jade dumplings are only delicious because of their exceptional raw materials, and the fact that they are merely the lowest grade of superior food with a simple production process. Otherwise, even just raising the grade would significantly lower the taste. For those wealthy people, if they have no conditions, that is fine. If they do have conditions, they certainly wouldn't mind paying a bit more for better taste. Once the market targets the wealthiest group in Baishur town, the potential profits are not small. Such big money, Xianxia can earn, but he cannot spend, so he won't get involved. He only needs to eat the lowest grade of superior food for 3 meals a day, which amounts to 30 to 50 pieces of mysterious copper. At this level, it will definitely not attract any attention. Moreover, the ordinary people Xianxia hired, with their identities as students from the prestigious academy, are already intimidating enough. If problems arise in this situation, Xianxia can only say it's a garbage life, and he wouldn't want to stay for a second. The actual results are indeed under control. The three of them earn about 200 pieces of mysterious copper in pure profit daily, and after deducting 30%, Xianxia can receive over 100 pieces, which is enough for his cultivation even after sharing some with Wang Yao. In reality, the amount of money the three can earn is far more than this. But they were born in Baishur town and know the darkness within better than Xianxia. Want to keep your wealth hidden? Huh. You focus on making money and can't care about other matters. But the local bullies are just watching you earn and then collect protection fees. Want to hide? Basically, it's a dream. If you don't earn big money, you can't survive in Baishur town. The raw material costs for the sauce are extremely low, and the eyes and hands of these noble families cannot predict this. Otherwise, the pure profit of 200 mysterious copper daily would have to yield at least 3/4 to them, compressing the profit margin to the lowest and forcing one to work for the noble families. Do you disagree? Do you have the corresponding force to resist? Or does an ordinary person want to confront a noble family that has many spiritual rude awakeners? Chapter 16. The issue with Xianxiaaudiobooks. Number 2. Martial arts arena. Wang Yao performed a vigorous set of tiger fists with great enthusiasm. When he finished, he couldn't contain his excitement and rushed to Xianxia, joyfully saying, "I have never been this wealthy before. After eating superior food and practicing my punches, it truly feels different. My energy and spirit perfectly align with the essence of tiger fists, and my progress is rapid. No wonder those noble children are so frighteningly strong in both tiger fists and energy cultivation techniques. If I could eat grade A and be superior food like them, even a pig could grow strong." From Wang Yao's perspective, after experiencing this, he simply couldn't stop. He began to understand why some commoners were willing to be the lackeys of noble families just to get a few bowls of superior food. Can dignity be more important than rapidly increasing cultivation? Xianxia said, "If you can awaken your spiritual roots, there's no need to hide anymore. You can earn even more then." "Awesome. I'll stick with you. I don't understand much, but I feel you can do it." Wang Yao became passionate, as if he could already see a future filled with ambition. This feeling of breaking the noble family's monopoly was very appealing to him. Moreover, the ultimate goal of any spiritual rude awakener is to rise in class and become a new noble family. Responding to the oppression of noble families is a basic skill. In fact, if it weren't for their lack of talent, there would be no need for oppression, and they should have already started confronting the noble families by now. Those geniuses assigned to grade A and B energy cultivation halls are usually targeted by noble families as soon as they show potential. They either join the noble families or are limited everywhere, forever remaining in obscurity. The government seems oblivious to this situation, allowing noble families to dig deep. And Xianxia later learned that Lu Quan, the deputy officer of spiritual law, belongs to the only noble family in Baishur town that can contend with the government. It seems that the prestigious academy also has factional struggles, with the government being in a weak position. Of course, knowing these things is one thing. But Xianxia is just a small fry, without the qualifications to watch the show. Only by staying away from these struggles can he find peace. Thus, Xianxia and Wang Yao silently cultivate, strengthen themselves, and continue to be inconspicuous in the academy. This world also has a concept of New Year, but it only prevails in Baishur town. Outside the town, there is no such luxury. At the end of the year, the young couple also came to visit Xianxia, and thanks to their visit, Xianxia was able to deliver the money he earned to them, improving their lives. The prestigious academy has a particularly strange rule. It does not allow students to leave Baisher town, making family visits impossible. The young couple was not surprised, as Yangshu had been there before. They just didn't expect Yunyi to have earned so much money in just a year, and that it was surplus after his cultivation expenses. After learning some of the situation, Yangshu repeatedly advised Yunyi to never expose this matter, otherwise it could lead to problems, and he could be harvested. He initially chose not to stay in Baisher town for several reasons, primarily due to the abundance of experts. One's safety was entirely dependent on the whims of others. It was better to hunt honestly and spend the rest of his life that way. Yunyi naturally understood this, but he still nodded repeatedly to reassure his parents in this life. Then, Yunyi inquired about Zhang Xiaozhuang's situation. He found it difficult to feel at ease unless this issue was resolved. However, Yangshu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Zhang Xiaozhuang went missing after leaving the village, and his parents also disappeared after visiting him, leaving no clues behind. As for which child was missing from the village, to put it bluntly, not all the village children would reach adulthood. Some died, some were hidden away, and some were sold. There were too many possibilities to clarify this. Yunyi felt regretful. Although the situation was gradually becoming clearer, it ultimately wasn't fully understood. Using this reasoning, Yunyi decided to keep Yangshu and his wife. The possibility of them being intercepted was very low. If they wanted to, Yangshu and his wife would have been intercepted long before they reached Baisher town. Their arrival here was enough to indicate that the mastermind behind this was not a true big shot. Either they were unsure about intercepting Yangshu and his wife, or they feared that Yunyi, as a potential spirit root reviver, would gain power and uncover their past deeds. Soon, after carefully discussing their plan to make a living in Baisher town, Yangshu and his wife left with various sauce recipes. Once his parents were gone, Yunyi let out a long sigh, feeling relaxed. It seemed that not only could they not harm him, but they also had to be wary of him. After all, he had slipped in through a loophole. If this matter were exposed, they would be doomed. Given their capabilities, they wouldn't be able to handle such a situation. About half a month after the exams, the Xianxiaaudiobooks Academy reclassified its students. Those who passed the first exam were all placed into the second exam, competing alongside older students from previous years. This year, there were over 200 students. Those who could pass the first exam within a year were either talented, hardworking, or wealthy. Regardless of talent, effort, or money, all were quite rare and not everyone possessed them. Among these 200, only about 120 were qualified to enter the second exam category. Moreover, these 120 also had a comprehensive ranking. Yunyi ranked 99th, while Wang Yao fell slightly behind him at 109th. Although Wang Yao had slightly better talent than Yunyi, the 3 additional years of practice made a difference, preventing Yunyi from being too far behind, not even managing to be the top for a day. This ranking, besides being a source of motivation, was most importantly about resources. First, there were 3 servings of grade A food every day. The top 3 received 1 serving of grade A food daily. The top 10 received 2 servings of grade B food for free each day. The top 30 received 1 serving of grade B food and 2 servings of grade C food daily. The top 50 received 2 servings of grade C food every day. For ordinary people, this was probably the only opportunity to catch up. As long as one ranked in the top 50, they could obtain far more training resources than before. There were only about 200 to 300 students in the second exam. If one had enough talent, even without money, there was still hope for acceleration. Yunyi had no particular thoughts about this ranking. The money he earned was already enough for him to have grade D food every day. Even an extra serving of grade C food was no longer a big issue for him. This was sufficient. Joining the ranking to receive resources would only increase the risk of exposure, which was not worth the loss. The reason Yunyi could cultivate calmly was purely because no one recognized him here, and everyone was too busy to pay attention to a small nobody. Otherwise, once it was discovered that Yunyi had no background yet could afford to eat premium food daily, it would be hard to predict what might happen. The only person who knew about Yunyi's situation and paid attention to him, although he was also curious about where Yunyi got his money, did not say anything, as his own qualifications were a bigger issue. With his family background, he wouldn't risk his life for a little money. Chapter 17, Self-Created Secret Technique for Cultivating Qi, Imagination Method. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. After the assessment divided the students, the school Yunyi needed to attend was completely different. The main class for cultivating Qi not only changed to a larger facility, but the number of students also increased to over 50. This time, he was lucky to be assigned to the same Qi cultivation hall as Wang Yao. Also a grade C Qi cultivation hall, but with the prefix of the second exam. With their proximity, Yunyi and Wang Yao could do more together, often competing in Tiger Fist and discussing Qi cultivation techniques, hoping to accelerate their training through this method. Unfortunately, relying solely on themselves yielded minimal results, far less effective than guidance from famous teachers. However, with the increase in students in the Qi cultivation hall, the teachers tended to have their own biases and did not pay extra attention to Yun Yi and Wang Yao, providing very little guidance, which was not meaningful. The truly talented or wealthy students received individual guidance and made rapid progress, widening the gap further. This was still under the condition that Yun Yi and Wang Yao were not being targeted. Those stubborn geniuses who refused to back down might not receive any guidance at all, or even be deliberately misled, which was terrifying. After 2 months, Yun Yi made significant progress in Qi cultivation techniques, moving from the foundational early stage to the mid-foundational stage. At this rate, he could probably achieve minor success in Qi cultivation within a year or two, gaining the opportunity to awaken his spirit root. However, he also discovered a problem. In the main course, he focused on Qi cultivation techniques. In the secondary course, he practiced Tiger Fist. In the minor courses, he studied knowledge about demons and cultivation. With the increase in time spent practicing Qi cultivation techniques, he was falling behind in other areas. With 3 daily meals of grade D food, he needed to practice Qi cultivation techniques at least 15 times. This was not a small number. It required him to spend 3 hours. In reality, Yun Yi did not just eat grade D food for his 3 meals. He also had an additional serving of grade C. He spent at least 4 hours each day practicing Qi cultivation techniques, coupled with the need to master Tiger Fist and various knowledge. Yun Yi's time was beginning to run short. Was there a way to improve the efficiency of his Qi cultivation techniques? Yun Yi pondered. The Qi cultivation hall specifically taught Qi cultivation techniques. The higher the mastery level, the better the effects. In general, the mastery level was divided into 5 stages: introductory, proficient, minor success, major success, and perfection. Currently, he was still at the proficient level, theoretically having a lot of room for improvement. However, this was only theoretical. Those who focused on a particular skill for over a decade understood that the early stages of learning often saw the fastest improvement, while progress slowed down significantly in the later stages, becoming a gradual grind, or even coming to a complete standstill. Although Qi cultivation techniques were not overly complex, it took Yun Yi a month to reach the introductory level and a year to become proficient. However, such a long time clearly could not resolve Yun Yi's predicament. Qi cultivation techniques undoubtedly also had levels. Just like the internal skills in martial arts novels, the effects of supreme skills and ordinary martial arts were vastly different. Teacher Yu, who taught Qi cultivation techniques, had also mentioned other Qi cultivation techniques. If the Qi cultivation technique taught by the authorities was the foundation, then the stronger Qi cultivation techniques were considered secret transmissions. The secret Qi cultivation techniques of all families were developed step by step based on the foundational Qi cultivation techniques. Essentially, they were the same kind of technique, but they were easier to learn and allowed one to reach higher realms more easily. Akin to organizing originally scattered knowledge into a knowledge tree, thus improving learning efficiency. In other words, the proficiency of any Qi cultivation technique was interchangeable. As long as one obtained it, they could likely start using it immediately. It was this universality that gave secret transmissions immense value. Basically, no one would share them. As a teacher of Qi cultivation techniques, Teacher Yu also mastered secret transmissions, which was why he was chosen as a teacher. In theory, if he were to teach without reservation, even if students couldn't learn the secret Qi cultivation techniques, they could still progress rapidly. However, Teacher Yu was from a prestigious family and could not wholeheartedly teach a commoner. After a year, Yun Yi's Qi cultivation techniques had barely reached the proficient level. Yun Yi felt that the path of the xianxiaaudiobooks was not viable, and if he wanted to obtain secret transmissions, he could only find other methods. Alternatively, he could research it himself. Both of these paths are almost impossible. Given the conservative nature of this world regarding secret techniques, Yun Yi cannot buy secret transmissions with money. He can only forcefully seize them with strength or achieve great merits for a noble family or the government, who would then grant them to him. However, Yun Yi has no strength and is just starting his cultivation, making it impossible for him to achieve any merits. As for the second path, researching on his own, that is even more difficult. Baishur Town has existed for at least several hundred years and has gone through more than a dozen generations. Yet there are still only a few well-known noble families. It is evident that this is not something that can be accomplished in just a few generations. Even with high talent, it is still rare. After thinking it over, Yun Yi felt that he seemed to have no choice but to research on his own. His time is the least valuable. If one lifetime doesn't work, there's always a second lifetime. Accumulating a little is the way to go. With this thought, Yun Yi completely let go, no longer pondering how to score more in exams, but instead focusing on learning various knowledge. At this time, Yun Yi discovered the role of the various secondary classes in the Xianxia Hall. The secondary classes are places where practical skills are directly taught. There are classes on herbal classification, mineral refining, and even medical techniques and musical instruments. However, These things are fundamentally not aimed at those with revived spiritual roots. So no one pays attention to them. After Xianxia quietly inquired about the actual situation, it quickly became clear. It turns out that the students in the secondary classes are not only cultivators. In fact, the vast majority of learners are ordinary people without qualifications. They are apprentices in the logistical departments of the government. They can also be seen as servants passed down through generations. Their lives revolve around learning skills, serving the government, and eventually having children, repeating the cycle. Xianxia was already accustomed to this, quietly integrating into it, and absorbing the various knowledge he needed. If he wants to research the qi nourishing technique, he must first understand its operational principles. In this world, almost everyone knows the what, but not the why, and no one specifically researches it. Improvements rely solely on flashes of genius. However, for Xianxia, the situation is evidently different. His creativity is insufficient to pave new paths. But systematically analyzing existing knowledge still allows him to discover things that most people cannot notice. That is the role of the incantation. The qi nourishing technique must be paired with an incantation. Although it can work with just silent recitation, it is absolutely ineffective without it. The incantation generally describes the process of extracting qi from the entire body, gathering it at the chest, and maintaining it for a long time, ultimately preserving life energy to gradually strengthen the body. This sounds somewhat like hypnosis or self-suggestion. Xianxia, intrigued, immediately began experimenting. First, he practiced the qi nourishing technique without thinking about the incantation. Unlike the qi nourishing technique with the incantation, the simple actions only left Xianxia drenched in sweat, and he hardly extracted any qi. This was a failure to even enter the basics of the qi nourishing technique, and like past experiences, it was completely ineffective. Then, Xianxia practiced the normal qi nourishing technique again. However, unlike the complete practice, this time he carefully experienced the changes in his body while silently reciting the incantation. The result was that due to distraction, the effectiveness of the qi nourishing technique was greatly reduced, yielding only about 40 qi under normal circumstances. Finally, Xianxia did not recite the incantation but instead directly imagined the qi being extracted while performing the actions. The result was quite interesting. This time, the practice of the qi nourishing technique actually had some effect, though greatly reduced, with an efficiency of only about 10, even lower than the distracted effect when reciting the incantation. After that, Xianxia repeatedly practiced the qi nourishing technique through imagination, and to his astonishment, as he became more skilled, the efficiency of his practice rapidly increased, quickly reaching 80 of the normal practice effect, with even more room for improvement. This situation further enriched Xianxia's understanding of cultivation. In Xianxia's view, practicing the qi nourishing technique through imagination is actually harder than silently reciting the incantation. Directly reciting the incantation is even easier than silent recitation. The reason he could quickly reach the level of normal incantation practice through the imaginative method is that he had already memorized the actions and had become extremely proficient, allowing him to focus all his mental energy on imagination. For a beginner, even imagining a real object in their mind would be quite difficult, even without any other actions. The imaginative practice method also requires a very vivid understanding of the sensation of qi and the feeling of qi being extracted, which requires long-term practice to perfect. Once completed, the benefits indeed far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. The threshold of 100 was quickly surpassed. It was only a preliminary creation, but after a month of improvements by Xianxia, the effect actually reached 150. Xianxia vaguely sensed that the so-called secret transmission of the qi nourishing technique is actually about constructing a more three-dimensional and clear cultivation process from simple to complex, rather than relying on that set of auxiliary incantations. If this point is not understood, the qi nourishing technique may forever remain at a low level, difficult to achieve great success, let alone perfection. Compared to the exploration of the imaginative method, Xianxia had no way to start on modifying the body refining actions. His accumulation was not enough to improve the movements. Basically, any casual modification would lead to a cliff-like drop in the efficiency of the qi nourishing technique. Simply exhausting possibilities would be a complete waste of time. Modifying the actions should wait until he has a sufficient understanding of the cultivation system in this world. The teachers in the Xianxia Hall have the capability to modify the actions of the qi nourishing technique. They give guidance and modify the actions based on individual circumstances. If only one or two can do this, it might be seen as a rare talent. But if everyone can do it, it is probably some sort of common knowledge that Xianxia is currently unable to comprehend. Chapter 18. Breaking Free from the Bottom. A whole year passed, and Xianxia spent it improving the imaginative method and studying cultivation. He only slept 6 hours each day, using the rest of the time to tackle various difficulties, squeezing out every bit of potential. Yunyi himself did not expect that after being reborn into a cultivation world, he would still have to take exams. And at the age of 9. But there was no way around it. Without striving in this world, one would absolutely not get ahead. Currently, Yunyi only needs 2 hours each day to convert all his meals into qi. To be precise, it should be called life energy. This life energy is not as mysterious as Yunyi imagined. Its effects are merely better physical fitness and increased strength and speed, but it does not surpass ordinary people. On Earth, there are many people who can easily do things that seem impossible to the average person. But the reason for not understanding is simply that ordinary people do not dedicate their whole lives to honing such skills. For example, some people can directly squeeze rice into a ball with their hands, use flying nails to penetrate glass, or cut open a can with playing cards. These all appear to be incredible skills. The qi nourishing technique is similar. Although there is a sense of qi, not many things can be achieved. And even when compared to modern people, they are not opponents of those who have dedicated their lives to honing their skills. But it is not possible now. There is still hope for the future. Yunya's current cultivation efficiency is 3 times that of the past, which has almost explosively increased his speed of cultivation. The high-quality meals he consumes daily, when converted into regular food portions, amount to about 9 or 10 servings. During the first year, 1 meal was of D-grade quality, so that counts as 5 servings. In other words, he was originally twice the speed of cultivation in the first year, and now with the imaginative method, it has directly surged to 6 times the efficiency. He has now cultivated for 1 year, which is equivalent to 6 years of cultivation in the first year, making it completely incomparable. Moreover, this is only considering the D-grade food. In reality, Yunyi also consumes 1 portion of C-grade food daily, which allows him to gain 2 additional servings of nutrition, making his actual cultivation speed even faster. Therefore, in just 1 year, his cultivation level has directly soared from the initial foundation stage to the early stage of small success. This level, in the cultivation world, is merely the beginning, far from the limit. 10 years ago, black armored soldiers could easily topple the buildings of small villages and send a person flying with a single blow. Their strength could definitely be described as a one-man army, and Yunyi is still far from that. Upon reaching the minor success stage, Yunyi's training didn't go as smoothly as before. He immediately realized the shackles of his talent. Although his efficiency was higher than in the past, the limitations of his aptitude made it difficult for his physique to retain life energy. He needed to double his efforts to break through his physical limits and continue to expand the range of his energy. After some calculations, Yunyi found that he would need at least 2 to 3 more years to reach major success. This left him somewhat stunned. If major success was this difficult, what would completion be like? It seemed he had been overly optimistic. With his current aptitude, major success was the limit, and it was impossible for him to reach completion. Since that was the case, he decided to head directly to the Awakening Hall to begin attempting to awaken his spiritual roots. During the awakening period, he would practice the qi nourishing technique until he reached major success. Yunyi got up and headed straight for the Awakening Hall. Awakening the spiritual roots also had accompanying secret techniques that could significantly increase the success rate and make the awakening more controllable. Currently, to learn the awakening secret techniques, he could only go to the Awakening Hall to register. The registration requirement was minor success, and he had genuinely reached that level, so there was no reason for him to be turned away. On the other hand, Zhou Xian, who had registered a year earlier, was recommended by a teacher and took a shortcut. He entered the Awakening Hall after laying a foundation in the later stages, allowing him to familiarize himself with the awakening secret techniques a month in advance. Without a teacher's recommendation, Yunyi could only go after reaching minor success. The Awakening Hall was located deeper within the academy, occupying a vast area on its own. Essentially, it gathered many wealthy individuals and geniuses. Most of them were students who had passed at least the 4th examination, having accumulated many years of experience before finally entering the Awakening Hall at minor success. Of course, there were also some who entered the Awakening Hall after passing the 2nd or 3rd examinations. But they were often seniors who had yet to awaken their spiritual roots even after reaching the 5th examination. Awakening the spiritual roots was not guaranteed just by reaching minor success. It only had a chance of awakening at that level. In reality, the deeper one's cultivation, the higher the likelihood of awakening. If one reached major success, the chance of awakening was practically 100%, and there was no need for secret techniques. After entering the Awakening Hall, Yunyi quickly found the registration desk. The person responsible for recording was a young man with a bright smile. Upon seeing Yunyi, his eyes lit up as he immediately recognized that Yunyi was only 10 years old. Achieving minor success at such a young age indeed gave him a considerable chance of awakening his spiritual roots. He kindly said, "Junior brother, are you here to register? I'm Wang Yi, the recorder here. If I verify that you have indeed reached minor success, I'll fill in the information for you, and you can enter." "How will you verify?" Yunyi wrote. Oh, we just need to clap hands, Wang Yi replied. He didn't expect that this new student had a throat problem, which was a significant disadvantage. High communication costs made learning difficult, and he would naturally be slower than others. Moreover, the qi nourishing technique and awakening techniques were only of ordinary difficulty. The spiritual techniques were truly complex, and any mistake could even be life-threatening. A person unable to communicate effectively would have a bleak future. Yunyi raised his hand, signaling Wang Yi to clap. He had gotten used to it and was indifferent to others' gazes. While this was a significant flaw for others, it allowed him to think more quietly and reduce the chances of making mistakes. With a clap, as their hands met, Yunyi felt a jolt throughout his body, and the life energy generated from his qi nourishing came rushing forth. This surprised him greatly. After years of practice, he had never been able to mobilize this life energy. Until now, it had only played a passive role in nourishing his body and enhancing his physical quality. He had always thought that the so-called qi merely allowed him to perceive his life energy, but couldn't be actively utilized. Meeting Wang Yi today had clearly shattered this preconceived notion. Just because he couldn't use it didn't mean it was inherently unusable. You have indeed reached minor success, junior brother. After you fill in the information here, you can enter, Wang Yi said, withdrawing his hand and pushing a notebook in front of Yunyi. Name, age, realm, place of origin. After filling out the simple information, Wang Yi glanced at it and directly allowed Yunyi to enter. Rustle. There were quite a few people in the awakening hall. Not long after entering, Yunyi saw a large number of students sparring, the sounds of voices bustling. From the first to the fifth examination, as one progressed further, the weight of secondary and elective courses increased. Those who could enter the qi nourishing hall were all at least at minor success. The difficulty of continuing to improve in the core subjects was too high, so it was much better to practice combat skills. Entering the awakening hall didn't mean much. Awakening the spiritual roots was the real achievement. If Yunyi remembered correctly, although there were only 200 to 300 people in the second examination, as of this year, there were 27 who had reached minor success. The numbers for the third, fourth, and fifth examinations would only be higher, not lower. It was not surprising for the entire awakening hall to have over 100 people. Although he had figured out the method of imagination and gained a slight advantage, these advantages meant nothing in the awakening hall. There was no room for pride. Nevertheless, he had finally stepped out of the lower tier and entered a higher level, which encouraged him. Chapter 19, Teacher Qi Lian. Newcomers have arrived? I don't think I've seen them before. What's their background? I haven't seen them either. They should be the waste from the C and D halls, just a minor success. Many gazes were cast in his direction, and a significant number of them were malicious. Yunyi acted as if he hadn't seen or heard anything. In the entire prominent academy, only the children of noble families could speak up. For others, keeping quiet was the best solution. However, based on Yunyi's observations, the so-called noble children did not include the major families, such as the Liu family and other true power holders in Baisher town, whom Yunyi had never encountered. The ones who truly came to the prominent academy were ordinary noble families. They had mastered cultivation methods and held a portion of Baisher town's production resources, but they had not formed a complete closed loop and still needed to obtain resources from the prominent academy and the government. Nevertheless, as families that possessed production resources and controlled parts of Baisher town's industries, their status was vastly higher than that of commoners and wealthy merchants. Especially wealthy merchants, aside from outsiders. All wealthy merchants in Baisher town had to rely on noble families. Otherwise, their wealth would be harvested. In this situation, even though there were indeed quite a few wealthy individuals in the academy, their status was generally low, only slightly above that of commoners. So they usually maintained a low profile. As soon as Yunyi entered the prominent academy, he was identified as someone with a bit of money but lacking talent and family background, which was the basis for this assessment. Those who truly came from noble families found it much easier to cultivate the qi nourishing technique and would have stood out early on. Or rather, they would never have been classified as C or D level from the start. Yunyi quickly pushed open the door to the initial hall. Inside were piles of books, and a graceful young woman in a blue robe sat quietly at a desk reading. Although the room was extremely dim, for some reason, Yunyi felt as if the early sun was casting golden rays, making the blue-robed woman appear ethereal and stunning. But upon closer inspection, Yunyi only found everything to be blurry. He could only see the blue robe and sensed that this was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. But he couldn't make out anything else clearly, such as the color of her hair. Was it black, gray, or some other color? He couldn't tell, as if shrouded in a layer of gauze. This strange situation made Yunyi feel a deep contradiction in his mind, and for a moment, he felt somewhat dizzy. The next second, he quickly turned his gaze away. In this world, no matter how bizarre things were, it was best to attribute them to spiritual techniques. In the modern world, one might not disappear just for looking at someone, but in this world, that was not guaranteed. Whether it was the black-armored captain or the spiritual technique officer Lu Quan, both had the power to control him directly through gaze and language, even compelling him to take his own life. The blue-robed woman in front of him was so strange that she was definitely not someone he could provoke at the moment. Just as Xianxia was about to bow and ask questions, the blue-robed woman raised her eyes and spoke gently. Are you a new student? Please have a seat. I am the teacher of the initial hall, Xianxialian. You can call me Teacher Qilian. The teacher Xianxia wrote down while responding. Please forgive me. Teacher Qilian. I am Yangshi, and I just arrived today. What should I learn next? Xianxia did not elaborate on his throat issue, as in his experience. Most people did not want to know the reasons for their problems. It was better to get straight to the point and finish it early. Yangshi. I have noted that. I am responsible for informing you about the Awakening Hall situation. If you want to hear it, I can tell you now. The woman in the blue robe indeed did not ask much, and she spoke in a crisp voice that made people feel fond of her and sparked their imagination. Fortunately, Xianxia understood the complexities of this world well and did not overstep. Please start, teacher. The woman in the blue robe nodded and responded affirmatively, but immediately afterward, Xianxia lost control of his body and uncontrollably walked toward the hall. Just as Xianxia felt a thrill of horror, he realized he had walked to the cushion in front of Xianxialian's desk and was now sitting cross-legged in an upright position. Seeing Xianxia sit down, Xianxialian finally spoke. I apologize. I do not like formalities. Sitting is better than standing. Xianxia remained silent. Goodness. The previous invitation to sit was not just a formality. Although he wanted to sit, he did not dare to take it seriously due to the disparity in their status and power. Yet this woman directly told him to sit, making him feel as if his thoughts had been read. It wasn't mind reading. The divine method could only perceive certain emotions, and it is difficult for people to hide their feelings. She even said she wasn't reading minds. Xianxia was startled and quickly cleared his thoughts, not wanting to think about anything. If the secret of reincarnation were exposed, he would be in great danger. Fortunately, Xianxialian was indeed not lying. The divine method could only sense emotions and could not read minds directly. She continued, the Awakening Hall is divided into 3 parts: the initial hall, the middle hall, and the back hall. The initial hall focuses on awakening techniques, the middle hall on practical combat, and the back hall on spiritual methods. After learning the awakening technique in the initial hall for 1 month, you must participate in the ranking practical combat of the Awakening Hall, which continues until graduation, even after completing the spiritual root revival. As for the back hall, only those who have undergone spiritual root revival are qualified to enter and learn spiritual methods, which is still far away from you. Whoosh. A book piled in the corner flew up and landed in Xianxia's hands. It was a book without a cover or title, making it impossible to discern its content from the outside. I am just a guide and do not take responsibility for specific teaching. This book is my greatest help to you. It contains much knowledge that practitioners need to know, as well as a basic awakening technique, Xianxialian said softly. Yes, Xianxia had no understanding of this chain, but he naturally understood that he was locked in. This was a kind of spiritual method imposed on him after he agreed to keep a secret. This lock would prevent him from revealing the awakening technique in any form. Could it be that the awakening technique is something highly valuable? Xianxia first ruled out the possibility that the government restricted the spread of the awakening technique to avoid a high mortality rate. Any ruler in Baishir town would not be so kind-hearted. It must be due to some interest considerations that the government made the teachers expend extra effort to impose restrictions. To find out the answer, he first needed to understand the awakening technique. Xianxia could not help but glance at Xianxialian. She had already put down the scroll and began to explain the basics of cultivation. Before learning the awakening technique, you need to understand your limits. Cultivation requires talent. Those with excellent physiques can progress rapidly in nurturing their qi and can awaken their spiritual roots early. Even those with innate spiritual bodies awaken upon birth and can use immense power freely without any cost. Those with excellent consciousness can forcibly revive their spiritual roots and control stronger powers. Those born with divine methods can even perceive the past and future, changing the world with a thought. Those with excellent spiritual roots can absorb endless spiritual energy, progressing rapidly in cultivation. The legendary complete 5-element divine body can master all phenomena in the world, being invincible and born a saint. Those with excellent comprehension can gain insights from one and achieve enlightenment, which is essential for creating and mastering spiritual methods. The 4 heavenly obstacles of cultivation are physique, consciousness, spiritual roots, and comprehension. Regardless of who you are, before cultivating, you must understand your limits. Otherwise, you are likely to suffer a total setback due to overestimating yourself. Chapter 20. The 4 heavenly obstacles of cultivation. Can innate divine methods perceive the past and future? Is that true? Xianxia was suddenly horrified. Although each of his lives had nothing to do with the previous one, his daily words and actions, when combined, could potentially be linked together. What? Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a peculiar glance, wondering why the mention of the 4 heavenly obstacles would elicit such a horror. Not good. My reaction was a bit too intense. Xianxia quickly thought of a remedy and nervously wrote, "Is there really someone who can perceive the past and future? Wouldn't that mean no secret could be kept? No need to worry. That is the legendary innate divine method. And it is unlikely that anyone in the entire Luo dynasty possesses it, let alone in a small place like ours. Moreover, those with such talent are destined to shine everywhere and achieve great things, far beyond ordinary people like us." Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with understanding. Everyone has their privacy and secrets. It is hard to accept being known by others, and she can understand that. But others are not in the same world as you. And worrying about these things is meaningless, just like people would not care whether a few ants gathered together to flirt or fight. The secrets of ordinary people are not worth mentioning to such figures. There is no need to cast a glance. What is innate divine method? Is it hard to come by? Xianxia continued to ask. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled slightly, and Xianxia could sense that she thought he was adorably naive. Consciousness method, abbreviated as divine method, belongs to the soul's law, allowing the soul to innately comprehend and foresee the future, which is naturally extremely rare and usually does not occur. This is the kind of prodigy that only appears in myths and legends. It is just a possibility, and no one knows if it exists in the current era. The most talented genius in Baishur town possesses only the lowest level of innate divine method. What you need to understand now is yourself, not those myths. Physique law, consciousness law, spiritual root law, comprehension law. The path of cultivation has 4 blooming flowers, and each path is distinctly different, yet reflects upon each other. The spiritual root law is the easiest, followed by the physique law, then the consciousness law, and finally the comprehension law. Correspondingly, to develop the corresponding innate power. The spiritual root is the easiest, the physique is next, the consciousness is next, and the comprehension is last. In this prominent school, even those with strong spiritual roots are few and far between, let alone those with powerful consciousness. Once Xianxiaaudiobooks began speaking, the entire world became clear. It turned out that every type of talent represents a different path. Spiritual law is just the most basic and indispensable, but also the easiest. At the beginning of cultivation, one needs to understand where their talents lie to achieve twice the result with half the effort and attain success. So how can one know their talents? Spiritual tools made from spiritual law can reflect one's physique and spiritual roots. Generally, entering a prominent school is based on these 2 major talents for selection, and one will at least possess one of these talents. As for comprehension and consciousness, more stringent testing conditions are required, making it impossible to promote widely. To know, one can only rely on daily performance, such as learning speed and control over delicate movements, which can be reflected, even if not accurately. It is sufficient. Xianxia suddenly understood. Yangshu's physique talent is level. The talent of physique represents the speed of awakening spiritual roots, having an advantage in this aspect. It doesn't matter if the spiritual root is lacking. This is the reason Yangshu entered school with a level spiritual root. As long as the spiritual root is awakened, it counts as a fighting force, much better than having none. But unfortunately, due to resource limitations, even with a level physique, Yangshu could not awaken his spiritual roots. Therefore, he did not experience the difference after awakening when his spiritual root talent was weak. This is equivalent to having no future. I'm not sure if the so-called body method can change this situation. Before teaching the awakening technique, I will test your physical and spiritual talents. This test will be clearer than the one you had during enrollment, and you can judge the direction you want to take. Do you have any questions? A silver jade seal appeared in Xianxiaaudiobooks' hand. What are the 4 paths? How do I choose? Xianxia asked. After testing your talents, I will tell you. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. This knowledge is actually all in the books. Other teachers would likely just have him read them. But Xianxiaaudiobooks is not that type. She answers every question, as this is her way of nurturing her mind and spirit. Thus, the testing began. Soon she wiped the paper and handed over the results. Xianxia took it and was surprised to find a recommendation comment. Spiritual root talent, ordinary, fire attribute, completeness at 10, can attempt explosive type fire spiritual methods. Physical talent, extremely poor, very slow growth, low spiritual light, unable to cultivate and adapt to body methods. Although Xianxia did not understand the differences in these indicators, it seemed he was more suited for the spiritual path. Physically, he had not invested any points, so he was completely inadequate. Some extreme talents only have aptitude in spiritual methods, which is not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes having a strong physique makes combat much easier. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head and did not continue, instead directly starting to explain the 4 major heavenly obstacles corresponding to the 4 major heavenly paths. Body method, which strengthens the body with spiritual energy, using the speed and strength of the body to defeat the enemy, is characterized by the need to consume a large amount of resources to make progress. Spiritual method, which uses spiritual energy to stimulate spiritual roots and unleash the power of attributes. At its advanced level can burn mountains and boil seas. Divine method, mastering the divine consciousness. Understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth, from initially perceiving subtle signs to seeing through human hearts, to being able to turn countless people into puppets with a single thought. Seeing through the past and future, all of this is possible. As for the last path, the Tao method, I know very little about it. It is a path that requires great will and enlightenment. It is said that understanding it to the limit can lead to immortality and rewrite the laws of heaven and earth. This is far beyond common reasoning. No one in Baishur town has ever stepped onto this path. If the other three paths have clear routes, then the fourth path can only be said to be the Tao method of nature, with no written guidelines on how to walk this path. And there are no basic body methods, attribute spiritual methods, or even divine consciousness methods laid out before you. Xianxiaaudiobooks expressed regret when talking about the fourth path, as she was also searching for this fourth path. But undoubtedly, until today, she is already 171 years old and has not even grasped a hint of it. This path, even for a talent like her, is impassable. If it weren't for the family treasure of the G family right there, she might even doubt the existence of the Tao method. Immortal? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had read a lot of books, and every story involving cultivators, without exception, mentioned immortals. Every cultivator dreams of becoming part of that myth. True immortals. It is said that immortals can live forever. It is said that immortals can change the rules of heaven and earth. It is said that immortals are the spokespersons of the Tao of heaven. It is said that once one becomes an immortal, they can sweep the world. Immortals never speak of defeat. They are the strongest beings that can exist in the world, completely on a different dimension from other cultivators. This Tao method path dares to say it can achieve true immortality, clearly different from the other three paths. Indeed, becoming an immortal. Although the Luo dynasty has not produced a true immortal in its 200 years of existence, there are widespread claims that the Tao method contains the principles of achieving immortality. In various myths and legends, true immortals are often depicted as gaining enlightenment in a single moment, leading to changes in heaven and earth, thus altering the order of the world. Xianxiaaudiobooks said a lot, but all of this is hearsay and essentially meaningless. Yet Xianxia still felt excited because even if it was just a rumor, it was something he could not find in any book. Perhaps immortals really do exist. Chapter 21, Awakening Technique. Have you decided? Which path do you want to take? Spiritual method. A wise choice. The path of spiritual methods only requires talent and spiritual methods, while body methods and divine methods require extremely precious spiritual objects for assistance, making entry very difficult. Subsequently, Xianxiaaudiobooks told Xianxia about the entry methods for the four major heavenly paths. The so-called awakening technique is not just aimed at spiritual roots. If cultivating the body, one needs to first awaken the spiritual light of the body, and then awaken the spiritual root. If cultivating divine consciousness, one must first awaken the divine consciousness, followed by the spiritual root, and then the body. Under normal circumstances, the body and divine consciousness far lag behind the spiritual root in initial combat power. Without the corresponding resources and talents, these two paths are likely pure dead ends. Time waits for no one. In the evening, a hungry Xianxia walked out of the initial hall. It had only been a day, and he had not mastered the awakening technique, still needing to consult other teachers. Indeed, there were not just Xianxiaaudiobooks' teachings in the initial hall. She was only responsible for guidance, and the specific teaching was handled by other teachers. The scene of emptiness Xianxia saw was the norm. However, he felt that Xianxiaaudiobooks must be a beauty, even if he couldn't see her face. Just listening to her voice was captivating enough, so it shouldn't be this unpopular. What was I just doing? Just now, a large part of his memory was missing. He clearly remembered everything about the knowledge part, but he could not recall who taught him or what conversations took place. This bizarre situation was undoubtedly influenced by the divine method. The teacher in the initial hall had blurred the memories of the learner. What exactly did she do? Why erase memories? The information disparity directly made Xianxia feel a strong sense of caution. After all, he was a reincarnator, and just now his memories were erased. Did the other party know something? In this situation, countless calculations arose uncontrollably in Xianxia's heart. It was too dangerous. His secret absolutely cannot be exposed. Xianxia turned to leave. He currently could do nothing. He needed to quickly master spiritual methods and even divine methods to figure out what had happened, and if necessary, he might need to eliminate the owner of this room. Bang! A tall figure collided with Xianxia, causing him to take a step back. Xianxia looked up in surprise. Although he was lost in thought, he wasn't so oblivious as to not see the road. He had already dodged when he sensed someone approaching. This person had intentionally bumped into him. The tall figure was a boy about 15 years old, who was indeed quite tall compared to Xianxia. He smiled and pressed down on Xianxia's shoulder. Let's get acquainted. I'm Li Jia from the 100 Refinement Steel. You may not know what 100 refinement steel is, but I feel you need to join us. Yunyi did not expect trouble to come knocking. However, after a moment's thought, it was not surprising. Being able to enter the awakening hall, he was at least a reserve cultivator, and it was natural to attract attention. Originally, he was too inconspicuous to be affected by the conflicts of various factions, as he was simply not worth noticing. But now that he had entered the awakening hall, he had a little value, and there was room for exploitation. What do you want? Yunyi wrote. Private fights are prohibited in the entire academy. But how can those with power and influence not deal with an ordinary person? His parents in Baishir town, as scions of noble families, could easily manipulate him. Li Jia paid no attention to Yunyi's writing and continued smiling. You don't need to worry about that. Just hand over 10 pieces of patterned silver, and I can allow you to join the 100 refinement steel. Then you'll be one of us, and you can consult senior brothers. If there are good opportunities to make money, we'll bring you along too. Yunyi pondered for a moment and wrote, I don't have that much money. How about 5 pieces? 5 pieces of patterned silver could buy 50 portions of Class D premium food, which was already a considerable amount. He bargained. Not for any other reason, but to prevent people from thinking he was an easy target. Sure. Indeed, Li Jia nodded without any hesitation. Free money is always a good thing, and he didn't want to waste too much time on this. Perhaps you are new here and don't quite understand. But the Awakening Hall is not a place where one can survive alone. We, the 100 Forged Steel, are one of the 3 largest forces in the Awakening Hall. Joining us is definitely the right choice. According to Li Jia, participation in the practical ranking is mandatory, and the opponents are other students. Ideally, the practical ranking is a good mechanism for students to compete with each other and hone their practical skills. However, the reality is that the strong oppress the weak. Using a single misstep to seriously injure someone, wasting months of their time to gain the new recruits' offerings. The original 100 Forged Steel was established to resist such situations. And now, of course, we share our meals together. Exchanging 5 pieces of silver for peace is a form of forbearance before gaining strength. The 100 Forged Steel even has those who can revive spiritual roots. They are truly not to be trifled with. As for what Li Jia promised about consulting senior brothers and making money together, all of that is nonsense. 5 pieces of silver aren't compelling enough to make the 100 Forged Steel put in the effort. As the year came to an end, Yunyi unexpectedly passed the 2nd examination and stepped into the 3rd examination. Compared to last year's first exam results, Yunyi's scores this year saw a significant increase. Rated as good, his mastery of the qi cultivation technique directly improved from proficient to nearly perfected. This was just the part Yunyi displayed. The actual effect of his qi cultivation technique had already surpassed perfection. The foundational effect of the qi cultivation technique at perfection is roughly equivalent to a proficiency of 200. However, Yunyi's imaginative method has increased to 320, completely surpassing the foundational qi cultivation technique, suggesting he may already have reached the level of perfection in the foundational qi cultivation technique. As the year-end approached, Wang Yao also finally entered the minor achievement realm of the qi cultivation technique and joined the Awakening Hall. Thanks to the encouragement of the senior brothers in the Awakening Hall, Wang Yao's initially somewhat complacent attitude was quickly subdued, and he continued to strive hard. A month after the 2nd examination ended, Yunyi's qi cultivation level unknowingly reached the mid-stage of minor achievement, and his life energy grew stronger. At this time, Yunyi had roughly mastered the awakening technique, and the increase in life energy led him to decide to perform his first spiritual root awakening. The awakening technique is a method that consumes life energy to attempt to draw out the potential of the body. In other words, it is a way to evoke life energy. Yunyi didn't expect to learn the ability that Wang Yi had previously tested him on so quickly. He had thought it was something particularly profound. In fact, it indeed was. He didn't realize that the awakening technique was so complex. It's clear that it cannot be learned in a short time. Yunyi's face turned pale, and he felt a bit dizzy. He had thought he had grasped the key points and could use the awakening technique, but the reality was that he failed shortly after starting, wasting a large amount of life energy. Life energy cannot be consumed carelessly. The recovery time needed is far longer than that for physical strength. At this rate, he might not learn it even after a whole year. Chapter 22. Another village destroyed. It took Yunyi 10 days to recover from his first use of the awakening technique. Fortunately, Yunyi's first ranking battle was against someone from the 100 Forged Steel, so nothing went wrong. Of course, there were no benefits either. According to the 100 Forged Steel, they could lose to Yunyi at most 3 times. After that, it would be tough. They needed to pay more. In the practical ranking, winning a match earns points, while losing a match deducts points. If at the end of the year, the score is too low and falls within the last 20, even passing the 5th examination will result in a downgrade in treatment. Conversely, if one is not in the last 20, passing the 5th examination will result in an upgrade in treatment. Yunyi is currently in the 3rd examination. and his opponents will only be within that range. However, even within the same third examination, those who have studied for a year are significantly different from newcomers, which is enough for Yunyi to present overwhelming disadvantages in practical combat. Whether in physique, spiritual awareness, or comprehension, Yunyi is quite ordinary. Even intensifying his training in the Tiger Fist won't lead to a qualitative change. Therefore, Yunyi could only endure for now and think of other ways. There is at least one practical ranking each month, which means Yunyi has 2 months left to prepare. On the 6th at the training ground, Yunyi and Wang Yao practiced against each other, landing punches without mercy, and soon their bodies bore numerous injuries of varying sizes. However, they were already accustomed to this level of injury, as it was a basic requirement for practicing the Tiger Fist. With their physical strength severely depleted, the battle ended shortly after in a draw. Yunyi sighed, realizing how important talent truly is. He had calmly seized the opportunity to fight, growing at a pace far exceeding his talent limitations, yet Wang Yao could still match him to a draw, dragging the fight until both were exhausted. After a long battle and exchange, Wang Yao's stats were completely red. Sanha Village Villager, Wang Yao. Region, Baishir Town, Sanha Village. Lifespan, 1257. Fate. Physique. Spiritual awareness. Comprehension. Spiritual root. Tao artifact. 0 strength. Introduction. The son of a peasant from a grassroots background, harboring a single earth spiritual root. He may be able to settle in Baishir Town. Wang Yao's talent could be considered quite good. Dual talents, surpassing others significantly, should place him in a B-level academy. However, the talent in physique includes combat ability, while the spirit artifact cannot be detected. Under such circumstances, he could only count himself unlucky and be thrown into a C-level academy. The differences in teacher levels between A, B, C, and D academies are immense. Even their teaching mentality varies. A downgrade will slow one's development. With better teachers, Wang Yao's strength should be greater now, not merely matching Yunyi. After the match, Yunyi and Wang Yao jogged for a while, when suddenly Wang Yao seemed to remember something and said, "Have you heard? The village by Red Mountain was slaughtered by monsters overnight, with hundreds dead. No survivors?" Yunyi asked. "None. It was probably a horde of monsters. Or they encountered a disaster-level monster." Wang Yao shook his head. Yunyi remained silent. He felt that it was that group from Shibayan who struck again. In Baishir Town, where do so many monsters come from? If it were that frequent, even with more people in Baishir Town, it wouldn't be enough to die. The presence of so many villages around Baishir Town indicates its safety. Perhaps the army conducts regular sweeps, or there are some formations, or maybe some treasures. In any case, there must be a mechanism to maintain safety, as this directly affects the quality of life of the lord of Baishir Town. In just 10 years, including Xiaoya Village and Sanha Village, 4 villages have been destroyed overnight. This is far too many, enough to make people uneasy even in such a world. However, precisely because of this, the news has been sealed, and no one dares to openly discuss these villages. The people of Mingzhu Village are completely unaware. In this dangerous world, the cost of information exchange has skyrocketed. It seems like each village is an isolated fortress, and under deliberate information blockade, they can only fall into a muddled information cocoon. The reason Wang Yao learned about the village's destruction is that news circulating in Baishir Town is difficult to seal. The prominent academy gathers all kinds of people, and information spreads very smoothly. In the prominent academy, Yunyi learned that it had already been the 4th village destroyed by monsters. Yunyi wrote, "Although I can't rush it. Those with decent talent haven't awakened their spiritual roots. I fear I'm still far behind." Wang Yao said worriedly, "Then break through your limits." Yunyi stopped running. "Come on." The battle began anew. It continued until dusk. Disaster-level monsters are said to easily threaten a 1,000-man army. If a disaster-level monster appears near Baishir Town, it is highly likely that several teams of cultivators will be dispatched to hunt it down. However, as of now, Baishir Town has not taken any such action and continues to patrol the area. In Yunyi's view, the high-level officials of Baishir Town are full of doubts. The team of black-armored soldiers led by Shi Baiyan might have acted under the orders of the high-level officials of Baishir Town. In Shi Baiyan's tone, they were definitely not planning to act just once. Over the course of 10 years, it is entirely possible that they could replicate their actions several times. And so many actions managed to seamlessly evade detection by Baishir Town? Everything is speculation. Without first-hand investigation, one cannot know. Yunyi sits cross-legged, once again activating the awakening technique. The awakening technique requires no additional actions, only complete focus to channel the life energy within. The general feeling is to gather one's life energy towards the chest. In simple terms, spreading towards the brain awakens the spiritual consciousness, spreading throughout the body awakens spirituality, and gathering towards the chest awakens the spiritual root. Essentially, by condensing life energy into a closed sphere, Yunyi can complete the awakening of the spiritual root. However, during the gathering process, life energy constantly dissipates, and some areas may even suffer damage if the life energy flows through them, requiring Yunyi to adjust the flow path bit by bit. During the first attempt at the awakening technique, Yunyi faced a setback right from the start, as the guidance went awry and did not move in the direction he wanted. This second attempt, Yunyi felt more confident, yet he again faced failure. He stopped with a blank expression. It's true that having poor talent means you think you can control it, but your power will tell you otherwise. But I refuse. Indeed, quickly restoring vitality through medicine is a must. Starting today, I need to consume medicinal meals. Yunyi had to painfully spend more money to purchase the services that could only be enjoyed at the Awakening Hall. Medicinal meals, or rather, taking big medicine. This kind of medicine does not provide a large amount of energy and cannot replace food, but it allows the lost life energy to recover rapidly. It is essential for practicing the awakening technique, though it is a bit pricey. Yunyi's wallet could barely afford it, needing further income. Chapter 23. Approaching great success. Making money is always the hardest at the beginning. Although the methods Yunyi mastered for generating wealth were modest, it was mainly because he could not afford to spend extravagantly. During these days, with Xianxiu taking over, not only did the income soar, but Xianxiu also had experience and knew how to find a backer. After all, he had walked through the prominent academy and knew some people. But these people only recognized money, not people, so it would be pointless to seek them out in the past. Now that Yunyi has a way to make money, Xianxiu can leverage this to expand operations, although there are still some hidden dangers. Once it was heard that Xianxiu's son entered the Awakening Hall with a high chance of awakening his spiritual root and becoming a practitioner. These small amounts of money no longer attracted the attention of Xianxiu's old friends. It was merely an investment in Baishur town. Having an acquaintance is far more important than making a little extra money. Yunyi took the money, and his cultivation began to accelerate, with the proficiency of the awakening technique increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. 11-year-old Yunyi sat cross-legged in his room, with abundant life energy gathering towards his chest, constantly rotating and compressing to form a closed sphere. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in his mind, and the life energy dispersed. Yunyi once again failed to awaken. Under a somewhat pale face, his bright but fatigued eyes opened. I feel like I have almost reached the last step. It's just that my mastery of the qi nourishing technique is insufficient, so I need to take my time. Yunyi noticed that the small success level seemed very imperfect. If he were to awaken the spiritual root with a small success in the qi nourishing technique, it would likely leave hidden troubles and result in a significant loss of lifespan. Otherwise, if one could awaken the spiritual root at the small success level, he should have been able to easily awaken the spiritual root with his later stage qi nourishing technique. How could it falter at the last step? This last step, Yunyi could forcibly step over, but it would require exhausting life energy. This would lead to huge foundational defects in his body and a loss of at least over 10 years of lifespan. In the entire prominent academy, every graduating class had more than 20 people awakening their spiritual roots, but the vast majority of these people were small success awakenings. Only about 1/5 were great success awakenings. And only those who achieved great success in the qi nourishing technique could join the Black Armored Army. The others would join the ordinary spiritual law teams, executing more dangerous tasks with almost no training time. In other words, only by joining the Black Armored Army could one obtain more intelligence and have further possibilities. Although Yunyi did not care about the loss of lifespan, joining the Black Armored Army was a must. This year, Yunyi had sensed multiple times that he could break through, but he did not exhaust his life force to force a breakthrough. Instead, he waited for the qi nourishing technique to reach great success. Currently, the life energy was already filling his chest, arms, and most of his legs, reaching the latter stage of small success. As long as he completely covers his legs, Yunyi would reach great success in the qi nourishing technique, which shouldn't take long. However, for the great success level, the effectiveness of the premium food had become difficult to achieve, with almost no progress. Currently, Yunyi was consuming B-grade premium food daily, costing 300 xian copper a day, making money feel utterly worthless. It's no wonder that there are not many spiritual root revivers in Baishur town. It's simply too expensive to sustain. Even the major families and the military, who eat at cost price and have a lot of money, cannot produce food out of thin air. How much they can sustain depends entirely on productivity. However, the productivity during the feudal era was indeed too low. Even if they drained the common people's blood, maintaining a scale of hundreds was the limit. Soybean cakes. Selling soybean cakes. Delicious soybean cakes. Fresh grilled fish. If it's not delicious, come hit me. Just 1 xian copper. It's worth it. Big buns, lots of meat and thin skin. One is enough to fill you up. Come take a look. Various hot foods were being hawked for sale. In the bustling little street, a long line formed in front of one stall. as Yangshu and his wife wiped their sweat and quickly served fragrant noodles to each customer, making those waiting in line eager with anticipation. Many vendors watching this scene turned pale. The customers' stomachs are limited. If they eat at his stall, they naturally wouldn't visit their own. There was one stall attracting a large number of customers, which was almost killing them. They wished they could directly find someone to smash the stall. However, unfortunately, someone had warned them before setting up shop. The other party had paid protection money, and they were not allowed to act. However, they could console themselves that there were still others who could compete with this couple. Over the years, a few other food stalls had also done very well. Although their sales were not as high as Yangshu and his wife, they were still much better than them. Thanks to them, Yangshu and his wife could not monopolize the market. Perhaps some would wonder why they would find comfort in this, as it was not them making the money. The reason is simple. If one person monopolizes, everyone feels hopeless, and the firepower is directed at one person. But if it's a situation of evenly matched strength, then it's not just luck, but rather the other party's hard power. Otherwise, why would several stalls flourish while they cannot? Thus, hope exists, and everyone thinks they still have a chance, resulting in less resentment. However, perhaps no one knows that the source of these flourishing vendors is actually one family. It's just that to prevent being recognized, they used different flavored sauces. In total, there are 4 stalls, which can basically provide over 500 Xian copper in sales every day, with sales skyrocketing, prompting all 4 stalls to hire extra help for some odd jobs, or else they wouldn't be able to keep up. Yunyi came to take a look and quickly left. In his view, this was merely small-scale skirmishes. The scale had reached its peak. If he could become the ruler of Baishur town, with no constraints, Yunyi could directly promote technological development, fundamentally improving productivity, rather than cautiously engaging in business to make money while being unable to buy anything. Yunyi and Wang Yao stood in a corner of the empty academy, discussing the future. As an outlier in this academy, Yunyi had instilled many radical ideas in Wang Yao. After 3 years, 13-year-old Wang Yao's thinking had taken shape, and he was now able to keep up with Yunyi's thoughts. From time to time, the two would discuss future possibilities, evoking a feeling of young people preparing for entrepreneurship. This was a growth experience that Yunyi had never felt in the modern world. He had merely muddled through studying and working without any personal thoughts, and naturally could not strive together with like-minded individuals. It could be said that exploring a way out and breaking new ground with Wang Yao had become another motivation for him besides seeking revenge. Speaking of which, sure too. Why did your family name you Xianxia? Was it because there happens to be a large stone under the willow at your home? No, they just hoped I could be steady, so they chose that name. But you, the character Yao is quite rare. It doesn't seem like a name chosen by ordinary farmers. My family starved to death long ago. This name was given to me by the village chief after he took me in. He hoped I could become a noble person and help the village like he does, so my full name became Yao. Oh, do you want to become a noble person? Wang Yao said firmly. Yunyi suddenly realized that he seemed to have unintentionally nurtured a budding willow. If he wanted Wang Yao to cooperate with him, he naturally had to increase the difficulty of being swayed, so he expressed a large amount of hatred towards the aristocratic families. Undoubtedly, the hatred for the aristocratic landlords is deeply rooted in the hearts of everyone in this world, and there is no need for Yunyi to fabricate it. Only fear and reality made this hatred intense, yet unable to be expressed, even less able to shake the dominance of the aristocratic families. While Wang Yao was being filled with a lot of emotions by Yunyi, he also learned some thoughts that Yunyi inadvertently revealed, which awakened him and turned him into an idealist. Interesting. Very interesting. Yunyi suddenly decided not to hide his dragon-slaying technique anymore. The most suitable moment was indeed starting from now. He had had enough of the aristocratic families. Whatever he did, he had to consider the factors of the aristocratic families first. Even if Yunyi possessed a vast amount of knowledge, he could not realize it. The wickedness of the world was absurdly extreme. The financial tycoons and internet giants of the modern world were not even fit to carry shoes here. With this thought, Yunyi decided to teach Wang Yao the imagination method to accelerate his growth. Chapter 24, Revival of the Spiritual Root. Yunyi stretched his body, moving like flowing clouds and flowing water. After 6.5 years of repeated practice, Yunyi was so familiar with the movements of the qi-nourishing technique that it had become second nature. The movements appeared to flow as smoothly as a dance. Yunyi's actions became more intense. Streams of white vapor rose from his entire body as the life energy within him continuously circulated, gradually pressing down on his legs and channeling the energy into his feet. Crack! It was as if shackles had been broken. Yunyi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The qi-nourishing technique had reached great success. Great success meant that the internal energy was connected throughout the limbs and bones. Of course, this did not include the head, which was the realm of perfection, as difficult as reaching the heavens. The paper difficulty was 10 to 20 times greater which was indicative. And this level of difficulty was not fixed for everyone, but targeted at geniuses. Only when you are a genius can you potentially achieve perfection by putting in 10 or 20 times the effort. For someone like Xianxia, once he stepped into great success, it meant there would be no further progress. If he wanted to break through, he could only consume valuable spiritual medicine. Xianxia himself was unwilling. Why not hide and wait for the next life to have even greater talent before using it? With poor talent, even one spiritual medicine that could change the fate of a protagonist would not be enough here. Even 10 wouldn't suffice. The physique, spiritual root, and divine consciousness all correspond to the utilization rate of the respective treasures. If the physique is poor, no matter what is eaten, one cannot gain weight and cannot absorb nutrients. If the spiritual root is poor, the effectiveness of the spiritual medicine is greatly diminished. The same goes for divine consciousness. Treasures that train divine consciousness are not very effective when used on a waste, unless it is a treasure so extraordinary that it can even alter one's innate talent. Achieving great success in the qi nourishing technique was indeed a world apart. Xianxia waved his arms casually, and the energy surged forth, a sense of power emerging. Once the energy coursed through his body, Xianxia felt light and agile, with his strength coalescing, his power increasing by more than half. At this moment, if he were to participate in a real combat ranking, he would not fear anyone, unless it was a genius who had revived their spiritual root. Otherwise, he would have a significant advantage over anyone. At the very least, he could force a tie. 11 years and 6 months old. Xianxia had barely passed the 4th examination 6 months ago. His secondary subjects were fine, but he was already falling behind in the core subjects. If he hadn't revealed some of his qi nourishing technique cultivation, he would have definitely been demoted. By the time of the 4th examination, the various treatments for students increased again, with the previously provided grade D meals upgraded to grade C. However, these meant little to Xianxia, who had already developed the efficiency of the imagination method to over 400 and was eating grade B meals daily. He was destined to advance to great success at this time, and then awaken his spiritual root. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground, repeating an action he had performed at least 100 times before. Awakening technique. Spiritual root awakening. The life energy in his chest swirled, pulling all of his life energy toward the center. Xianxia precisely controlled the flow of all life energy, minimizing loss. This process felt both long and fleeting. As the life energy gathered into a complete sphere, Xianxia suddenly saw the color of his own vitality. It was a light green, like the color of a newly sprouted leaf, and Xianxia could sense a certain vitality contained within it. Boom! Fiery patterns spread across Xianxia's forehead, flames spontaneously igniting, surrounding his body and illuminating the young man with extraordinary heroism. His hands, palms facing each other on his chest, also exhibited a phenomenon. A red airflow flowed between them, resembling a vortex that sucked in the surrounding air. Xianxia knew that the birth of the spiritual void would draw the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, rapidly filling the empty spiritual void. It would not stop until it was full. What he needed to do was maintain his focus, ensuring the smooth extraction of spiritual energy and avoiding any issues. At the same time that Xianxia awakened his spiritual root, awakening hall, several spiritual root awakeners turned their gaze toward Xianxia's direction. Such a scale of spiritual energy extraction was another talent awakening their spiritual root after achieving great success in qi nourishing technique. Unexpectedly, there were commoners who could comprehend this, but it was just a basic qi nourishing technique. Becoming a soldier in the black armored army wouldn't lead to much of a future. Keep an eye on it. Achieving great success in qi nourishing technique and completing the revival of the spiritual root is enough for me to be a dog for the Zhu family. Yu had previously mentioned that achieving great success in qi nourishing technique could allow one to enter the black armored army as a reserve, with limitless prospects. But Yu's vision was still too narrow. The black armored army was only a limitless future in the eyes of ordinary people. How could commoners grasp the true future? No wonder forcibly awakening the spiritual root caused continuous loss of life force. The destructive power of spiritual energy on the body was extremely high. Without the isolation formed by life energy in the spiritual void, the more one used, the faster they would die. Xianxia opened his hand, and a fiery lotus appeared out of thin air. Though it was rough, in his eyes, it was 1,000 times more beautiful than any artwork. With just a thought, he could create flames out of nothing. How magical was that? How wonderful. Moreover, according to his feeling, even if he had only initially awakened his spiritual root, he could instantly set the entire room ablaze with full force. This power, even 100 Wang Yaos would be defeated in one move. It was a complete qualitative change. Moreover, as Xianxia lifted his hand that was pressed against the ground, deep handprints were pressed into the surface. The ground of the academy dormitory was not made of mud or wooden boards, but was covered with neat floor tiles. He had merely moved casually, yet he had directly pressed a handprint into the ground. How terrifying was his current power? The revival of the spiritual root marked the beginning of entering the spiritual realm. Once in the awakening state, one's strength would increase tenfold in all aspects, spiritual energy, physique, and spirit, at the cost of burning life. This was recorded in books. It was also reality. Xianxia originally thought he had overcome the depletion of life force, but to his surprise, after awakening his spiritual root, he still needed to consume life force. Although it was slower, it did indeed consume it. A minus sign appeared intermittently on his lifespan panel. Clearly, he had already constrained the spiritual energy with his Ling Kong, so why was his lifespan still being consumed due to transformation? After awakening his spiritual root, Xianxia gained a more refined introspective ability and began to observe more deeply. As a result, he discovered the problem. Ling Kong was a sphere formed by life force. While it could constrain spiritual energy, it would still be worn away by the spiritual energy, albeit at a significantly reduced rate compared to letting the spiritual energy run rampant. Once in the state of spiritual root revival, his power was enhanced in all aspects, which allowed the spiritual energy to invade his entire body. Even though Ling Kong could spontaneously protect him, it inevitably led to an increase in life force depletion with the intensification of battles. In other words, members of the spiritual law team, even if they did not die from various dangers, would still die from life force depletion. At this moment, Xianxia finally understood why the death rate of the spiritual law team remained high. It turned out that these ordinary people were merely consumables, and the Academy of Prominent Learning had not taught them a complete cultivation method. Chapter 25. Mastering Power in a Small Grove at Dusk. Two boys leaned against a tree and whispered to each other. You actually completed the revival of your spiritual root so quickly. Wasn't it said that you were still a long way from full success? How could the imagining method be so effective? Wang Yao scratched his head. The imagining method has already surpassed the perfect mastery of the qi nourishing technique, don't you think? Plus, with my income skyrocketing, it won't take long. Once the qi nourishing technique reaches great success, the revival of the spiritual root will happen naturally. Next, I will join the Black Armored Army and look for opportunities to expand operations. With more resources, if you put in the effort, you should be able to catch up quickly, Xianxia replied. Wait, are you going first? Wang Yao frowned. He had always felt that Baisher Town was extremely dangerous. In such a situation, he should be the one to scout ahead. Why was Xianxia always a step ahead? I have additional considerations. You should not join the spiritual law team. Just pretend you can't awaken your spiritual root and wait to be expelled from the awakening hall, Xianxia said. What is this plan? Wang Yao was surprised. Without infiltrating the spiritual law team, what achievements could he make from the outside? After awakening my spiritual root, I discovered a major issue. If you can't achieve great success with the qi nourishing technique, using spiritual root revival will lead to a quick death. This thing consumes lifespan. Whether you enter the spiritual law team or the Black Armored Army, it's not a good thing. It would be better to build power from the outside. By then, there will be more trustworthy people and more things you can do. Plus, I want to make a big stir in the Black Armored Army, and if something goes wrong, it will be easier for you to hide outside, Xianxia said. You're really not afraid of death, huh? Fine, I'll stay and help Uncle Yang. Wang Yao agreed. He admired Xianxia for being able to create such a secret technique as the imagining method, which showed he had great wisdom. However, wise people often act cautiously. There's an old saying, those who are righteous often slay dogs, while the ungrateful are mostly scholars. Xianxia, in such a clever situation, was resolute and had the courage to take risks. No wonder even his casual remarks could make him perceive the essence of the world. A day later, in the awakening hall, back hall, the middle-aged man responsible for recording looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, since that's the case, follow me. The middle-aged man, named Shenin, was the head of the back hall of the awakening hall, handling all matters big and small. For a group of just over 100 people, there was no issue of insufficient energy for those who had revived their spiritual roots. He would personally test Xianxia's power. If Xianxia was here to waste his time, he wouldn't waste words. Lying down for half a year would be his lenient outcome. The two arrived at the exclusive training ground of the awakening hall, which was the number 6 training ground. Shun An's arrival attracted the attention of many, and 3 extraordinary young men and women exchanged glances and stepped forward together. Instructor Shun, good afternoon. The 3 greeted simultaneously. Huang Yuping, Fang Jia, and Zhu Xiaohong. You 3 are all here. It seems I missed something. Shannon glanced at Xianxia. Instructor wasn't here the other day, so naturally, he didn't know. If I'm not mistaken, he is the newcomer who has achieved great success in the qi nourishing technique and awakened his spiritual root, right? Huang Yuping mentioned Xianxia. However, Xianxia remained silent, instead scrutinizing the 3. Huang Yuping was a fair-skinned youth. Although he wore the same uniform, his demeanor was completely different from ordinary people, confident and sharp. Fang Jia was very robust, with long hair cascading down his shoulders and an exuberant temperament. Yunyi recognized him as he was currently the leader of the 100 Forged Steel, having seen him a few times despite not participating as a member. As for the last one, Zhu Xiaohong, although Yunyi had never met her, he had heard of her reputation. Currently, she was recognized as the strongest in the Academy of Prominent Learning. She hailed from the Zhu family, the daughter of the current head of the Zhu family, which was second only to the Lu family in terms of large clans. Very few core members entered the Academy of Prominent Learning, let alone women. Since her enrollment, every move she made had garnered immense attention. The three gathered in the training ground, which was not often visited, with only one purpose: Yunyi. Shannon knew that Yunyi had most likely genuinely awakened his spiritual root and was a chi-nourishing technique achiever. He said, "Since you are also interested, why not let you give it a try? Is that okay, Instructor Shin?" Huang Yuyun smiled as he stepped forward, showing no intention of declining. Fang Jia and Zhu Xiaohong raised their eyebrows. Speaking of similar strength, what nonsense was this? Which of them had not practiced spiritual law for 4 to 5 years? A newcomer who had just awakened his spiritual root and had not even touched spiritual law would only result in an overwhelming defeat in battle. However, it would indeed be quite a spectacle. Then go ahead. Shannon, too lazy to intervene, directly made the decision. "Thank you, Instructor. Please, junior brother," Huang Yuping gestured. Neither of them considered Yunyi's opinion, and Yunyi had no choice but to accept calmly. About 5 meters apart, the two clasped their fists in greeting. "Yang sure, right? You can start." Huang Yuping gestured for him to begin, his body not even assuming a stance, showing clear disdain. Yunyi was intent on fighting well, so he assumed the starting position of the tiger fist. His fists crossed, and his muscles tensed. At that moment, Yunyi felt something different. His past tiger fist was more of a flashy technique than a combat skill, with many moves lacking practical significance, such as the starting position, which wasted energy. However, after awakening his spiritual root, as soon as he assumed the starting position, Yunyi immediately felt a difference. Life energy began to move. The life energy that had originally been stagnant throughout his body began to flow spontaneously in a cycle as soon as he struck the pose. Most of it gathered in his arms and between his legs. In this world, life energy represented another form of energy characteristic corresponding to the body's muscle tissue. What does the gathered life energy represent? Boom. Like a leap, Yunyi's foot stomped the ground, causing a tremor, and his entire body shot out like an arrow, directly soaring 3 meters forward. This was achieved without any running start, merely with a single push from one leg, giving Yunyi the actual feeling of running in midair like a martial arts dream. Simply exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, Yunyi pounced like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, rushing in front of Huang Yuping, and then unleashed a ferocious move with a 180-degree turn and swing of his arm, whip hammer. At that moment, the vast majority of his life energy gathered in his right arm, and the air exploded with sound. Yunyi could feel that his strength had absolutely multiplied several times. Completely different from before awakening his spiritual root. Striking a person would likely crush bones easily, shatter internal organs, and leave them dead beyond recovery. But with such a fierce strike, Huang Yuping smiled calmly, casually extending his hand to block, and surprisingly, all the power vanished in the astonished gaze of Yunyi. Following that, Huang Yuping stepped forward. Yunyi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this move many times in movies. Almost without thinking, the fiery pattern on his forehead flickered, and his power surged several times, taking a step back. Chapter 26. The Huge Power Gap. Boom. Huang Yuping's elbow strike was so fast that it was almost unnoticeable, directly hitting Yunyi just a few centimeters from his chest. The air exploded, causing Yunyi's clothes to flap violently, continuing without pause. Seeing this power, Yunyi took another step back, silently clasping his hands together. "Thank you, Yuan, junior brother. Your reaction is quite fast. Let's do it again." Huang Yuping grinned, stepped back, and once again made a gesture of invitation. This was naturally very provoking. Even though Yunyi knew that Huang Yuping was just showing off, he couldn't do anything about it. At his current level, even if he used the spirit root revival, it probably wouldn't be enough for Huang Yuping to similarly activate his spirit root. It would only drain his own life. But given the current situation, Yunyi knew that if he didn't use his spirit root, this battle wouldn't be called off. Yunyi struck a starting pose, and in his breath, fiery patterns spread from his forehead, with one fire ring after another appearing. Indeed, it was a mature-level spirit root revival, without any sense of weakness. The only issue was that his physique was too weak, lacking combat power. The Fong family commented, "He can be trained. I happen to be in need of a servant. You won't fight me for it, will you?" Zhu Xiaohong brushed her finger across the corner of her left eye, sparks flickering, drawing an eyeliner. "One or many. The Black Armored Army is not easy to join. Now all 5 teams are full." The Fong family caught the hidden meaning and couldn't help but sneer. The Black Armored Army indeed hasn't broken through 50 members. But that doesn't mean the Black Armored Army can exceed 50. They are all alone now. Who to be a dog for, not a dog? Zhu Xiaoang said. No matter how many dogs, it won't help in the Black Armored Army. The Fang family continued to watch. Surrounded by flames, Yunyi generated one yellow fire ring after another, containing terrifying heat. All his attributes surged dramatically. Speed, strength, and even spiritual perception all increased tenfold, entering a completely different new realm. In this state, he could win without using any techniques, just one punch for a regular opponent. This was the strongest move of a Spirit Root Reviver. When activating the Spirit Root, the cultivator borrowed the power of heaven and earth, and their strength was naturally worlds apart from their usual state. Come again. After Yunyi spoke, the fire rings danced, following him as he charged towards the still smiling Huang Yupeng. So soon to risk it all, his temperament doesn't seem too good. The Fang family commented again. Textbooks have written that activating the Spirit Root drains life. You wouldn't think that great mastery of the Qi cultivation technique is any different, right? Zhu Xiaoang glanced at him. You're a bit annoying. Can you stay away after you speak? Like a fly. Not activating the Spirit Root. What is there to test? Speaking without thinking. Second miss is indeed domineering. I'll keep my mouth shut. The Fang family chuckled. Yunyi directly charged in, engaging in close combat with Huang Yupeng. He seemed to have completely ignored the lesson, actually fighting against Huang Yupeng, who could crush him in close combat. Was he relying on the powerful flames after the Spirit Root Revival? Huang Yupeng didn't even move, the emerald light swaying, enveloping his entire body. Spirit Technique, Wood Barrier. Spirit Root Revival is a big move, but without reviving the Spirit Root, there are spirit techniques that can replace conventional combat. Huang Yupeng's spirit technique was the Wood Barrier. Layers of wood spirit power blocking everything. Come. Huang Yupeng stood in place, not dodging, directly receiving Yunyi's Spirit Root Revival big move. Boom. All the fire rings exploded, mercilessly engulfing Huang Yupeng, completely shrouding him in a sea of flames. At first glance, the situation looked dire, but no one present was worried about Huang Yupeng's safety. Not to mention the Fang family. Even Zhu Xiaoang and a few others who were aware of their own strength levels didn't think Huang Yupeng would lose. Fire attributes do indeed restrain wood attributes, but it was only a weak restraint, far from reversing the enormous disparity in strength. Moreover, with such a power gap, even a strongly restraining metal attribute would be meaningless. Next, it should be Brother Huang's counterattack. Things developed naturally. The flames burned, revealing Huang Yupeng's figure. Huh. Most people showed expressions of astonishment. The figure in the flames seemed to be struggling? Could it be, with such a gap in spirit technique levels? Brother Huang should be able to easily extinguish these flames, right? Someone chuckled awkwardly. I don't think so. Brother Huang awakened his Spirit Root 4 years ago, and now the Wood Barrier spirit technique has reached a minor mastery. There's no way he could be unable to suppress the newly born flames. Someone's expression turned serious, staring at the flame mass, waiting for it to extinguish to see the outcome. But what they heard next was a roar. Revive. The emerald light instantly illuminated the flames, and Huang Yupeng walked out, somewhat gloomy, completely unharmed. Even his clothes were not stained with dust, but the green patterns on his forehead shone gradually. He used Spirit Root Revival. What a joke, Spirit Root Revival. To suppress a newcomer's flames. And it actually forced the leader of the Qingmu Society to use Spirit Root Revival? Are these flames that sinister? So strange, clearly. I didn't feel these flames were strong, yet they couldn't even be stopped by Huang Yupeng. The crowd was in an uproar. Although it was just using Spirit Root Revival, Yunyi was still overwhelmingly weak in terms of combat power. But this was enough to indicate the problem. Yunyi had just stepped into this realm, lacking 4 full years compared to Huang Yupeng. If Yunyi had another 4 years, the outcome might not be the same. This was the talent of the Spirit Root. It must be that the completeness of his Spirit Root far exceeded Huang Yupeng's, allowing him to suppress Huang Yupeng with the newly born fire attributes. Impressive. This is my full strength, and I lost. Yunyi wrote directly without waiting for Huang Yupeng to speak. Although he still had some strength left, compared to Huang Yupeng, who stood at the pinnacle of the awakening hall, he was clearly far behind. So he simply lifted the Spirit Root Revival state, bowed, and retreated to the sidelines, indicating his attitude. Your talent is indeed impressive. I didn't expect even my wood barrier couldn't extinguish it, hee. In the future, we will have opportunities to spar. Next time, I'll guide you. Huang Yupeng deeply looked at Yunyi, without making any harsh remarks. After suppressing his gloom, he bid farewell to Shunin. This scene sent chills down the spines of the students present, who shook their heads in disbelief. If it were them, even with outstanding talent, they would never be so foolish as to provoke Huang Yupeng. Offending Huang Yupeng, it's simply impossible to survive in the academy. However, this juicy gossip was quite enjoyable. Seeing Huang Yupeng take a hit was amusing to them. It was just that the Qingmu society members were quite hurt. Huang Yuping was humiliated. And they felt it as well, casting various cold glances. Mature spirit root revival. What you said is not false. I will report this, and when the time comes, you can freely choose to join the Black Armored Army or continue cultivating in the academy. Shannon said, I will think about it carefully. Yun Yi wrote. Chapter 27. The recruitment of the aristocratic families. Shannon said no more and left the training ground. Yun Yi followed, but his shoulder was directly pressed down by a large hand. Turning around, he saw the Fong family's seemingly smiling expression, and he said, Junior brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Being able to outsmart Huang Yuping means your future days won't be easy. Why not join my 100 Forged Steel? Yun Yi had already joined 100 Forged Steel, but the Fong family naturally didn't know this. He either cultivated or indulged in pleasure and wouldn't pay attention to the little people in 100 Forged Steel. But today was different from the past. Yun Yi had awakened his spirit root. He was no longer the small character he used to be, and he was no longer afraid of ordinary troubles. So Yun Yi was ready to refuse. However, there was more than just the Fong family present. Zhu Xiaohong grabbed Fong's arm, her delicate hand appearing weak compared to Fong's sturdy forearm. Yet Fong was rendered immobile under her grip. Zhu Xiaohong's cold voice rang out. Fong, can you not understand human language? I want this person. Fong's expression changed, although he was very displeased with Zhu Xiaohong in terms of strength. Even with his numerous trump cards far exceeding the level of the Awakening Hall, he was still far from Zhu Xiaohong. In a world of the extraordinary, the gap in talent was nearly insurmountable, and the strongest could easily kill the second strongest, which was almost the norm. In this Awakening Hall, no one was a match for Zhu Xiaohong. Offending her could spell disaster, even for steel as tough as 100 Forged. However, weighing the pros and cons, Fong still did not give up. What you say is useless. This depends on the junior brother's opinion. Junior brother, what do you say? Joining the 100 Forged Steel will definitely bring benefits beyond your imagination. Yun Ye's heart stirred. Benefits beyond his imagination? This statement seemed to have some substance. Not just empty words. But Yun Yi still did not trust the aristocratic families. He extended his finger, tracing over the paper, and marked a pitch-black line at the contact point. Thank you for your kind intention, but I will join the Black Armored Army. What does it matter? The Black Armored Army naturally also has 100 Forged Steel, which would just help to strengthen his relationship with the seniors. Fong's expression stiffened, and the little hand on his wrist almost crushed his bones, emitting a creaking sound. Yun Yi glanced at Fong in surprise. Why was this person so eager to win him over? Aren't commoners just consumables? Was it because of the complete qi cultivation technique? Zhu Xiaohong released her grip, coldly glancing at Fong, then turned to Yun Yi. You'd better think it through. 100 Forged Steel is just a third-rate thing. Most of the power lies with the spiritual law team. In the Black Armored Army, even a single team position is not available. If you join the Black Armored Army as a member of 100 Forged Steel, you'll probably just be suppressed. In just a few simple sentences, Yun Yi seemed to see the power structure of Bai Shi Town. Moreover, seeing Fong's increasingly dark expression, it seemed Zhu Xiaohong was not talking nonsense. Spiritual Law Team. Black Armored Army, Awakening Hall. Spiritual Law Officer, Spiritual Law Deputy Officer. He wondered which faction in the prominent study hall represented the Spiritual Law Officer. 100 Forged Steel. Qingmu Association, Zhuhong. These are the three largest groups in the Awakening Hall. It's clear that 100 Forged Steel and Zhuhong are not. So it must be the Qingmu Association. Furthermore, if you offend Huang Yuping, even though the Qingmu Association doesn't have much power in the Black Armored Army, as a member of an aristocratic family, dealing with you would still be easy. You can only pledge loyalty to me if you want a chance. Zhu Xiaohong instantly shattered Yun Yi's assumptions. The Awakening Hall actually has no official powers at all. What is going on? At the beginning of the school year, it was always Lu Quan coming to give speeches to win hearts, but there was not even any internal organization or precautions taken. Even the most foolish wouldn't be that foolish. Otherwise, how could they suppress so many aristocratic families? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Yun Ye's mind. It seemed he grasped something, but it was fleeting, and he couldn't fully understand it. He only felt that the Ji family must have their reasons for doing this. Not just the reason for their family's decline. Perhaps the aristocratic families knew the reasons? Otherwise, they wouldn't be recruiting soldiers and stirring up trouble. What are you hesitating about? Being my servant is your honor. A pair of red eyes suddenly locked onto Yun Yi, as if he were being targeted by a fierce tiger, waking him up instantly. Under Zhu Xiaohong's impatient gaze, an aura was revealed, one that far surpassed Yun Ye's power. As a talented member of an aristocratic family, Zhu Xiaohong had ample resources, a highly skilled teacher, and was 3 to 4 years older than Yun Yi. In every aspect, Yun Yi had no chance of comparison, so he had no doubt that this girl could kill him in an instant. Being targeted by such a person was indeed a huge trouble, but even so, Yun Yi had no intention of agreeing. The Zhu family just wanted to raise a dog. This was not something a human could compromise on. Although it was very tempting and could lead to a stable life, he refused. Yinyi spoke up. His voice, even when using the power of his spiritual root, still sounded unpleasant, but his meaning was very clear. I refuse. There is no room for negotiation. You refuse? Zhu Xiaohong looked at Yinyi, almost unable to comprehend his words for a moment. She said, no way. You must have misunderstood something. When did you have the right to refuse? Not just Zhu Xiaohong. Even Fang cast him a strange look. Refusing him was normal. But to refuse Zhu Xiaohong after that was a bit like seeking one's own death. Was this commoner a little mentally challenged? Yinyi probably knew what the two were thinking. This was how the world was. Just like in business, one must rely on certain people. To become a spiritual root reviver, one must naturally serve an aristocratic family, becoming part of the system. This was without exception. As long as one was a commoner without a strong backing, they had to join either the military or an aristocratic family. To dare to refuse meant only a dead end. However, Yinyi found it very strange. Hadn't he already said he would join the Black Armored Army? What reason did they have to think serving an aristocratic family was better than serving the government? The ruler of Baishur town was clear and unambiguous. It was the Ji family. Was it arrogance? Or was there really a reason? Soon, Yinyi made his judgment. If it were other aristocratic family members, the possibility of them being useless was not low, and their words held little credibility. But when it came to Fang and Zhu Xiaohong, Yinyi did not believe they were useless. Their credibility could be elevated. So, I refuse. Since it is the prominent study hall that has given me the opportunity to become a cultivator, I will only join the Black Armored Army. The two did not stay in place, all looking at him with extremely strange expressions. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so grateful. It seems we overlooked you. But it doesn't matter. You'll remember this soon enough. Fang stretched his body. His sturdy figure gave off a strong sense of oppression, making one feel that he could erupt into violence at any moment. But nothing happened. He just stretched a bit and then left, as if he had lost interest. Chapter 28, Spirituality. I'll be waiting for you to come to me, junior brother. Zhu Xiaohong patted Yunyi's shoulder condescendingly before brushing past him, not saying anything more. In their view, putting some pressure on Yunyi would eventually make him yield. After glancing at the two's departing figures, Yunyi left as well. Yunyi knew his shortcomings. Focusing on cultivation had indeed accelerated his growth, but due to having too few friends, he could not access information from the upper echelons, leaving him unaware of many things. The three factions of the Awakening Hall were actually just a springboard for commoners. Only by entering to become a dog could one have a smoother path ahead. For this, Yunyi did not regret, for one must give up to gain. He was bound to neglect other aspects by working hard on cultivation and study. In the days that followed, Yunyi studied systematically, waiting for Shun's notification. Like other spiritual root revivers, Yunyi first had to learn a spiritual law. The Awakening Hall basically had 2 spiritual laws for each element. And the 2 spiritual laws for the fire element were Fire Spiritual Law Feather Garment and Fire Spiritual Law True Fire. Feather Garment is a state-type spiritual law that can weave fire spiritual power to form a flame garment, significantly enhancing physical qualities so that each strike can inflict extremely high fire damage. At the same time, the flame garment formed would also defend against all external attacks, making it both offensive and defensive. As for True Fire, it does not involve any weaving. It simply enhances the temperature of the flames, continuously increasing destructive power, with a single attack's power being several times that of the feather garment, even dozens of times. However, as the physical quality is not enhanced, whether one can hit someone depends on the practitioner's own level. Since he could only choose one to learn, Yunyi pondered for a long time and chose the feather garment. The cultivation method of the feathered garment. Is this it? Yunyi sat on the chair, raised his fingers in front of him, and sparks of fire emerged from his fingertips, enveloping them. He fell into deep thought. His primary goal at the moment was naturally to enhance his strength, so he couldn't wait to start cultivating the feathered garment spiritual technique. However, the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. The so-called spiritual technique was merely about controlling the form of spiritual energy, without any incantations or mental methods. The feathered garment only pointed out a direction, which was how to utilize fire attribute spiritual energy without harming oneself to form a defensive and offensive feathered garment. The rest depended entirely on the cultivator. Such a simple and crude spiritual technique clearly had no intention of teaching it to people. Without a good teacher, relying solely on oneself would result in extremely low efficiency. According to Yunyi's level of comprehension, it should theoretically be very difficult to master, but in reality, it was not the case. Yunyi learned it quickly. The reason was simple. Yunyi saw through the essence of the fire attribute spiritual root. Spiritual root awakening. The fire pattern on Yunyi's forehead ignited, entering a state of controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A large number of fire rings appeared, swirling and flowing. At first glance, these fire rings seemed to be at an extremely high temperature, but upon closer inspection, it was found that they did not radiate any heat outward. It was precisely because of this that Yunyi could freely place these fire rings around him without harming himself. This aspect was actually quite special, but everyone took it for granted that flames wouldn't harm their owner. After mastering the fire attribute spiritual root, Yunyi immediately discovered this unique point and conducted research. As a result, he found that in the state of spiritual root awakening, the ability to create flames and manipulate them was merely superficial. The true ability of the fire attribute spiritual root was to create phenomena similar to fire. More accurately, it was to transmit energy out of thin air. However, depending on the user and the differences in spiritual techniques, the flames would exhibit different properties. Not harming oneself was a common understanding. So all flames possessed the quality of not transmitting heat to their master. Moreover, the capacity of this quality had an upper limit. Once the limit of the flames was taken up by one effect, other effects would diminish. Therefore, when a spiritual root awakener first awakened their spiritual root, it was the weakest moment, as they had not mastered the spiritual technique that maximized the quality. The reason Yunye's flames could break through Huang Yuping's wooden barrier lay here. He concentrated all the qualities of the flames on burning, continuously burning the wooden barrier's spiritual energy, forcing Huang Yuping to awaken his spiritual root and extinguish the flames forcibly. Yunye's flames could even burn nothing but spiritual energy, achieving maximum anti-spiritual effect. By using this method to increase the power of the flames, outsiders would see no problem. Only thinking Yunye's spiritual root was inherently strong and could command more spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which meant the completeness of the spiritual root. Based on this, Yunyi immediately learned the feathered garment. Although the scale was small, he indeed learned it. If this were to be replaced by other spiritual root awakeners, even if they were geniuses, they would encounter problems to some extent. Because cultivating spiritual techniques requires changing the inner perception that flames protect their owner, transforming protective spiritual qualities into lethality, which is a process that can easily lead to misoperation, resulting in the death of many spiritual root awakeners. It is worth mentioning that in the state of spiritual root awakening, the capacity of the spiritual root's quality also directly multiplies by 10. So if the spiritual root is not awakened, the capacity of the spiritual root's quality would only be 1/10. Even if all were converted into the feathered garment's quality, it would not be enough to release the feathered garment's spiritual technique. This is where the need for long-term cultivation comes in. Huang Yuping did not awaken his spiritual root, and his normal quality far exceeded Yun Ye's awakened spiritual root. If he hadn't been able to control all qualities from the beginning, he would likely have been unable to even break through defenses as others expected. Quality cultivation is also divided into 5 levels: entry, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. However, the upper limit of these 5 levels is related to the spiritual techniques. The feathered garment and true fire spiritual techniques are merely basic spiritual techniques. And even if cultivated to the extreme, their upper limits are not high. Fortunately, Yun Yi grasped the essence, and as long as the quality upper limit increased, he could convert it into the vast majority of qualities, unlike other cultivators who could only use the qualities they cultivated. The qualities of the fire attribute generally include flame temperature, amount of energy, burning characteristics, impact range, and propagation speed. If one does not understand this, no matter how they cultivate, it is impossible to exclude the other 3 aspects completely. The perfect realm described by basic spiritual techniques is merely a significant increase in quality capacity, still wasting a lot of quality. Perhaps this is why they are considered basic spiritual techniques. Yun Yi began a continuous 7-day quality cultivation. Quality cultivation is very simple. It involves constantly transforming spiritual energy into corresponding qualities of flames. In this process, a person becomes increasingly skilled, gradually improving conversion efficiency. The so-called quality is precisely the utilization of spiritual energy. The higher the utilization, the higher the quality capacity. In 7 days, Yun Yi directly completed the entry of the spiritual technique. Quality doubled. Chapter 29, Quality Cultivation. It seemed quick, but it was indeed so, generally. Entering a spiritual technique takes at least several months. However, Yun Ye's mentality was not very good. His comprehension was only at a level. And the reason he could enter the spiritual technique so quickly was purely because he excelled at summarizing experiences and improving efficiency. But this method works best in the early stages, and afterward, it purely relies on talent and muscle memory. His 7-day entry seemed fast, but he had already exhausted his experience, and subsequent progress would be extremely difficult. Yun Yi stood up, took a deep breath, and spread his palm. Flames surged. Starting from the palm, they spread and enveloped the entire hand, then stopped spreading. This was the limit of what an entry-level spiritual technique could achieve. Although it seemed only to cover the palm, its actual power was extremely strong. Yunyi directly reached out and picked up a dagger from the table. This was an iron dagger of excellent quality, but as soon as Yunyi picked it up, the dagger melted instantly. This was a frightening situation. In the last world, the melting point of iron was 1,500 degrees, but temperature needs to accumulate. It is impossible to say that it melts instantly when thrown into a furnace. The required temperature must be much higher than 1,500 degrees. However, the quality flames are different. They can freely adjust the speed of energy transmission. When fully charged, the manifestation is that the dagger melts instantly upon contact with the flames. Such flames, even if they merely brushed against the human body, could directly destroy all cellular tissue, igniting the entire body immediately, elevating the efficiency of killing to the extreme, leaving even Yunyi, the user, feeling horrified. After all, to maximize the power, there was no immunity to friendly fire. Knock, knock, knock. The dormitory door was suddenly knocked on. As soon as Yunyi opened the door, he saw a familiar face. Ma Ji, who had once led him around the Enlightened Academy. It was said that he was also a student at the Enlightened Academy. But because he was unwilling to accept failure, he gambled and borrowed money from the academy to cultivate, resulting in him being in debt ever since. This time, Ma Ji was very respectful and bowed to Yunyi. Lord Yangshi, Instructor Shen is looking for you. Lead the way, Yunyi wrote. Now he didn't even need ink and paper. He could write directly with flames. It was just that he lit it to be indestructible, allowing the flames to exist for a long time. Ma Ji became even more respectful. He had already been working in the Awakening Hall and had been exposed to some cultivators over the years, naturally understanding the significance of Yunye's ability. Being able to so quickly utilize quality demonstrated that Yunye's talent was evidently not low and could go further than most. In the Awakening Hall, back hall, a man in a blue robe was recording something, suddenly looked up and noticed Yunye's arrival. Shannon said, Yangshi, your matter with the Black Armored Army has been approved. Have you made a decision? Will you join the Black Armored Army or stay at the Enlightened Academy for a few more years? Join the Black Armored Army, Yunyi wrote. Good. Here is your battle robe, identity token, and this. Shannon nodded and handed Yunyi a package and a contract. What is this? Yunyi picked it up and looked at it, lifting his head in surprise. This is a property in Baishir Town. Those who awaken their spiritual roots will receive such a property, and you can bring your family over, Shannon said. Yunyi really didn't expect the authorities to be so generous all of a sudden, directly gifting a property. Speaking of which, Bayan initially obtained a property when he awakened his spiritual roots, which allowed him to take his family away, right? Properties in Baishir Town are not something that can be easily bought. Qualifications are required. Otherwise, with Yunya's current monthly income of over 10,000, he would have bought a large house long ago. This is good news for Yang Shu and Shu Zhu, who have always rented, as they can now freely arrange their own home. The Black Armored Army usually recruits new members at the end of the year. Since this year is only half over, you can focus on your cultivation and report here at the end of the year. The Black Armored Army will send someone to take you to the key location in Baishir Town, the Hongshan Spiritual Ground. Instructor, what is this Hongshan Spiritual Ground? The spiritual ground is not simple. It is frequently mentioned in various texts and refers to a place rich in spiritual energy. If cultivators do not have a spiritual ground, it is basically impossible for them to achieve great power. I didn't expect Baishir Town to have control over a spiritual ground. I wonder what is so special about this Hongshan Spiritual Ground. A spiritual ground is a place abundant in spiritual energy. You should have already practiced some spiritual techniques. The abundance of spiritual energy directly affects the speed of cultivation. The Hongshan Spiritual Ground is such a place rich in spiritual energy and belongs to the fire and earth categories. Those with these two types of spiritual roots will certainly make rapid progress in their cultivation once they enter the spiritual ground. If it were not for this, the young scions from prominent families would not frequently disregard danger to join the Black Armored Army. Of course, things are not as simple as they seem. Gaining resources comes at a cost. The young scions are wealthy and powerful and are in a good situation. While you will know your specific circumstances once you join the Black Armored Army. Shannon squinted his eyes and waved his hand to let Yunyi leave quickly so as not to disturb his work. Seeing that Shannon was unwilling to say more, Yunyi had no choice but to leave. Back in the dormitory, Yunyi opened the package and found that the so-called martial robe was a black uniform embroidered with a spiritual pattern. This is a spiritual material, isn't it? Yunyi could clearly feel that this was not an ordinary piece of clothing. When he infused it with spiritual power, he found that the spiritual power did not damage the clothing but instead merged into it. The spiritual pattern on the martial robe was activated by the spiritual power, emitting a faint blue light, enhancing the robe's defensive capabilities. Those who have awakened their spiritual roots naturally cannot use ordinary weapons or armor. In terms of the nature of spiritual power, ordinary weapons, once infused with spiritual power, would quickly melt away, just like the previous dagger. Only spiritual artifacts are different. They can carry spiritual power and even amplify the user's strength. Spiritual artifacts can be made from ores, furs, silk threads, and even talisman paper. Regardless of whether they manifest as weapons, battle robes, musical instruments, or anything else, all of these can be called spiritual tools. This black martial robe is naturally a spiritual tool, but its power is quite low. It would be lucky to withstand a single blow from Xianxia. The identity plate has the words Black Armored Army Soldier engraved on the front in black, which is also a spiritual item. After Xianxia infused it with spiritual power, he could activate the identity plate, revealing the words xianxia on its back. Xianxia did not linger on this for too long and continued to cultivate. As in this world, one must first have strength. Flames continuously burst forth, spreading and extinguishing in a cycle. Unlike the clear systems of Qi training, foundation establishment. In Golden Core, Xianxia was currently not practicing any magical powers. All the spiritual energy was directly drawn from his spiritual roots. In other words, as long as external spiritual energy is abundant, the spiritual power of those who have awakened their spiritual roots is essentially limitless. It is precisely for this reason that the speed at which spiritual roots draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is crucial. It not only equals the speed of cultivation, but also directly relates to combat endurance. Chapter 30. 12 years old. When Xianxia allocated points, he chose to increase his spiritual root extraction speed by 100, which doubled his efficiency. The fact that he was able to master the basics of spiritual techniques in 7 days is also related to his talent for spiritual roots. This period of cultivation lasted 2 months, and time flew by. In modern times, pushing him to study was almost as difficult as climbing to the sky, which is precisely why he achieved nothing and remained an ordinary person. However, having gone through decades in such a harsh environment, Xianxia unknowingly shed all his bad habits. Nowadays, the hardships of studying and cultivating are as ordinary to Xianxia as water is to fish. During these 2 months, Xianxia handled many trivial matters, such as informing Yangshu's parents about the good news of awakening their spiritual roots, relieving their burdens. Just a month later, Shu Zhu became pregnant, and Xianxia would soon have another brother or sister. Xianxia eagerly anticipated the arrival of the newborn. He focused on cultivation and seldom accompanied his parents in this life. Having a brother or sister born would undoubtedly be a great blessing. In addition, he expanded his business and connected with other awakened spiritual root practitioners known by Yangshu, which consumed quite a bit of Xianxia's energy, causing the progress of his feathered clothing technique to slow down, still a few points away from the proficient level. The current feathered clothing can cover one arm and half of the torso, showing obvious weaknesses in coverage. However, compared to the spiritual energy he had when he first awakened, Xianxia had increased it at least 5-fold. At this level, Xianxia could truly appreciate how troublesome Huang Yuping's minor success realm was. Initially, Xianxia had the advantage of elemental restraint and a dual advantage of half-extreme flames, but Huang Yuping, aside from being unable to extinguish the flames, didn't even have his clothes burned black. It was merely a matter of face. Such a gap in strength could likely mean that Tin Yunyes would not be able to match him. Xianxia could already imagine what the true level of powerful spiritual practitioners was like. It was common for one to take on thousands, and they might even overturn mountains and shake the earth. No wonder the rule of Baishur town is so solid. This is entirely another form of civilization that cannot be judged by past experiences. Now the pressure is on my side. The practical ranking must be done at least once a month, and the entire awakening hall is my enemy. As long as I participate in the practical ranking, I will definitely be targeted. The mechanism of the practical ranking completely favors the strong and severely punishes the weak. If the number of defeats exceeds the number of victories, various benefits will be reduced. Under this system, the strong have too much say, and it is extremely easy to suppress dissenters. Xianxia has already been defeated without a fight for 2 consecutive months. If he is defeated without a fight for the 3rd month, he will be removed from the Awakening Hall, and his status as a candidate for the Black Armored Army will also be frozen. He will have to wait another year to join the Black Armored Army. Xianxia clearly does not intend to waste time, so he can only participate at the No. 6 martial arts arena. He went to notify them. As soon as Xianxia stepped out, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, this was a deadline. Either come out to get beaten or lose qualification directly. Xianxia obviously chose to get beaten. After finding Shenin, Xianxia submitted his application for the practical ranking. There are only a little over 100 people in the Awakening Hall, and with only a dozen or so awakened spiritual root practitioners, it is naturally impossible for everyone to be present every time. So applications must be submitted in advance, and they will fight when everyone arrives. If no one can be found, they can remain pending. In this case, even if the 3-month deadline passes, they will not be judged as defeated. Moreover, Xianxia's current popularity probably means he won't find it hard to find opponents. As expected, as soon as Shunan confirmed Xianxia's application, the second application was immediately submitted. It was a boy about 15 years old, with brown hair, handsome features, and a number of jade pendants and rings that indicated his status. What a coincidence, another awakened spiritual root practitioner. Since that's the case, let's arrange your practical battle first. Yang Shi, Huang Shuiying go. Shunan showed a bit of interest and directly approved the application. According to his usual habits, he would often wait until the applications reached a certain number before resolving them all at once. This time, he simply followed Huang Yuping's suggestion to see how it turns out. As soon as the three exited, the news immediately spread everywhere. Wang Yao arrived first, but stayed back at Xianxia's hint, watching the situation unfold from a distance. He couldn't help but feel anxious after overhearing a few remarks. Huang Shuiying was the cousin of Huang Yuping. Although his talent was not as good as Huang Yuping's, he was still a formidable opponent who had achieved great mastery in energy cultivation and awakened his spiritual root 3 years ago. Xianxia had only been cultivating for 2 months. How could he compete with Huang Shuiying? The onlookers had no power to intervene in the situation. Both Huang Shuiying and Xianxia were ready. In that moment, the vast training ground was silent. Everyone focused intently on the outcome of this battle. Battles between those who had awakened their spiritual roots occurred every month, but very few fought seriously. This time, Huang Shuiying was there to suppress Xianxia under Huang Yuping's orders and would naturally show no mercy. This was a real fight. There was an interesting rule in the combat rankings. Within 1 minute, even if one wanted to surrender, they couldn't. During this 1-minute time limit, unless one side completely lost the ability to fight, the battle could not be stopped, which was very suitable for trampling opponents and leaving them with severe psychological scars. So as soon as the fight began, Huang Shuiying asked, "Do you think you can last a minute?" Xianxia remained silent. The only thing present was contempt. Like Huang Yuping, Huang Shuiying did not directly activate his spiritual root, nor did he even open his spiritual techniques, but walked straight towards Xianxia. Spiritual root awakening. The fiery patterns on Xianxia's forehead lit up, entering the state of spiritual root awakening. With a thought, orange-yellow flames enveloped his body, forming a layer of faint transparent orange light. Feathered garment technique. Boom. As Xianxia completed the feathered garment technique, he shot out explosively, lunging towards the approaching Huang Shuiying. The speed was so fast that it completely exceeded the normal human visual range. The 10-meter distance vanished in an instant. However, Huang Shuiying showed no signs of panic. He had already heard from Huang Yuping before coming. The flames of this xianxia were just particularly strong in burning power and hard to extinguish. In essence, they posed no real threat. Even after 2 months of cultivation, focusing on basic spiritual techniques, the power could at most be increased by 1 or 2 times, which was still too immature compared to the Huang family's ancestral spiritual techniques. Wood barrier. Huang Shuiying's body was covered in a green hue. He too had a wood-type spiritual root and had mastered his spiritual technique. Chapter 31. Underestimating the enemy to win. The wood barrier was not a basic spiritual technique. Its power was not comparable to the feathered garment. Even with the opposing attribute, it could easily suppress the mere feathered garment. After all, the wood barrier brought out the wood attribute's characteristics to the extreme, forming a protective spiritual power that grew continuously. Any attack would have to pass through multiple barriers to injure the user, making it a very powerful defensive technique. Moreover, this characteristic could even suppress the burning of flames, essentially evening out the restraining relationship. Rough and unrefined, Huang Shuiying felt worried about Xianxia's close combat level. To let Xianxia experience the harshness of society early on, he directly reached out to grab Xianxia's fist, and his aim was precise enough to hit Xianxia's meridian. With just a slight exertion, he could disable Xianxia's right hand. However, there was a slight deviation between expectation and reality. He indeed grabbed Xianxia's wrist and could immediately disable Xianxia's hand. But before that, his hand was disabled first. The moment his hand made contact with the orange flames, the wood barrier's spiritual power layer visibly disintegrated, and in an instant, this destruction spread to his palm, causing Huang Shuiying to feel a sharp pain shoot through his head, his whole body trembling. As a cultivated practitioner from a prestigious family, enduring pain and retaliating was a very basic quality. So Huang Shuiying not only did not retreat, but almost reflexively swung his left fist, trying to exchange injury for advantage. According to basic concepts, when one area has enough spiritual power, other areas must necessarily decrease. But clearly, Huang Shuiying was mistaken again. The fate of his left hand was the same as his right, directly turning blackened. Had it not been for his abundant spiritual protection, it would have melted away without question. But just as his spiritual root patterns began to emerge, Xianxia had already punched through the wood barrier and landed a blow on his chest. Boom. Huang Shuiying lost consciousness just like that, flying out like a rag and even rolling several times on the ground. The entire venue fell silent. There was not even a sound of breathing. It was as if taking a breath would let something slip away. Clap, clap, clap. Shunan broke the deadlock, seemingly seeing a very interesting scene, continuously applauding. Not bad. Very good. Taking advantage of the opponent's underestimation to win in one strike. A qualified spiritual practitioner should have this awareness. On the path of cultivation, there are countless opponents, and the unknown will always outnumber the known. Underestimating the enemy signifies death. When spiritual practitioners engage in battle, they must first awaken their spiritual roots, regardless of how weak the opponent seems. Otherwise, they may regret it when they are silently defeated. Huang Shuiying had stayed in the awakening hall for too long, and his contempt had seeped into his bones. Otherwise, it would have indeed taken Yun Yi some effort to defeat Huang Shuiying. Yun Yi cupped his fists and turned to leave. Since the outcome was already decided, there was no need to stay. And since a positive point could offset a negative point, Yun Yi could slack off for another 2 months. Just as Yun Yi left, the entire training ground erupted like a boiling pot, instantly coming to life. He actually won just like that? This was absurd. This was a minor success in spiritual techniques. Yet it was directly burned through like paper? If I were Huang Yuping, I would definitely be spitting blood. Not only did he fail to suppress the person, but he also made a huge joke of being defeated by a newcomer. Wang Yao in the crowd was also left stunned, scratching his head. This is too dramatic. A grassroots counterattack? In reality, the impact of this event extended far beyond that. Especially when Huang Yuping heard about it, he was even more astonished with Shuiying's strength. Even if he was careless, it shouldn't be easy for a newcomer to break through his defenses. It seems Yangshi's flames can no longer be summarized as a normal situation. Young master, should we continue? A servant asked. Huang Yuping thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. Time is almost up. At this point, having one more awakened practitioner can be somewhat useful. Even the Ji family is expanding their cultivation efforts. We should be more restrained and not drag on. Yes, the servant disappeared into the darkness. In the following 4 months, Yun Yi did not encounter much trouble. However, during this time, Huang Yuping and Yun Yi had a spar. But it seemed merely to test strength and did not cause any issues. As the year came to a close, the annual wave of dropouts began again. Every year, there were students dropping out of the awakening hall, either because they turned 16 or had 3 consecutive years of failing records. Among this year's dropouts, there was a familiar face to Yun Yi. It was a student from his cohort. The key point was that Yun Yi could read his panel. Physique, spiritual awareness. Spiritual root, comprehension. Spiritual awareness was actually at the level, in an environment where most people had ordinary talents. Suddenly seeing someone with exceptional talent was truly surprising to Yun Yi. However, the fact that this person could end up being a dropout with 3 consecutive years of failures indicated that his spiritual awareness talent had not played much of a role. At least, it was unlikely he had an innate spiritual technique. Yun Yi now understood that the judgment criteria of the Rebirth book were actually regional, based on the upper and lower limits of that area. The evaluation system in Baishir Town was the general evaluation system for the entire wasteland, so it naturally did not match. A level talent was probably good, and it belonged to the middle of the good range, far from an innate spiritual technique. In any case, having some talent was still worth observing. Yun Yi's worth had increased significantly, and with a large mansion, cultivating a few trusted individuals was no problem at all. And this young man named Ning Xiao was merely a waste that the awakening hall did not want, so he wouldn't attract attention. Be careful on the way. Clap. The time to join the black armored army had arrived, and Yun Yi and Wang Yao exchanged a high five to bid farewell. Awakening hall. Around 10 o'clock, Yun Yi arrived as scheduled. The black armored army members had not yet arrived, so he waited a moment. Shannon was still the same, sitting behind the stage, recording something he didn't know. After Yun Yi cupped his fists in greeting and looked curiously a few times, he realized he had made a mistake. Shannon was not recording anything. He was making talismans. The spirit pen spun in Shun An's hand, leaving ink marks as spiritual power silently infused into the talismans. Yun Yi could sense the abundant water's spiritual power within, and the patterns felt familiar to him. It was the disease-removing talisman. Moreover, unlike the prices charged by Yushur for pure slaughter, talismans must be made by cultivators, which incurs high time costs. While it wouldn't reach thousands of Xian copper, several hundred Xian copper would definitely be worth it. Unexpectedly, this instructor from the Shueshua Hall can also make talismans for profit, and it's the most basic disease-removing talisman. Isn't this just selling to commoners and small merchants? Yun Yi clicked his tongue in wonder. Although he knew little about talismans, the widely circulated disease-removing talisman was not a secret in the Awakening Hall. This was the most basic talisman, belonging to the ungraded category. Any water-affiliated talisman master would initially practice by making disease-removing talismans. This type of talisman is notoriously easy to produce. both in terms of materials and the requirements for the practitioner. In other words, the output of disease-removing talismans is very high, and they do not sell for much. However, the principle of low profit and high turnover clearly does not apply here in the government. The government wants to make more money but does not want to increase manpower. Therefore, to sell talismans at a high price, they directly limit the quantity sold. If a pandemic occurs and there aren't enough talismans available, they would choose to raise prices rather than increase production. In this situation, a relatively high-ranking talisman instructor is actually making disease-removing talismans. It is difficult to explain if it's purely for profit. After effortlessly creating several talismans, Shannon looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Are you interested in talisman making?" Talismans indeed make money, but it might not be as lucrative as you think unless you become a master. Otherwise, the types and quantities of talismans you can make will all depend on the government's orders. Shannon twirled the spirit pen and continued. The disease-removing talismans I'm making now are a task assigned by the higher-ups. The disease-removing talismans sold outside for 400 xian copper each earn me 40 xian copper per talisman. The materials are provided by the government, but the success rate is also limited. If you exceed that, you'll have to pay for it yourself. Xianxia fell silent, surprised that the government would exploit talisman masters so harshly. In fact, he should have realized the situation when he saw that there was only one talisman shop in Baishur town. Absolute monopoly often leads to absolute exploitation. For those who have awakened their spiritual roots, whether in combat or logistics, they cannot escape the confines of Baishur town, making them easy targets for exploitation. Those powerful families may seem strong, but they do not dare to confront the government directly. Otherwise, why wouldn't they open a talisman shop and compete for business? It would definitely be profitable. I wonder if the method of making talismans can be learned in the Black Armored Army. Xianxia asked. The answer was affirmative. Shannon replied, I learned talisman making in the Black Armored Army. You can certainly learn as well, but talisman making is a precious skill. And whether you can qualify is uncertain. What qualification? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Having an opportunity was the best news for him. The qualification is, of course, whether you have money, contributions, or status. You don't think the Black Armored Army doesn't have ranks, do you, commoner? A familiar female voice suddenly interjected. Looking over, 3 figures in black robes entered the inner hall, and the one speaking was Zhu Xiaohong, standing at the forefront. Zhu Xiaohong walked in with 2 others, exuding an imposing aura. Chapter 32, Hongshan Military Camp. Xianxia was somewhat surprised that Zhu Xiaohong had also donned a martial robe. What was going on? Yangsher, these are your fellow comrades who will join the Black Armored Army. You might need to get to know them in advance, otherwise. Shannon didn't continue, returning to his talisman-making work. This was clearly a hint for Xianxia to pledge loyalty to Zhu Xiaohong. Zhu Xiaohong said, Junior brother, do you know that the Black Armored Army has a limit on the number of members? The total is 50, and once it exceeds that, the one with the lowest rank will be demoted to the spiritual law team. Undoubtedly, the Black Armored Army is generally the domain of powerful families, since achieving mastery in chi cultivation is easy for them, and they can join at any time. Now, we have 4 people who will join the Black Armored Army. Who do you think will be the last to be demoted? He. The 2 accompanying Zhu Xiaohong smiled faintly. Even though the Black Armored Army was already at full capacity with 50 members, the 3 of them could not be demoted. That's the power of a noble family. But Xianxia, as a commoner, had no such guarantee and could only rely on his strength. Competing for a position with those from cultivating families is not a laughing matter. In the Awakening Hall, Xianxia was merely categorized as having a low talent, placed in the C Hall. Above him were the A and B halls, whose talents were clearly superior to his. Furthermore, the family members were even higher than those in the A and B halls and could directly drop into the Black Armored Army. Even Xianxia could imagine breaking through to mastery, so it was only rational that family members could also achieve mastery given their superior resources, techniques, and talents. They don't even need to enter the Awakening Hall. They can achieve mastery at home, having plenty of time to study spiritual laws. Competing for positions with these people is basically impossible. Even if Xianxia mastered the ultimate form of spirituality, the hope would still be slim. But since it is up to people, it is always worth a try. The atmosphere remained tense for a while until heavy footsteps approached, breaking the stalemate. Thud, thud, thud. A man in black armor entered the Awakening Hall with a cold expression, step by step. Before even formal contact, Xianxia felt an immense sense of oppression. Killing intent? Malevolence? It was an indescribable aura that made Xianxia uneasy, and he had a feeling that if a fight broke out, even if their physical capabilities were equal, he would be killed in an instant. Are you the 4 newcomers? The black-armored man scanned everyone present and spoke. He didn't expect the captain of the spiritual law troop to come personally, but Shannon did not look up. The black-armored man waved his hand and turned around, saying, You 4, follow me. Xianxia said nothing and silently followed. Zhu Xiaohong, and the other two lagged behind a bit, exchanging shocked glances. The Black Armored Army operated in a squad system, consisting of 5 teams, with the team leader being the captain, whose strength was considered the strongest in Baishur town. The fact that this captain, Yuan, personally came to pick someone up was beyond Zhu Xiaohong's expectations. My name is Yuan, captain of the 3rd team of the Black Armored Army. You will join my team and obey my orders. I dislike trouble the most and can't stand anyone asking why, so you 4 better behave, otherwise. Yuan sneered a few times, leaving ample room for imagination. Yi did not know how much weight Yuan's words carried, but Zhu Xiaohong and the others indeed became very restrained, not saying a word. Although the Black Armored Army was ruled by noble families, there was still competition among them. Yuan was not from the Zhu family, so Zhu Xiaohong naturally kept silent. The 4 followed Yuan out of Baishur town, heading west. Soon, they entered a dense forest with few people. Here, the visibility was narrow, and it was unknown what lay hidden within. Yi had to stay alert to prevent being ambushed by demons. However, there was no doubt that this was a necessary path to spiritual land, already cleared many times. After walking for about an hour, there were still no signs of danger until the group passed by the ruins of a village. Roar! Roar! 3 undead corpses, having sensed the presence of the living, rushed out to attack the group. Undead corpses are reanimated human bodies that come back due to resentment after death. They are impervious to blades and act swiftly, with a tendency to drain blood to make up for their deficiencies. They are exceptionally troublesome opponents for ordinary people, often capable of causing heavy casualties in a village with just one. But for cultivators, undead corpses are merely the lowest level of demons, easily exterminated with a snap of the fingers, requiring little effort. 3 undead creatures rushed forward, and as they got closer, Zhu Xiaohong shot out 3 fireballs. Each fireball was only the size of a ping-pong ball, but upon hitting the undead, they immediately ignited and engulfed the entire undead in flames. In just a few seconds, the 3 zombies, which appeared impervious to blades and possessed immense strength in the eyes of ordinary people, were reduced to ashes. For Zhu Xiaohong, dealing with a few ordinary monsters was commonplace and caused no stir. Only Yi glanced at the ruins of the village a few times, feeling a sense of familiarity. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be only that one village in this location. The village mentioned by Wang Yao, located by the Red Mountain. This village had perished a few years ago. The official story was that all hundreds of villagers were killed by monsters, with no survivors. Yi looked into the distance and found it laughable. If Red Mountain didn't have a spirit ground, then the village's demise could indeed have been caused by monsters. But Red Mountain has a spirit ground, and even the Black Armored Army's encampment is on Red Mountain, which would have cleared out monsters countless times. In this situation, it was improbable for the village at the foot of the mountain to be wiped out by monsters, leaving not a single survivor. The waters ran too deep. After crossing the ruins of the village, they quickly arrived at Red Mountain. The entire mountain was filled with a type of spiritual tree called the fire fruit tree, whose leaves were as red as flames. From a distance, the whole mountain seemed to be ablaze, creating a beautiful sight. Various extraordinary plants flourished everywhere, thriving under the nourishment of the spiritual soil of Red Mountain. Following the constructed steps upward, a somewhat chaotic cluster of buildings gradually came into view. The base of the Black Armored Army had been reached. The 4 immediately took action. This was a cluster of buildings with too many rooms, making it difficult to find a good one. However, as a cultivator, Yunya's criteria were simple. He would choose where the spiritual energy was abundant. This was a process of moving inward. The deeper they went, the richer the spiritual energy became. This slowed Yunya down a bit. By the time he arrived, the 3 best rooms had already been taken, so he had to settle for a secondary one and quickly returned after dropping off his belongings. The location of the residual warmth was the central area of the entire 3rd squad, which had a flower bed, a towering fire fruit tree, and some stone tables and chairs. The Black Armored Army had a total of 5 squads, comprising 50 members, all elite among elites. If newcomers wanted to join the Black Armored Army, they first had to have the strength to take down the veterans. The difficulty? Well, let us just say you're lucky. This time, 2 spots opened up in my squad, so half of you can stay without having to defeat any veterans. At this point, Yuan suddenly sneered. Of course, that's just in theory. In the end, it's also possible that none of you will be able to stay. Chapter 33, Spiritual Law Official. As long as one becomes a member of the Black Armored Army, even as a reserve, they would immediately obtain a position equivalent to a spiritual law captain, with a monthly salary of 2,000 mysterious copper, a bottle of spiritual essence pills, and 5 hours of cultivation time in the spirit ground. Compared to the Black Armored Army's 50 members, the spiritual law team, which numbered in the hundreds, was the cornerstone of law and order in Baishur town. Most members of the spiritual law team spent their time on the front lines, with a high chance of fighting monsters every day. Not only did they have little time to cultivate, but once they encountered a strong enemy, they had to awaken their spiritual roots, consuming their lifespan to fight. It could be said that the upper echelons of Baishur town had cultivated a group of expendable pawns with a small amount of wealth. Commoners might not care, as they were still getting paid, but for the aristocratic families, it was different. They came to the Black Armored Army for the resources of the spirit ground and had no intention of serving the government. Once thrown into the spiritual law team, the government wouldn't care whether you were from an aristocratic family or a commoner. You would only have the fate of being expendable, which was utterly unacceptable for the children of noble families. In other words, trying to push a child from a noble family out of the Black Armored Army would be akin to avenging a father's death or taking a wife. It would inevitably lead to a strong backlash. In such cases, without a background of the same level, it was highly likely to be a dead end. Common players faced not only the advanced levels and equipment of pay-to-win players, but also had to guard against being banned outright if they couldn't afford to pay. It was simply hellish difficulty. After briefly explaining the rules to Yuan Yi and the others, Yuan left, without a single veteran coming out to greet them. However, since Yuan was the squad leader, Yuan Yi could confirm that the third squad was not Shibayan squad. There were still 4 squads left. He wondered what opportunities might arise to check them out. Yuan Yi first went to the cafeteria of the third squad. Likewise, a price board stood at the entrance, indicating that payment was required. Only the third-class premium meals of the Black Armored Army were completely free, while the first and second classes charged fees. Moreover, the prices had dramatically dropped and turned into discounted rates. First-class premium meals were reduced from 300 mysterious copper to 40, and second-class premium meals from 100 mysterious copper to 20. This exaggerated price drop left Yuan Yi in silence. No wonder no matter what group or nation, they all want to keep technology in their own hands. The markup is simply outrageous. Yuan Yi ordered a first-class premium meal and began to eat heartily. Those with awakened spiritual roots still needed to practice breathing techniques, which was the only way to extend their lifespan. The cultivators in the spiritual law team were mostly at the minor achievement level, but with subsequent cultivation, there was still a chance for them to advance to the major achievement level, filling in some gaps and qualifying for joining the Black Armored Army. Many talented commoners were limited by resources and couldn't stand out during the awakening period. But quite a few who grew strong in the spiritual law team could still seize opportunities. For instance, Shibayan. Unfortunately, Shibayan joined the Black Armored Army over a decade ago, and no one spoke of him anymore, so Yuan Yi could not learn more. He only knew that over a decade ago, the Black Armored Army wasn't as popular, and there were far fewer children from noble families than now. As for what caused the Black Armored Army to become popular, Yuan Yi was still clueless. The information channels at the bottom of society were too narrow, leaving him to hear only rumors, making it difficult to ascertain the truth. After finishing his meal, Yuan Yi took his identification badge to the logistics department to collect his salary. 20 pieces of silver, a bottle of spiritual essence pills, and 5 hours of cultivation time in the spirit ground. Everything was given to Yuan Yi without any shortage. To be honest, Yuan Yi found this quite strange. If the noble families controlled the Black Armored Army, it would be impossible for them to genuinely distribute resources, let alone do it without any deductions. Could it be that what reached my hands was already the result after layers of exploitation? Yuan Yi's thoughts were understandable. Everything he had seen in these 2 lives told him that this was a society where people preyed on one another, and the impressions of various factions in his eyes were the source of all evil, leading him to think negatively. Soon, however, Yuan Yi understood the reason for this abnormality. Naturally, Yuan Yi dressed as quickly as possible and set out, not even having time to eat. Upon arriving at the training ground, his gaze immediately focused on someone standing in the center of the training ground. To be precise, it was a woman. Memories rapidly resurfaced. Teacher Zhu Qilian? Yuan Yi was taken aback, breaking out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly recorded Zhu Qilian's information on the corner of his clothing and characters he could understand, to avoid arising murderous intent again due to amnesia. As for whether a cultivator still needed a pen, the flames would leave their mark. At the same time Yuan Yi looked over, Zhu Qilian also glanced back. Perhaps due to her excellent memory, Zhu Qilian slightly nodded at Yuan Yi, seeming somewhat surprised that he could join the Black Armored Army. Yuan strode over and announced loudly, "This is our spiritual law official senior sister from Baishur town, Divine Officer Zhu Qilian. All cultivators joining the spiritual law team and the Black Armored Army must swear an oath to her. You 4, recite after me. I, Yuan, swear to join the Black Armored Army. From now on, I pledge loyalty to Baishur town, pledge loyalty to the spiritual law official, never betray, never slack off. Regardless of mountains of knives or seas of flames, regardless of strong enemies or riches, I will bravely face difficulties, suppress evil with righteousness, and if I violate this oath, may I be punished 1,000 times, with no place to be buried." Yuan Yi's heart tightened when he saw Zhu Qilian. He knew that he would probably have to sign a contract. With a contract guarantee. It's no wonder the Black Armored Army has no corruption and no factions belonging to the government. I, Zhu Xiaohong, vow to join the Black Armored Army. To be loyal to Baishir Town. To be loyal to the righteous officials of the spiritual law. To never betray. To never be negligent. Regardless of the treacherous mountains or fiery seas. Regardless of powerful enemies or riches. I will bravely face challenges, suppress evil with righteousness. If I break this vow, let me be punished 1,000 times, with no place to be buried. Next to her, Zhu Xiaohong stepped forward and swore without hesitation. Immediately, everyone saw clearly that chains appeared out of thin air, tightly binding Zhu Xiaohong, and only disappeared after a moment. Zhu Qilian nodded silently, the first person to complete the oath. Just as Yunyi was about to speak and prepare to swear, Yuan suddenly said, "You are speaking too slowly. Wait until the end." Yunyi was speechless, watching the other two complete their oaths. At this moment, Yunyi realized that these two followers were named Wang Lixian and Xie Rongfu, neither of whom had the surname Zhu. Finally, it was Yunyi's turn. After half a year of cultivation, Yunyi had become more adept at utilizing spiritual energy. Although his voice was unpleasant, at least it was no longer intermittent. I, Xianxia, vow to join the Black Armored Army, to be loyal to Baishir Town, to be loyal to the righteous officials of the spiritual law, to never betray, to never be negligent, regardless of the treacherous mountains or fiery seas, regardless of powerful enemies or riches. I will bravely face challenges, suppress evil with righteousness. If I break this vow, let me be punished 1,000 times, with no place to be buried. After the words fell, chains bound him. Chapter 34, Rhythm Spirit Pill. Black chains wrapped around his entire body. Yunyi could physically feel his body being trapped, almost unable to move. The chains were not disappearing but were extending into his body, completely locking his form. In this situation, if he violated his oath, the chains would explode from within his body, and the death would be as tragic as one could imagine. The divine law is indeed marvelous. But it's a pity it's used as a tool for domination. Yunyi couldn't help but glance at Zhu Xiaohong. As a commoner, her loyalty was understandable. But Zhu Xiaohong was the second young lady of the Zhu family, with immense power and potential, yet she was willing to be bound? Haha. After Zhu Qilian signed the contract, she left, and Yunyi was surprised to find that this time, his memory hadn't been erased. Was it because their strength had increased? Most likely not. What title did she hold? She was the senior sister of the righteous officials of the spiritual law. The current righteous official of the divine law, her strength might even surpass that of the captain of the Black Armored Army. It would be incredibly easy for her to interfere with these newcomers. The reason there was no memory deletion was purely because it was unnecessary. As more people in the Awakening Hall became aware of her, the trouble would also increase. After all, it was obvious she was an impressive figure. And there would probably be no shortage of flattery aimed at her, and given her personality, she likely wouldn't turn cold either. In such circumstances, only a convenient skill like memory deletion could solve the problem. And since the Red Mountain Army camp was a long way from the Awakening Hall, knowing about her wouldn't affect anything. Yunyi secretly sighed. He found that the important figures he encountered seemed to all possess divine law. Whether it was the former captain, the deputy official of the spiritual law, or this most authentic righteous official of the divine law. The remaining time was entirely taken over by Yuan. The Black Armored Army did not have ordinary training tasks, nor did they need to learn military formations. So cultivation relied on self-discipline. But you should be clear about one thing. In the Black Armored Army, everyone is a genius, whether in spiritual law or martial skills. As long as there is one weak point, it will become a fatal flaw in actual combat. Haha, it's best not to have any thoughts of relaxation. By the way, Xianxia, I remember you only learned basic spiritual law, right? Basic spiritual law is merely for show. It's useless in this Red Mountain. You'd best change it soon. The logistics department has a large number of fire attribute spiritual laws at the technique level, and you can freely exchange for two. Of course, I suggest you exchange for the ones that are most widely used. After all, no one wants to waste time teaching you. Yuan probably couldn't even be bothered to add anything, directly determining that Yunyi had no background and could only rely on himself. But Yunyi silently cupped his fists, accepting this advice. Many things in the army are based on what the elders say. And their isn't a single notebook filled with points to note. Yuan reminding Yunyi to change his spiritual law was already charitable. It would have been impossible in the past. After saying this, Yuan lost interest in training the children of noble families and waved his hand to let the four of them leave. Yunyi quietly disappeared, and by the time Zhu Xiaohong noticed, he was already nowhere to be seen. Similarly, the military camp of the Red Mountain spiritual land also had the same rules. Whether invited by others or intruding on one's own, stepping into someone else's room would be considered a violation, resulting in severe punishment. At first, Yunyi felt that this was a measure by the government to prevent students from forming personal connections. But now it seemed to be a regulation among cultivators. One must never step into another's domain. Regardless, this rule actually helped Yunyi a lot. At least there wouldn't be any young nobles barging in to disturb him. The rhythm spirit pill amplifies spiritual energy, allowing cultivators to accelerate their mastery of spiritual energy. A bottle contains 5 pills, each pill's effect lasting for 1 day. Value: 300 mysterious copper. Yunyi played with the wooden bottle, deep in thought. The purchasing power of mysterious copper is naturally very high, but compared to various resources, it still pales in comparison. The entire Baishur town area has at most 50,000 people, and the overall output value would be good if it reached millions. However, cultivation resources are calculated monthly. A single cultivator would need to spend tens of thousands of mysterious copper, which is indeed exaggerated. Yunyi took out a pill and swallowed it. Quickly, it felt as if flames ignited within him, and Yunyi distinctly sensed the power of fire attribute spiritual energy, at least 4 times the usual cultivation efficiency. The pill was terrifyingly effective. From the surface of the pill, Yunyi saw the inner layers of the entire world, in a world without spirits. If there are no people, no matter how much money one has, it's just a number and cannot be transformed into actual power. A 1,000-man army, even fully armed with perfect armor and weapons, has a limit. No more money can be spent to increase combat power. But in this world, money is a resource. Money itself represents power. Wealthy families can spend unlimited amounts of money, using vast sums to create an invincible expert. The upper limit of cultivation is much higher than that of armor and weapons. No matter how much money is spent, it can always be exhausted. What does this represent? It means that decaying families, hoarding wealth, can continuously consume money to maintain their rule. As long as there is money, even a pig can become a pig immortal, transforming into a family's guardian deity. Therefore, in this world, making money equates to gaining power. Those in power cannot tolerate others dividing their wealth and power. The so-called merchants in this world are merely representatives of various forces. It's nearly impossible to start from scratch. Yunyi's business now has a monthly turnover of tens of thousands. If he were not a spiritual root reviver, if Xianxiu hadn't found a backer to support him, this business would certainly not be able to continue. It must be said that whether in modern times or ancient times, the art of business seems to be the same. One must not eat alone. If one doesn't share with others, one can expect to be finished off by them. Yunyi only needs enough money for cultivation, so currently, it doesn't matter if half of the profits from the business are shared. It sounds like a loss, but if the partners were replaced by noble families, it would be immediately understandable. Because noble families only eat alone, a lowly commoner wanting to share profits with them is simply asking for death. The principle of noble families is that their belongings must be enjoyed exclusively. Whoever dares to touch them will be killed. As for others' belongings, cooperation is impossible. They will inevitably seize them and continue to enjoy them alone, unless the other side is very strong. Yunyi had just stepped into the extraordinary realm and naturally did not belong to the powerful category. He was not yet qualified to do business with noble families. Theoretically, if Yunyi settled in Baishur town and operated for 4 or 5 generations, producing a dozen spiritual root revivers, he could be considered a small noble family. And only then would he have the most basic qualifications. If it were just one person, one must be strong enough. Being a member of the Black Armored Army is not enough. One must become a captain. Only by growing to the level of captain would any noble family in Baishur town give him face. Zhu Xiaohong, a nobleman second only to the Ji and Lu families, did not dare to speak recklessly to Yuan, which is enough to illustrate the problem. This was Yunyi's goal, although it was not very clear. He could see the path ahead, which made him feel much better psychologically. He looked forward to the day when he could master spiritual artifacts and become a true cultivator. Chapter 35, The Limits of Talent. Using spiritual pills for cultivation indeed resulted in a sharp increase in combat power. However, Yunyi did not forget that the most important aspect of the Hongshan spiritual ground was the word spiritual ground. As a reserve member of the Black Armored Army, he had 5 periods of spiritual ground cultivation time each month, which was the main focus of the Black Armored Army. The concentration of spiritual energy in Yunyi's room had already exceeded that of Baishur town by about twice. Cultivating for 1 day here was equivalent to 3 days in Baishur town. The efficiency was incomparable, directly providing 2 additional lifetimes. What could compare to that? The true power of the spiritual ground lay in its core area. The military camp was located on the outskirts of the spiritual ground, and only had the residual energy dispersed from the core area. The core area was the true spiritual ground. The density of spiritual energy was so thick that it felt almost viscous to the senses. Just taking a breath brought in a large amount of spiritual energy. When Yunyi used a token to bypass the restrictions and reach the core area, he was shocked despite being mentally prepared. The spiritual energy in the core area was actually more than 10 times that of the outer region. Cultivating here for one day was almost equivalent to a month outside. The 5 periods of cultivation time allowed the members of the Black Armored Army to gain an entire month of cultivation experience. No wonder the Black Armored Army was the elite of the elite. This cultivation environment was far superior to the spiritual laws. Thinking of defeating the older generation was nothing short of a pipe dream. The only way for reserves to likely enter the Black Armored Army was through combat attrition, and that still required the premise of no noble descendants parachuting in. The more Xianxia dug, the more powerless he felt. The accumulated advantages of the noble families were too great, practically unbreakable. He wanted to make a comeback, but it was simply impossible within 1 or 2 generations. Fortunately, Xianxia had a good psychological quality and quickly shifted his focus to cultivation. Earlier, Yuan suggested that Xianxia change to a different spiritual law. So he went to the spiritual law pavilion and chose a technique-level fire attribute spiritual law. According to official classifications, spiritual laws could be divided into 5 levels: basic, technique level, law level, scripture level, and classic level. Basic spiritual laws were essentially the roughest applications of spiritual power, which could be instinctively grasped to some extent, but were nothing significant. However, starting from the technique level spiritual laws, each level had a completely different meaning and contained profound principles. The principles aside, the characteristic of technique-level spiritual laws was that they had an effective and extremely practical combat system. You didn't need to worry about the principles. You could just use them directly. That was the essence of techniques. The technique-level spiritual law Xianxia chose was called Flame Feather Garment, which was an advanced version of the Feather Garment. The biggest difference from the Feather Garment was that the Flame Feather Garment detailed the practical combat techniques of this spiritual law and summarized simple but applicable rules for most situations. Moreover, unlike the basic spiritual laws that relied entirely on individual effort, the Flame Feather Garment had clear cultivation goals. It clearly outlined how to start, how to achieve proficiency, and how to refine skills after achieving minor success. Perhaps the methods written above were not the optimal solutions, but they were certainly much better than blindly fumbling around. Therefore, Xianxia followed the instructions in the book. Bang! Xianxia jumped into a steaming wooden tub, spread his arms, and comfortably soaked in the bath. Below the tub, the fire was still burning, continuously heating the water. Xianxia lay inside and began to cultivate, with strands of flames emerging from his body, constantly battling against the hot water. The Flame Feather Garment had 4 main characteristics: enhancing physical qualities, defense, attack, and self-healing. To better understand its spiritual nature, external environmental assistance was essential. The water attribute was particularly adept at self-healing. Xianxia needed to ponder the spiritual nature of fire healing within the steam cycle. He aimed to make the flames, like the flowing water, gently convey energy for self-healing rather than destructive high temperatures. Of course, fire attribute self-healing had its limits. It could not achieve instantaneous effects like water or wood attributes. After all, humans were not phoenixes and did not possess the fire of rebirth. Even if he studied the spiritual nature to perfection, the self-healing ability of the fire attribute would still be low. The true strength of the Flame Feather Garment lay not in self-healing, but in sustained combat. Under the protection of the Flame Feather Garment, even if vital points were severely injured, he could forcibly drive his body with the spiritual law to keep himself alive. If he had the energy to maintain the spiritual law indefinitely, even a hole in his heart could allow him to live for another 10 years, which was incredibly absurd. However, reaching this level required perfect mastery of the spiritual law. Aside from the creator of the technique, no one in Baishur town had achieved perfection in their spiritual law by themselves. Xianxia chose this spiritual law not only because it had the prerequisite of the feather garment to reduce difficulty, but also because he felt it suited him well. In his first life, he survived by awakening his fire spiritual root, naturally learning how to use fire attributes for self-healing, which was very helpful for cultivating this spiritual law. He could also understand why fire attribute spiritual laws could forcibly keep someone alive, even for decades without dying. The heart was the power source of the body, and as an important organ, it could not afford to be damaged. However, in a transcendent world, it was merely a matter of energy supply. The fire attribute was precisely a transcendent force that could transmit energy out of thin air, as long as one's level was high enough. It could completely replace the heart with the spiritual root to sustain one's life. Understanding this essence, and then practicing the Flame Feather Garment naturally yielded twice the result with half the effort, leading to rapid progress. In just a few days, Xianxia completed the entry-level training. Unlike the entry level of the Feather Garment, although the Flame Feather Garment was merely at the entry level, its coverage already reached half of his body. He would likely only need to become proficient to cover his entire body, which was significantly stronger than the Feather Garment. The cultivation methods proposed by the Flame Feather Garment were also well validated and very practical. The speed at which Xianxia's spiritual nature was increasing was at least 3 times faster than before. Coupled with the environment and elixirs, it was probably more than 10 times faster. At the end of the month, after taking the rhythm spirit pill and using up all the cultivation time in the spiritual ground, he gained several months of cultivation experience in one go, making his strength several times stronger than before. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, such a growth rate clearly could not be maintained indefinitely. Learning anything would start easy and become difficult, and the further one went, the harder it became to improve. In the first month, Xianxia encountered the barrier of his talent. His spiritual root talent had reached its limit. Spiritual nature, in simple terms, was the control and utilization of spiritual power. The stronger the control ability, the stronger the power exhibited by spiritual laws. However, control is inherently something that is easy to reach its boundary. The same goes for spiritual nature. Dividing a portion of spiritual power into 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 parts is the simplest test of control. Xianxia could currently manage to divide it into about 300 parts, but he was still far from 1,000. The barrier of talent made him see the path ahead clearly, but the limits of his body and consciousness left him stuck. No matter how he trained, his growth rate was so slow that it could be described as no change at all. Xianxia knew he had to take another path, awakening the divine consciousness. If the spiritual root governs spiritual energy and perception governs learning ability, then divine consciousness governs fine control. Currently, he had not awakened his divine consciousness, so he naturally could not exert the limits of his abilities. Chapter 36. The Fire of Heaven. The difficulty of awakening divine consciousness was extremely high. After all, Xianxia had already awakened his spiritual root, and it was no longer in its initial state. Further awakening required several times the effort. Awakening divine consciousness required spreading life energy to the head. Currently, Xianxia had only connected his limbs and torso, and there was still a considerable distance to his neck. According to Xianxia's estimates, with his spiritual space already formed, trying to withdraw life energy and direct it toward his brain would be at least 5 times more difficult than awakening his spiritual root. If his chi nurturing technique was not perfected, it would be almost impossible to achieve. Of course, if the divine consciousness awakening technique could reach perfection, it would also lower the requirements. Xianxia once asked the logistics department if there were any drugs that could assist in opening the divine consciousness. The answer was yes. However, Xianxia is currently only in the reserves, and not only are the divine consciousness techniques not exchangeable, but even the drugs and treasures are also not available. Xianxia could only give up and choose the hardest path to rely on himself. In the Hongshan military camp, the prices for all cultivation resources are extremely low, provided at cost by the government, significantly reducing the burden of cultivation. Currently, Xianxia has 2 meals of Class A superior food and 1 meal of Class A medicinal cuisine, practicing the chi nourishing technique and the awakening technique hard. The remaining time is entirely devoted to practicing his trump card. Otherwise, once the 2 months are over and he cannot stay, his cultivation speed will inevitably be greatly slowed down, or even cut off entirely. The last month passes in the blink of an eye. Xianxia rises in his room. The fire spiritual root pattern on his forehead extending, his aura significantly more profound than a month ago. With a clenched fist, the air bursts, and Xianxia exhales, barely considered practiced. If used well, this extreme flame can defeat 1 person without a problem. Xianxia refers to the extremely refined and spiritualized flame as the extreme flame. There are many kinds of extreme flames depending on the direction, but each type of extreme flame will exhibit brand new powers upon reaching perfection, pushing the flame to new heights. In previous battles, Xianxia had never used the extreme flame, at most only half an extreme flame. This time, to avoid being eliminated, Xianxia will not hold back and will fight with all his might, allowing the perfected extreme flame to shine. The 4 gathered at the training field of Team 3. This time, aside from Yu1, most of the other members of Team 3 were present, 5 out of 7. The members of the Black Armor Army are all clad in black armor, but among them, 2 are not wearing armor, appearing somewhat out of place. One is a handsome man holding a bronze mirror, very concerned about his appearance. The other is a young man carrying a string of water beads, his black martial robe exuding an ethereal feeling. The other 3, like Yu1, are all in black armor, differing only in their weapons, be it a sword or a saber. Yuan did not intend to introduce the team members, glancing over the 4 newcomers. 2 months have passed. You 2 will form a team. Let us begin. The 2 who win will stay. Wang Lixian, you go. Zhu Xiaolong spoke directly. Wang Lixian stepped forward, smiling at Xianxia. As long as one of them defeats Xianxia, the other will definitely concede, allowing Zhu Xiaolong to win. Once confirmed, changes are not allowed. There are no second chances in battle, Yuan said. Yang Shi, Wang Lixian, stepped forward. Xianxia was not surprised and stepped forward to salute. Although Zhu Xiaolong has the highest chance of winning against him, What is Zhu Xiaohong's identity? Even knowing this is the best choice. It is impossible for him to choose that. So, the one going up is Wang Lixian. When the two stood in the arena, the battle had already begun. However, Wang Lixian did not make the first move, but, like Xianxia's previous two opponents, let Xianxia attack first. Spiritual Root Revival. As always, Xianxia directly activated his spiritual root. When fighting Huang Yuping, he almost got taken out by an elbow strike for not activating his spiritual root, leaving a deep impression. These aristocratic youths, or talents cultivated by aristocratic families, far surpass him, a modern man, in combat quality, every move aimed to kill. If he dares to be careless, he might end it immediately. I only know Zhu Xiaohong has a fire spiritual root. The other two's attributes are entirely unknown. Zhu Xiaohong should know I defeated the Yellow Blood Eagle, understanding a bit of my abnormalities. Wang Lixian should be stronger than Xie Rongfu. At least it would be easier for him to deal with me. In these 2 months, they had no contact with Yunyi. The fate was too little, and the reincarnation book did not include spiritual roots in the read panel. Yunyi could not formulate a battle plan based on known information and could only charge forward recklessly. Flowing fire. As Yunyi made his move, flames erupted, enveloping Wang Lixian completely. Half extreme flame, attack range, and propagation speed. Half extreme flame does not refer to 2 types of spiritual refinement dispersing power, but rather approaching spiritual refinement. True spiritual refinement refers to 1 or more types of spiritual energy completely disappearing. Although half extreme flame enhanced the attack range and energy propagation speed, the flame's temperature and burning characteristics were not weakened to 0. Therefore, it still posed a considerable threat. Boom. Yunyi clearly felt his flames collide with something. He hesitated not at all and jumped back. Sure enough, a cold light cut through the flames, and Wang Lixian, enveloped in a torrent of water, came slashing at him. Water attributes are a strong counter to fire attributes, suppressing power far beyond fire against wood. If used well, even the strongest flames cannot breach defenses. Although Yunyi knew such a tactic, he was certain that Wang Lixian could not master such a spiritual technique. Songyan, extreme flame, flame temperature, and propagation speed. The other 2 aspects reduced to 0. Song Yin cannot burn objects nor leave the body, but the trade-off is unparalleled destructive power, and the flames have disappeared? Even Yu Wen's pupils shrank, having never seen such a situation before. Although it disappeared from sight, its essence remains. Ah, truly exquisite, it can be compared to me. Once I let my guard down in front of him, there may not be a second chance. The man with the hand mirror clearly did not look at Yunyi, but saw through the situation at a glance. Captain, this person can't even do the small city yet he can use spiritual techniques? The water bead youth was equally surprised. Is that a spiritual technique? It feels wrong. The technique should be something more unique. I can't see his will. Yuan shook his head. He too had grasped the rudiments of the technique, and vaguely felt this was not a technique. If the captain said so, then it must be. There are too few people who master the technique. The water bead youth readily accepted this conclusion. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as Song Yin manifested, the outcome was already determined. Although Wang Lixian sensed something was off, as a member of an aristocratic family, he couldn't suddenly retreat and show weakness, right? So Wang Lixian clashed head-on with Yunyi, using all his strength to unleash his spiritual technique, but Yunyi directly cut through all his techniques and punched through his chest. Wang Lixian screamed miserably. His flesh turned to ash upon contact, and with the protection of the spiritual technique, he still retained consciousness, watching helplessly as the crimson spread across his body. This pain and fear shattered his mental defenses. Yunyi stepped back and bowed. Xianxia wins. Yuan made the ruling. The water bead youth waved his hand, and the water flowed over, washing away the rapidly spreading crimson heat, and the large hole in Wang Lixian's chest quickly regenerated. Zhu Xiaohong and Xie Rongfu stared blankly at this scene, a single thought surfacing in their minds simultaneously. Is this a commoner? Song Yin, the colorless sky fire, is the extreme flame that Yunyi has adjusted for a long time and finally controlled, directly reversing Yunyi's absolute disadvantage in talent and cultivation time. Chapter 37, The Fire Within Pass. Zhu Xiaohong, Xie Rongfu, aren't you two starting yet? I concede. Xie Rongfu spoke up. Yuan said, Hee. Zhu Xiaohong almost spat those words out through gritted teeth. She glanced at Yunyi, her scarlet pupils filled with killing intent, but in front of Yuan. She did nothing, waving her hand. 2 useless people leave. Yes. 2 affirmative replies came. Wang Lixian was among them. In a short time, he had been healed by the water bead youth. The fist-sized hole in his chest completely healed. It was simply miraculous. After being punched through the chest by Yunyi, Wang Lixian developed a huge psychological shadow, and he no longer dared to look at Yunyi, only daring to bypass him at a distance before catching up with Zhu Xiaohong. What is he trying to do? Leave Team 3. Yunyi glanced at the seemingly indifferent Yuan and felt something was off. No need to look. They are going to challenge another team. As for whether it's a real challenge or a fake one, hee. Yuan sneered and pointed at Yunyi. You come here. As soon as Yunyi felt his body being out of control, he knew what would happen next. His heart was cold. Although he had never overestimated the character of these people and had long anticipated this, he still felt nauseated by the reality of the world. Everyone in Baishur town practiced the law of the jungle, always looking to see if they could snatch something first, with morals and rules being practically non-existent. However, since he dared to expose himself, he naturally had confidence in covering it up. The inner flame burned fiercely. This was a flame that had reduced its burning ability, high-temperature lethality, and even its area of effect to zero, leaving only the speed of energy transmission. What kind of flame could heal itself? It was naturally a flame that did not harm itself, but only transmitted energy. The effect of the inner flame was a several-fold amplification of physical capabilities, gaining strong regenerative abilities and ultimate isolation from internal and external influences. Divine law is the law of the soul, although it was without warning. It still belonged to external interference. When the inner flame burned, the divine law could never invade. To ensure that the inner flame could withstand someone of captain rank, Yunyi even actively contracted the inner flame to his head, allowing the residual heat to interfere with other parts of his body. Strangely, although Yunyi protected his head and could move it freely, his body was indeed controlled, moving towards the residual heat. It turned out that in this world, the soul was not located in the brain but existed throughout the entire body. What kind of flame is this? Upon approaching, the residual heat directly asked. Songyan, a type he had never heard of, was it self-created, or was it a talent? The man with the mirror put down his copper mirror, his piercing gaze sweeping over Yunyi, and for a moment, Yunyi felt as if he were being peeled apart. He immediately understood that this man was a divine law practitioner, and his spiritual power might be stronger than the residual heat. If such a killing move could be self-created, I could become an immortal. The residual heat had no expectations, so he simply controlled Yunyi to answer on the spot, to prevent other teammates from getting ideas and ruining his plans. Tell me, how did you create this, Songyan? Residual heat continued to ask. I don't know. I just naturally mastered it, Yunyi replied. Sure enough, everyone present gently shook their heads. With their perspective, they could naturally see the worth of Songyan. Flames of this level were usually inherited through bloodlines or obtained by devouring fire attribute treasures, not something that could be cultivated, let alone self-created. The man with the mirror also shook his head. There's no aura of extraordinary treasures. It should be purely a bloodline inheritance or a mutation of the spiritual root. This is troublesome, forget it. The residual heat waved his hand, and Yunyi clearly felt an energy surge into his body, heading straight for his head, fiercely clashing with the inner flame. At this moment, the restraint on his body was lifted, and Yunyi naturally took a step back, shaking his head, while the inner flame had already wiped away this force. For a moment, everyone could not tell whether he had forgotten or not. However, the residual heat actually didn't take care. Deleting memories was just a matter of convenience, and not erasing a mere civilian wound T turned the tide. The flaw of Ling Kong, bloodline inheritance wound T work. The residual heat poured himself a glass of wine and said, since you've joined our black armored army, the members should get to know each other. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Residual Heat, a dual spiritual root of gold and earth, a practitioner of spiritual law, and the captain of Team 3. You can call me captain or boss. He finished a glass of wine in one gulp and pointed to the man who had gone back to looking at the mirror. This guy, Lu Wujing, has the biggest background here, a dual attribute wind spiritual root, a practitioner of divine law. Consider him a vice captain. Even though the black armored army doesn't have a vice captain position, the one who just healed that waste is Xiang Liangren, a dual spiritual root of water and wood, a practitioner of spiritual law. He doesn't engage in combat, but focuses on healing and defense, making him our top protection target in Team 3. You just saw his level, haha. If you build good relations with him, you might live a few more days. Xiang Liangren immediately rebutted. Captain, that's not right. As long as they're team members, I'll do my best. How could I stand by and watch them die? It's just, there's a sequence, right? Residual heat interrupted. Naturally, everything has its order. I'm just obeying the natural order. Xiang Liangren earnestly nodded. Residual heat clearly didn't want to waste time talking with Xiang Liangren and continued to introduce the other three. Xianxia, an earth elemental spiritual law practitioner, a brute with very poor skills, but of course, you want to have a problem with him. The big man took off his helmet and nodded at Yunyi. He had a short hairstyle rarely seen in Baishur town, which was quite eye-catching. Hongguan, a gold elemental spiritual law practitioner. His strength is decent, but still far from enough. Of course, chopping you won't be a problem. Finally, Lu Jingyu, if we don't count the newcomer. She's the only woman in our team, a water elemental spiritual law practitioner, with very poor strength, to the extent that you could probably defeat her. If she weren't surnamed Lu, she would have been the one to leave today. Chapter 38, Xiaoya. The last man and woman. The man looked gloomy, and the woman had a heavy aura. Han Guan gave Yunyi a feeling of deep silence and depression, while Lu Jingyu felt like a tigress, with a very strong sense of pride, completely inconsistent with her name. Wait, Captain, let me handle this. Let me, as a weak person, contribute something. Don't waste Xianxia's time. Lu Jingyu suddenly stepped forward. Everyone stared at her for a while, but Lu Jingyu showed no fear, seemingly determined to take on this task. Captain, I happen to have something to do, so let her go. Xianxia agreed. Residual Heat glanced at Xianxia, frowned slightly. But after a moment of contemplation, he nonchalantly shook his head. It seems you want to seek some defeat, but forget it, as long as you complete the task. Of course, I will take care of the newcomer. Lu Jingyu displayed a stiff smile. It seemed that Residual Heat's evaluation directly led Lu Jingyu to fixate on Yunyi. However, Yunyi didn't take care. With too many lice, it wouldn't itch. The environment was like this, and he had no solution for the time being. Next, the team members drank while waiting for nightfall. Only when night fell and their positions hadn't changed could Yunyi be considered a formal member of the Black Armored Army. To replace him, they would have to wait until a year later. However, things often developed in a bad direction, perhaps due to this special period, as more and more people gathered. The chances of being challenged also increased. By noon, Lu Wujing suddenly looked down the mountain. He put down his wine glass and said, "Newcomer, it seems you need to prepare for battle. Members from other teams are coming to challenge?" "Which team?" Xiang Liangrun asked with interest. "Team 1. Residual Heat slammed his cup on the table, shattering it into pieces, and laughed. "Great, Tong Yuan actually wants to expand his team. Isn't 14 members enough? This time, they're going to suffer. If a challenge against another team is successful, they won't join the other team." Yin Yi caught an astonishing piece of information. "Oh, quite perceptive. You're right. Although each team has a limit of 10 members, this is just the initial number. If any team produces a lot of geniuses, they can completely rob the spots from other teams. The more members a team has, the higher their ranking, and the more resources they get." Residual Heat chuckled. Hasn't the Black Armored Army integrated into one team after so long? Yin Yi knew that advantages would only snowball. Baisher Town had at least a few hundred years of history, and logically, it should have integrated by now. Xiang Liangren added. Of course, there are restrictions. The ranking rewards are fixed, so having more members in a team isn't always better. Currently, Team 1 has only 14 members. Team 2 has 12. And our Team 3 has exactly 10 members. If it weren't for Zhuo Xiaohong, we might drop down. Yin Yi then understood why Residual Heat personally came to recruit. He was worried about being intercepted. Zhuo Xiaohong has immense value. Here they come. As soon as Lu Wujing finished speaking, a steady laughter echoed from afar. Residual Heat. I've come again. I wonder if you can continue to keep people this time. The man with an open mouth stepped up the stairs and walked onto the training ground on the high mountain. Soon, he approached with several others. Yunya's pupil shrank sharply as he drew near. This was a handsome middle-aged man dressed in black armor, wielding a long spear and a long knife, without a helmet. His long hair cascading over his shoulders. His demeanor was grand and calm, very likable. However, Yun Yi could never forget this face, captain of the Shibayan squad. The man's cruelty and coldness were still vividly etched in Yun Yi's memory. Killing intent surged. Yun Yi lowered his head heavily, no longer looking up. As the fire within him began to burn, trying to prevent his emotional fluctuations from leaking out. In this world, killing intent could be sensed as a mental signal. Well, not very friendly, huh? Why do all the guests arrive looking so full of killing intent? Tong Yuan said with a smile. Except for Yun Yi, who kept his head down, all the team members turned cold gazes towards Tong Yuan. Especially Yuan, whose expression turned icy again. Tong Yuan, stop talking nonsense with me. Who's the big brother and who's the little brother has to be determined by strength. If you want to come here to watch a joke, your people need to have that kind of strength. Don't be so petty. If you want to see, you can come here too, no problem. But if you don't want to go, there's nothing I can do, Tong Yuan said lightly, patting the shoulder of a girl in red beside him. This is my adopted daughter, Huiyang, the protagonist of this time. Yuan, where's your newcomer? Come out. The girl in red and another boy both focused their gazes on Yun Yi. After all, he was the only young one here. Hearing the order, Yun Yi took a deep breath and stepped out, controlling himself not to pay attention to Tong Yuan, fearing that his killing intent would become uncontrollable. As he raised his head, Yun Yi's heart almost stopped. The girl in red walking slowly from a distance was light and graceful. Her lively brows and eyes brought forth a natural charm. Although she only smiled without saying a word, love surged in Yun Yi's heart. She was Xiaoyu, Yun Yi's daughter, Xiaoyu, Tonghuiyang. Region, Baisher Town. Lifespan, 1268. Fate. Physique. Divine Sense. Awareness. Spirit Root. Tao Artifact. 0 Strength. Introduction. A farmer's son from humble beginnings, but after a great change, he was adopted by the Black Armored Army captain, and his hidden fire spirit root was developed, waiting for the opportunity to leap into greatness and become a powerful figure. Xianxia's current strength evaluation is also at the same level. In the scope of Baisher Town, this is a very strong evaluation, representing the level of the Black Armored soldiers. Xiaoyu is still alive. Moreover, she has firmly grasped her power. Xianxia couldn't help but smile uncontrollably. This was already the best outcome he could have expected. As for her personality, he could only hope it wasn't too bad. Greetings. I am Tonghuiyang, Senior, please. Xiaoyu smiled and bowed, not neglecting Xianxia because he was a commoner. In contrast, it would be difficult for Xianxia to say anything like senior, junior, or friend, so he simply remained silent. Yang sure. Flames flickered. Xianxia reined in his smile. Although he was very happy that Xiaoyu called him that, he couldn't hold back. Besides protecting Xiaoyu, his more important goal was revenge. Without staying in the Black Armored Army, how could he take revenge? Priorities were still clear to Xianxia. Moreover, Xiaoyu's evaluation obviously far exceeded his. And winning might not be simple. Level is the realm of ordinary people. Level awakens academy students, mastering the techniques of nurturing chi and combat. Level awakens spirit roots. Level basic spirit techniques are small successes, combat techniques are great successes. And at level, Xianxia felt that at least the technique level of spirit techniques was small successes, while combat techniques might not just be the likes of Tiger Fist. After all, the Black Armored Army used weapons. Clang. Xiaoyu drew a black sword densely covered with cloud patterns, producing a crisp sound. Good heavens. Are we playing dirty? Unarmed against someone with a weapon. And a spiritual weapon at that? The spiritual weapon made of Mingwen cloud copper has a small amplification. It should be fine to use, Tong Yuan said with a smile. The quota for martial decisions does not prohibit the use of weapons. Any weapon can be used, but it cannot be borrowed. No problem. How could there be a problem? Yang sure. Pick a weapon. This will be your weapon from now on. Yuan was completely indifferent, tossing out 8 types of weapons, all of which were spiritual weapons. Just ordinary spiritual weapons. The military camp has as many as you want. Chapter 39. Great Spirit Techniques. Swords, sabers, spears, axes. 2 types of each. Among the 2 swords, one is the spiritual weapon in Xiaoyu's hand made of Mingwen cloud copper. Just a standard spiritual weapon, it is indeed not excessive. However, the difference in strength between a cultivator who has learned sword-based spirit techniques beforehand and one who just picks up a sword could be tenfold. Everyone present understood that the gap between the 2 sides was actually extremely terrifying. A modern example would be an ordinary person facing a world boxing champion. Mastering spiritual weapons provides such a significant enhancement to cultivators. Even if it is just an ordinary spiritual weapon, it can only extend one's own spiritual power. Xianxia also understood this, so he first picked up the Mingwen cloud copper sword and swung it to feel its power. Mingwen cloud copper is a type of blended spiritual material made of Mingzhu ash, Xian copper, and Wen silver, mainly for harming demons. When dealing with humans, it can only be used for spiritual transmission. Xianxia picked up another sword, which was a weapon made of constantly changing cloud copper, also amplifying demon harm. The only difference was that this sword was heavier and tougher, suitable for dealing with large creatures. Shaking his head, Xianxia picked up the Mingwen cloud copper sword, cupped his fists towards Yuan, indicating he had made his choice. Choosing a sword? Huiyang, teach him how to use a sword. Tong Yuan shook his head. Since you're not familiar with weapons, you should choose one with a long attack range. At least you'll have one chance to strike first. Teaching him to use a sword is fine. I'm somewhat looking forward to the follow-up. What do you think? Yuan couldn't help but laugh. The other members nodded, their expressions strange. This girl was clearly of the fire attribute, and she was too mismatched with Yang Shi. The pressure from the fire attribute far exceeded other attributes. Huiyang, don't be afraid of death. I will save you. The boy beside encouraged. I will. Xiaoyu pressed her forehead, and as her small hand moved away, flames ignited, and streams of fire coiled around. An astonishingly high temperature rolled out, the orange-red flames extending from her arm to the sword's body. At that moment, she entered a battle state, her small face calm, and her aura sharp as if it could cut through the air. Revive. Xianxia casually waved the sword, and his spirit root also directly revived. However, unlike Xiaoyu, no flames appeared around Xianxia, as if his spirit root had not revived at all. Oh, directly using Sanyan, impressive. Tong Yuan frowned, glancing at Yuan, who was indeed sneering at him. So that's it, he has some confidence? This year, he actually got a genius. The invisible flames do have an advantage among newcomers. Not summoning flames and swinging the sword completely unskilled. It seems you really don't know sword spirit techniques. Please advise on the nurturing fire sword spirit technique. Flames pressed into the sword body, and the cloud patterns turned crimson. As he spoke, Xiao Yu's killing intent flashed by, but Yunyi felt as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. Momentarily paralyzed by fear, Xiao Yu was clearly not as gentle as she appeared. With a light touch on the ground, she instantly appeared beside Yunyi. Her speed so fast that he could barely react. She even had time to stab with her sword instead of slashing, given the sword structure. A thrust was evidently more powerful. Senior, retreat from the field. Boom. Before Xiao Yu finished speaking, the sword that pierced Yunyi exploded with a massive airflow, as if there was an insurmountable cliff ahead, preventing any advancement. Yunyi belatedly swung his sword to counterattack Xiao Yu, but it was too slow. Xiao Yu easily deflected it, her immense force even causing Yunyi to lose his balance slightly. Following that, countless stabbing attacks fell like a whirlwind, but without exception. All stopped near Yunyi's body. In an instant, Xiaoya, who had launched dozens of stabs, grew increasingly astonished. The invisible barrier completely nullified her attacks. How could this be possible? This boy before her clearly had less spiritual power and techniques than she did. How could he completely negate her attacks? Spirit weapons are much harder to burn than spiritual techniques in the human body. After adjusting his stance, Yunyi launched his attack. He wielded his sword with the posture of a tiger's fist, moving in an extremely wild manner, almost like he was flailing. Xiaoya found it easy to either dodge or counterattack. Without the protection of the Zhongyan, Yunyi would have been pierced countless times by now. But the problem was that Yunyi had the Zhongyan protecting him, which allowed him to be immune to any flames weaker than the Zhongyan. The principle of the Zhongyan's invisibility was that it neither emitted light nor absorbed it. As a capability of the extreme flame, it wasn't exactly invisibility, rather, it was immune to all flames with lower temperatures. Energy propagates from high to low. When cultivators think of the fire attribute as creating flames, they can never use low-temperature flames to heat a high-temperature object. It was completely unable to pierce through. My fire's spiritual power was utterly nullified. If forced to stab, a spirit weapon without spiritual protection would be burned to the point of destruction and must use stronger techniques. This absorption ability couldn't possibly be infinite. Xiaoya leaped several meters away, floating gracefully as if she were flying, during which she unleashed a multitude of incantations. Astonishing fire spiritual power was drawn from heaven and earth. And before Yunyi could rush over, the flames had already formed a divine dragon, coiling in the sky. The terrifying might illuminated the sky, dyeing the entire area a bright orange-red, incredibly shocking. Yuan's pupils contracted, only 12 years old, and she had already strengthened her control to the point of executing great spiritual techniques. Damn it, are there really this many geniuses? With a good quality spiritual root, and almost entirely focused on spiritual energy extraction. Even if she had only awakened her spiritual root for less than 2 years, she could still launch great spiritual techniques. Could she win a match? Tong Yuan laughed heartily. Fire cultivation, sword technique. Flame dragon. Xiaoya decisively swung her sword. Having made her judgment, she was ready to act. This move was bound to win. Her red clothing and long hair danced wildly in the wind as a flame dragon roared and slashed out. This flame dragon appeared heavy, but was actually incredibly fast. Yunyi barely had time to cross his sword in front of him before he was suddenly engulfed. Boom. It felt as if he had collided with a towering mountain, yet Xiaoya felt no sensation of breaking through everything. Her attack was being resisted. I can't lose. The spiritual pattern on her forehead glowed intensely as Xiaoya frantically drew fire's spiritual energy, forcibly maintaining the roaring flame dragon. As a result, the medium, the Mingwen cloud copper sword, rapidly turned bright red. Initially, only the cloud patterns turned red, but now the red began to spread outward. This was a warning. Once it spread to the outermost edge of the sword's blade, this spirit weapon would be rendered useless. But Xiaoya clearly could not admit defeat. If she couldn't defeat her opponent even with this level of technique, she would be too incompetent. She braced her feet against the ground, leaned forward, and swung her sword with all her might. Ah! The flame dragon's size expanded further. With a thunderous sound, the training ground exploded. Xiaoya also completely lost the strength to maintain it, stepping back several steps, her weapon cracking all over, nearly ruined. This scene made Tong Yuan's expression somewhat playful. He could clearly see through the smoke that his adopted daughter was about to lose. Clop clop clop. Yunyi broke through the smoke, emerging almost unscathed, though his sword was no longer in his hand, burned to ashes by the Zhongyan. However, this didn't matter. Dealing with a nearly exhausted cultivator, a fist was enough. We lost. Yunyi's fist stopped before Xiaoya, the girl's hair blown wildly by the wind from his punch. Tong Yuan looked at Yunyi in surprise. He hadn't expected Yunyi to stop. Was he enchanted by Fire Central? A flash of killing intent flickered in Xiaoya's eyes. But she soon stood up somewhat listlessly from the ground, bowing slightly and saying, "Thank you, Lord Xianxia, for your mercy. Fire Central has lost. Yunyi his daughter?" Chapter 40, Rematch. After winning, Yunyi said nothing and hid away, trying to erase his presence. But Tong Yuan still observed him with great significance for a long time, thoroughly remembering this person. Although Fire Central wasn't the most talented, having emerged from the Tong family's hell-level training without any shortcomings, she even possessed great spiritual techniques unattainable by ordinary cultivators. Her strength was already at the level of a black-armored soldier, so she shouldn't be defeated by a newcomer. Was it a positional suppression? Tong Yuan found it hard to imagine what kind of positional suppression could even nullify great spiritual techniques. Could it be that there was no burden at all? Fire Central had yet to recover from using great spiritual techniques, so why was this newcomer so calm and unflustered? Ha ha ha. Tong Yuan, I really did see a joke. Look at someone's words. Can great spiritual techniques win a match? Ha ha ha. Not even breaking through the defense. This is simply too amusing. Yu Wen's loud laughter echoed through the training ground, almost to the point of tears, as he completely did not let go of the opportunity to kick someone when they were down. However, this level of mockery meant nothing to Tong Yuan, and he began to laugh as well. Hee, a genius is indeed a genius. Xiaoya remained silent. In the recent battle, it seemed she had done a lot, yet it also felt like she had accomplished nothing, leaving her with no room for rebuttal. Li Shui, you have the water attribute. Why not challenge him? Tong Yuan suddenly said. Huh, a person can only be challenged once, right? Li Shui asked in confusion. Not a challenge, just a spar. Seeing how confident you are, how can you not give it a try? Tong Yuan smiled. Well, I don't mind, as long as that Lord Xianxia agrees. Li Shui replied. Yuan, what do you think? Tong Yuan asked. Not much. I've had enough of the jokes. I'm not interested in accompanying you any longer. Hurry up and get lost. The mockery failed to have an effect, and Yuan immediately lost interest. I'll use the spirit gathering ring as a wager. Deal. Yuan's expression changed instantly. Hee. Tong Yuan tossed out a green jade ring, which was caught by the rising stone platform, faintly circulating with spiritual energy. This was a magical artifact. Spirit weapons must be controlled by the user and have little inherent power. However, magical artifacts are different. They possess constant abilities and are always in effect. This ring was clearly for spirit gathering, which greatly enhances combat power, allowing all spiritual techniques to increase in power and making it easier to use great spiritual techniques, thus being extremely valuable. Yuan really wanted the ring, so he earnestly patted Yunyi on the back, saying, Xiaoxia, give it your all. Don't hold back at all. If you show mercy again, you might end up as useless as Lu Jingyu, unable to stay in the black armored army for long. Yunyi felt no fluctuations in his heart. He even wanted to punch him in the face. Flames flickered. I'll do my best. After saying this, Yunyi stepped forward again. The patterns of his fire's spiritual root lit up. He glanced at his lifespan limit. Only 90 remained. He was much stronger than Xiaoya. After all, he had just awakened his spiritual root and hadn't used it many times, while Xiaoya had certainly achieved smooth use of great spiritual techniques after numerous battles. And her lifespan limit had already dropped to 68. This celestial cultivation was short-lived. Continuing to fight like this, even if the perfected Qi cultivation technique could reduce life loss, it wouldn't be enough. Under everyone's watch, the two took their positions. The young man's weapon was a flowing ribbon, which he tore from his arm, saying, My name is Li Shui, and I am very fortunate to spar with Lord Xianxia. Yunyi had automatically assumed the position of captain of the Baisher Town spiritual technique team, executing tasks outside and able to mobilize a 5-person team from the spiritual technique team. While Li Shui was merely a spiritual technique soldier and had yet to qualify to join the black armored army. Now, Yunyi was indeed the commander. After silently nodding, Yunyi picked up a new Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword and fixed his gaze firmly on Li Shui. Just now, he had been able to defeat Xiaoya purely due to positional suppression, but there was no such possibility this time. Any attack could lead to his immediate defeat. Fire Bath Feather Armor. Unlike the previous battle, Yunyi entered the Fire Bath Feather Armor state right at the start, with crimson flames enveloping his entire body. This is a magical technique that can comprehensively improve physical fitness, and because it is a semi-extreme flame, its effect far exceeds the realm that Yunyi should have. Huh, are we not using that kind of invisible flame anymore? Li Shui asked curiously. Yunyi moved, slashing with his sword to unleash flowing fire that covered more than 10 meters ahead, its momentum quite impressive. The key point is that flowing fire is a semi-extreme flame, and its speed is not like that of ordinary flames at all. Boom. Although Li Shui tried to dodge, he was still grazed, forcing him to activate the water movement magic to block it. He leaped up, riding the waves, while the flames behind him were completely blocked by the water flow. However, with a loud explosion, the water flow was quickly turned into steam. So fast. Li Shui's pupils contracted. The realm of the person in front of him was very high. Nothing like that of a commoner. Flowing fire. Xianxia's accuracy was lacking, so he could only use flowing fire. Flowing fire has relatively low power, but its vast attack range leaves no place to hide, making it difficult for movement techniques to be effective. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a tremor beneath his feet. A thought flashed through his mind, and he jumped away. Immediately afterward, stone spikes shot up from the ground, aiming to pierce Xianxia like a hedgehog. In the distance, Li Shui interrupted Xianxia's attack and immediately launched a barrage of water jets for an assault. The flowing nature of water movement magic makes it very adept at impact attacks, with a much longer attack range than fire movement magic. Moreover, Li Shui's actual magical realm far surpassed Xianxia's, and in an instant, the flames were quickly extinguished. The offense and defense reversed. As a large number of water jets fell, Xianxia struggled desperately, finding it hard to break the deadlock. Fire is not good at defending against impact damage, and water counters fire, so using Tsang Yin for defense would cause his spiritual energy to deplete faster than it could recover. Maintaining this state for a long time would exhaust Ling Kong's life energy, and if he continued to use spiritual energy, his vitality would be rapidly consumed. Xiao Yu had just unleashed a powerful move, even exceeding limits, which led to Ling Kong's life energy depleting rapidly in a short time. This was not advisable. To defeat Li Shui, he needed to approach faster, break through with stronger force, and not be restricted by the water flow. Xianxia gripped his sword. His aura solidified to the extreme, focusing entirely on evading faster. Then, under everyone's gaze, the flaming feather garment collapsed, as if it were about to exhaust itself. Heart of Fire. Xianxia had previously tried using half of his spiritual energy for extreme flames and half for semi-extreme flames. But the result was that he could not focus on two things at once, ending in complete failure. This made Xianxia realize that if he didn't have enough time, it was better not to attempt things beyond his capabilities. Therefore, as the flaming feather garment collapsed, Xianxia gave up all defense and activated the Heart of Extreme Flame. This time he externalized the Heart of Fire, covering his body with a pale light interspersed with streaks of black. Without temperature and without an attack range. The Heart of Fire was more like a mass of energy. Its external form and color merely reflected Xianxia's perception. At this moment, Xianxia's physical fitness increased dozens of times, entering an unimaginable bullet time. The enhancement of his senses allowed him to easily detect gazes from all directions, even vaguely sensing the meanings contained within. Has the invisible flame become visible? Tong Yuan, hidden behind an observation, harbored a desire for control. He wanted Li Shui to fight again to understand Xianxia's power. However, the more he explored, the more unknowns emerged. Chapter 41, Slacking Off, Gathering Spirit Ring. The improvement of reaction speed from magical techniques is actually far less apparent than the enhancement of physical abilities. Forcing an increase could lead to excessive speed without sufficient reaction time. But Xianxia's Heart of Fire allows for free adjustment of the proportions. Even if he hasn't used it many times, there shouldn't be much of an issue. He didn't need to be too fast. Being faster than the enemy was sufficient. In the state of Heart of Fire, Xianxia's enhancement was dozens of times greater, but this was the result after removing the flaming feather garment, which itself had about a fourfold enhancement. In reality, Xianxia was at most 10 times faster than in the flaming feather garment state. But this was still absurd. It was unnecessary to be that fast, and Xianxia deliberately slowed down to avoid being scrutinized. Li Shui's reaction speed was probably about 50% faster than Xianxia in the flaming feather garment state. In Li Shui's eyes, Xianxia appeared as a sluggish person moving at 0.66 times speed, making it difficult to escape his insight. However, this was merely a matter of reaction speed. Li Shui's displayed physical speed was not stronger than Xianxia's. Therefore, Xianxia only increased his speed to 25 times that of the flaming feather garment state, which was sufficient to overwhelm and secure victory. If Li Shui had any trump cards, even if slightly weaker, Xianxia would directly concede. It was not that he wasn't trying hard, but that the enemy was too strong. Boom. The fierce wind blew away, and Xianxia experienced what it meant to break through the wind. He could feel powerful resistance with nearly every step, but the expressiveness was indeed top-notch. And Xianxia almost instantly reached near Li Shui, with all his attacks missing entirely, not even grazing him. However, Li Shui's powerful combat instincts surpassed Xianxia's understanding. Even without clearly seeing his movements, he reacted. With a stomp, the ground shook, and numerous stone pillars crisscrossed, completely covering him. Xianxia's sword strike landed on the stone pillars. Although it penetrated halfway, shattering them entirely would evidently take time. Water movement. 3 water dragons descended from the sky from various directions, resembling falling bombs. The astonishing force made Xianxia dare not resist, and could only retreat. Rumble. The entire stone forest was shattered, and Li Shui extended his hands in the water, raising the waves. At this moment, Yunyi realized that he had unknowingly turned the entire training ground into a water pool. The water generated by water movement magic, even if not completely transformed into water, could last for a short time without disappearing, becoming an aid for the controller. A thick fog enveloped the area. The mist was so dense that one could not see their own hand. Not only did Li Shui have the advantage of the water field, but he also had weather techniques. The tactical depth of the aristocratic children was far superior to that of commoners. Ordinary people could not convert flames into various capabilities of extreme flames. Dual spiritual roots can indeed be incredibly powerful, making it hard to grasp. With dual spiritual roots, Li Shui could construct numerous traps next, and unless he fully unleashed his power, he was bound to lose. He didn't want Yuan to get the gathering spirit ring. Immediately afterward, after being hit several times, Yunyi, who had switched back to the flaming feather garment, shouted, "I concede." The thick fog dispersed, and Li Shui put away a white bottle. He had intended to use poison, but it was pointless. Upon seeing this outcome, Yuan raised an eyebrow. Commoners were indeed commoners, with too shallow a foundation. Even with their bloodline, they were still not a match for the aristocratic geniuses. "I concede, Senior," Li Shui chuckled. "You missed out on a good thing. I originally wanted to give you this ring, but it's really not of much use. As a commoner, you have to desperately seek opportunities, you understand?" The other team members couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The gathering spirit ring is still a magical artifact. Yuan would dare to cut down his own father for the sake of advancement. So how could he possibly give such a precious treasure to an ordinary team member? He was serious. As the stone pillars exploded, the ring fell directly into Yunye's hands. Yuan's expression suddenly darkened, then instantly turned to laughter. Haha. As expected of Captain Tong, truly wealthy, able to casually give away magical artifacts. Since that's the case, Xianxia, you can keep it for yourself. It might help you strengthen your power further, so as to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Thank you, Captain Yu. Thank you. Captain Tong. Yunyi treated Yuan's veiled threat as if he hadn't heard it, happily accepting the gathering spirit ring. This was a genuine treasure of great significance to Yunyi. There was no way he would part with it. Assuming he could control a total amount of spiritual energy of 10 per second, the additional spiritual energy from this ring would exceed 30, equivalent to quadrupling his power. And actually even more because of the extreme flame. According to what Yunyi currently knew, a cultivator's strength is primarily determined by three factors: the amount of spiritual energy controlled, which is constant for spiritual roots. Cultivation is merely about excavation. Spirituality is the utilization of spiritual power. All spiritual techniques aim to improve the efficiency of this power. The potential is extremely high, but individual talent also has its limits. Finally, there is combat experience. With the same setup, the gap between a bronze-level fighter and a king-level fighter is overwhelming. As for weapons, they either enhance the control of spiritual power, improve spiritual sensitivity, or even increase combat experience. Spiritual tools with extremely high spiritual sensitivity can even replace cultivators in battle. In short, the ring given by Tong Yuan is undoubtedly of immense value, something a commoner like Yunyi could never access. Even if he trained desperately for over a decade, he might not gain as much power as that ring could provide. Even with risks, he must keep it. This is precisely Tong Yuan's intention, offering a precious spiritual tool that clearly cannot be merely a mockery of Yuan. First, regardless of his intentions, even if Yunyi sees through him, the value of this treasure will not diminish. It will genuinely help Yunyi, creating a cause and effect relationship. Second, if Yuan were to take the ring, it would sow discord between the two, potentially creating a hidden danger for the third squad. He is indeed in need of people and welcomes such talents. Young man, if you're interested, you can come and take a look at our squad. We are very hospitable. Unlike other squads. Huiyang and Li Shui bowed to everyone. Captain Yuan, esteemed adults, Huiyang, Li Shui, takes their leave. Yunyi looked at the disappearing figures of the three, unsure of what he was thinking. With the ring's enhancement, he felt as if he could conquer the heavens and the earth, perhaps even defeat a captain-level fighter. Unfortunately, reason held him back, as the complete cultivation methods mastered by the aristocracy were beyond his current imagination. It has been 12 years since the destruction of Xiaya village. Yet Tong Yuan's appearance has not changed at all, even though Yunyi does not know much about the Black Armored Army. He understands that being a captain requires battling various powerful demons, which must involve intense combat. Clearly, being a captain for 12 years and remaining ageless means his power does not require sacrificing his life. Chapter 42. Spring Rain, Summer Flowers. The silver moon hung high, with not a cloud in sight. With the return of Zhu Xiaohong and the others, the day came to an end. Zhu Xiaohong did not know what price was paid, but ultimately managed to keep 2 subordinates, bringing the third squad's number to 12. Yunyi paid little attention to this. He left the training ground in search of his own courtyard. Hong Mountain has many buildings, and Yunyi had only been a reserve soldier before, so he had only received a room. Now that he has officially become a soldier of the Black Armored Army, he can obtain an independent courtyard. Most courtyards are over 700 or 800 square meters, which is quite impressive given the size of the mountain. It is unclear whether it was built by spiritual root cultivators, but if it is earth or wood-based, building houses seems extremely simple. This is a spiritual mountain, and with such a large area, growing or raising anything should be very easy. Unfortunately, I don't have a small green bottle, nor do I have a wood spiritual root. Yunyi confirmed his residence. It is marked as no. 9-foot courtyard, with 3 fire fruit trees inside, illuminating the courtyard even at night, perfectly matching Yunyi's preferences. Yunyi used his identity token to open the courtyard and walked inside, only to be greeted by 2 maidservants bowing to him. We, the maidservants Chunyu Xiahua, have met the Lord of Spiritual Techniques. We will be responsible for your daily needs. Please feel free to give us any instructions, and we can do anything. Both maidservants are quite young, with good looks and demeanor, clearly specially selected. The one on the left, Xiahua, has her long black hair down, looking less like a maid and more like a young lady. The one on the right, Chunyu, keeps her head lowered, her personality somewhat soft. What is surprising is that Chunyu's hair has a hint of red mixed in with the black, making Yunyi feel that the name Chunyu suits her very well. As for why Yunyi associates spring with the color red, he does not know. He just feels that spring should be red, representing new life. Maidservants are naturally quite feudal. However, Yunyi has seen quite a bit in the Academy of Learning and is not surprised. He is just a bit curious. Does every courtyard have dedicated staff? Yes. Even when there is no master, the courtyard will have dedicated staff for cleaning, Xiahua replied, her hair down, exuding a gentle demeanor, not afraid of Yunyi. Chunyu, on the other hand, was much more timid and did not dare to raise her head to speak. Are you hired by the government? We were sold to the government by our family, just for food and accommodation, and there is no need for money in Hong Mountain, Xiahua said. I see. Yunyi nodded. In this world, as long as there is food to eat, one can attract a large number of people. Having 2 ordinary people for each courtyard is extraordinarily simple. This is quite good for him, as it saves him the trouble of managing trivial matters. For example, heating water for a bath would require firewood, which is very troublesome, except for someone like Yunyi, who has a fire spiritual root. Wealthy people in this world solve this problem by buying a large number of servants to do their bidding, making their lives as comfortable as an emperor's. Yunyi used to work for a landlord's food storage, where it was extremely difficult to even get enough to eat. This is unimaginable to modern city dwellers. If it weren't for the path of longevity, he might as well be a modern worker. Since that's the case, please help me boil some water. I'll sit under the tree for a while and pick some fruits. Yes. Xiahua and Chunyu bowed and obediently went to prepare. After walking a bit away, Chunyu whispered to Xiahua, Sister, this spiritual master seems very nice. He speaks to us so kindly. Perhaps he is a hero from a humble background. He truly is different from those people. Xiahua silently nodded. Their attitude towards the world is quite evident. Others commanding them would not use the word trouble. Xiahua always feels this new master is not like those talented commoners she has seen. Those people become famous at a young age, full of pride, their sharpness too piercing. However, this new master, though he only said a few words, is remarkably calm, leaving her astonished. Perhaps calm is not quite right. It should be described as natural. This new master has an indescribable sense of naturalness, as if he is casually chatting with Chunyu, rather than embodying the identity of a spiritual technique cultivator. It feels quite wonderful. The 2 young women whispered a few words, gathered firewood, and hurriedly began to work. Yunyi picked a dozen or so fruits from the fire fruit tree in the garden and finally relaxed as he sat on a chair, munching on the fruits while enjoying the night view. 12 years have passed. In this life, he has undoubtedly achieved results that are unimaginable compared to his previous life. Not only has he cultivated the qi nurturing technique and awakened his spiritual root, but he has also unearthed the extreme flame, enabling him to fight against the aristocracy with a commoner's foundation. It can be anticipated that he will go far on this path in the Black Armored Army, accumulating a vast amount of wealth and resources for the next life. The future is bright. This situation indicates that he has become familiar with this world and can finally feel somewhat at ease. Yunyi tapped his fingers on the armrest, his thoughts drifting toward the future. Spiritual techniques do not have energy realms. All the power I currently possess is based on experience. In the next life, I can quickly replicate this. My current task is to approach the upper limits as closely as possible and learn various knowledge with all my might. Knowledge about talismans, weapon forging, alchemy, and even making superior food will be of immense help to me. If my strength cannot be improved, I should shift my focus directly. After becoming a formal employee, Yunyi will have the right to inquire about the prices of various types of knowledge. The black armored army has collected all kinds of knowledge that are nearly impossible to find outside, including alchemy, weapon forging, and talismans. Though the prices are quite high and there are no teachers to guide him step by step, it is sufficient for Yunyi. He first set his sights on the knowledge of superior food production, which might be useful in the next life when he opens his spiritual route. The knowledge of superior food production is not particularly special. Compared to other categories, it can be purchased more comprehensively. The packaged knowledge of 4 levels, A, B, C, D, requires a total of 10,000 xian copper and 10 contribution points. This knowledge comes with only a tutorial and no teacher. Whether he can learn it depends entirely on luck. Selling at this price is, in fact, akin to a no-cost transaction. It's just taking advantage of those who aspire to elevate themselves from the common folk to a family status. The aristocracy has it all, and they look down on the lowest-ranking black armored army. For commoners, even if they purchase it, it would take several generations to be of any use. Therefore, before exhausting their paths, they wouldn't consider wasting resources on such flashy but impractical things. Only those with inadequate talents would plan ahead for their families and buy this kind of knowledge. Yunyi is an exception. He is eager to absorb all knowledge within one lifetime and welcomes anyone who comes. The premium food is the cheapest, so it is prioritized. Techniques like talisman making that require awakening spiritual roots to use are all above 100,000 mysterious copper, and they only offer basic knowledge with no profound methods. Yunyi won't be able to gather enough money in a short time. Little used sword spirit technique greatly enhances her attack power. If she faced the stone array of Li Shui, she could easily cut through it. But Yunyi cannot. He doesn't know how to use a sword and can't find the perfect point to exert force. So he can only rely on the destructive power of spiritual methods to counteract. Sigh. When I think about it carefully, there is too much to learn. Chapter 43, 1000 Steel Spirit Silver Armor. About half an hour later, Xiahua wiped the sweat from her forehead, approached, and saluted. Lord Yangshi. The water has been boiled. Shall we start the bath now? The government has prepared clean clothes for you, which you can use directly. Thank you. I will go wash now. I got covered in dust from today's battle. Thanks to you for getting the hot water ready. Otherwise, with my temperament, I would have just lain here. Here, the fruit is very sweet. After eating, remember to wash up before resting. Yunyi threw all the remaining fruit to Xiahua, who fumbled to catch it. She glanced at it and quickly shook her head. Fire fruit? This is too precious. Fire fruit has spiritual properties and can improve one's constitution. My lord should consume it himself. It's fine. This thing requires accumulation over time. A few will only prevent diseases, which is just right for you. By the way, my name is Yangshi. You should rest early. Yes, Lord Yangshi. Her words were very natural, and Xiahua didn't know how to refuse for a moment. So she had to take it and eat it with Chunyu. However, she didn't sleep. The dirty water from the bath and the tub needed cleaning. After Yun-Yi finished bathing, he wore a bathrobe and toured the residence with Chunyu. Finally, after Chunyu introduced everything, he chose a room with a bookshelf and desk. He preferred to have useful things together. Separating them into a study would be troublesome. After surveying the room's furnishings and the fairly spacious area, Yunyi nodded. Not bad, very good. Finally, I can live in a big house. Chunyu, good night. You should go rest. Good night. Yes, the maid will rest well. Chunyu left, surprised. Once the door closed, she realized that her master hadn't asked her to warm the bed. The situations she heard from other sisters did not say this, unless it was a female spiritual master. Otherwise, after the courtyard had a master, these maids would definitely become the master's women. This spiritual master is quite peculiar. Tomorrow, I have to deal with Lu Jingyu. I hope nothing happens. Yun-Yi clearly didn't think about having the maid warm the bed and fell into a deep sleep while contemplating. The next day, the sun was bright. Lord Yangshi. Lord Yangshi. Yun-Yi woke up to a soft call. A girl with long hair to her waist stood respectfully at the foot of the bed, saying, Lord Yangshi, breakfast is ready. According to your orders, it is A-grade premium food purchased from the cafeteria. Thank you. Yun-Yi got up and stretched. He hadn't slept this comfortably in a long time. After getting up and declining Xiahua's service, he quickly changed into new clothes. Finally, draping on a black martial robe, a handsome young man stepped out of the room. Looking in the large bronze mirror, Yun-Yi confirmed one thing. People rely on their appearance. His looks in this lifetime were actually quite ordinary, but wearing a spiritual martial robe instantly made him feel like a noble young master. Xiahua smiled and praised. Lord Yangshi is indeed a young genius, exceptionally brave. Chunyu softly echoed, Yes, yes. This compliment was pleasant to hear. Yun-Yi smiled and didn't take it seriously, starting to eat breakfast heartily. Just after finishing, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Even indoors, Yun-Yi could hear it, and he put down his chopsticks. Looks like just in time. Stepping outside, he saw Lu Jingyu, fully clad in black armor, her face completely covered. She leaned against the courtyard wall and, upon seeing Yunyi come out, tossed him a remark to follow her, and walked ahead, passing through the long path of fire fruit trees. Lu Jingyu brought Yunyi to a restricted area of the logistics department. There were restrictions here. Without permission, no one could enter. Today, you can go in and choose a set of spiritual black armor. Lu Jingyu raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and solve it. Don't waste time." Yunyi took out his identity badge and entered the restricted storeroom. The entire storeroom was extremely spacious, at least 6 or 7 meters high. It was filled with a large number of armors, and they were not all black. In fact, there were armors of all colors, even multicolored ones. Yunyi glanced at the descriptions and nearly burst out laughing. Heaven knows what he was looking at. There was even a spiritual material called colorful showy 7-colored group stone. However, Yunyi quickly stopped laughing because this set of spiritual armor, when used skillfully, could simulate optical invisibility. Very few people possess divine consciousness, and it is impossible to keep it on all day. Invisibility remains a highly threatening ability. Moreover, divine consciousness can scan, and there are naturally countermeasures for it. The flashy nature of this spiritual material also implies interference with divine consciousness, but it can only be used by women or men who are even flashier than women. In any case, there were quite a few of these peculiar spiritual armors in stock for selection. Yunyi had already considered what type of spiritual armor he needed yesterday, so he didn't waste time and quickly stopped in front of a silver armor. 1000 Steel Spirit Silver Armor has strong defensive capabilities. By infusing it with fire attribute spiritual power, it can enhance spiritual methods and grant flames a demon-suppressing effect. Yunyi's greatest weakness is his lack of combat awareness, so he needs a higher margin for error. As for various killing abilities, Extreme Flame is already sufficient and does not require the enhancement of spiritual armor. Yunyi infused spiritual power into the armor, and as the spiritual power spread, black quickly enveloped the entire armor. The originally bright silver was completely covered by dull black. This was the recognition ceremony. These blacks were actually special spiritual patterns, so regardless of the armor's color, it would ultimately turn black. Crack, crack, crack. The black armor floated through Yunyi's body and directly fitted onto him. The armor has its own spirit and requires no manual assistance. Otherwise, few people would be able to help with such armor. It is precisely because the armor has its own spirit that, apart from the breathing holes, it is almost completely sealed, not even revealing the eyes, and the breathing holes also have an automatic air filtration effect, maximizing safety. It seems there will be no chance to see a bikini battle armor. Due to the spiritual power, the weight has been offset, right? Even moving around, the armor doesn't make a sound. Only the weight on the ground is genuine. Yunyi walked out of the storeroom, the face shield hidden, seemingly merged with the helmet. With a thought, he could reapply the protection. This is incredible. If he replaced it with a high-level spiritual tool that could change size, it would be no problem to disguise himself as a high-tech warrior. Seeing Yunyi resolve it so quickly, Lu Jingyu nodded. Not bad. Next is the Blacklist task. This is the core of the Black Armored Army. Inside are tasks released by the wealthy families of various aristocracies. Completing Blacklist tasks is where the true profit of Black Armored spiritual methods lies. 2,000 mysterious copper is just a drop in the bucket. These tasks can be freely accepted. What I mainly mean is the tasks released by the government. These are mandatory. There is no reward. And there are quite a few each month, and these are mostly done by the weaker members of the team. These tasks have a common characteristic. They are troublesome and difficult, and there is a high likelihood of encountering great danger. The previous 2 died just like that. You'd better hope you're not next. Chapter 44, Ordinary Task, Eliminate Demons. The location for accepting the blacklisted tasks is within the 3rd team's base. It's a building with a black hall plaque. There is no one inside the building, but the walls are covered with black cloth of various sizes, with flickering and flowing text on it. This is the sublist of the black market for magical tools. All tasks can be transferred from the main list to the sublist. As far as I know, the higher the ranking of the team, the better the tasks they receive. These tasks are generally divided into 5 categories: ordinary, difficult, chaotic, disaster, and major disaster. Only the squad leader can accept disaster and major disaster tasks. Lu Jingyu glanced over the various tasks in the hall and continued. Today is the first day. You can casually pick an ordinary task. We'll talk about higher difficulty government tasks later. Yunyi nodded and looked closely. Ordinary tasks are written in white characters, easy to understand. Ordinary task: escort a merchant convoy through the Red Mountain to Luoyun town. Expected duration: 7 days. Reward: 1 contribution point, 3,000 Xian copper. Ordinary task: government spiritual energy diffusion from the spiritual spring west of Red Mountain may attract demons. Requires personnel to guard for 3 days starting from March 5th. Reward: 1 contribution point. Ordinary task: a wealthy merchant, Su Donglian, has someone missing from his home and suspects demon activity. Hires for cleanup. Reward: 1 contribution point, 1,200 Xian copper. Looking at everything, the emphasis is on wealth and power. Excluding the noble families, the status of spiritual practitioners is actually very high. They are the guarantee of the lives and fortunes of wealthy landlords. Therefore, they spend a lot of money hiring spiritual practitioners. Is a few thousand Xian copper a small amount? In fact, what is written on the blacklist is a few thousand, but the real number is 10 to 20 times higher. As for where this money goes, it naturally ends up in the hands of the government. Black-armored spiritual practitioners are basically hired hands for the government. Collecting a 9/10 tax is already giving face to the black-armored practitioners. If a powerless slave could earn this much money, they would at most be given a few copper coins to avoid starving. Yet, even after collecting a 9/10 tax, black-armored practitioners are still incredibly wealthy, easily earning tens of thousands a month. It should be noted that the monthly income of commoners in Baishur town hovers around the hundreds. Compared to that, black-armored practitioners are living in luxury, fully justified in their struggles for survival. This is how people view the world. Xianxia is very clear that the high income of the black-armored army essentially stems from the exploitation of commoners. It's just that the noble families exploit the commoners and then hand the profits over to the black-armored army. He is now a member of the black-armored army. Even if the bulk of the profits is taken by the government, he still has to maintain order voluntarily. But if he were a commoner, not only would he be exploited on a daily basis, but when demons appear, not only could his whole family die, but the noble families and the government would not protect them, but would continue to exploit them, forcing them to pay for demon extermination themselves. This experience is extremely unfair. The situation in Baishur town is already evident. The natural order is completely distorted, filled with chaos. If it weren't for spiritual practitioners easily suppressing the lower classes, chaos would have erupted long ago. Xianxia carefully selected a task that met his expectations. Ordinary task. There have been frequent disappearances in the back mountain of Qingzhou village. Suspected to be due to demon activity, the villagers hire for cleanup. Reward, 1 contribution point, 500 Xian copper. Qingzhou village is further away from Mingzhu village, close to a large mountain, where dangerous demons appear from time to time. If this isn't resolved, the demons may run into the Mingzhu village area. Qingzhou village? There isn't much profit there. Are you sure you want to go? Lu Jingyu frowned. Xianxia showed a puzzled expression. Lu Jingyu said calmly. Xianxia understood but shook his head, the flames flickering. I'm not familiar with it. It's okay. In that case, record it with your identity plate to prevent other team members from choosing this task. Lu Jingyu didn't waste any more words. Xianxia followed her instructions and recorded the task with his identity plate. Soon, a red frame appeared around the task text on the black cloth, indicating that this task had been accepted. After accepting the task, numerous fine texts appeared on the identity plate, detailing more specific information, such as the location of Qingzhou village and who managed it, etc. The two walked out and bumped into Zhu Xiaohong and her companions. Zhu Xiaohong still had a sharp demeanor and casually mocked Xianxia upon seeing him. I heard you lost to Li Shui yesterday. Don't be discouraged. P.S. Just one of the better ones in his generation. Not a big deal. You'll see more interesting things in the future. Thank you, Zhu Lingfa. I will work hard. Xianxia left a message in flame text as he brushed past Zhu Xiaohong. Hee. Zhu Xiaohong chuckled and exchanged glances with Lu Jingyu. They had no intention of speaking, but there was no animosity either. The Zhu and Lu families are rival families. But Lu Jingyu is too low in status for Zhu Xiaohong to take notice. Xianxia and Lu Jingyu descended the mountain, and on the way, Lu Jingyu suddenly said, Zhu Xiaohong is the most talented genius in the Zhu family in decades. Her strength is far beyond Li Shui's. You'd better not provoke her, or I might get dragged into trouble too. Xianxia was taken aback by this. Zhu Xiaohong is actually stronger than Li Shui? Could it be that Zhu Xiaohong also has dual spiritual roots? Our Zhu and Lu families are the strongest families in Baishur town besides the Ji family, possessing secret methods beyond your imagination. Even if you are born with a unique flame, to our Zhu and Lu families, it's nothing much. Being arrogant with talent will not end well. Lu Jingyu glanced at Xianxia. Although she is weak, her experience is not something commoners can compare to. She understands the terror of noble families. A genius might bridge a gap of decades, but can it bridge a gap of hundreds of years? Both the Zhu and Lu families have existed for hundreds of years, producing countless geniuses and creating innumerable secret methods. For example, the Lu family's proudest secret method is the fusion of spiritual roots, the dual property wind spiritual root. Compared to ordinary spiritual roots, the dual property wind spiritual root is virtually invincible. Even the weakest is 10 times stronger than ordinary spiritual roots, resulting in a qualitative evolution in both combat and cultivation. If her uncle Lu Wujing truly takes action, he would only be stronger than Yuan, not weaker. Similarly, Zhu Xiaohong has inherited the core legacy of the Zhu family, mastering the secret methods of the fire spiritual root. Although it's unknown how far she has progressed, she absolutely cannot be measured by the standards of a newcomer. After running several dozen kilometers, they arrived at a hillside, and Yunyi looked around. Is that Qingxiao village? In the valley ahead, houses were clustered, with smoke curling up, filled with a rural atmosphere. There are many jujube trees planted here, with green fruits hanging from the treetops. Lu Jingyu nodded yes. Chapter 45. The Three Lives of the Undead Cat. Upon their arrival, the conspicuous black armor caused many farmers to shout, "People, the spiritual master from Baishur town has arrived. Quickly tell the village chief." The two ignored these farmers and went straight into Qingxiao village, heading directly to the top of the fortress. By the time Yun Yi and the others arrived, the village chief of Qingxiao had already come to greet them with a large number of servants. The village chief, dressed in fine clothes, had a plump round face full of smiles. Upon seeing the two, he was overjoyed and repeatedly cupped his hands in salute. "Two esteemed lords, you have finally arrived. I am Shi Qing, the village chief of Qingxiao village. I have been awaiting your arrival for some time. A lavish feast is prepared here. After your arduous journey, you must be starving. Please come in." No matter how much money he spent for a task of this difficulty, usually only one black-armored spiritual practitioner would come. With two suddenly arriving, the speed of problem resolution would naturally be faster, so he was only pleased. There was no need for pleasantries. Let's discuss the issues in Qingxiao village. What abnormalities have occurred recently? Lu Jingyu didn't even tell Shi Qing her name and directly got to the point. Of course, she wasn't polite either, leading Yun Yi into the fortress, where a large table had already been set up, filled with various steaming dishes. She sat down and casually began eating. Yun Yi also took a taste and found that there were quite a few spices inside. The flavor was actually quite good. With such a spread, it would cost at least 100 xiantong. However, Shi Qing didn't know when the black-armored army would send someone, so he could only keep heating the dishes. And if they got overcooked, he would have to make them again. This meant he would probably waste at least 500 or 600 xiantong, which was quite a hassle. "Haha, my lords, how do you find the food? Is it to your taste?" Shi Qing completely disregarded the urgency of dealing with the demons and chatted with the two. "It's indeed not bad. You've put in some effort. You can start now. The sooner you deal with the demons, the better," Lu Jingyu said. After enjoying a meal, her expression relaxed a lot, and she was willing to speak calmly. Upon hearing that they were going to discuss serious matters, Yun Yi sat up straight and pretended to listen attentively. "Well, my lords are indeed decisive. I won't waste your time. Fu Gui, tell the lords about the characteristics of the demons you encountered." Shi Qing called a young man over, who had bandages wrapped around his chest with blood seeping through. He was a member of the village's guard team and had encountered the demons earlier, escaping to the vicinity of the village, and fortunately, he hadn't died. "Fu Gui, what are you dawdling for? Quickly tell the two lords about the characteristics of the demon you encountered," Shi Qing shouted. The young man trembled in fright and quickly replied, "The one that attacked us looked like a cat demon. It had 3 tails, golden pupils, and was about the size of a leopard. Oh, and its fur was white, with no patterns. When it fixed its gaze on me, I felt completely frozen, unable to move. I was able to escape only because my family heirloom weapon contained silver, which barely countered its demon technique." The description was clear. "Xianxia, you should know what kind of demon this is, right?" Lu Jingyu asked. "The death spirit 3-life cat. It fits the characteristics perfectly. It's a type of ordinary demon with strange abilities," Yun Yi said. "That's right. Since that's the case, go solve it yourself. The contributions and rewards of the task can't be shared," Lu Jingyu said. Yun Yi nodded. There was someone following him, but he actually felt it was a hindrance. As for the threat posed by the demons, a spirit practitioner who couldn't even deal with an ordinary demon wouldn't have a chance to join the black-armored army. While demons sounded terrifying, in reality, they were just stronger than ordinary people. Spirit practitioners could suppress ordinary demons in the blink of an eye. Only chaos-level demons required a desperate struggle. Yun Yi stood up, not intending to slack off, and soon disappeared from the sight of the people in the dock fort. The people in the dock fort, unaware that Yun Yi was a newcomer, still retained their trust. In their eyes, anyone in black armor was a high-ranking figure who would surely succeed. The back mountain of Qingxiao village was also sunny and picturesque, making one feel refreshed. However, the demons in this world did not come with a black mist effect. Even in the depths of the demon-infested Red Mountain, it looked bright and magnificent, without a hint of gloom. Unexpectedly, he would have to be a hunter again. After Yun Yi arrived at the area where the young man was injured, he began to search carefully for signs. There were traces of demons all over the back mountain, a type of demonic power that was completely different from spiritual energy. Very noticeable. Even those who had not awakened their spiritual roots could vaguely sense it. After finding the traces, Yun Yi quickly followed, moving skillfully. After all, he had been a hunter for 3 years and had a lot of experience in tracking prey, even without awakening his spiritual roots. he could still find his way through various signs. For him, the Death Spirit 3-life cat was just a big prey. However, after chasing for a whole morning, the Death Spirit 3-life cat had run too far, and the various traces were intermittent, which indeed took Xianxia some effort. When Xianxia found the Death Spirit 3-life cat, it was standing on the corpse of a deer, devouring something. The Death Spirit 3-life cat was a soul entity that only consumed souls and blood energy, thus gaining powerful soul abilities. Ordinary people would be completely immobilized just by its gaze, allowing it to slaughter them at will. But this trick was not very effective against spirit practitioners. As they had spiritual energy protecting them, various external forces would first contend with their spiritual energy and would not take effect directly. As long as the spiritual energy was strong enough, both physical attacks and spiritual attacks could be ignored, and demons were no exception. The Death Spirit 3-life cat devoured all the souls and blood, let out a roar, and began to leave. At this point, although Xianxia had spotted the cat, they were still far apart. The Death Spirit 3-life cat flickered a few times and became a small wight, about to escape. Anger rose in his heart. Without any hesitation, Xianxia transformed all his spiritual energy into blazing flames that enveloped his body. He had not awakened his spiritual roots, but his proficiency in spiritual energy still made his inner fire exceptionally strong. The next second, Xianxia turned into a streak of rainbow light, instantly covering hundreds of meters to chase the Death Spirit 3-life cat. Roar! The Death Spirit 3-life cat's white fur bristled, and golden light erupted, shooting out a large number of beams like meteors, all striking Xianxia. However, this was a mental attack, which was directly countered by his inner fire. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the Death Spirit 3-life cat became even more ferocious and directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Xianxia. Indeed, it was violent. But even if you have 3 lives, you will have to account for it today. Xianxia gathered his energy, drawing his sword. The power of the 1,000 steel spirit armor was activated, and even before the sword was drawn, it was already enveloped in white flames. As soon as the flames were born, the Death Spirit 3-life cat was immediately shocked awake and hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could it be faster than Xianxia? In an instant, Xianxia drew his sword, a flash of white light, and the Death Spirit 3-life cat swung its claws to stop him. But it merely brushed against the sword's edge. The silver-white flames erupted, and with a fierce and brutal strike, it slashed into the body of the Death Spirit 3-life cat. Bang! With a muffled sound, it was as if Xianxia had struck a copper wall or iron bastion. Although it penetrated 3 inches into the flesh, it could no longer advance further. Chapter 46, Soul Gold and Income. Demons, by nature, have strong physical bodies with terrifying strength. Even the Death Spirit 3-life cat, in its non-awakened state, was not so easy to cut open. Boom. Xianxia's strike was primarily about the damage dealt. The silver-white flames on the sword were the real killing blow. The silver-white flames erupted, engulfing the body of the 3-life cat, causing it to wail in agony. Taking advantage of the moment, Xianxia struck out several more times, slicing through its claws and splitting its fur, ultimately stabbing a sword into its body, causing the flames to explode from within and turning it to ash. Was this what real combat felt like? Xianxia gripped the sword, his whole body steaming with heat. He had already exhausted his usual strength, and each strike felt like it was slowly taking his life, making him truly feel the reality of wielding a deadly weapon. Roar! The void howled, and the Death Spirit 3-life cat suddenly reappeared. The peculiarity of the 3-life cat lay in its 3 lives. It could resurrect itself out of thin air, completely defying logic. Moreover, this resurrection only resulted in the loss of 1 tail, appearing no different otherwise, and it could even grow back later. Countless spirit practitioners had tried to unravel this method of resurrection, but unfortunately, all their attempts ended in failure. Xianxia, puzzled, swung his sword again, launching a full-force attack to pin down the 3-life cat. Since it was a death spirit, it had to have most of its body destroyed to be considered dead. Xianxia burned off the cat's head, leaving the trunk intact. But just like before, the Death Spirit 3-life cat resurrected directly, appearing from the void, while its remains slowly disappeared. It only had 1 tail left. At this point, it could no longer resurrect itself. When it was dead, it was truly dead. Xianxia stared at it for several seconds, finding no clues, but he could easily kill the Death Spirit 3-life cat, which was pinned down again moments later. This time, when the Death Spirit 3-life cat died, its true form was revealed. A withered human corpse. The Death Spirit 3-life cat only resembled a cat. In reality, it might have been formed from the resentment of various lives. These resentments were housed in a particular corpse, taking the shape of a seemingly living 3-life cat. Wherever the 3-life cat appeared, it signified the presence of numerous tragically dead lives. Of course, this did not necessarily mean they were all human. The territory occupied by humans in this desolate state is only a minority, The vast majority is occupied by various terrifying life forms. When these terrifying beings feel hungry, they can easily lead to the extinction of thousands of lives, and it is not surprising for a Death Spirit 3-life cat to be born. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia's identification token emitted a mysterious light, recording this kill. Soon after, flames erupted, burning the bones, and within seconds, most of the bones turned to ashes, leaving only a golden sphere behind. The soul gold of the Death Spirit 3-life cat. It seems I am quite lucky to encounter this. A hint of surprise appeared on Xianxia's face. Besides its ability to resurrect, the most notable feature of the Death Spirit 3-life cat is its ability to solidify souls. This comes from the power of its unique soul and is unrelated to its physical body. However, if a Death Spirit 3-life cat survives for a long time, it will infect the bones, turning part of the body into soul gold and enhancing the power of soul solidification. Simply put, soul gold can be used to create divine artifacts and consciousness devices. If I can forge a divine artifact that can guide consciousness, I might have the chance to unlock my consciousness and advance further. Precious materials are valuable, but not easily traded. If a noble family obtains them, they would never sell them, and to make common cultivators part with them, the noble families would have to spend a lot of money to acquire them. Otherwise, most cultivators would rather keep them as family heirlooms than sell them. A small piece of soul gold, weighing about 1 or 2 taels, could probably sell for 15,000 xian copper, which is extremely valuable. Unfortunately, Xianxia also cannot sell it. He needs the soul gold to help him unlock his consciousness. Roar! A buzzing sound came from a distant direction, and Xianxia suddenly looked over, only to see a giant pillar rising in the distance, piercing through the heavens and hidden above the clouds. Although there was an unknown distance between them, when Xianxia saw the giant pillar, a blood-colored world flashed before his eyes, rendering him momentarily unable to move due to fear. It must be a calamity-level monster. This world is truly dangerous. This was not the first time he had seen such a calamity. In fact, during his time as a farmer, he had already seen calamity monsters like this sky-piercing pillar rising from time to time, reaching into the clouds. However, Whitestone Town was too far from that calamity, so they had been safe. But today was different. He felt that this calamity seemed to be very close to Whitestone Town, and its massive body was no longer thin like a line. It had gained some thickness. I hope this calamity does not come any closer. Otherwise, Xianxia deeply doubts if Whitestone Town can withstand it. I was a hunter before, Xianxia said. I see. Lu Jingyu nodded, not asking further. The identification token would record the kills, and it would be pointless for Xianxia to lie to her. Hearing this, Shiqing exclaimed in surprise. This esteemed spirit law master is so powerful, resolving a monster in just a few hours? Xiaozhou, hurry and bring me the generous gift I prepared. Yes, I'll get it right away. The guard quickly ran into the fort to fetch the money. The lord of the estate clearly understood the situation, and there was no need for the two to mention it. He brought out the money himself. If the black-armored spirit law master became accustomed to this situation, he might find it amusing when he encounters someone who does not proactively offer gifts in the future. After 2 brocade boxes were handed to Xianxia and Lu Jingyu, Lord Shiqing boasted for a while before graciously sending the two off. This treatment, this experience, is simply astounding. This is what it means to be above others. On the way, Xianxia opened the boxes and found that there were a total of 15 pieces of patterned silver inside, which was quite impressive. Adding the 500 xian copper from the task reward, it amounted to 2,000 xian copper in a day, which is much faster than doing business. Although Lu Jingyu said that the Qingzhou Manor had no profits, it was evidently from her perspective. The Qingzhou Manor had spent at least 5,000 on tasks, and with gifts for each person being at least 3,000, plus expenses for food and other arrangements, it totaled 9,000 xian copper. Could a small manor produce such a large sum of money and still be considered poor? Upon careful calculation, it became clear that a manor like this would have at most 300 to 500 people, roughly 100 households. Taking Yunye's family as an example, a family of 3 could only save 50 xian copper a year, with the remaining value being completely harvested away. A family of 3 would need 400 xian copper just for food, leaving over 1,000 xian copper in remaining value. By this calculation, as the lord monopolizing all wealth, Shiqing probably has an annual income of about 100,000 xian copper. Subtracting annual expenses, the wealth accumulated over generations is an astonishing figure, and it is impossible for him to be short of money. What truly makes this place less profitable is its proximity to the border, where monster incidents occur frequently, leading to a high frequency of hiring workers. With a high frequency, the average price naturally must decrease, and such dirty and labor-intensive work is generally only done by newcomers in the team. Chapter 47. The Whole Microscope. After the first task, Xianxia began to take on tasks freely, but each month he had to first complete 3 to 5 mandatory government tasks, which wasted a lot of his time. and earning money was not as fast as he had imagined. However, surprisingly, Lu Jingyu seemed to be more normal compared to other team members. When working on tasks with other team members, they basically pushed everything onto Yunyi while enjoying the profits. In contrast, Lu Jingyu did not waste money in this way. She contributed a bit and taught him some things. On the surface, it seemed she was focusing on him, but in reality, it accelerated Yunyi's growth. At the end of the first month, most of the tasks Yunyi completed were low-yield and fast completion tasks. Although he had to share profits with Lu Jingyu, the main goal was to accumulate enough contributions to exchange for superior food production techniques. Yunyi's task frequency immediately decreased, and he studied for half a month. Half a month was enough to understand the principles. According to the book, concentrating life energy through technique is difficult. A good superior food must use food attractants. Any spiritual herb, as long as it possesses spirituality, can be made into a food attractant. Food attractants have the effect of absorbing life energy, allowing cooking techniques to gather life energy, greatly reducing the volume of food and enhancing the absorbable nutrients within. What type of food requires which food attractant and what production techniques depend on the level of the superior food master. Basically, all superior food masters pursue the complete activation of food effects to reach master level. This basic superior food production book also mentioned the works of masters above Class A. The spirit level superior food. This is the superior food that only masters can create, as it completely activates the life energy of the ingredients, having effects comparable to low-level spiritual herbs. There are no spiritual herbs left near Whitestone Town. They have been completely harvested. Moreover, spiritual herbs have a growth cycle of several decades to hundreds of years, and they cannot grow back afterwards. To obtain spiritual herbs, one can only risk venturing deep into the dangerous mountains. In such a situation, even low-level spiritual herbs are extremely rare, with prices being high but no market. Let alone those high-level spiritual herbs. Those masters who can turn ordinary food into low-level spiritual herbs are on a completely different level from ordinary class as superior food masters. And even the government must treat them as honored guests. Unfortunately, there is not a single master in Whitestone Town. At most, there is half a master. Given the oppressive environment of Whitestone Town, there is simply no soil for masters to be born. Masters from outside would also not come to such a remote small town. Thus, Whitestone Town has had at most half a master for a long time. And it takes a long time to coincidentally produce a piece of spirit-level superior food, which the government cannot casually consume. Seeing this, Yunyi felt an immense sense of relief and full of longing. This is a visible future. Since someone has achieved it, then he surely has hope. Yunyi spent money to purchase a large amount of materials and began his learning journey. With the help of spring rain and summer flowers, it wasn't too troublesome. The materials were divided into two parts: food attractant materials and food materials. Food attractants need to have spirituality, which does not mean they must be spiritual herbs. In this world, the vast majority of plants have spirituality. It's just a matter of quantity. The so-called life energy is also a manifestation of spirituality. Spirituality plants needed for food attractants are somewhat more expensive than ordinary food materials, but when made into food attractants, only a small amount is needed for each superior food. So the average cost is still very low. Naturally, when Yunyi started making superior food, he began with the simplest recipes: grinding drugs, adjusting proportions, and various special conditions. The final product is a luminous powder that is very faint and can only be seen in complete darkness. It is said that top-tier food attractants can emit a strong glow during the day, showcasing their immense spiritual power. In the first few days, Yunyi's attempts were mostly failures, as the proportions were difficult to manage. If not balanced properly, it could not transform into a spiritual essence with food-attracting effects. After several failures, Yunyi shook his head and abandoned this crude method. Making medicine relied purely on experience and feel, and even though he recorded data each time, it was not accurate enough due to the lack of measuring instruments. Progress was too slow. Therefore, Yunyi gave up on manual methods and decided to take shortcuts. He wanted to create instruments to assist himself. As soon as he thought of instruments, his mind opened up, and the first thing he thought of was a microscope. Could the spiritual essence and power of this world be observed in the material realm? Yunyi was very curious. Since making medicine was merely a combination of various materials without any spiritual methods involved, it indicated that spiritual essence could also react naturally like matter, which alone had significant observational value. Even if there were no results, it would still be meaningful, at least confirming that spiritual essence could not be observed in the material realm. Then the focus shifted to how to manufacture a microscope. Yunyi understood the principles. A microscope was not technically complex. It merely required two pieces of glass, one thick in the middle and thin at the edges. Moreover, since he was a slacker in the modern world, it meant he spent most of his time playing, and naturally, he had come into contact with various novels, games, and videos. These New Age entertainment forms were quite comprehensive, showcasing all sorts of things. From gunpowder, firearms, engines to even nuclear bombs. He could manage to create something with just a rough idea and some time. The difficulty lay merely in the raw materials and industrial base, which were indeed challenging under normal circumstances. But that was under normal conditions. Xianxia was a fire element spiritual root reviver. So he didn't need to set up a steel furnace. He was the industrial base himself. With this thought, Xianxia excitedly rushed out of the house, diving into Hongshan under the surprised gazes of Chunyu and Xiaohua. Chunyu, Xiaohua, help me gather some materials. Yes. The two exchanged glances, said nothing more, and diligently helped Xianxia with the chores, such as fetching water, cleaning the area, and sorting sand and stones. Although it was quite baffling. Doing tasks without questioning the reasons was a basic quality of a servant. Done. Following the sorting, Xianxia quickly finished up. It was just a few glass pieces, and he didn't gather much. After completing it, the two maids stepped aside. Xianxia didn't give any further instructions, so they couldn't leave and could only watch silently. Xianxia casually picked up a type of stone, and the terrifying high temperature melted the sand and stones directly. Then, the glass came out like this. It seemed that most stones in this world were composed of silicates. However, the sand and stones he casually picked up clearly had purity issues. After some tinkering, Xianxia felt it was somewhat like iron, but also resembled some unknown spiritual material. He refined it again following the glass-making process and cooled it down to see the results. Then he found that the impurities were gone, but the lens faintly concentrated light. Xianxia felt it was a spiritual material. The spiritual materials in this world either emitted light or resembled mist. In any case, they were quite obvious. After burning it for a while, it was possible that, similar to refining tools, he had guided the spiritual material. Once the glass material was ready, Xianxia began to shape it, as he needed a convex lens, not just any piece of glass. Since Xianxia was not afraid of high temperatures and could directly mold it by hand, he first shaped a rough convex lens. As for precision, he would have to polish it later. Although some people could create objects with an error of only a few tenths of a millimeter based on experience, Xianxia obviously couldn't do that. He could only make the glass and then slowly grind it into the required convex lens. Fortunately, as a spiritual practitioner, Xianxia's eyesight and body control abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. An hour later, Xianxia blew away the powder, and the transparent lens passed through sunlight, shining brightly. Haha, done. Xianxia set down the lens and continued to start on the next one. Sister, is that glass? The stone turned into glass, and it's completely colorless. Chunyu and Xiaohua were stunned. Chapter 48, Super Degraded Spiritual Eye. Xianxia used the same method to complete the second convex lens, this time with much more proficiency, taking only half an hour. Then Xianxia made a frame for assembly, and a rudimentary microscope was finally completed. By throwing in some fire spiritual power, it could also act as a condenser or light source, making it clearer to see. The microscope wasn't technically complicated, and with a slight adjustment, Xianxia achieved 600 times magnification. This was still a bit short of the limit, but it wasn't far off. The theoretical limit for optical microscopes is only 1,000 to 1,600 times due to principal restrictions. Beyond that, the human eye cannot see. However, in this world, Xianxia felt that this was far from the limit, because fire spiritual power could replace the light source, although he hadn't figured it out yet. If temperature, combustibility, and energy transmission speed were things he completely understood, then light waves were something Xianxia had not yet fully grasped. He still needed to think about it to complete the adaptation. Putting aside the issue of cultivation for the moment, 600 times magnification could already allow him to see cells. Let me see something, please. Xianxia was very excited and particularly wanted to use the microscope to observe spiritual materials. Chunyu and Xiaohua, aside from finding the microscope quite strange, had no other thoughts. They could not understand the significance of Xianxia assembling a few lenses. As for the glass, many fire element spiritual root users had long discovered that sand could be melted into glass. Chunyu and Xiaohua's surprise was purely due to their limited perspective and lack of channels to know this. Even if they were to spread the news of Xianxia making glass, he wouldn't care. Back in the room, Xianxia eagerly began to observe. The material was his oral cells, divided into two types. One was ordinary oral cells, and the other was oral cells concentrated with life energy. After observing the two groups, the first group was no different from what he learned in middle school biology, while the second group revealed nothing particularly special. It was just some special spiritual light, similar to the lenses. However, the spiritual light could be seen with the naked eye, and after magnifying it 600 times with the microscope, he gained nothing. This either indicated that the spiritual material was smaller than the unit of the cells, or that the human eye could not see the real spiritual material. Earthlings could only see light wavelengths between 380 to 780 nanometers, so optical microscopes would encounter limits after magnifying to several thousand times. Beyond that, The human eye could not see and required other instruments. Given this, he could try opening the spiritual eye. Yunyi recalled a relatively unique method in spiritual practices, the spiritual eye method. Fire element spiritual roots could extract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and convert it into fire's spiritual power to create various flame phenomena. However, it was also possible to use spiritual energy directly without conversion. Compared to fire's spiritual power, attribute-less spiritual energy is milder in nature and very suitable for enhancing the body. The body refinement method utilizes attribute-less spiritual energy. By refining attribute-less spiritual power and concentrating it at a single point, the third eye and ear can be born. This special ability often plays a significant role and is considered a secret technique that should never be leaked. Although the Academy mentioned this spiritual method, it was not available for exchange within the Black Armored Army, leaving them longing for it. Moreover, if Yunyi remembered correctly, since it didn't go through spiritual root conversion, the controllability of spiritual energy was extremely low, and the difficulty of cultivation was several levels higher than that of spiritual methods. A slight mistake could lead to organ damage. Naturally, Yunyi would not open the spiritual eye, but if he didn't pursue precision and only slightly enhanced his eyesight, generally. The reason why spiritual methods require high precision is that they are intended for combat, naturally needing to be strong enough in effect. Yunyi was focused on research. As long as there was a hint of effect, even if magnified 600 times, it would be sufficient. Once this idea was born, Yunyi began to experiment. First, he started from a less important position, such as his fingernails. Closing his eyes, Yunyi breathed and circulated spiritual energy, without reviving his spiritual roots. His control over the spiritual energy was indeed very low, and he could only draw in a small amount each time. The spiritual energy was mixed with white and red. As this was Red Mountain, which had natural fire spiritual energy. Once it entered his body, the two types of spiritual energy were immediately enveloped and covered by life energy, then sent to the spiritual void in his chest. During this process, the spiritual roots played a role, equally transforming the two types of spiritual energy into red fire spiritual power. Fire spiritual power was a power belonging to himself, with almost zero consumption of his life force, meaning there would be no secondary harm. To test it, Yunyi separately controlled a stream of white spiritual energy to flow directly to his fingertip. When it reached the tip of his finger, Yunyi released the life energy's cover, allowing the spiritual energy to exert its effect freely, without the restriction of life energy. The spiritual energy dispersed and merged into his fingernail. Yunyi distinctly felt the unusual movement of his fingernail, which even crackled and grew slightly longer in a short period. However, this condition only lasted for a moment. As the effectiveness of the spiritual energy diminished, the fingernail returned to its original state. Was this a simulation? Yunyi keenly perceived the difference between spiritual energy and water or wood spiritual power. If water or wood spiritual power were to stimulate the growth of the fingernail, then even if the spiritual energy was exhausted, the fingernail would not revert to its original state. It would have truly grown. Otherwise, wouldn't the recovery of injuries immediately manifest once the spiritual energy vanished? Clearly, spiritual energy was significantly weaker than the 5 elemental spiritual energies and could not be maintained for long. It was merely a simulation. Nonetheless, this simulation could be somewhat universal. Yunyi infused a large amount of spiritual power into his fingernails, causing them to grow rapidly and automatically sharpen. When he casually scratched against iron, it cut through effortlessly, akin to a sword that could slice through iron like mud, without any resistance. Yunyi had a sudden realization. The body technique was to make this enhancement permanent, or, even if it couldn't be made permanent, could it be enhanced to the extreme? This was indeed powerful, but it was not suitable for Yunyi. He clearly felt his fingers emit a cry of pain. Without a strong physical foundation, he simply could not use spiritual energy to enhance his body. This was the talent of the body technique. Moreover, Yunyi could also sense a significant loss of life energy. If this could not be compensated, he would die from spiritual energy erosion before even completing his training. After extensive experimentation, Yunyi finally confirmed that although spiritual energy was difficult to control, it could still achieve a basic enhancement effect. He infused the extremely scarce spiritual energy into his eyes. In terms of quantity, even the enhancement of vision was minimal, but Yunyi felt a sense of haziness, as if a veil was blocking his eyes, which was very uncomfortable. However, the corners of Yunyi's mouth lifted. This was the effect he wanted. He immediately restarted his observation, injecting a considerable amount of life energy into the cells and observing with a microscope. This time, the situation was different. Yunyi saw mist. A thin mist enveloped the cells, constantly flowing, but unlike the mist in the material world, this mist did not dissipate. Instead, it resembled threads connecting to the cells. Indeed, It could be seen that the spiritual material of this world could be directly observed in the material realm. Xianxia slapped the table, unable to contain his joy. Chapter 49, The Eye of Invisible Light. Being able to see spiritual material, even just a little, was a significant breakthrough. This meant Xianxia could directly observe the reaction processes of various spiritual elements, avoiding confusion and ensuring data records were not overly vague. The food extraction could be understood as the most basic alchemy. Starting from this point, it could lead to a wide range of understanding. After creating the microscope, Xianxia directly abandoned the cultivation of spiritual techniques. With no progress, he focused on researching spiritual materials. Besides his own life energy, Xianxia also researched dozens of plants containing spiritual properties, most of which were materials for food extraction. He then discovered that the vast majority of spiritual materials were similar to mist, just like life energy. These mists did not merge into the material, but rather wrapped around the surface, appearing separate. Xianxia even observed the spiritual flames he created. As a result, his spiritual flames were mostly mist-like, only differing in color, being a bright red. The reason for saying mostly was that some spiritual elements completely simulated real flames, thus exhibiting characteristics consistent with real flames, turning into a flow that continuously spread outward. Only pure spiritual energy, or the parts that did not correspond to the material world, appeared as mist-like threads. Xianxia expressed his shock, because from this perspective, spiritual energy was simply a universal energy source. It could completely simulate flames and could abstractly mimic various characteristics, enhancing the effects of flames. If this were the case, gathering all 5 elemental spiritual roots and forging the divine body as described by Zhuoqi Lian would indeed be able to simulate all phenomena in the world, becoming a kind of god to some extent. No wonder this physique was called a divine body. In a more fantastical sense, it was born sacred. Undoubtedly, in this world, the more spiritual roots one had, the stronger their talent. If one could achieve the fusion of 5 types of spiritual roots, they could probably claim to be the only one supreme under heaven without anyone daring to oppose. This indirectly reflected the terror of the reincarnation place. It could enhance designated spiritual root talents. It was simply a miraculous gift. However, in this world, having high talent might not necessarily be a good thing. One might face the risk of being subjected to bone extraction. Xianxia's eyelids twitched as he discovered the fatal flaw of having high talent, but low fate. The spiritual roots in this world could be extracted. They were a material rooted in the body. When Shi Baiyan killed him, Tong Yuan mentioned that killing spiritual root revivers would benefit Shi Baiyan. Perhaps what they referred to as enhancement was the extraction of spiritual roots. He did not possess the fate of a heavenly emperor. If his spiritual roots were extracted, he would truly be finished and could not transcend adversity to become an immortal sweeping through the realms. Xianxia felt lucky. Fortunately, he was self-aware of his limitations and needed to find another path, not walking straight into darkness. Otherwise, in the next few lifetimes, he would definitely still be full of spiritual roots and have a martial fate. It did not matter if the spiritual roots were not particularly strong, if any anomaly arose. Attracting the attention of powerful families, he might just have to experience a bone extraction. With the microscope, Xianxia also created various weighing instruments, and the food extraction process began to make significant progress. The 4 grades of food extraction, A, B, C, and D. Xianxia quickly skipped past C and D, reaching grade B. With grade B food extraction combined with rudimentary cooking techniques, Xianxia could also produce grade C premium food, occasionally managing to create grade B. This was just a few days' worth of gains. The following 3 months were devoid of any special events. Xianxia reduced his workload and immersed himself in research. After 3 months, his progress was astonishing. Through observing microscopic changes, he had completely mastered the production of grade A premium food. Even without various instruments, he could still produce it. Moreover, spiritual grade premium food was also just around the corner. The cultivation of wavelength also began to make strides. The human eye could only see a fixed range of wavelengths. In other words, both lowering and raising the wavelengths would lead to invisibility. Observing objects with light required the object's diameter to be greater than half the wavelength. The material could not be made smaller, so the only option was to lower the wavelength of light, allowing objects that were originally too small to be brought back into the observation range. However, the problem was that after lowering the wavelength, Xianxia would no longer see anything. The problem remained unsolved. This did not stump Xianxia. He changed his thinking, allowing his eyes to perceive light of lower wavelengths. Since fire attribute spiritual roots could transmit energy, forming flames and light, he meticulously researched this process, reversing it so that he could absorb external light to perceive the world. Spiritual energy was a part of him. He could control spiritual energy and naturally had corresponding connections. Theoretically, this was feasible, and he might not even need his eyes. However, the actual situation is different. In any case, Yunya's current control over his spiritual power still cannot escape the physical medium of his eyes. The principle is to allow the spiritual power to form a membrane that covers both eyes, replacing the original physical function. This membrane can perceive smaller wavelengths and can clearly receive spiritual signals, allowing observation of spiritual substances. Moreover, since it is fire attributes spiritual power, these eyes appear fiery red. Even in a dark environment, they can emit light on their own, reflecting images, and can even barely see through walls. It must be said that mastering extreme flames is of great significance. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the destructive effect of spiritual power would make cultivation extremely difficult. How could it be like Yunyi, who can nullify all damage and make rapid research progress? In short, Yunyi has managed to explore a rare technique of spiritual eyes by himself, and compared to ordinary spiritual eyes, it has a high degree of concealment. The red light of the fire's spiritual power can be processed to become invisible. However, unlike various extreme flames that can be directly activated, this technique requires manipulation at the level of the membrane inside the eyes, which is a great test of Yunya's control and cannot be practical in combat. If he wants to make it practical, he would also need to process the spiritual light of his pupils into a hidden state, which would be even more challenging. To master it, Yunyi would need at least several years of continuous practice, and currently, it is still a distant goal. However, there is potential, and Yunyi named it the Eye of Invisible Light, abbreviated as Light Eye. He looks forward to the performance after awakening his divine consciousness and greatly increasing his control. Before that, these eyes are solely for research purposes. Yunya's progress in refining superior food has been rapid. In just 3 months, he has surpassed the hard training of ordinary people for 10 or 20 years, thanks to the assistance of these eyes. With the light eye aided by a microscope, Yunyi has even caught a glimpse of the path to spiritual-grade superior food. The key to making superior food is to gather the life energy of the food. The more gathered, the greater the auxiliary effect on cultivation. Grade a superior food is 10 times more effective, while spiritual grade is a full 120 times. Conventional methods cannot compress 120 portions of food into one. This is a limitation of physical distance. During the flow of life energy, it will continuously dissipate. Even if 1,000 portions are stacked together, at most, only 30 to 50 times the superior food can be gathered. In reality, there isn't even such a large pot, nor can anyone cook 1,000 portions of food in one go. To produce spiritual-grade superior food, there are roughly 2 methods. One is to shorten the loss of spiritual gathering, the time. The second is to use limited spiritual energy to stimulate unlimited effects. Yunya's method mainly focuses on the second, with the first as a supplement. Chapter 50, Spiritual-Grade Superior Food, Success. To produce spiritual-grade superior food, Yunyi bought 100 portions of meat in one go. Most of this meat comes from a half-demon beast called Waterbone Blood Cow. This half-demon beast is a creation of a genius from a certain generation of the government. It not only does not contain demonic energy, but can also quickly grow meat by absorbing spiritual energy, greatly enriching the diet of the common people in Baishur town. However, this meat doesn't taste very good. It is only suitable for making superior food, which is why it is raised in large quantities. The Waterbone Blood Cow is barely a half-demon beast, and its meat is very tough, which means that during the cooking process, the life energy will not dissipate too quickly. Generally, common livestock and grain methods are poor, and life energy loss is extremely fast, making them unsuitable for making superior food. Although blood cow meat is not delicious, superior food does not consider taste. Blood cow meat still belongs to the upper tier of meats, and its price is considerable, with one portion costing about 20 xian copper, nearly equivalent to grade C superior food. However, if blood cow meat is used to make superior food, only 2 portions can produce grade A superior food, which makes it worth the price. Since it was delivered by specialized personnel, Yunyi set up various cooking tools in his home and started a fire to preheat. His kitchen had many new items, such as a pressure cooker, which did not exist in this world and was something he had created himself. These kitchen tools helped him a lot, significantly reducing the difficulty of making superior food. Soon, the ingredients were delivered to the courtyard in large boxes. These 100 portions had no preservation measures. It was the buyer's responsibility if they couldn't process them. It had nothing to do with the logistics department of the Black Armored Army. Yunyi didn't mind. He could easily handle hundreds of portions, let alone just 100. Chunyu and Xiaohua immediately began processing and sorting. Although most of the meat was blood cow meat, there were also small amounts of other meats and even some ingredients. Soon, 10 portions of materials were cleaned, cut, and served to Yunyi. Yunyi got right to work. This was an experiment for spiritual-grade superior food, which was of great importance. So Yunyi dismissed Chunyu and Xiaohua to prevent any leaks. With everything ready, Yunyi strictly followed the calculated process for cooking. First, He coated the blood cow meat with a food catalyst and placed it in the pressure cooker to stew. About 10 portions weighed nearly 20 pounds, which was too much. The first step was to reduce the volume by more than half. The pressure cooker, by increasing the boiling point of the water under pressure, would significantly accelerate the cooking speed. During this process, the area where the food catalyst was applied would quickly gather most of the life energy. The faster it cooks, the quicker the life energy flows, and the less it dissipates. This stewing lasted for 1 hour. When Yunyi opened the pressure cooker, most of the 20 pounds of meat had turned a charred black, with only the center part shimmering with spiritual light, transparent like blood jade, completely unlike cooked meat. Yunyi ran his finger over it, cutting out this portion, and after weighing it, it was approximately 2 portions, weighing 45 pounds. With Yunyi's appetite, he could only eat just over 2 pounds at most, and there were subsequent steps. However, this 2 portions already had about 10 times the effect. And with a little more processing, reaching 15 or 20 times would not be a problem. But Yunyi's goal was spiritual-grade superior food, and this was far from enough. With a flick of his fingertip, the blood-red beef was quickly sliced into extremely thin pieces. Each piece dripped with another type of catalyst and tossed into the pot, along with a large amount of other ingredients. He covered the pot and simmered it on low heat. Then, Yunyi took out another type of meat and placed it in the pressure cooker, adding the catalyst every 10 minutes. After 30 minutes, the meat was done. A heart of meat resembling a lotus flower floated in the boiling water, and the impurities dissolved without needing to be cut. He scooped it out, crushed it into powder, opened the blood cow meat pot, and poured everything in with a rumble. Rumble. The cooking actually produced a small range of thunder. This was the spiritual energy reacting violently. Yunyi quickly covered the pot to prevent the spiritual energy from dissipating. Half a minute later, the thunder ceased, and Yunyi eagerly lifted the lid. A glow of light radiated, illuminating Yunyi's face with colorful light. The red blood cow meat had somehow developed lotus-like patterns inside, and the aroma was enticingly rich, completely different from ordinary superior food. Yunyi couldn't help but pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The meat was extraordinarily magical. With one bite, it broke apart, turning into juice flowing into his stomach, and Yunyi immediately felt a fire burning from his belly, rapidly spreading throughout his body. This was an immense life energy bursting forth. Yunyi was simply shocked. He didn't even need to cultivate. His qi nurturing technique was spontaneously improving. Is this spiritual grade superior food? Is this the lowest level of spiritual medicine? Yunyi finally understood what luxury meant. Eating 3 bowls of this was equivalent to him having cultivated his qi nurturing technique for a year out of thin air. How fast was that? With a limited vocabulary, Yunyi could only express one feeling about this food: terrifying. Yunyi quickly finished this bowl of superior food. Although the meat was fragrant, it was actually tasteless. Each piece melted in the mouth like water. After finishing all of it, Yunyi felt he could still eat 2 more bowls. In Yunyi's perspective, this 1 bowl already had the efficacy of 50 portions of ordinary food, and 3 bowls would equal 150 portions, which was significantly higher than the minimum 120 times of spiritual food. The production cost also skyrocketed. 30 portions of blood beef are needed to prepare 1 portion of blood beef spirit food, and with some miscellaneous ingredients added, the cost approaches 700 xian copper. Spending 2,000 xian copper in a day, although it seems insignificant compared to a year's cultivation, still raises suspicions when trying to gather so much money in a short time for blood beef, even if it's under the pretense of practicing skills. It feels a bit exaggerated. Being too reckless in this regard is not wise. Perhaps he should buy a large quantity of materials under the pretext of cultivating the family's gourmet masters to make spirit-level gourmet food at the residence in Baishir town, while also training Wang Yao. In that case, he should buy land to become a landlord. If he grows it himself, the cost would significantly decrease, and outsiders would have no way of knowing how much material he used to make the gourmet food. Yunyi walked out of the kitchen and moved another 20 pounds of materials inside, while Chunyu and Xiahua took the spoiled meat outside to bury it. What a waste. How much has Xianxia spent on learning gourmet food making with that much meat? Chunyu couldn't help but lament. Those fine meats disappeared in such a short time, all turned into waste. It was truly extravagant. Xiahua urged impatiently. It's Sister Xiahua. I was wrong. I was wrong. Yunyi waited while practicing qi nurturing techniques. His skin quickly flushed red, white vapor rose, and he could feel his cultivation level rising rapidly. If the progress bar for reaching perfect cultivation is divided into 100, he was originally around 5, and it would take at least 10 years to reach perfection. But after consuming 3 bowls of spirit food, the progress bar visibly increased. In a short time, it directly rose by 1, and there was still potential for more. Calculating this, he might be able to increase by about 35 in a day. If he continued to eat for a month, he would definitely be able to cultivate the qi nurturing technique to perfection. This was the qi-nurturing technique after awakening the spiritual root. It was being consumed by spiritual energy daily, making the improvement much harder than before. Achieving perfection in just a month of eating was already remarkable. Chapter 51. Introduction to Refining Tools. At the end of July, although Baishir town had already entered autumn, Hongshan still basked in scorching sunlight, and the incessant chirping of cicadas only added to the fatigue. In the courtyard, after practicing the qi-nurturing technique and sweating profusely, Yunyi exhaled and took the sweat towel handed to him by Chunyu as he walked into the house. During this time, the steam from his sweat dissipated, but white mist still surrounded his body, vanishing only after he finished his practice. Clearly, Yunyi's qi-nurturing technique cultivation was becoming increasingly robust, thanks to the spirit-level gourmet food. It had been over half a month since he completed the spirit-level gourmet food, and to avoid attracting attention, Yunyi had only consumed it for 4 days. But even in just 4 days, it equated to an increase of 4 years of cultivation, including the A-grade gourmet food. It amounted to 5 years of cultivation. Compared to ordinary people, this was already incredibly fast. However, to awaken his consciousness, this was still far from enough. After becoming a formal member, he gained the right to exchange for pills that could enhance consciousness, but they were too expensive. Yunyi checked the prices. The consciousness pills not only required a substantial amount of money, but also corresponding contribution points. A pill that slightly increases consciousness costs 1,000 xian copper and 1 contribution point. This was an unaffordable price for Yunyi, and even consuming several wouldn't yield ideal results. Therefore, Yunyi wanted to study soul gold to create consciousness tools to accelerate the awakening of his consciousness. Still, the same old saying, Yunyi could not fully trust the aristocratic families. Aside from the 2 months of the probation period, there were plenty of opportunities to interact with members of the third team in the remaining 5 months. As evaluated before, Lu Jingyu from the third team was the most normal. She wouldn't randomly kill civilians, wouldn't betray teammates, and wouldn't be inactive during missions while taking away most of the benefits. The others basically treated him as a tool, expecting him to handle any problems. Although the perfected qi-nurturing technique consumed less life energy, it didn't mean there was no consumption. Experiencing intense battles for an extended period could easily cost him half a year of lifespan. The key point was that losing lifespan was one thing, but life work could also cause regression in cultivation. Working with this group on missions not only made it hard for him to advance his qi-nurturing technique, but also left him without money for medicine, potentially causing regression. In desperation, Yunyi had no choice but to abandon high-level missions and opt for lower difficulty tasks that were close to Baishir town, avoiding unnecessary troubles. Of course, there were downsides, such as lower rewards, no high-level contributions, and the inability to raise his status level. Yunyi had not thoroughly researched many things. In fact, he didn't need new things. High-level missions could wait. Initially, Yunyi thought he might encounter some ambushes for being uncooperative, but nothing of the sort happened. Was his understanding of the situation in Baishir town wrong? Or did the aristocratic families treat spiritual rude awakeners differently? In any case, Yunyi hoped this situation would continue until he had the strength to deal with Tong Yuan. Until then, he would not do anything to disrupt the balance. Betting soul gold on whether the aristocratic families would take action was simply foolish. Yunyi stared at the thick introductory book on refining tools in front of him. Lost in thought, after 5 months of missions, he had accumulated quite a bit of contribution. He could redeem the most basic introductory book on refining tools. However, after reading it, Yunyi realized that this book wouldn't solve his problem. Refining tools could only be done with the attributes of water and fire, and this introductory book used the most common fire refining method. The general process was smelting impurities, activating spirituality, outlining the shape, engraving spirit patterns, connecting as a whole, and completing the forging. This process was fine, but the issue was that it was a set of refining techniques only applicable to the 5 elements. Soul gold did not belong to the 5 elements. Soul and body belonged to yin and yang. If he operated according to the fire refining method, the only possible outcome would be ruining the soul gold. The most frustrating thing was that when Yunyi flipped through the logistics department's catalog, he discovered that there was no method for refining divine tools at all. The government's meaning was clear. They would give you a few dog bones as rewards. But if you wanted more, don't even think about it. That's not something a commoner can afford. Faced with the knowledge monopoly of various forces in Baishir town, Yunyi felt powerless and clearly had no way out. Therefore, this soul gold could only be kept in his hands. Fine. He wouldn't leave it for the aristocratic families. Yunyi felt relieved. It was just a matter of being slower. With spirit-level gourmet food, even if it took longer, it would only be a few months. Abandoning research, Yunyi stood up and descended the mountain. When there were no tasks, the time for practicing the black armored spirit technique was freely available. However, due to the excellent environment of the spirit mountain, which was a treasure land for cultivation. Normally no one would want to descend. Chores were all left to servants. Yunyi was an exception. He had reached his limit and could no longer cultivate effectively on Spirit Mountain. After traversing the long and steep mountain path, Yunyi passed by the ruins of the village at the foot of Hongshan once again. Looking at the overgrown ruins, Yunyi felt a pang in his heart. He took a detour and walked into the ruins. It was completely desolate here, and the silence was overwhelming. Not even birds or insects lingered. So ruthless. As Yunyi walked through the village, he noticed various signs. The perpetrator hadn't even tried to cover their tracks. Some buildings were clearly cut open by weapons, indicating human involvement. A village of hundreds, regardless of age, had been completely slaughtered. How cruel was that? These were the villagers under the jurisdiction of Baishir Town, not enemies. Yunyi's mood was unstable, and his anger was hard to contain. He was one of them. Having personally experienced the massacre, he understood how terrifying this situation was. Helplessly watching the slaughter, the pain and fear were maddening, and he never wanted to experience it again. He could be ruthless, abandoning all bad habits to reach this point. That massacre had indeed helped him tremendously. I must repay this 100-fold. Yunyi vowed in his heart as he left, not lingering. Throughout this process, he even concealed his expressions, entering the ruins out of mere curiosity. He didn't dare to voice any threats. This world is a mysterious one, where divine and demonic powers can achieve far too much. Yunyi will not leave any possibility of exposure. Returning to the territory of Baishir Town, Yunyi strode through the city gate towards the Yang family mansion. Behind him, many civilians cast fearful glances. The officials, as Yunyi passed by, even lowered their voices when scolding the civilians, afraid that Yunyi's temper might lead him to deal with them on the spot. Because of this fear, the officials did not dare to collect entrance fees as Yunyi entered the city. It was a pile of rubbish. Although Yunyi walked far away, he still heard it, but he did nothing, only noting it in his heart. When one lacks strength, it is useless to try to do anything. Incomplete reforms in order will only raise the vigilance of Baishir Town, making the next attempt even more difficult. Chapter 52, The Landlord's Vision. Yunyi smiled as he walked into the house with Shu Zhu. The Yang family was now considered wealthy, earning 10,000 copper coins every month. So they naturally would not live too frugally. The food that Shu Zhu served was a plate of fruits and pastries, which although had no special effects, were delicious. This world is filled with spiritual energy, and without improving the varieties, the taste is still quite good. While eating, Yunyi listened to Shu Zhu talk about recent interesting events. Among them, the most important was naturally the birth of Yunyi's younger brother. According to Shu Zhu, she had never felt that giving birth could be such an easy task. With 5 servants attending to her, and Yunyi's instructions ensuring that all preparations were in place, along with a large number of recovery talismans, there was almost no danger, and she gave birth safely. Moreover, the next day, she had already recovered most of her energy, which was a world apart from her first birth when she had Yunyi. Because of this, Yangshu simply named the second son in, wishing the entire family health and peace. Yang'an was a chubby little fellow, very spirited. As his older brother, Yunyi naturally felt a connection with the little guy and could directly check his status panel. Yang family's second son, Yang'an region, Baishir Town. Lifespan, 192. Fate. Physique. Divine sense. Comprehension. Spiritual root. Tao artifact. 0 strength. Introduction. The second son of the Yang family, born into wealth, intelligent. But the water spiritual root hidden within him is not strong, making it difficult for him to achieve greatness. Without family support, it would be hard for him to establish himself in Baishir Town. Yunyi frowned. Talent is one thing, purely relying on luck. But isn't this fate a bit too low? Given the current financial strength of the Yang family in Baishir Town, only the noble families could be compared to them, and their fate should be second only to those families. So why is it so low? Yunyi focused on this fate. The originally colorless fate suddenly transformed into a strange color, half blue and half black, and lines of text emerged. Fate of calamity. A great disaster is coming. Powerless to resist, the future of great wealth and nobility comes to an abrupt end. What? A great disaster? Yunyi's pupils contracted. Does this mean he has failed? Is he being targeted by the noble families? Impossible. If he were to deal with Tong Yuan, he would definitely ensure his family left Baishir Town first. How could Yang'an be affected by this calamity? For a moment, Yunyi felt uneasy and wanted to know more information. He summoned the Book of Rebirth and flipped to his page to check his fate. Unfortunately, the fate does not update in real time, but is fixed at the moment of birth. At least for now, Yunyi himself has not felt any particularly strange obstacles. Everything is progressing steadily. Shu Zhu noticed Yunyi's worries, peeling fruits for him while comforting him. Don't worry, it's just a small issue. Yunyi concealed his emotions and smiled. I hope so. Shu Zhu shook her head, well aware of her son's character. Next, Shu Zhu took Yunyi to see the house servants they had hired. As the business grew, it was necessary to develop military strength. Even if this strength is insignificant in the eyes of spiritual practitioners, it is still good for dealing with unruly thugs. These servants were mostly children, mainly due to loyalty issues. Cultivating them from a young age ensures they will serve their master faithfully. Among them was a young boy named Ning Xiao, who had a determined expression. As someone who came from a prestigious school, Ning Xiao's foundation was much stronger than that of other children, and even adult men could barely withstand a few moves under his hands. I've seen the young master. I've seen the lady. Ning Xiao shouted the loudest, grateful for Yun Yi taking him in and giving him the opportunity to continue practicing his breathing techniques. In this era, social classes are strict, and in Ning Xiao's understanding, Yun Yi was not just a classmate, but a noble from a completely different class, naturally possessing the right to command servants. Work hard, and if you awaken your spiritual root, I will get you corresponding spiritual techniques. I will not treat you poorly. Yun Yi made a series of promises, and Ning Xiao was so moved by Yun Yi's attention that he nearly knelt down, his character indeed somewhat naive. However, this was just on the surface. Yun Yi did not take this at face value, believing that necessary precautions must still be taken. Power in others' hands is never as good as power in one's own hands. Without strength, Yang Shu and his wife cannot guarantee that nothing will go wrong. In the past, Yun Yi had no choice, as Yang Shu and his wife were already old, and cultivating was essentially a waste of effort. But with the spiritual grade superior food, everything could be solved. It was just a matter of eating for a few more days. By land, Yang Shu looked at Yun Yi in surprise, slowly shaking his head. That's basically impossible. Impossible? Why? Yun Yi asked. Land is the lifeblood of noble families. The amount of grain produced represents the number of practitioners. They only collect land. It's completely impossible for them to sell it. Why does Baishir town only ever have 7 major families? Because they are the ones with land. This is the foundation of the noble families, Yang Shu explained. What about buying at a premium? Yun Yi said. No room for negotiation, Yang Shu replied. Currently, the spiritual practitioner families in Baishir town can only do small business and earn small money. The big profits are still controlled by the noble families. Otherwise, they won't allow you to survive. Our sauce was originally not priced high, but hasn't it gone up now? These noble families control the essentials, so they don't need to use force all the time. This business was run by Yun Yi together with a classmate named Zhang Chao, who had a spiritual family behind him but was far from the level of the noble families, so they could only pay for security. These spiritual families that have been in operation for at least 5 generations have not found an opportunity to buy land, let alone Yun Yi, who is new to the scene. Unless a pie falls from the sky or the sun rises in the west, this is going to be difficult. If we don't buy land, many things can't be carried out, Yun Yi said. Hiss, actually there is a way, but it's too dangerous. If something goes wrong, everything will be over, Yang Shu sighed. What method? Just say it so we can consider it, Yun Yi hurriedly said. It's simple, open up new land. If you are willing to bear the risk of being attacked by demons, you can develop new land along the borders, which can bypass the noble families and directly acquire land, Yang Shu said cautiously. Chapter 53, Large-Scale Procurement of Materials. The borders are frequently attacked by demons, which greatly accelerates the depletion of practitioners' lifespans. If that is the case, it is indeed difficult to maintain for long. Yun Yi almost instantly grasped the crux of the matter. The reason why land cannot be developed along the borders is mainly due to insufficient combat power and the slow cultivation of new practitioners. How many people does a family have? How many practitioners can they produce? It should be noted that the government only supports a few hundred practitioners. A family smaller than a noble family would be lucky to have 10. With so few people, it is indeed very difficult to withstand frequent demon attacks. However, Yun Yi is different. Dad, prepare according to the material list immediately. I have a big use for it. Yun Yi's eyes sparkled. Others may cultivate practitioners slowly, but that is their issue. He holds spiritual grade superior food, which can easily allow someone to awaken their spiritual root in just a month. Moreover, it can even lead to full recovery. But Yun Yi's family, however, is a significant weakness. Yang Shu and Shu Zhu have no real power. If the aristocratic families really wanted to take action, a single root reviver would be enough to take down the entire Yang family. At that time, Yun Yi would also be powerless and could only seek revenge in the future. According to common sense, his best choice should have been to bow down and submit, to be a dog for the aristocratic families in exchange for space to develop. But unfortunately, for various reasons, Yun Yi could not choose this optimal path. There are many choices in the world that one knows are optimal but cannot or does not want to choose. Although Yun Yi was once mediocre, he was not a common person. Being pointed at and criticized for not being ambitious was irrelevant. Such criticism was neither painful nor itchy. And being happy was the most important thing. Even if it meant remaining silent and not taking sides, it was a sin. let alone refusing the aristocratic family's recruitment? If it weren't for the impending disaster, the aristocratic families would not want to stir up trouble, and Xianxia would probably have brought about a death sentence at that time. Now, with fate reflecting the outcome, even if Xianxia did not understand the truth behind it, he should have made arrangements. The development order required 100,000 mysterious copper to qualify, which was a huge sum, but no matter how much land was developed afterwards, as long as it could be defended, it would all belong to the developer, and Baishur Town would have no right to interfere, as long as taxes were paid on time every year. Moreover, there was no need to pay taxes for the first 3 years of the development order, and it lasted for almost 10 years. No wonder no one from Baishur Town had attempted to develop new land in so many years. Yangshu shook his head at what he said. The environment was too poor. Developing new land was inherently a dangerous endeavor, consuming countless financial and material resources. The result was only a 3-year profit period. Afterwards, they would have to work for Baishur Town. In such a situation, it was impossible to succeed. Developing new land, who wasn't aiming to become the 8th aristocratic family. The hope was too slim, so it was better not to try. It didn't matter. Keeping too much money in Baishur Town was meaningless, so it was better to spend it. All the major aristocratic families wanted to hoard some money to deal with demons. But our emerging family did not have such a foundation, so it was more meaningful to use it for development, Xianxia said. I'll follow your lead. I can't help much, only handle some trivial matters. But if we can succeed, keeping this secret for just 10 years, we can join the aristocratic families. And then the Yang family will be worry-free for generations. Yangshu had some confidence. After all, Xianxia was truly extraordinary. He entered school at 8 years old and was now only 12 and a half, yet he had already laid such a foundation. Planning to join the aristocratic families was entirely possible. The only drawback was that the wealth and glory came too easily, making him somewhat restless. Fearing that fate would not be favorable and that the plan would encounter accidents. Worry-free for generations? If the Yang family truly achieved that, my situation in the next life would be even more difficult. The perspective of a reincarnator is completely different from common sense. Xianxia was silent for a moment. His own path to immortality was the highest priority. What about future generations? He could not create obstacles for himself, so he would not leave behind enough foundation for the Yang family to rise. Xianxia simply said, "This will take a year to prepare. During this year, we will quietly acquire materials. Only by improving our strength will we have a say. Make sure not to leak any information. The spiritual level delicacies should only be consumed by you. Do not share with any outsiders." Yangshu understood. Don't worry, are we not aware of this world? We will definitely guard it closely, and the final steps will be handled by us. Good. Xianxia nodded. Besides keeping secrets, the most important thing was that the food source was in his hands, and outsiders would have no way to crack it. No matter which aristocratic family knew that the Yang family could produce spiritual level delicacies, they would not be able to resort to murder simply to prevent the secret recipe from being lost. This was Xianxia's life-saving charm for Yangshu and his wife. This was very normal. Once the aristocratic families checked Xianxia's qualifications, they would find that what he said was not false. With such mediocre qualifications, he had come this far, not only due to money but also thanks to good luck and a special innate talent for fire. Otherwise, if it were just about cultivating qi to perfection, he would have been squeezed out by the aristocratic family's children long ago. Everything was calm. The Yang family also began to collaborate with major landowners to procure materials. However, during this large-scale procurement, the Yang family noticed something was off, as various materials were difficult to acquire. Those major landowners who should have been very willing to sell their goods at high prices were actually making excuses, saying their reserves were insufficient and they hadn't sold much. After several bribes from Yangshu and Xianxia, someone finally spoke up. In recent years, the expenses of the aristocratic families have increased significantly. They have intensified their efforts in talent cultivation and do not allow us to sell too many materials. However, there is a way. At the end of the year, many materials from previous years will be disposed of, and at that time, I can decide to sell them to you. You can rest assured that these old grains are all fine. Most of what circulates in the market is like this. Upon learning the situation, Xianxia pondered. Were the aristocratic families preparing for something? Xianxia began to doubt. Could the so-called great disaster refer to the distant disaster-level demons? He truly felt that this great disaster was approaching, and if they were to invade Baishur Town in the future, it was very likely that Baishur Town would be ruined due to the war, and the wealth accumulated by the Yang family would naturally vanish into thin air. Feeling a sense of urgency, Xianxia immediately decided to offer a 20 premium to purchase materials, seeking to develop and grow as quickly as possible. The landowners naturally wanted to make more money, and after some persuasion, the vast majority agreed to cooperate. The aristocratic families were high above, harvesting from these landowners, and they were not on the same profit chain at all. If there was an opportunity to make more money for themselves, they would not refuse. It was merely a pretense of reduced production, selling a little less to the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families wasted a large amount of food every year and would not pay attention to such small matters. Chapter 54. Improved secret transmission. With a few landowners' clandestine trading channels, Xianxia finally obtained the foundation to take off, spending most of the month indulging in spiritual level delicacies. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Even the favored children of the aristocratic families were amazed. Meanwhile, Yangshu and Shuzhu, as a couple, consumed these spiritual level delicacies all day long, and despite their bodies being a burden, they quickly broke through within a month, stepping into a great realm, aiming for perfection. Then the question arose, without the awakening technique, how to awaken the spiritual roots? After realizing this issue, Xianxia understood how sinister it was that the public academy did not allow the awakening technique to be passed on. The government had fundamentally cut off the common people's inheritance. One must enter the public academy to awaken their spiritual roots. Unfortunately, the government probably never considered that there could be someone who could indulge in spiritual level delicacies like this. Great perfection? Haha, even perfection would not be a problem. At that time, the spiritual roots would naturally revive, and there would be no need for the awakening technique. Xianxia broke the situation using the simplest method, without needing to seek transactions with the major aristocratic families. By doing this, not only did he not have to pay a huge price, but he could also lull the major families into complacency, as they would not have the ability to cultivate root revivers independently, not even qualifying as ordinary spiritual law families, let alone aristocratic families. What threat was there? Of course, even so, the Yang family's procurement of materials was also done through clandestine transactions, just in case. Some materials from outside the town were simply transported to a small manor outside the town, avoiding drawing attention in Baishur town. However, this operation consumed money like flowing water. If high-grade materials were used, the Yang family's industry simply could not sustain it. A portion of blood beef cost 20 mysterious copper, while ordinary food cost only 1 mysterious copper per portion, which was indeed far too expensive. The first step could compress 100 portions of raw materials down to 10, while maintaining 80 effectiveness. In the second step, Xianxia added various herbs, transforming the raw materials into liquid using a method similar to brewing. This second step could reduce the portion size by another 70%, yet the effectiveness would soar. Finally, Xianxia turned this medicinal liquid into delicacies that melted in the mouth, with a digestion difficulty of less than 1/10 that of ordinary delicacies. Simply put, ordinary food cannot absorb too much nutrition because of the body's digestion speed limitations. Xianxia completed the digestion process externally and then input it into his body, significantly improving the digestion efficiency. With this, 100 copper and 130 copper can make a spirit-level superior meal, which is a full 90% cheaper than the 2,000 mysterious copper for blood beef. The Yang family has drained their savings, barely able to afford the daily meal expenses of over 1,000 mysterious copper. After a month, the Yang couple, relying on superior meals, is just one step away from awakening their spiritual roots, especially for Yangshu, who has a special physique, combined with the method of imagination. He has already traveled nearly 20% of the way. Xianxia feels that Yangshu might be able to step into the perfection of the qi nourishing technique faster than him. Once Yangshu masters the spiritual techniques, he will have a certain level of self-protection and won't be in danger of losing his life to just any random bandit. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Xianxia attempts again to awaken his consciousness. Boom. His brain feels as if it has been struck hard, and Xianxia becomes dazed, his head splitting with pain. But he has already gotten used to it. Another failure, as expected. If he doesn't achieve perfection in the qi nourishing technique, the chances of awakening are too low. 8 months have passed this year, and Xianxia has practiced the awakening technique for about 6 months. To be honest, normal people probably wouldn't be as bored as he is. Although the awakening technique has a significant effect on awakening spiritual roots, it can only be used once. And no matter how proficient one becomes, it has no meaning. As for awakening consciousness and spiritual nature, the effects of general awakening techniques are too poor. And even mastering them to perfection doesn't significantly increase the chances. Basically, there won't be many people who would be bored enough to forcefully master awakening techniques. It can be guessed that the pharmacists in the logistics department making medicinal meals are probably laughing at him. There are too few people like Xianxia who persist in doing useless work, making it a small amusement. Having mastered the awakening technique to a small degree, I have almost understood why the instructors in the academy can casually guide students to modify the qi nourishing technique movements. Next, I will improve the qi nourishing technique and take a step further on the path of secret transmission. Xianxia stands up, takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and slowly enters a state akin to introspection. After awakening the spiritual roots, one must first be able to sense spiritual power before being able to manipulate it. Spiritual power is similar to life energy. The only difference is that spiritual power is the essence of the 5 elements, while life energy is yang essence. In other words, those who revive their spiritual roots can completely sense the yang essence within other people. This can be perceived with just a few months of training. As long as one is in a focused state, the more proficient one becomes, the clearer the perception. The teachers in the academy are all those who have revived their spiritual roots, capable of sensing students' life energy, and guiding them naturally becomes second nature. Yun Yi performs a set of qi nourishing technique, focusing intently on observing the changes in his yang essence. The previously unclear and vague changes in his body are now crystal clear. Yang essence directly points to the essence of the flesh. Its changes embody the quintessence of the qi nourishing technique. During the practice of the qi nourishing technique, some meridians light up, gathering the surrounding yang essence. So it turns out, the theoretically optimal solution should be dynamic. Wherever there is yang essence, one should activate there and collect that yang essence. However, ordinary people cannot do this. They can only focus on areas where their yang essence is abundant, rather than constantly updating. Having grasped the secret, Yun Yi begins to move, exploring how to make various meridians light up. Under the guidance of spiritual root perception, Yun Yi finally experiences the treatment of a noble family's child. The difference between having a teacher's guidance and not having one is indeed like heaven and earth. Although through a teacher as a medium, it is impossible to dynamically update. Updating once a month or once a week is entirely possible. If it's updated once a month, with all other conditions unchanged, the cultivation speed can be increased by 30. If updated once a week, that increase can rise to 50. And if updated daily, the increase will be over 100. Astonishing. Yun Yi has confirmed that those geniuses who emerged from the spiritual technique team and forcibly squeezed into the black armored army must have comprehended this characteristic of the qi nourishing technique, which is why they have achieved miraculous changes in their fate. How many secrets do the noble families possess? Yun Yi breaks into a cold sweat. This is just a small qi nourishing technique, yet it holds so many intricacies. What about spiritual techniques? Is it really just about spirituality? Yun Yi encounters a dilemma that most scholars generally face. The more one understands the world, the more one discovers their own ignorance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The identity badge vibrates. Yun Yi picks it up in surprise, and his pupils constrict. Chaos-level task summons. All black armored army members in Hongshan immediately assemble at the military camp. Violators will be executed. The military camp is where core members of the government cultivate long-term, and it is also the headquarters of the Hongshan military. However, unless there is a major event, the government generally does not summon the black armored army to gather at headquarters. A chaos-level task represents an inevitable encounter with chaos-level demonic events. Moreover, this time the black armored army is called to action, so the scale is likely not small. Chapter 55, Shibayan, Xierongfu, Wang Lixian, Lu Jingyu, Yangshi, Zhu Zhongjie, Hongguan, Zhu Xiaohong, Xiang Liangren, Lu Wujing. The entire third team quickly assembled, and the voice of the commander calling names echoed throughout the military camp. However, Yun Yi noticed that this time 2 people were still missing. It has been 8 months, and Yun Yi has yet to see the other 2 teammates. Full house, let's go. Yuan waved his hand and led the way to the top of Hongshan. Yun Yi suddenly realized that this group of people seemed to know about this task in advance, and he was the only one who happened to be in Hongshan and was summoned. You're lucky, huh? Looks like you can play a role ahead of time. Zhu Xiaohong still wore a smile that made her look like she was mocking a fool, revealing some riddles for teasing purposes. Just as Yun Yi was about to take the opportunity to ask something, a terrifying aura flashed in the distance, attracting his attention. Hoo-hoo. Accompanied by a low tiger roar, a strangely dressed and extraordinarily alluring woman appeared in his sight. Behind her, 7 black-armored soldiers stood, unlike the third team. None of them were without black armor. Only she herself, in this practical world, did not play by the rules, and upon her appearance, her astonishing beauty and attire left everyone stunned for several seconds. Ji Mingyi, captain of the 4th team. Captain Yuan, long time no see. Ji Mingyi's voice was very sweet, like a spring breeze that penetrated the bones, making it hard to resist. Captain Ji. Yuan's expression changed, and he clasped his hands in a respectful salute, then scanned the crowd. Hurry up and pay your respects to Captain Ji. The surname Ji means that in Baishir town, she is the absolute master, and noble families are no exception. Everyone saluted. No need for too much courtesy. Let's go. This task is just the prelude, and I need you all to put in more effort. Yun Yi glanced at Lu Wujing, the rumored equal of the government from the Lu family. He was still squinting at his bronze mirror, as if there was an unparalleled beauty inside. In contrast, Zhu Xiaohong, who was second only to the Lu family, was not so calm. She looked at Ji Mingyi's back, taking deep breaths as if crossing some enormous pressure. Yun Yi silently followed. and the true situation of Baishur town became clear at a glance. What academy or black armored army, in the eyes of the G family, are all unimportant. They don't need any loyalty. In this world where power is the only thing that matters, as long as there is power, people's hearts do not need to be cared about. Violence is the loyalty in this world. All of them are spiritual root revivers. In just 10 minutes, the entire 5th team stepped onto the peak, arriving at the deepest part of Hongshan, the area with the densest spiritual energy. Each team has its own designated area, and each team is divided into 3 layers arranged in a fan shape. Together, the 5 teams form a semicircle. The semicircle surrounds a spacious stone platform, which is currently empty. After Yuan led the team into formation, 2 young black-armored spiritualists walked over from the side, nodded at him, and then stood behind Yuan. In front of Yun Yi, on the same level as Lu Wujing and Xiang Liangren. Newcomers? Quite beautiful. 2 young men in black armor showed a keen interest upon seeing Zhu Xiaohong. Zhu Xiaohong, the second young lady of the Zhu family, was a newcomer with decent strength. Yuan casually remarked, the Zhu family, even the second young lady wants to squeeze in. Could it be that she's acting on her own? Perhaps she wants to marry into the G family. If it's as a concubine, that could indeed work. The 2 laughed, showing disdain for Zhu Xiaohong. She lowered her head, her expression unchanged, pretending not to hear. A few worthless individuals couldn't lower her standards. The 2 continued chatting, not silent like other black-armored practitioners. And no one stopped them. The reason was simple. They were members of the Ji family. Shi Baiyan and Yun Yi saw Tong Yuan and Xiaoya, and also noticed Shi Baiyan. 12 years later, Shi Baiyan had white hair, unlike Tong Yuan, who maintained his youth. At this moment, Shi Baiyan was very composed, exuding nobility. A stark contrast to the proud young man he once was. Shi Baiyan frowned, probably puzzled by how a stranger would smile at him. A significant figure appeared. A middle-aged man in a white robe, expressionless, walked onto the high platform. With a wave of his sleeve, the air trembled, and all the black-armored members who had spoken groaned, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. The spiritual law deputy officer, Lu Quan. Everyone bowed their heads, not daring to express resentment. Even though most of the speakers were members of the Ji family, the overlords of Baishur town, being at the level of a spiritual law deputy officer meant they could contend with the Ji family's significant figures. These younger generations were hardly regarded, and only the young master of the Ji family could stand on equal footing with the deputy officer. Lu Quan looked down at everyone. For the chaos-level mission, we normally wouldn't gather everyone, but the number this time is vast. You will each proceed to suppress it. In the border areas of Xiongjian village, Qingzhou village, and Songjia village, a large number of living corpses have appeared, and we cannot rule out the possibility of other demons appearing. Teams 1, 3, and 4. Go and eliminate them completely. Teams 2 and 5. Head to Duanxiao River. Join forces to eliminate the chaos-level demon, the thousand-eyed demon, and clear the demon horde. This is just the prelude. It must be thoroughly cleared. Do you understand? Yes, we will obey the deputy officer's orders. The response echoed in the air. What prelude and what not? Yun Yi completely didn't understand, but others had no intention of explaining. The 12 rushed directly to Duanxiao River. Currently, Team 3 had been elevated to Team 2 due to Zhu Xiaohong, so they would handle the chaos-level demons. Along the way, Xiang Liangren suddenly said, Captain, we're already Team 2. Are we still going to deal with the chaos-level demons? You haven't offended anyone, have you? You should ask Lu Wujing. Deputy Officer Lu is his elder. If he doesn't care, that's one thing. But if he intends to suppress us, the problem lies with him, not me. Yuan replied calmly. It's just the boring squabbles of different factions, but what can be done about it? A few chaos-level demons are nothing. Lu Wujing put down the bronze mirror, an aura of strength flashing by. His pupils turned a shade of blue, perhaps related to his zodiac sign being wind. Yun Yi didn't know many details, but there was no doubt that Lu Wujing was comparable to a captain in strength. Captain-level practitioners could easily eliminate chaos-level demons. Only exceptionally strong chaos-level demons could pose a threat to them. With the whole team deployed and Team 5 joining in, even if multiple chaos-level demons appeared, they could easily sweep them away. It would merely require a bit more effort than other teams. Then this time, you will take care of it. I've long wanted to see your full power, Yuan said. As the prelude began, it was indeed time to stretch their muscles, and I allowed it. Lu Wujing's demeanor changed significantly, an edge emanating from him. Even Yuan looked down on him. Yuan didn't mind and said, very good. The others clearly had no say in the matter. However, most of them were quite eager. Events that could truly compel a captain-level practitioner to go all out were rare, and most of them had never witnessed such a thing. Just how strong was this level? Chapter 56, the Duanxiao River Mission. Crossing Hongshan, the 12-member team traversed numerous fields, following a stream to its end, stopping on a hillside. In the distance, an endless expanse of wilderness stretched out, the grass yellow and withered. While gazing from this hillside, strong winds blew refreshingly. A clear river crossed their line of sight, dividing the land and sky. This river was Duanxiao River, appearing calm and without any traces of chaos-level demons. But everyone knew that the thousand-eyed demon was most adept at deceiving souls, and what they saw from a distance was surely false. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads to the side. Not far away on another hillside, another team of black-armored soldiers approached, led by a man shrouded in black armor, his face also concealed. Judging by his build, he was a man. He glanced at the group and led his team in another direction, clearly not intending to cooperate with Yuan's team. Zhao Zicheng. What has he been up to these years? He has allowed his numbers to dwindle to 6. It's strange to think about how much strength he has left now. Yuan adjusted his weapon. The 7 great families are all thinking about each other's demise. Years ago, he had been ambushed by Zhao Zicheng, and he still hadn't had the chance for revenge. Seeing him now inevitably stirred some thoughts. It was time to act. He couldn't let Zhao Zicheng steal the credit. Yuan's gaze lingered on Yun Yi and the others. Yang Shi, Zhuozhongjia, Wang Lixian, you guys go and test the waters. During the operation, Zhuozhongjia will command. Military orders are absolute. Those who disobey will be executed. Understood. The 3 of them exchanged glances, clasped their fists, and with their foreheads spiritual patterns glowing, they headed toward Duanxiao River. This kind of probing was extremely dangerous, but they had no right to refuse. Zhuozhongjia, tall and sturdy, drew his spiritual weapon, a large knife, and said, Duanxiao River must have water-attributed demons, and since I am of the earth attribute, I can block them. You all pay attention to the changes in the terrain. Don't let that disrupt your formation. Yes. Wang Lixian, no longer caring about his conflict with Yun Yi, focused intently on scanning their surroundings. Once chaos-level demons emerged, even in a state of open spiritual roots, escape might not be guaranteed. A careless move could mean death. Yun Yi was equally vigilant, taking note of Zhuozhongjia's words. For safety's sake, Yun Yi silently ignited the fire within, entering a state of acceleration. Once there was any unusual movement, he would respond as quickly as possible. The 3 stepped into the wilderness for several minutes, but no demons made any movement. They seemed to have gone into hiding. This silence heightened their tension as they drew closer, and Yun Yi suddenly said, It's getting foggy. The 2's pupils contracted. White mist surged visibly around them, continuously increasing, rapidly reducing their visibility. Wang Lixian, disperse the fog. Zhuozhongjia shouted. I'm already doing it, but it's ineffective. I can only maintain visibility at 10 meters at most. Wang Lixian conjured numerous water rings around him, attempting to gather and eliminate the mist in the air. But the scale was different. Whether the chaos-level demons were too strong or multiple demons were working together, he couldn't completely clear the white mist, only managing to keep visibility at 10 meters. Boom. Zhuozhongjia suddenly stomped heavily on the ground, and a massive stone rose up ahead, followed by continuous vibrations. This is an earth attribute demon. Yun Yi stood to the side, not fully protected, and saw that the attacking objects were several stone pillars. Earth counters water. If a water-attributed demon wanted to break through Zhuozhongjia's defenses, it would be extremely difficult. But if it were an earth-attributed demon, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. Flowing fire. Yun Yi activated his semi-extreme flame, raising his hand as flames engulfed the entire front, exploding for several seconds. This move had an enormous range, directly enveloping the unknown demons hidden in the white mist, eliciting eerie cries. Did it hit? Well done, Yang Shi. Wang Lixian. Clear the visibility. Zhuozhongjia strode forward, his large knife thrust into the ground. When he pulled it out, it had already transformed into a 7 or 8 meter long giant blade, covered in sharp stone spikes. As he spoke, the fog ahead dispersed, revealing a heavily armored demon with charred skin. Boom. With the momentum of Mount Tai, the stone knife cleaved the earth, and the armored demon screeched as it raised its arms to block, but was crushed into a pulp in an instant. Don't let your guard down. Although the armored beings aren't strong, there might be armor spirits nearby, and one misstep could lead to becoming a puppet. Zhuozhongjia growled, flipping his stone knife back to its normal state. Here it comes. Yun Yi shouted as he raised his hand upon seeing countless water arrows piercing through the white mist, astonishing flames rippling and blocking in front of him. He didn't trust the aristocrats at all. His safety was guaranteed by himself. The water arrows quickly shattered the stone wall, while Zhuozhongjia simply lifted his stone shield and charged forward, aiming to crush the attackers directly. His defense didn't fail to block the attacks, and behind him, Yun Yi and Wang Lixian were not hit by the water arrows. But astonishingly, as the water arrows swept past the stone wall and darted toward Yun Yi and Wang Lixian, they suddenly reached out to grab them. Yun Yi's half-peak flame ripples played their part, fiercely burning and directly causing the water arrows to scream, manifesting in the air as frog-like creatures. Wang Lixian, being a water elemental spiritual practitioner, had long noticed the issue with the water arrows. These frogs were easily countered and crushed by him. Boom. Xianxiaaudiobooks calculated that the two would deal with the cold water frogs and had already rushed into the depths of the mist, where a white mist demon suddenly revealed itself. Xianxiaaudiobooks slammed his stone shield into its face, shaking the ground violently. Allah! The white mist demon was large but was smashed into a bloody mess, screaming, yet such injuries were too light for a demon, which quickly began to recover. Suddenly, an invisible claw descended from the mist, knocking Xianxiaaudiobooks to half-kneel. Piercing forest. Xianxiaaudiobooks' black armor burst with light, connecting to the ground, and with a rumble, countless stone spikes shot out, lifting the white mist demon entirely and piercing it through. Losing control of the white mist demon, the invisible claws vanished. And Xianxiaaudiobooks stood up and leaped down with a powerful strike, his large knife expanding in the process, covering the giant stone. With one smash, the white mist demon exploded, strange blood splattering everywhere. One white mist demon was killed, and the concentration of mist visibly decreased. But it was still difficult to see a wide area. Ha! Xianxiaaudiobooks was panting, but feeling the vibration of his identity token, he revealed a hint of a smile. The white mist demon was a high-level demon, on par with armor spirits, and even defeating it as a team could count as several ordinary-level tasks. These identity tokens would accurately record everything, and once the task was completed, they would settle it all together. The resources of the government were ultimately stronger than those of the aristocrats, especially concerning the time spent in spiritual cultivation. To advance further, one could only gain contributions. The three continued forward. As long as the residual heat didn't call for a stop, they couldn't pause. However, the real difficulties were about to come. As a large number of demons surged out from almost all directions. Flames exploded, water surged, and stone formations were laid out, as the three advanced step by step, using their exquisite spiritual techniques to forge a path. Their task was to draw out chaotic-level demons and prevent situations like traps that could lead to heavy losses for the black-armored army. Outside the white mist, Lu Wuji stared at the bronze mirror, continuously calculating. Yuan was getting a bit impatient. Is it ready yet? This white mist can block divine senses. But it can't block your broken illusion artifacts, right? If you don't hurry, Zhao Zichong will grab all the credit. White mist. I'm calculating Zhao Zichong, but unfortunately, it's not beautiful at all. Lu Wuji shook his head. Zhao Zichong was actually playing with Gu techniques, and with his divine sense. He thought he could master Gu techniques? Ridiculous. What? Yuan leaned in to look at the bronze mirror. He saw a young man with transparent armor on the mirror. With thick dark circles under his eyes and pupils that were cracked as if blind, his gaze very scattered. Yuan could see that this young man had a large number of Gu insects crawling all over him, especially around his eyes. It turned out that his eyes were entirely replaced by spherical Gu insects. Extremely creepy. Chapter 57. Chaotic Demons. Playing with Gu? Where did our Baishur town find an environment to raise Gu? Is he waiting for a disaster? Yuan frowned tightly. Hey, a few hundred people can also raise a Gu king. It might be more convenient than cultivating spiritual techniques since Gu insects are indiscriminate, unlike human spiritual techniques, where many things can't even be touched. Lu Wuji said. The problem is, Baishur town doesn't have that many qualified people to feed the Gu. Zhao Zichong must be solving problems through other methods. Xiang Liangren suddenly interjected. Captain, Lu spiritual practitioner, there's movement at the Broken Bridge River. Something big is coming. Everyone turned to look at the riverbank, and through the white mist, a gigantic shadow could be vaguely seen emerging. This shadow, even with divine sense, couldn't be discerned whether it was an illusion or a physical entity. But as a water and with dual-element spiritual practitioner, Xiang Liangren could control the water mist for vague probing. If it were purely an illusion, it wouldn't escape Xiang Liangren's detection. Ha ha ha. An eerie, maniacal laughter echoed, and the earth was upheaved. The stone wall created by Xianxiaaudiobooks was instantly toppled, and people were also blown away. Xianxiaaudiobooks, seasoned in battle, immediately reacted and threw his large knife with all his might. As the knife struck the ground, rumble, the stone wall, like a city wall, rose up from the point where the knife landed, blocking the tremendous shockwave coming from ahead. Something big is coming, Xianxiaaudiobooks shouted. Yun Yi and Wang Lixian's faces changed drastically because a giant claw was already sweeping down from the sky. Before the claw landed, a nauseating wind rushed in, and the astonishing demonic aura was clear even without spiritual eyes. This was power that completely surpassed black armored spiritual techniques. Even 10 of them stacked together wouldn't be sufficient. Thousand flow spiritual technique. Waterfall. Wang Lixian raised both hands above his head. gathering a deluge that formed a violent waterfall shooting into the sky to block the enormous claw. Boom. The giant claw hesitated for a moment, and the violent waterfall was immediately shattered by the demonic power, followed by countless stone pillars rising up, forming an archway to block once more. Boom. The outcome was the same. After just a moment of blocking, it was completely shattered. But that was enough. The three of them surged up, retreating swiftly, instantly leaving the range of the giant claw's attack. Rumble. The giant claw hit the ground, shaking the earth as if it could leap 3 zhang high. If it weren't for the three of them having cultivated their spiritual techniques and martial skills to a high level, they might have been blown away on the spot. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at this terrifying destructive power, his expression shifting. Then he shouted, "Xianxia, you take the lead. We will assist." Among them, only Yunyi's flames were unsuitable for defense and could only be on the offense. Moreover, Xianxiaaudiobooks knew that Yunyi had the spirit gathering ring given by Tong Yuan, and his real strength had far surpassed his own. It was reasonable to delegate this dangerous task to Yunyi. Wang Lixian let out a breath of relief, taking a few steps back. But Yunyi raised his gaze. Unafraid, he had long since shed the timid character of modern times through his cultivation. He didn't know if this was a high-level demon or a chaotic demon. He only knew that with this level of power, he could draw his sword. Flames spread all over his body, entering the state of the flaming feather armor. Yunyi exhaled a breath of turbid air and slapped the sword sheath. Buzz. The resonating cloud copper sword unsheathed with a roar. Boom. Yunyi walked through the flames, disappearing in an instant as he charged into the thick fog, heading straight for the giant claw. His speed was so fast that it even surpassed Xianxia's perception. "Wait, what do you want to do? You should have said in advance that you'd activate the spirit gathering ring. Otherwise, how can I assist you?" Xianxiaaudiobooks shouted. Seeing Yunyi's terrifying speed, he thought Yunyi had activated the spirit gathering ring to enhance his spiritual power. It should be known that assisting in killing also earned contributions, and he needed to have some use to share the credit. Yunyi didn't stop because this wasn't a command. Xianxiaaudiobooks could hardly see him anymore and could only activate his spiritual techniques, creating a path with large amounts of rock walls. The difficulty of walking through the wilderness decreased, allowing Xianxiaaudiobooks to raise stone walls for defense at any time. The spirit gathering ring, a magical artifact, is a treasure that even the second young lady does not possess. Wang Lixian glanced behind him, gritted his teeth, and dared not slack off under the gaze of so many. His entire body activated the spirit armor and charged forward. A large amount of water transformed into rapidly slicing water blades, surrounding him and shredding the ordinary demons that approached into pieces. The 5 elements spiritual law. Even the destructive power of water-based spiritual law is extremely astonishing, far beyond what ordinary steel helmets and iron armor can withstand. A single spiritual practitioner is enough to cause thousands of troops to collapse, which is truly terrifying. However, this kind of power is as fragile as paper in the face of chaos. The Broken Bridge River is unknown for how many chaotic demons it hides. The more intense the battle, the more likely it is to attract attention. In such a situation where one could be swept away at any moment, how could he not be full of concerns? Sword Spirit Law, Dance of the Flame Sword. When Yunyi approached, he saw the full appearance of the giant claw, and he was taken aback, but the sword technique in his hand came naturally. This was the second level of the technique he had received. Belonging to the Flame Sword Spiritual Law, flames erupted from his feet, and with an explosion, Yunyi's speed accelerated to the extreme. Immediately, all the flames on his body compressed and gathered to the sword body, flowing into a bright red color, but when gathered on the sword body, it was already colorless. The fire of heaven. The giant claw before him was not connected to a body. It was completely floating. Upon closer inspection, he found that this giant claw, while ferocious, also had an illusory quality. How could such an illusory claw exert the power to crush a black-armored spiritual practitioner? This is something that high-level demons cannot achieve. Only chaotic demons can casually create such an energy claw for probing and fighting. However, as long as it is not the true form of a chaotic demon, it can be cut down. Yunyi's sword flashed, and even he couldn't see his own sword speed because the dance of the flame sword was simply too fast. The continuously exploding flames would constantly propel the sword's speed, almost instantly crossing the giant claw. The giant claw raised up, attempting to grasp Yunyi, but its center line was split straight down the middle by the spreading red glow. Yunyi turned around, and the giant claw had already crumbled into pieces, turning into a toxic, demonic power that dissipated. The black armor had a mask that filtered out the poisonous gas, so it was not a problem. However, when Yunyi raised his sword, a noticeable crack had already appeared. The lethality of this move was indeed terrifying, but due to its brutality, the sword would break. And it would still require time to practice. Otherwise, if the weapon broke during battle, there would be no place to replace it, and his strength would plummet. This speed. Terrifying. The arriving Wang Lixian and Xianxiaaudiobooks were immensely shocked. The resolution was too quick. This giant claw looked anything but simple, and under normal circumstances, the battle would be difficult. Yunyi had actually killed it with one sword, without even a moment's delay, resembling the crushing force the giant claw had just exerted on them. This is the energy claw of a chaotic demon. We have already been targeted. Yunyi said. What? Wang Lixian and Xianxiaaudiobooks trembled in their hearts. Immediately after, an extremely cold sensation rose from their hearts. This was not an illusion, but their bodies were truly being frozen from the inside out. A single crimson eye suddenly opened in the white mist, and the cold, terrifying aura suppressed Xianxiaaudiobooks and Wang Lixian to the point where they couldn't move. Only Yunyi held his sword, his expression heavy. Chaos. An invincible being stood high above. Thousands of lower beings were like ants. This is the world of cultivation. Chapter 58, Second Fusion, Attribute, Wind Spirit Root. Although Yunyi did not know if there was such a thing as levels in this world, the difference between a basic energy cultivation technique, minor success, and major success is like heaven and earth. Minor success is merely a short-lived consumable. Major success is considered a qualified tool. The Black Armored Army consists of spiritual practitioners above major success, but the gap in strength is an insurmountable distance. For example, even though Yunyi had repeatedly improved his strength, facing the residual warmth still gave him the feeling that he could be killed in an instant. This is the spiritual awareness of a spirit root reviver. Although it is not as clear as the awareness of a god, it will not be too far off. The residual warmth definitely possesses the strength to kill him instantly. Excluding Lu Wujing, Yunyi felt that even when combined, the others would only be able to deal a few blows to the residual warmth. This kind of disparity in strength made the team format seem extremely unnecessary, and it even felt like the others had no reason to exist at all. And this is the world of the extraordinary, a world where individual power makes no sense. In this world, every leap in class is a qualitative change, and numbers are almost impossible to contend with. The blurred red eye appearing before Yunyi is such a life that has crossed levels. Chaos. Ordinary demons might be solved by ordinary people. High-level demons can only be dealt with by spiritual practitioners. As for chaotic demons, from the name itself, it is clear that this is not something an ordinary spiritual practitioner can handle. As a big demon that can cause chaos in an area, it either requires dozens or hundreds of spiritual practitioners to work together to slay it, or it must be dealt with by a captain-level spiritual practitioner. Fire in the heart. The flames in Yunyi's heart burned, dispelling the bone-chilling cold, and his body was rapidly returning to normal. But it was evident that the red-eyed chaos was not here to strike a pose. Its purpose was to devour the life essence. The red light gathered. Even the thick white mist could not obscure it. Not good. Move. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Wang Lixian felt an extreme horror in their hearts, sensing that disaster was imminent. But unfortunately, they moved slowly and stiffly, with no hope of escaping the attack range. The next moment, the red light gathered at a point and swept out, shattering the earth, evaporating stones and soil, completely a light of death. Its speed was so fast that even Yunyi, in the state of heart fire, could hardly see it before it was upon him. Instantly gather spirit. Heart fire quadrupled. Yunyi hesitated not at all, reciting the activation incantation. And the spirit gathering ring on his finger immediately activated, drawing a large amount of spiritual energy, transforming it into fuel for his heart fire. In the state of the spirit gathering ring, his spiritual power was 4 times the norm, and due to the extreme fire, the power he could enhance far exceeded 4 times. At this moment, the heart fire burned with unprecedented intensity, originally capable of enhancing physical qualities by 40 times. The already terrifying heart fire underwent another evolution. His physical qualities soared, surpassing 100 times, 200 times, and directly leaping to 300 times. Maintaining this terrifying state would severely deplete his life force, and it could not be used for long periods. However, right now, there was clearly no time to worry about that. The red light was already close at hand. Whoosh! Just as Yunyi prepared to dodge the attack and counterattack, an astonishing cyan figure suddenly passed by him. Yunyi was almost shocked to the extreme. He was in a state of 300 times acceleration, and yet someone could walk at normal speed within his line of sight. This person was Lu Wujing. Since the chaotic true form had revealed itself, and the possibility of an initial kill was gone, he could personally take action. As a spirit root reviver of the wind attribute, Lu Wujing's speed left Yunyi dumbfounded, and his power reached a terrifying level. Get lost. In an instant, a storm ravaged the entire battlefield. The white mist was torn apart, exposing everything. Ha ha ha. The chaotic demon with a single-eyed head laughed maniacally, unleashing demonic power, and giant claws appeared, barely managing to crush the storm. Just one strike made the difference clear. Lu Wujing clearly had an overwhelming advantage in combat power. So strong, almost like a natural disaster. Wang Lixian and Zhuo Zhongjia, who were already waiting to die, widened their eyes. In an instant, all the white mist was torn apart, and the ground seemed to have been plowed over and over again, shattered to pieces. This fully demonstrated how terrifying the recent events were. Even against spiritual practitioners, it would likely be devastating. Shocked, they could only feel this way. It was their first time witnessing such a shocking scene. This is the captain level. The level is completely different. Yunyi was also witnessing for the first time what the strongest power of the Bai Shi town army truly was. Ha ha ha. The one-eyed head was filled with joy. And Lu Wujing was even more delectable compared to Yunyi and the others. Thus, 8 giant claws descended, aiming to capture Lu Wujing. How dare the newly born chaos be so rampant? Lu Wujing wore an indifferent expression, the azure mark on his forehead spreading, and to Yunyi's surprise, he could actually see Lu Wujing's spirit root mark from directly behind him. Lu Wujing's spirit root mark extended to the back of his neck. The area of the spirit root mark could still increase? Yunyi was startled. The emergence of the spirit root revival is precisely because this mark has the effect of extracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If the area of the mark increases, doesn't that mean the power controlling the spirit root is also stronger? Yunyi's distraction lasted only a few seconds. But the battle ended just like that. Facing the giant claws, Lu Wujing condensed a wind gun, effortlessly sweeping and shattering them all, then throwing it out. The once invincible chaotic demon was thus pinned in midair. Lu Wujing's power had reached an unreasonable level. Is this the level of a squad leader? Yunyi fell into deep thought. Lu Wujing was just a deputy squad leader, and only they themselves knew who was stronger between him and Yuan. For the time being, let's assume all squad leaders are on the same level as Lu Wujing. Yunyi felt that the gap was so vast that even awakening consciousness wouldn't allow him to win. Moreover, Lu Wujing was clearly holding back more than half of his strength, making it seem effortless. While lost in thought, the team gathered. Yuan looked at the fragmented battlefield and voiced his soul's inquiry. Is this really dual attributes? Zhu Xiaohong, do you think your family's secret method can compare to this? Zhu Xiaohong also stared for a long time, and after a while, she said, the fire spirit root secret method is inherently weaker than dual attributes, and moreover, the power of the same type varies from person to person. In the Lu family, there are almost no people with spirit wind, right? Spirit wind? Everyone looked at Yunyi and then nodded. Indeed, over the years, they had only seen Yunyi as the sole natural fire spirit practitioner, which was pitifully rare. However, these naturally born spirit fires and spirit winds were indeed incredibly powerful, as evidenced by Yunyi's flames. Not only did they have astonishing destructive power, but they could also completely resist flames weaker than themselves. If they could obtain just one, they could laugh themselves awake. Chapter 59, Eternal Flame. The rumors were not wrong. Ordinary spirit roots and dual spirit roots were incomparable. Even the weakest dual spirit root was 10 times stronger than an ordinary spirit root, a world of difference. As soon as Lu Wujing made his move, he established the boundary of strength and weakness. However, everyone didn't have time to lament for too long. As the entire broken bridge river boiled, one demon after another came ashore. They were attracted by the demonic power spilling over from the death of the chaotic level demon. And this place had already become a beacon in the night. Especially when Lu Wujing raised his hand, 10 talismans fell from the sky, gathering a large amount of demonic power into a sphere. Whoa! The demons became even more frenzied. The gathered demonic power was even more alluring, allowing them to evolve. The first chaotic demon was dealt with, and next was the main course. Those attracted by the demonic power would be relentless. Little ones, remember, not a single one can escape. Yuan waved his hand, signaling everyone to form a defensive line. As for him, he needed to conserve his strength. Using spiritual power would consume vitality, which was also true for squad leaders. Therefore, having team members was necessary to deal with the lesser demons. Everyone. The one-eyed demon is merely the vanguard of the thousand-eyed demon. Until we know where the thousand-eyed demon is hiding, do not approach the Broken Bridge River. Just block and kill the demons. Once the demonic power accumulates to a certain extent, the thousand-eyed demon will naturally reveal itself. Xiang Liangren smiled and reminded everyone, standing beside Yuan. As a healing spirit practitioner, he could freely choose whether to join the frontline battle. Everyone nodded, drawing their weapons and standing ready. In this situation, the vast majority of members had not revived their spirit roots and were only fighting with spiritual techniques. Yunyi was the same. He secretly took out a pill and swallowed it to restore his life energy. The previous burst of internal fire consumed a lot of life energy, even if it was only maintained for an instant. The pills he made looked ordinary, but in reality, they took effect faster and were more potent than the Black Armored Army's medicinal dishes, specifically developed to enhance endurance. If the materials were switched from ordinary medicines to spiritual medicines, this pill would become a spiritual pill. And the technology of superior food was to some extent a substitution for alchemy. River demons, ordinary demons, transformed from fish, shrimp, insects, and snakes in the water, had no special abilities and were the lowest level demons. A shrimp monster the size of a wild wolf was cut open by Yunyi with a single sword, eliminating it effortlessly. However, soon after, 5 or 6 more river demons surrounded him, consisting of fish, shrimp, insects, and snakes. They had solid scales, and ordinary weapons could hardly harm them. But Yunyi's weapon was the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword, which could inflict damage even in the hands of a mortal. Not to mention that Yunyi was a spirit practitioner. Effortlessly, he cleaved through 2 river demons with one sword, then turned, and the red sword light spread, igniting the other 3 in an instant, turning them to ashes. The same happened in other directions, even without the involvement of Yu1, Lu Wujing, and Xiang Liangren. The remaining 9 were enough to slay a large number of demons. Flames ignited, burning fiercely, engulfing numerous demons. As the battle continued, Yunyi began to pant. This was because the opponents were continuously growing stronger. Initially, just river demons, but soon armored men and cold water frog kings began to appear. To deal with these ranged attacking demons, one would inevitably have to delve deep into the demon horde, facing attacks from both front and back. This would lead to a massive drain on strength. Zhu Zhongjie, Hongguan, Xierongfu, establish a position. Yuan suddenly spoke up. The number of demons in the Broken Bridge River was unexpectedly large. This wouldn't do. Zhu Zhongjie nodded steadily, sweeping aside the demons in front of him, and jumped back as the black armor burst forth with light. Boom! The fortress rose. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhongjie had constructed a small dock fortress. This defensive position was sufficient to reduce pressure by 70%. However, this was not enough. Although the stone dock fortress was sturdy, the number of demons was too many. Such a large target would inevitably be quickly breached, and maintaining it would consume a significant amount of strength. Thus, Hongguan added another layer of defense to the fortress. Hongguan clasped his hands together, a golden sword shape appearing on his forehead. The golden light then spread. The entire outer side of the dock fortress became metallic. The metallic form is both offensive and defensive. Its downside is that the interference range is insufficient. The scale of blades and swords is manageable, but creating metallic walls for the entire dock fortress with revived spirit roots is extremely labor-intensive. Then it's my turn. Would element spirit law growth array? Xierongfu, who was slightly plump, had a very different combat style. He used talismans. He threw out dozens of beans and 4 talismans, which landed in the dead corners, shining down with emerald green light. A large number of vines burst forth from the ground under the illumination, rooting themselves in the demon corpses and growing at an accelerated pace. Before long, the dock fortress was completely entwined with vines, although demons continuously attacked during this time. The vines rooted in the demon corpses absorbed nutrients and regenerated rapidly, showing no signs of weakening. With the 3 layers of defense completed, it was already solid as a rock against battles below the chaotic level. Attacks breaking through the vines landed on the iron wall, already weak and powerless. Even if they could penetrate, they could not cause significant damage to the stone wall. Seeing this scene, Yunyi's heart stirred, and he spread his hands, igniting a type of red flame. Eternal Flame. This was an advancement of the half-extreme flame ripple fire, possessing the characteristic of burning everything and being eternally indestructible. Of course, saying it was completely indestructible was an exaggeration. But if there were no external interference, the indestructible fire could indeed burn perpetually. Whether it was air, water, soil, metal, or spiritual energy, all were fuels for the indestructible fire. Flowing fire. The flames in Yunyi's hand spread, as a temperature and propagation speed approaching 0 extreme flame. It still had some accomplishments in range and could mimic flowing fire. The attack method is not through high-temperature destruction, but rather through combustion reactions that deconstruct matter. Of course, since the manifestation looks like flames, if one does not touch it, the problem is not apparent. It will only be assumed that Yunyi has a high degree of control over his power, able to minimize energy dispersion to the extreme. As the flowing fire unfurls, 5 or 6 ordinary demons scream and turn to ashes, completely replacing Yunyi's other moves. Next, Yunyi only needs to control the same flame to continuously attack, without needing to input spiritual power. Manipulating external spiritual power does not harm the physical body. It's essentially a method of slacking off. Chao Zizhong also took action. Is he planning to confront the thousand-eyed demon head-on? Yuan suddenly looked into the distance. He is a goo worm body and may not fear the illusions of the thousand-eyed demon. Lu Wuji frowned. After noticing Chao Zizhong's goo worm body, he realized this possibility and did not expect Chao Zizhong to truly use this point, not fearing any initial encounters with demons. Chapter 60, Thousand-Eyed Demon. The Thousand-Eyed Demon is, after all, a high-tier demon in the chaos, and replacing it would result in a huge number of achievements. Yuan frowned. They are different from Yunyi. Their talent ceiling is higher, and even when encountering a bottleneck, their growth is relatively fast. In other words, they desperately need time to cultivate in the spirit land, which can only be exchanged for contributions. As for the issue of slow progress, not everyone can find ways to break through talent barriers like Yunyi, who seems to have advantages everywhere. Once a bottleneck is reached, it takes 10 years of consistent practice for anyone to progress further. If Chao Zizhong resolves the source of the problem, they lose a significant amount of achievements, which is unacceptable for Yuan and Lu Wuji. Cultivation resources are meticulously accounted for by anyone. Otherwise, how can one strengthen themselves and reach a level where most practitioners are looked down upon? It seems the strategy needs to change. Lu Wuji, go monitor them. I will handle things here, Yuan said. All right. Although Chao Zizhong seemed to notice my observation just now, he is not my opponent. Lu Wuji raised a copper mirror to the sky, and then his figure gradually disappeared. The wind spirit root has strong control and can become invisible. The strong consciousness can erase spiritual fluctuations. The combination of both allows for assassination even without the aid of spiritual wind. The Lu family has countless examples of weaker defeating stronger foes, and their deep foundation clearly shows Lu Wuji has learned the true teachings well. This is the advantage of having many strong members in the team. Chao Zizhong does not have teammates of equal rank and cannot spare anyone to monitor Yuan's team. The demon energy has already become so strong that soon all demons within 20 miles will be attracted, and the thousand-eyed demon should be within this range. Yuan looked at the sky. The demon energy had thickened into a black sphere, a result of various demon powers mixing. To be honest, this situation is already somewhat dangerous. Although the demons are generally weaker at the boundaries, extending 20 miles may not mean there aren't a few powerful chaotic demons. Just one thousand-eyed demon makes him unwilling to risk entering Duanxiao River. If a few more with terrifying abilities appear, even with 3 captain-level individuals present, there is a possibility of failure. Xiang Liangren also said, Captain, 20 miles is too much. It's better to adjust the talisman array and reduce the range. The area where the thousand-eyed demon appears is just Duanxiao River. 10 miles is sufficient. He mainly worries that Chao Zizhong has bait to attract the thousand-eyed demon. If the demon energy attracts within 15 miles, it will be difficult to find an equally effective bait in Baishe Town, which has a very high level of safety. I will adjust it. Xiang Liangren smiled and cast a spell, lowering the height of 2 out of 10 talismans. With this height change, the effect of the talisman array was immediately reduced, and the total amount of demon energy that could be restrained significantly decreased. The black sphere, originally the size of a human head, shrank to a quarter of its size, with the excess spilling out of the talisman array. In terms of attraction, it has indeed decreased, but it has greatly increased the pressure on the spiritual practitioners present. The overflowing demon power was directly absorbed by the demons, resulting in a significant enhancement. Now, the vibration of Yunye's identity token grew increasingly urgent. After a surge in power, the difficulty assessment of the identity token also rose, thus increasing the frequency of contributions recorded. Yunyi expressed his happiness. He had been using the eternal flame, which did not consume life force at all. So killing as many as possible was a gain, unlike others who were risking their lives. The spirit root awakening. Wang Lixian was the first to awaken his spirit root. Normally, it consumes almost no life force, but as the opponents grow stronger, not awakening the spirit root poses a life-threatening risk. Not wanting to be suddenly taken out, he could only awaken his spirit root. After awakening, Wang Lixian experienced explosive power, able to reap a large number of foes with a casual strike. The identity token continuously increased the contribution notifications, which made Wang Lixian feel both pain and joy. Why haven't they come yet? The spirit root awakening state cannot last much longer. Zhu Xiaohong frowned. The first to awaken the spirit root has come, which means the others are not far behind. The demons here are indeed visibly growing stronger. Moreover, the longer the battle goes on, the more demon power spills out, making the remaining demons even stronger. This is just the prelude. The subsequent events will only be more terrifying. At that point, it will not be enough without you talented individuals. A young man from the Ji family revealed a bright smile, as if he truly valued everyone. However, those present wore increasingly indifferent expressions. The 2 members of the Ji family were too redundant here, basically not helping in the battle, but rather being a hindrance. Unfortunately, the identity of the Ji family members symbolizes power, and no one dared to say anything. For the sake of their own safety, they could only share the pressure. Rather than saying the 2 were warriors, it would be more accurate to say they were overseers. Every team had their figures. Zhu Xiaohong glanced at the 2. Only feeling disdain, and since she couldn't scold them, she could only remain silent. Finally, there was a silence, as if no one had heard anything. The young man from the G family also felt bored, yawned, and casually shot out a few sharp sword chi that sliced through a high-level demon over 10 meters away, continuing his leisurely journey. Both of these individuals are very strong, far surpassing other team members, probably only second to Yuan and Lu Wuji. Although the two members of the G family have hardly made a move, the destruction they caused is indeed astonishing. It is clear that they are not just for show. They simply have the self-awareness of an emperor not wasting their energy. However, knowing their strength is of little significance. The forces behind them can already ignore strength. Yunyi is more concerned about the so-called prelude. With a prelude, there are interludes and epilogues. From the current perspective, they are merely killing demons, albeit in larger numbers. The interlude may indeed mean there will be even more demons later. That sounds quite terrifying. The demon energy will attract more demons to come. If too many demons die, won't even very distant demons be attracted? Yunyi has not forgotten that in the distance is a huge demon whose form cannot be fully seen. In terms of size, it is already at least above the level of chaos, a major disaster demon. Each tier represents a qualitative change. Ordinary demons, high-level demons, chaotic demons, major disaster demons. Major disasters are one tier above chaos. Captain-level individuals will likely not be able to deal with major disasters. As for whether the true high-level officials of Baishur Town, such as the spirit law and divine law officials, can handle them, it is completely uncertain. Is there a possibility that Baishur Town is also precariously situated in this world? Just a fragile little force like ants? Ha, 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 ha. A loud laugh that echoed like that of a one-eyed head suddenly resounded through the sky. Gray covering the entire sky. Countless enormous gray magical eyes opened in the sky, densely packed, and in an instant, it was impossible to know how many there were. Chapter 61, Ultra-Large Range Defy. As its name suggests, the thousand-eyed demon possesses at least 100 magical eyes. Once it appears, the sky becomes densely packed with these eyes, creating a peculiar spatial environment. Within this environment, the roads are sealed, and one must defeat the core thousand-eyed demon to escape. It can be said that this is a type of domain, or one might consider it a manifestation of illusion. However, under this gray sky, even top-tier experts like the squad leader cannot leave at will. As the number of magical eyes rapidly increases, everyone's pupils dilate. Are there too many magical eyes? This is definitely problematic, isn't it? 100, 200, 300, or more. Wang Lixian shows a look of terror. The thousand-eyed demon becomes more terrifying with the increase in eyes. Normally, having over 100 eyes already qualifies as a high-level disaster. Yet this thousand-eyed demon has exceeded 300. What level is this? Although they have drawn out the target, its power is completely unexpected. 100 eyes might be manageable, but if it has 200, 300, or even more, that would be a huge problem. This thousand-eyed demon has clearly surpassed the upper-level disaster, reaching an exceptional level. Yuan suddenly draws his sword, the golden and black patterns on his forehead intertwining and spreading, awakening his spirit root. Boom. 10 waves of spiritual energy surge downwards. Everyone enters the state of spirit root awakening. In the distance, Lu Wuji can no longer hide, revealing his figure and looking gravely at the countless magical eyes in the sky. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Wuji's voice spreads across the entire Duanxiao River. Zhao Zichong, Yuan. Strike first. This thousand-eyed demon possesses at least 5 divine abilities. If it survives, it will become a great disaster during the impending calamity, and it will be too late for regrets then. Roar. A tiger's roar echoes across the battlefield. Yuan draws his large sword, striding towards the battlefield, his cold black armor resembling a fierce tiger ready to pounce. This tiger quickly dissipates, transforming into golden chains that wrap around his body, especially around the large sword, which is almost completely locked up, turning it golden. Then let's go? Lu Wuji. Yuan roars, his feet ascending on a rock pillar, running faster and faster as the pillar continues to surge towards the sky. Water protection. Before Yuan departs, Xiang Liangren's water droplets separate into independent beads, forming a layer of blue protective coating around Yuan, which has healing effects. This catches the attention of the thousand-eyed demon, and some of the eyes that seem to be looking at a certain point in the river turn towards Yuan. In the eyes, gray light bursts forth. Boom. With a slash of golden sword energy, dozens of magical eyes are shattered. However, the gray light shows no signs of stopping, directly crashing into Yuan's body. The outer layer of water membrane violently fluctuates and explodes, but it still manages to defend against the most intense initial assault. Defy. The third divine ability of the thousand-eyed demon. Yuan's expression darkens. The thousand-eyed demon at the exceptional level, with 1,000 eyes, is known as a great demon. Its divine abilities become increasingly powerful. The Death Eye is indeed documented as the third divine ability. Moreover, every 200 eyes gives birth to a new divine ability. Just as Lu Wuji said, this thousand-eyed demon possesses at least 5 divine abilities. If the subsequent 2 are unleashed, the situation will be truly dire, likely leading to severe injuries or even death. I will provide you with protection. Zhao Zichong steps forward, extending his hand, and an astonishingly brilliant water pearl flies out, landing beside the 2. The clear power immediately disperses the gray light, greatly reducing its effect. Kill! Yuan shouts, without further thought, joining forces to surround and kill the thousand-eyed demon. This creature is simply too terrifying. Not good, it's the death gaze. It's not just Yuan. All beings under the gray sky are enveloped by the gray light. On the walls of the fortress, Yun Yi and others, despite being far enough away, are still affected. And the impact is extremely intense. Yun Yi's thoughts and body are rapidly stiffening. This light is destroying the soul. Thoughts drift away, unable to fixate. Reason is influenced by the gray light, making it difficult to break free, heading swiftly toward annihilation. Boom. As a defensive spirit armor, the divine attack has a certain isolating effect. The reason is not due to the materials of divine consciousness, but because it contains materials like silver and dark copper that suppress demons. The attacks from the magical eyes, whether leaning towards spiritual or divine methods, are equally weakened by the demon-suppressing effect. I must unleash the fire within my heart. Yun Yi manages to break free from the control. But this is while escaping from the dreamland. His body inexplicably feels excruciating pain. He lets out a cry, unable to endure the intense agony, stumbling to the ground. However, after falling, parts of his body are shielded by the protective layers of earth, gold, and wood, which reduce the impact of the gray light. Fire within my heart. The flame mark on Yun Yi's forehead glows fiercely as he exerts all his strength to unleash the extreme flame, enveloping his entire body. The burning of the fire within quickly constructs a layer of protection, fiercely countering the gray light's erosion. But Yun Yi is horrified to discover that his spiritual energy is depleting rapidly. The life energy of the Ling Kong is visibly diminishing. Under normal circumstances, spiritual energy would transform and flow back into the body, causing almost zero destruction to life energy. However, in the state of spirit root awakening, spiritual energy directly infects the entire body, enhancing power from all angles, which leads to extremely intense consumption of life energy. Maintaining this for an extended period could potentially damage the Ling Kong and cause a drop in the cultivation of qi nurturing techniques. Lifespan will also suffer a significant decline as a result. Considering the strength of the gray light, Yun Yi can only maintain his life energy for about 3 minutes and 5 seconds before it depletes, and further consumption of lifespan would increase tenfold or 100-fold, severely damaging the realm of qi nurturing techniques, making recovery through medicinal meals impossible. Can Yuan and the others resolve the battle within 3 minutes? Yun Yi curls up in a corner, his eyes glowing bright red. The entire world changes in an instant. He clearly sees a 360-degree view of the world, as well as everyone's responses to the situation. Xiang Liangren finds it the easiest to resist. The water pearl artifact forms a barrier that blocks the invasion of gray light. Next are the 2 youths from the Ji family. They are shocked and surprised, but compared to others, their status allows them to command others. So they simply let Xiang Liangren protect them while they each take out a stack of talismans, ready to activate them at any moment. In contrast to the Ji family, Zhu Zhaoong does not receive the same protection from Xiang Liangren. However, she is also in a position of authority for this extremely energy-consuming defensive task. She directly orders Wang Lixian and Xie Rongfu to expend energy to construct defenses, thereby reducing her own consumption. However, using spiritual methods to counter divine methods is evidently very strenuous. The faces of the 2 visibly turn pale, and they do not appear to be able to hold on for long. Zhuang Zhongjia, Hongguan, and Lu Jingyu all understand the power of the Death Eye and decisively cooperate to construct defensive fortifications, layering them thicker and thicker, completely enclosing themselves in a sealed space. It seems they will be able to hold on for a while. Only Yun Yi stands alone, seemingly the most unfortunate one to be eliminated first. Chapter 62, The Only Indestructible Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The sky continuously echoes with thunderous roars, and the terrifying storm threatens to blow down the fortress from a distance. Yun Yi is at risk of being blown away while on the city wall, so he ultimately crawls into the fortress's interior, squatting down in a corner. The safest position available. At this point, Yun Yi finally has time to pay attention to the battle in the sky. This battle is truly a clash of deities. Although Yuan cannot fly, he skillfully navigates through the air by continuously extending stone pillars to change positions at will. The combat wisdom embedded in his instincts is so profound that it leaves Yun Yi in awe. Although Yunye's various extreme flames are quite powerful, his combat skills are simply too poor. Facing Yuan at the same level only leads to being swiftly defeated. Yuan's performance is truly terrifying. But Lu Wujing was even more terrifying. He could actually fly, unlike Yuan, who relied on stone pillars to soar into the sky. Lu Wujing flew directly in the air after the battle began, his speed comparable to Yunye's enhanced physical abilities at 300 times normal. He became the absolute main force in this battle. As for Captain Xiao Zichong of the 5th team, although he also joined the fight, his inability to fly limited his effectiveness, as he was only able to provide defense and support for the two. Xiao Zichong was a water spirit root cultivator, but unlike Xiang Liangren, he specialized more in offense and defense. Even his spiritual attacks were neutralized, showing a much stronger effect than Xiang Liangren's, not easily broken. His water blade attacks continuously sliced upwards, and for a moment, everyone couldn't sense its power. However, when a catastrophe-level demon suddenly leaped from the ground to ambush Xiao Zichong, this small water blade cleanly sliced through its massive body, cutting all the way to the Broken Bridge River. It was only in the middle of the Broken Bridge River that the water blade disappeared due to a special force. Otherwise, everyone had no doubt that this small water blade could slice through hundreds of meters of earth and block the entire flow of the river. This is what a captain is. Each one is extraordinarily powerful, and their battles are completely beyond the reach of ordinary black-armored spiritual practitioners. Yet, these three extremely powerful individuals still couldn't quickly take down the thousand-eyed great demon. The demon eyes they destroyed rapidly reformed, and they had to find the true body to truly kill the thousand-eyed great demon. These external demon eyes were all illusions, all falsehoods. Only one eye was real. The battle continued for a long time. Yunyi could already see his life counting down. In comparison, Wang Lixian was nearing exhaustion, having to throw out life-saving talismans to maintain the barrier. But that was still not enough. Once he used up the talismans, the Eye of Death showed no signs of ending, and there were no indications of an end in sight. Thus, Wang Lixian once again squeezed out his strength to maintain the spiritual defense until he fainted. The terrifying part was that the defense maintained by Xie Rongfu did not cover him. In just a few seconds, Wang Lixian's breathing stopped. As Wang Lixian's spiritual light gradually diminished, Yunyi knew that the first death among the spiritual practitioners had occurred. From the beginning until now, it had only been 2 or 3 minutes, and already one had succumbed to death. Even with the fire in his heart, Yunyi, due to his low spiritual level, could only last until the 4th minute. He clearly felt death approaching. Even, it was counting down. Yunyi began stuffing pills into his mouth, trying to recover life energy as much as possible. But although they were called pills, they were merely mortal medicine and could not be compared to spiritual pills. The recovery speed had its limits. These pills, which originally needed over 10 minutes to take effect, were practically useless when measured in minutes. I can hold on for 3 minutes. No, 2 minutes. Quickly think of a way. Shouldn't a transmigrator be the protagonist? At this moment, they should have a flash of inspiration and come up with a counter-strategy. Yunya's mind was slightly chaotic. On one hand, he could reincarnate, theoretically unafraid of death. But the ties of this life would all vanish. The Yang couple, his newly born brother, and Xiaoyu, whom he had finally confirmed to be safe. There were still many unknowns in this world worth exploring. He couldn't die, and once fear of death arose, human thinking would become chaotic, leading to thoughts that were of no help to the current situation, random and jumbled ideas. If one had to describe it in a word, it would probably be like a revolving lantern. Yunyi thought of many things, of his life over the years, of his vows to himself, and of the heroic deeds of recent times. He always felt very ordinary. Modern heroes could be reborn in infinite dead ends, breaking the malice of the entire world. But what about him? He couldn't even cope with the company's 996 work schedule. He gave up his future, holed up at home typing, and went to do manual labor. The world would not change because of him. Whether he was there or not made no difference. He was just such a weightless mortal, arriving in the new world. It was the same. He exerted great effort to study the essence of spiritual methods and tried every means to safely acquire resources. Then, a group of individuals born at the pinnacle wielded their power recklessly, and just the residual waves made him struggle for survival. This world was even more terrifying than the modern one. Under the brilliance of modern humanity, there was still hope to block the gun's muzzle with flesh and blood. But in this world, the storm swept everything away, and the power of the weak was so insignificant. I must survive and walk the path of this life. Anger and resentment cannot save the weak, only by mastering power and exhausting wisdom. Yunyi had the ability to reincarnate infinitely. Could he still fear death or fear that he was powerless to change everything? Thus, Yunyi calmed down and firmly grasped that fleeting way to break the deadlock. This all benefited from the gifts of modernity. His thinking was alive, able to utilize the spiritual method system to the greatest extent. With the indestructible fire, his burning no longer needed to target any material. Only the gray light of death could burn. The fire in his heart extinguished. The flames on his body reignited. The new flames looked just like ordinary flames, appearing unchanged, completely enveloping Yunyi, turning him into a shadow in the fire, looking like a large bonfire. But Yunyi knew that the indestructible fire was now completely different. If the previous indestructible fire burned everything but lacked precision, then the current indestructible fire burned nothing but one thing: the pervasive gray light of death in this space. As soon as the unique indestructible fire was born, Yunyi didn't need to inject spiritual power. The flames began to swell violently, forming a completely sealed defense, and Yunyi's life loss stopped. This was only natural. Yunyi had almost transformed all his spiritual energy into one kind, and the amplification of this spiritual energy was terrifying. The current gray light of death was like oxygen for the indestructible fire. Chapter 63, Extreme Flame Halo Fire. The battle continued. After Yunyi had time to observe, he fully activated the invisible light eye to see the chaotic spiritual light. As a result, he discovered that the fluctuations of spiritual light within the three captains were all unusually stable, completely not in an explosive state. Clearly, the reason the battle had not been quickly resolved was that the three were holding back and not using their full strength to kill. In terms of results, Yunyi had given birth to the unique indestructible fire and was no longer afraid of the power of the Eye of Death. However, the others had already begun to die, and it was quite abnormal for a newcomer like him to remain unharmed. Therefore, Yunyi still hoped for the battle to end soon. Otherwise, in the end, it was likely only he, Xiang Liangren, and the young man from the Ji family who could survive, while Zhu Xiaohong was in serious jeopardy. By then, he might have to be interrogated by you when using spiritual sense. Where is the true body of the thousand-eyed great demon? Yunyi began to search with the invisible light eye. The eye of light could directly see spiritual energy. Theoretically, its observational insight was stronger than spiritual sense. Spiritual sense, fully known as the perception of the divine, is a clear perception ability. Although it has scanning uses, it actually depicts through perception rather than truly seeing. Spiritual energy. This kind of energy can only be sensed by spiritual sense in terms of fluctuations and the various phenomena it causes in the material world. But it cannot directly see the form of spiritual energy. Therefore, once an illusion reaches a level of convincing reality, it is also difficult for spiritual sense to discover any clues. A master of divine methods like Lu Wujing also needed to rely on illusion-breaking artifacts to observe the clear spiritual light and confirm what was illusion and what was real. But Yunyi did not need that. He only needed to increase the power to directly see the distribution of spiritual energy in this world. The focus was too far and too close, but it was finally adjusted. Yunyi spent more than 10 seconds to bring the clarity of the spiritual observation in the battle area to the highest level. Before the adjustment, the battle area appeared as a chaotic mass of large glowing orbs, with no discernible features. These forms included pillars, sword energies, and water droplets. Initially, the forms were very stable, but when struck by the thousand-eyed demon or after being hit, they would explode, turning into dissipating spiritual material. These spiritual materials undoubtedly affected the observation, leaving Yunyi no choice but to observe more slowly. However, the problem turned out to be unexpectedly simple. It began and ended quickly. Yunyi saw that the 1,000 gray eyes were composed of spiritual energy, not flesh and blood. Since that was the case, there must be a channel for transmitting spiritual energy. Yunyi only needed to find the source to know the true form of the thousand-eyed demon. At this moment, mathematics came into play. Transmission involves loss. The thousand-eyed demon couldn't possibly connect each of its eyes to the other 999. To find the source, he just needed to establish a model and perform some calculations. It didn't require too much calculation. He only needed to roughly determine where the spiritual energy flowed the most. After all spiritual energy comes from a single source, and no matter how it circulates, the flow from the source must be the highest and most frequent. Once Yunyi firmly locked onto the true form of the thousand-eyed demon, another problem arose. How could he tell the three others? If he yelled out, the thousand-eyed demon would likely teleport away, and he would be killed by the enraged three. Even if he did find the true form, he would surely not be able to escape unscathed afterward. Was there a way to give a silent alert, without the others being able to find him? Yes. The four main aspects that the fire spirit root can control are temperature, combustion, range, and speed. Essentially, each category can be interpreted in multiple ways. For instance, temperature can indicate the amount of energy and the strength of destructive power. Similarly, combustion can refer to burning intensity, burning duration, and types of combustion. If Yunyi needed an ability that could attack from a sufficient distance, and preferably be initiated from afar. The main focus would be on the latter two. Range refers to the attack range and distance, while speed refers to the flow speed of energy and the speed of energy transmission. To alert the three, he needed to reduce the temperature and combustion characteristics to 0, then allocate that to attack distance and energy flow speed. Thus, a new flame was born. Xianxia tried a small-scale experiment with minimal power. The result was not a flame, but something resembling a halo, completely powerless, yet, at the speed of light. The moment the extreme flame halo was born, Xianxia envisioned countless possibilities, but what was more important now was to eliminate the thousand-eyed demon. Xianxia opened his fiery red pupils, clenched his fist, and the halo in his hand vanished. Xiao Zizhong, your people are about to collapse. And you still can't find the true form? Yuan split the beam, using his peripheral vision to scan the ground. Dressed in black armor, Xiao Zizhong remained silent. He knew the true form of the thousand-eyed demon. His goo worm had already completed the lock-on, but once he pointed it out, the winners would only be Yuan and Lu Wuji, and he couldn't compete with them. It was better to wait for the opportunity to strike. As long as the true form of the thousand-eyed demon was close enough to him. Boom! A blast of wind surged, pushing the thousand-eyed demon's gray eyes away from Xiao Zizhong once again. Lu Wuji held the hurricane, giving Xiao Zizhong no chance. Xiao Zizhong sneered. He didn't care if the members of Team 5 all died. What did it matter? He was merely an assistant here, and as a water attribute. He was the closest to the sun attribute. In the end, the one left with the most power would inevitably be him. The silent battle continued. However, Lu Wuji and Yuan clearly didn't realize that Xiao Zizhong didn't care about the team members at all. As time passed, the two exchanged glances and their expressions darkened. Although they could surely find the true form by dragging it out, the old members of Team 2 might die. The Black Armor Army didn't lack manpower due to their family background, but how could newcomers compare to veterans? Several newcomers couldn't match one veteran. However, to exhaust their strength for a group of outsiders and use powerful spells to deal with the thousand-eyed demon was something they were unwilling to do. As the Great Calamity approached, the reason for cultivating so many talents was to replace them and prevent power loss. Actually using powerful spells here was purely a waste of resources. It was not that it couldn't be done, it was just not cost-effective. Just as the two were pondering their strategy with grim faces, a sudden change occurred. A beam of light appeared, sunlight illuminating the special magic eye, marking it entirely, making it impossible to escape even if it moved. Quick! This is the true form. Yuan and Lu Wuji were stunned for a moment, and in the next second, their spiritual power surged as they reacted. Transform into a dragon, deep blue, roaring dragon. A cerulean water dragon roared out from the ground. As Xiao Zizhong immediately activated his magical artifact, he already knew the position, so he acted instantly, faster than Yuan and Lu Wuji. But his magic was too slow. The water dragon roared out, but what pierced through the true form of the thousand-eyed demon was a spiral wind gun. Chapter 64, Task completed. The spiral wind gun pierced through the true form of the thousand-eyed demon. The thousand gray eyes in the sky instantly exploded, turning into dense demonic energy that scattered. The true form of the demon was almost directly pinned to the ground by this shot, with a dazzling white wind blade cutting through everything within a range of dozens of meters. However, the thousand-eyed demon was not killed in one blow. Its first divine ability was Illusion Space. The second divine ability was Light Beam. The third divine ability was Death Eye. And the fourth divine ability was called Living from Death. In simple terms, it meant immortality. As a very rare demon with a fragile body, possessing the ability of immortality was quite reasonable. Therefore, at this moment, a second blow was needed. The explosive wind dissipated. The thousand-eyed demon's tattered body quickly recovered, reassembling from what was almost a pile of rubble. In a short time, it returned to its original appearance, a gray giant eye, but with a mouth sprouting in its pupil. Ha! The thousand-eyed demon laughed maniacally, erupting with a terrifying level of demonic energy. The reason Xiao Zizhong did not seize the opportunity to claim the kill was precisely because, even if he found the true form of the thousand-eyed demon, its strength was too great to be easily killed. It had to be close enough for him to use secret methods. Die! The roaring water dragon turned back, ready to engulf the thousand-eyed demon. But how could it compare to Yuan, who had been heading straight for the target from the beginning? Yuan transformed into a beam of golden light, flashing past. The blade in his hand was almost vaporizing. Not vaporization in a material sense, but a result of being enhanced to the extreme by spiritual power, triggering a qualitative change in the magical artifact. In that instant, the power of the magical artifact increased at a terrifying speed. The essence of spiritual magic. 10,000 cuts. Yuan indeed had strength. His figure in Xianxia's eyes had already transformed into a blinding sun. With one strike, even if the thousand-eyed demon had restored its strength to full state and multiplied its defense, it was instantly severed in two. After this brief flash, a complex and profound golden formation appeared, and the thousand-eyed demon, which should have quickly regenerated its body, was rendered immobile. Then, hundreds of golden lights suddenly appeared. Crack! Yuan sheathed his blade. Just then, before the water dragon's roar fell, the entire group of the thousand-eyed demon shattered into fine dust. Buzz! Yuan's identity token vibrated, revealing the inscription. Task completed. Team 2 rating, A, 80. Xianxia rating, B, 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Zizhong's identity token also vibrated. Team 5 rating, C, 20. Chao Zizhong rating, B, 15. The rating weight represented the final benefits. For this task, he would only receive a benefit of 15, which was probably half of what Yuan and the others would get. The most critical point is that they had previously killed quite a number of demons, already reaping considerable benefits. However, Team 5 had almost none. Zhao Zichong glanced at Yuan, who was smiling, turned away coldly, and didn't say anything. This kind of behavior made Yuan frown even more than harsh words would have. It seems he needs to be careful in the future to avoid being cursed by him, Yuan thought. The duration of the battle had been too long, and the remaining people were basically in a severely injured state. They couldn't use their spiritual roots to recover, and it was almost like being disabled, albeit temporarily. In the entire second team, only one person died, which was Wang Lixian. The others were all veterans, their strength far from being comparable to Wang Lixian. And they had cooperated, able to hold on much longer than Zhu Xiaohong's team. Captain, Vice Captain, aside from Wang Lixian's death, everyone else is fine, Xiang Liangren reported, casually glossing over his failure to save anyone. Standing behind Zhu Xiaohong, Xie Rongfu, who was panting, heard this and couldn't help but smile. Though it was unclear what his expression meant, Zhu Xiaohong shot a cold glance at Xiang Liangren, probably remembering him. Yuan didn't care about the death of one person. He tapped the sheath of his knife on Yuan's shoulder and said, "You're fine. It seems this Zhang Yin really benefited you a lot." He probably regretted that Yuan didn't die, as that would allow him to take the spirit gathering ring. Xiang Liangren, did you notice anything abnormal just now? Lu Wuji suddenly asked. Xiang Liangren was taken aback, pondered the meaning for a moment, and shook his head. I didn't notice anything abnormal. What's wrong? I see, nothing much. You can handle the cleanup of the battlefield yourselves from here on, Lu Wuji said and left. Not noticing anything abnormal? It seems it's the people from Zhao Zichong's side. Their team has quite a bit of internal conflict. Yuan chuckled. He actually didn't mind the sudden appearance of the marking light. Concealed and revealed, a little trick. If one really has strength, just come out and sweep the field. There's no need to hide. The thousand-eyed great demon was dead. The only task left was to clean up the battlefield. It's worth mentioning that the Eye of Death is not just aimed at humans. Those demons also die upon contact, and their souls vanish while their bodies remain intact. These are all top-grade materials that must be utilized. Their subsequent task was to escort and wait for the laborers from Baishir town to transport everything away, and it would take a full 10 days for that. Yuan only stayed for half a day before leaving, and the two members of the Ji family did the same. In the end, only 7 people remained: Xiang Liangren, Zhu Zhongjia, Han Guan, Lu Jingyu, Zhu Xiaohong, Xie Rongfu, and Yun Yi. Along with the 5 members of Team 5, there were a total of 12 people. These 12 were divided into 3 groups, each group guarding for a day in rotation. However, this did not include Yun Yi and Xie Rongfu. Yun Yi replaced Xiang Liangren, while Xie Rongfu took Zhu Xiaohong's place. The two of them basically stayed near the Broken Bridge River, guarding without any opportunity for rest. Because of this situation, Xie Rongfu's mood was consistently poor, but he didn't dare to show it. The reason Yun Yi was able to notice was that a few laborers passing by with carts didn't lower their heads to thank Xie Rongfu and were casually killed by him for being undisciplined. He found out about it later. Xie Rongfu was quite interested in asking him if the flowers that bloom from consuming human blood are beautiful. In short, very. To be honest, Yun Yi had already adjusted his mood quite well, but one sentence ruined it again. He looked at the beautiful blood flowers, carefully observing them throughout the night, only to feel that these flowers rooted in corpses were very similar to him. In the first life, hadn't flowers like this bloomed on his own body? He didn't know, because in this second life, he had never even stepped into the territory of Xiaoya village. Yun Yi silently immersed himself in research again. Here, there were many discarded demon corpses and remnants that Baishir town didn't want. They were of little significance to Baishir town, but for him, who was using a microscope, even a little bit had value for refining weapons. At first, he was in a terrible mood upon hearing that all materials belonged to Baishir town, and their compensation was only the contribution points and Xian copper gained from kills. Although he wanted to question why, a fist being bigger than reason meant he could only advise himself not to get angry, and there would be plenty of opportunities to settle the score later. Anyway, there was still trash to pick up, and Yun Yi slowly calmed down. However, It wasn't long before he became angry again. Refining weapons is harder than preparing gourmet food. The spiritual response is dynamic, requiring real-time control. Even a small mistake can lead to vastly different outcomes. One needs to be calm and grasp every change. Stay calm. He began refining again, redirecting his attention. The moon rose and fell. On the 10th day, it was over. Chapter 65, Halo Book. Weapon refining is a technique for recording the most perfect moment. Essentially, it involves using various methods to record spiritual techniques into materials for direct use of spiritual energy. The Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword, a type of spiritual tool, does not actually contain spiritual techniques. It is a basic spiritual tool, and its amplification effect is far less than that of a true spiritual tool. Its greatest value is simply extending the range. Just like Tsang Yen, it cannot be separated from the body. No matter how destructive, its effect is limited. Cultivators of physical techniques can utilize Tsang Yen to the fullest, making anyone they strike dead. But Yunyi can't. He can only rely on surprise when using Tsang Yen. And the attack distance is indeed a hard flaw. However, if there were a spiritual tool to help extend the attack distance, it would be different. The Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword increases the attack distance by 1 meter, which may not be very noticeable. But what about a thread-type spiritual tool? The characteristic of Tsang Yen is that it is invisible. When attached to a thread, it becomes a terrifying killing weapon. At that time, weaving an unremarkable net of reincarnation. Who knows how many prey it could capture? Lord Yanshi, it's time to eat. Don't wear yourself out. Chunyu gently knocked on the door. Coming. Yinyi glanced outside the window, realizing that it had already gotten dark again. Time truly flies when researching such matters. Since the prelude ended, he had been immersed in research, occasionally going out to hunt demons and collect materials. He finally completed the entry-level weapon refining and produced the desired spiritual tool result. And it had been a whole 2 months. Shaking his head, Yunyi stood up and went to the hall, where the two sisters had already prepared tea, pastries, fruits, and classic gourmet food. Yunyi had no intention of wasting time on meals, quickly resolving it, and occasionally sipping the special medicinal tea to aid digestion. It's hard to find spiritual-level gourmet food in Hongshan, so he had to settle for multiple portions of Class A gourmet food instead. Using some digestive-promoting spiritual tea turned out to be acceptable. Halfway through the meal, Xiahua and Chunyu exchanged glances. And the more assertive Xiahua spoke up to ask, Lord Yanshi, are you ready for the quota challenge? It's already October, and the year will end soon. This year is coming to an end? I didn't expect it to be so fast. Yunyi paused in his actions, continuing to eat without immediately giving an answer. Lord Yanshi, we hope you can stay. Chunyu said weakly. Oh, why? You are a good person. A good person? Haha, who can predict the future? I'm just doing my best to keep my position, but I can't decide the strength of my opponents. But that's enough, the two thought silently. Bowing to Yunyi and ending the topic. Under the light of the fire fruit tree and spiritual lanterns, Yunyi continued his research. He had completed his first set of spiritual tools. During the demon subjugation in the prelude, Yunyi excavated a new extreme flame to mark the thousand-eyed great demon. That is, the halo fire. It is a type of light wave, with no attack power, unable to be concentrated or manipulated into a laser. At that time, Yunyi hadn't thought about using this ability for attack. That would have been a waste. For this purpose, over the past 2 months, Yunyi continuously researched materials that could fit the aura fire and finally produced the corresponding spiritual artifacts. There are a total of 4 pieces. From the outside, they appear to be 4 very ordinary notebooks with understated gray covers, and when opened, they reveal very typical accounting data. Yunyi opened one. Inputting spiritual energy in the center, and immediately Chinese characters appeared on the blank page. Fingerprint verification in progress. Spiritual energy verification in progress. Verification passed. Permissions unlocked. Messages can be sent or recorded. Yunyi then flipped to the latest page, where most of the space was blank, with only the first 3 lines containing a few characters. No. 2. Blank. Number 3. Blank. Number 4. Blank. These characters are not Chinese. They are recognizable Luochao script. Yunyi clicked on number 2, and the text changed again. The 2 lines belonging to number 3 and number 4 disappeared, but input and send appeared. Yunyi wrote on the page with his finger, and black characters automatically emerged where he wrote. The sensing was a bit intermittent, but it was sufficient, and he quickly wrote a line of text. After clicking send, this line of text jumped from the bottom lines to the second line. Yunyi opened the second book. Passing verification. The first page read, No. 1. Can you see this? Number 3. Blank. Number 4. Blank. The adjustments were completely finished. This was almost enough. Yunyi let out a long breath. The 3 books already had basic messaging capabilities, and there were confidentiality settings in place, so even if outsiders got them, they would be unusable. It was already a mature plan, not in vain for the time spent adjusting. With these 3 books for communication, He wouldn't need to intervene in various matters going forward. They could be contacted directly through the books. So what should they be called? Dialogue books? No, that's too obvious. One would know their function just by the name. Aura books? No, I might need to use aura fire later, which poses a risk of association. Let's give them a common name. How about account book? The disguise of being just accounting data makes calling them account books reasonable, right? Thus, the newly created spiritual artifacts were named account books. If there are opportunities in the future, they might be renamed aura devices or dialogue books. But for now, he would only refer to these books as account books. As of now, the 4 books correspond to Yunyi, Shuzhu, Yangshu, and Wang Yao. And he would receive a task tomorrow to send out the account books. Speaking of which, it seems a bit odd for a student like Wang Yao to hold an account book. Yunyi pondered for a moment. He made some modifications. Ultimately, the 4 books were renamed account book Yangshu, diary Shuzhu, manual Yunyi, and notes Wang Yao. After the changes, Yunyi's expression was somewhat subtle. Although this wasn't an organization, it still felt a bit peculiar. Others had code names like Fool, Hanged Man, Celestial Lord, Immortal King, and other high-status titles. But when it came to his turn, it was like, I am account book. I am diary. After all, these are just names for aura books, not code names. Ensuring safety is the most important. Yunyi casually brushed off the matter and went to sleep. The next day, Yunyi left Hongshan with the 4 aura books. Today, 2 months later, Yangshu and Shuzhu had both reached the perfected state of qi nourishing technique. He himself had also achieved the foundation for awakening spiritual awareness. Chapter 66. Yangshu and Shuzhu's spiritual roots. During the Prelude Demon incident, Yunyi obtained hundreds of contribution points, including quite a few high-level contributions. Originally, Yunyi's permissions in Hongshan were at the lowest level D, but after the Prelude, Yunyi was promoted to level C, unlocking more privileges. The knowledge of refining tools in Hongshan includes introductory, proficient, and advanced levels of refining. Among them, proficiency in refining requires level C permissions to exchange for. And the price is also high, 150,000 Xian copper and 150 contribution points. Yunyi earned about 30,000 to 40,000 Xian copper as a reward from the demon incident, and even with some income from usual activities, it still fell far short of 150,000 due to various expenses. For this reason, Yunyi did not rush to save money to exchange for proficiency in refining, but instead exchanged for high-level spiritual awareness pills. The Spiritual Awareness Awakening Pill can stimulate spiritual awareness and increase the success rate of awakening it. One pill costs 10,000 Xian copper and 20 contribution points. Yunyi bought 4 just to get it done in one go. As usual, during the day, only Shuzhu was at home while Yangshu was personally directing people to work. Her ability matched her character perfectly. She was of the wood element, and with a point of her finger, plants would grow rapidly. In this world, wood element practitioners can stimulate plant growth, including spiritual herbs. Most spiritual herbs take hundreds of years to mature, but under the stimulation of wood element practitioners, this can be shortened to 10 or 20 years. The stronger the spiritual technique, the more accelerated the growth. Because of this, even without harvesting spiritual herbs, Baishir Town still has a stable supply of them. The military camp has various pills for sale. Also for this reason, the materials for the Spiritual Awareness Awakening Pill are some low-potency spiritual herbs. If 100 years is a true spiritual herb, then those used for production are probably only 10 or 20 years old, which is worth it for making money. The wood spirit root is indeed very practical. If you're not fighting and just cultivating plants, it can create significant value. What about Dad? What kind of spiritual root did he awaken? Yunyi asked. He has a soil spirit root, which is very compatible with me. To stimulate them, just accelerating growth isn't enough. Sufficient nutrients are also needed. And your dad's power can supplement the nutrients for the soil, Shuzhu said with a smile. If there were also a water spirit root, then farming would be complete. Yunyi chuckled, then suddenly realized and pointed to the little one in Shuzhu's arms, saying, speaking of which, brother is a water spirit root. Is this really a coincidence for wanting to farm together? Shuzhu exclaimed in surprise. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Yunyi replied. But farming is probably out of the question. The lifespan of a spirit root reviver isn't long. And constantly stimulating spiritual herbs 1t leave time to spend the money earned. Don't worry, we are only using the normal stimulation. How could we use the spirit root revival? It may be slower, but it's actually quite interesting. Shuzhu pointed to the ground. Under the emerald green spiritual energy, the purple leaf grass that had withered due to the arrival of winter not only regrew, but also bloomed with flowers the size of fingernails, which was indeed very interesting. Each type of spiritual root has its own corresponding charm. Yunyi sighed. The first time he witnessed a spiritual root, it was when an examiner effortlessly handed out test papers, which was simply stunning. Yunyi did not continue the discussion but took out the account book and the diary. What is this? Shuju asked. It's a spiritual artifact I made. It allows for remote communication. As long as you write on it, I can see it immediately. This thing is too important, so as soon as I finished it, I brought it over. Even if you don't contact me, it can still improve the efficiency of various tasks. Yunyi said, is it really that magical? Shuju was taken aback. This was indeed quite miraculous. For merchants, the most important thing is information. If there is really a way to communicate remotely, wouldn't it be like divine assistance to profit from price differences across cities? This isn't particularly special. There are similar things in Hongshan. The identity tokens of the Black Armored Army can receive orders from headquarters, but so far, this sending is only one way. Yunyi said, no wonder you didn't see us carrying identity tokens. Were you worried about being overheard? Shuju understood. After all, it's just a guess. Who knows if the government truly lacks this function or simply doesn't want to open it? Yunyi said. Yunyi then demonstrated the usage to Shuju and assisted her in completing the fingerprint and spiritual energy information input. The Aura book is a mature product. Yunyi has improved it many times, with basically no barriers, so even Shuju could quickly master it. But a very serious issue arose. Shuju cannot read. Yunyi felt helpless. The Aura book could currently only record text, and it couldn't capture sound. Therefore, if she wanted to use the Aura book, she had to learn to write. However, Yunyi clearly underestimated Shuju. Although her life had become affluent, it did not mean she had been corrupted in just a few short years. Shuju had no resistance to learning to write. On the contrary, she was eager to try and was determined to learn the commonly used characters in the shortest time possible. For this, Yunyi could only respond with expectation, unsure whether it was true or not. After resolving this matter, Yunyi began to attempt to awaken her spiritual consciousness in the secret chamber of the Yang family. First, she took a spiritual consciousness awakening pill. As soon as the pill entered her stomach, she felt an immediate clarity in her mind, and the effect of the medicine was very apparent. It felt as though a large amount of cool air was continuously surging from her abdomen up to her brain. A single spiritual consciousness awakening pill could only maintain 5 minutes of mental activity. If she could not awaken it, it would be a waste. So, Yunyi immediately initiated the spiritual consciousness awakening technique. In a state of inner vision, Yunyi found her body to be a void, with only a rotating white sphere in her chest. This sphere is referred to as the spiritual void in spiritual law studies. It could continuously absorb life energy from all parts of her body and prevent life energy from dissipating. This was the reason for the perfected qi nourishing technique, which could reduce lifespan loss. Without a complete spiritual void, life energy would continuously overflow, unable to perfectly suppress the destruction of spiritual energy. But that was in the past. Yunyi had already perfected the qi nourishing technique. At this moment, not only was her spiritual void a sphere, but it also had rotating star rings on its outer side. These star rings enveloped her entire body, connecting all parts of her body and allowing life energy to flow endlessly. According to the teachings of Teacher Yu from the visible school, in a perfected realm, even without further supplementation of food, life energy would continue to flow, and her level would not regress. The principle is that life energy begins to flow spontaneously, and the quantity is sufficient to maintain a closed loop without gaps. Simply put, it is an enlarged version of the spiritual void. Since it enveloped her entire body, it naturally also enveloped her head. With a thought, Yunyi caused the star rings to collapse, all flowing toward her head to awaken her spiritual consciousness. Just like the spiritual root, awakening spiritual consciousness requires stimulation from life energy, but this time, it was unnecessary to construct a spiritual void. It was simply about gathering life energy and then activating the potential of her brain. Success meant success, failure meant failure. All life energy converged, pouring into her brain. In this state, Yunyi achieved an unprecedented state of clarity. Her body began to become transparent, starting from her brain, moving down through her neck, chest, arms, and all the way down. But soon, an obstacle appeared. The speed of transparency significantly decreased, but life energy had already begun to deplete. To awaken her spiritual consciousness, she needed to achieve full transparency of her body. Was this a matter of controlling her own situation? Only by mastering her entire body could she excavate the divine awareness? A thought flashed through Yunyi's mind as she gathered her breath, trying to forcefully awaken it. But the result was a painful failure. The clear stream disappeared, and her life energy was greatly diminished. This attempt to awaken her spiritual consciousness had failed. Yunyi did not care about the setback. She quietly took another pill to restore her life energy. 2 hours later, she had fully recovered and swallowed the second spiritual consciousness awakening pill. Boom. It felt as though her brain was exploding, and this time, transparency rapidly spread to her abdomen and continuously invaded her legs. Minutes later, The transparency reached her ankles. But then life energy was exhausted, resulting in another failure. Xianxia frowned and swallowed another recovery pill, waiting for the third attempt. By the time of the third awakening, it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If she failed again, she would have to address the task of descending the mountain. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the authorities. Spiritual consciousness awakening. Xianxia once again gathered all her life energy and poured it into her brain. Having already achieved minor success in the awakening technique, she had strong control over life energy, wasting very little power. Moreover, during the gaps between the 2 previous awakenings, she quickly summarized the tips, ensuring that the next attempt would surely make progress. She had awakened her spiritual consciousness countless times in the past, but previously, without the perfected qi nourishing technique, she could not achieve full transparency of her head and did not understand how to explore other parts of her body. However, from the previous 2 attempts, she had directly reached her ankles, and she had already noted that magical feeling of perception. In the third attempt, she was sure she could see through her entire body. Xianxia awakened her spiritual consciousness once more. As expected, transparency rapidly spread to her ankles and directly over her feet. Boom. Blood surged. The heartbeat thundered. Every cell was making noise. Xianxia clearly felt that her perception had undergone a qualitative change, leaping to a higher level. Blood, cells, and bones began to emerge. But it was still not enough. She had not yet fully awakened. Xianxia could sense that her perception of her bones was still somewhat vague and not deep enough. This could not be considered a complete activation of her spiritual consciousness. She was still lacking the final push. For complete success, her perception should overflow, not just be confined to her body. Revive for me. Xianxia manipulated the life energy to further stimulate her brain. At the same time, she swallowed a recovery pill to enhance her endurance. The new life energy allowed Xianxia to sustain herself and began to delve deeper into her bones. Then, to her astonishment, she discovered that deep within her bones, there were actually red spiritual lights, twinkling like stars. This was the spiritual root? Although she could not see the exact shape with her spiritual consciousness, if something's spiritual light in her body was red, it would definitely be the fire's spiritual root. However, she quickly realized that not all bones had red spiritual light. To be precise, only a small area of the skull had it, right where the spiritual root mark appeared. Spiritual root completeness. Xianxia was momentarily lost in thought, considering an indicator related to talent. In the awakening technique, there had been some introduction to spiritual root completeness. The completeness of the spiritual root determined its strength. When the spiritual root was just awakened, the more complete it was, the stronger the power of spiritual energy would be. In simple terms, spiritual energy has 3 indicators: quantity, quality, and controllability. The so-called controllability refers to spirituality. Quality refers to the strength of the spiritual energy itself. Given the same level of spiritual ability and quantity of spiritual energy, the higher the strength, the greater the power it possesses. Initially, Xianxia's spiritual root completeness was only 3, while now it was 10. The conversion was also very straightforward and crude. The power of the spiritual techniques from her first life was only 1/3 of what it is now. If someone had a spiritual root completeness of 100, then Xianxia would naturally be 90 weaker. After applying spiritual techniques, secret methods, and other enhancements, the final combat power difference would be immensely vast. Lu Wujing, Yuan, and Zhao Zichong, these captain-level figures, had already adequately demonstrated their power. In their hands, even a trickle of water could slice through the earth. Everyone Xianxia encountered in the black armored army had a spiritual root completeness that actually exceeded 10. They were all long-established geniuses, with talents far above the baseline, which made a fundamental difference from Xianxia. From this, one could see how significant the role of the extreme flame was. It not only leveled the gap of time and resources, but even talent could be caught up to. Crackling. Xianxia's bones resonated, and all her bones, meridians, and blood vibrated in a special rhythm. Having practiced the imaginary method for many years, she had gained a profound understanding of her body. Once transparency spread over a large area, Xianxia quickly discovered the secrets of spiritual consciousness and began to amplify it. The unified resonance of her body was the result of success. Boom. As the sounds grew more consistent, Xianxia's mind was completely opened up, and the original sense of vagueness was entirely wiped away. At the moment her perception unified with her body, it erupted completely, extending outward into the world. Tap, 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 tap. Above the secret chamber, there were sounds of footsteps coming and going. At first, it was blurry, but after a few seconds, it became clear as if I were about to listen closely, and after a moment, the figure of that person gradually emerged. It was Yang Shu, holding a ledger, waiting for Xianxia to come out and ask about the situation in detail. The perception of the divine awareness regarding the situation was actually quite clear. It was just different from normal sight. Divine awareness was somewhat like piecing together jigsaw puzzles. ultimately restoring images and sounds. If the time was too short or too rough, many details would be overlooked. In other words, divine awareness required computational power. The more skilled the divine practitioner, the higher and faster the accuracy of the information they could probe. Yunyi's mouth twitched. It was another path that required a lot of time for cultivation. It seemed that with insufficient talent, there was no need to consider dual cultivation of both methods. Little Stone, have you succeeded? Yangshu was slightly taken aback upon seeing Yunyi. At this moment, Yunyi appeared to be shrouded in a layer of mist, his eyes even brighter than usual, with divine light piercing through, making it feel painful to look directly at him. Yes, my divine consciousness has been initially awakened. After awakening my consciousness, my strength will experience a period of rapid growth. I'm almost ready. Yunyi nodded. It wouldn't be long before his strength would reach a bottleneck again, and that would be the time to explore new territories. Chapter 68. The Task in Qingzhou Village. After leaving the Yang family, Yunyi immediately found Wang Yao. Wang Yao, now 15, had completely solidified his physique, looking very robust, and his mental state was noticeably lively. Although Wang Yao listened to Yunyi and did not continue to perform in the public school, his cultivation had not fallen behind. Especially after Yunyi broke through the superior food barrier, Wang Yao was basically able to eat superior-grade food at every meal, and his breathing technique was progressing rapidly. Now reaching a major completion stage, actively moving toward perfection. In this situation, his energy and spirit were naturally at their peak, making it hard to appear unhealthy. The two found a hidden alley to talk. Yunyi recounted his experiences in the Black Armored Army, especially the so-called prelude, and he vaguely felt that there would be significant changes in Baisher Town afterward. Boss, do you mean that the government is intensifying efforts to cultivate talents because of this prelude? Wang Yao asked. The possibility is very high. The last so-called prelude has already led to an unprecedented level of chaos. The unprecedented level can sometimes be scarier than ordinary disaster events. And this is just the prelude? What about the aftermath? Yunyi said solemnly. So terrifying? But aren't such events usually resolved only by those real big shots? Wang Yao's brows twitched. Ordinary events, difficult events, chaotic events, disaster events. And major disaster events are the classifications of demon-related disasters that the residents of Baisher Town are basically aware of, most corresponding to various levels of demons. Only disaster events are different. They are an intermediate form between chaotic and major disaster levels. The so-called disaster events involve an extremely large number of demon tides or multiple chaotic level demons. They do not reach the level of major disasters, but far exceed the chaotic level, hence defined as disaster. This is just getting started, and we are directly facing disaster level difficulties, which is simply horrifying. Ordinary spiritual practitioners can't possibly play a role. There will likely be an extremely large number of demon tides, and in such cases, ordinary spiritual practitioners would indeed be useful. The more consumables, the better. Yunyi said. Hiss. Wang Yao inhaled sharply. What should we do then? Joining the Black Armored Army and the spiritual team means fighting to the death, right? The situation might be worse. Those who do not join the spiritual team might not escape either. Yunyi's tone was dark. What? Wang Yao was taken aback. Wouldn't hiding his strength be meaningless then? After all, he would undoubtedly awaken his spiritual root in the future, and with the government's power, it would be easy to find him. So there was no need to hide. He could directly awaken his spiritual root, join the spiritual team this year, and afterward, there would be no need to meet. He could directly use this notebook. Yunyi handed the Halo book to Wang Yao. Notebook? Wang Yao flipped through it and found that the book was completely blank. This notebook is for notes. You can write anything in the blank parts later. The important thing is the effect. It can ignore distance and directly communicate with me and my parents. Important information in the future can be conveyed using this book. And please try not to contact me often. Yunyi said. How do you use this? Wang Yao flipped through it for a long time without feeling anything special. The method is very simple. You just need to press both hands on it once. Yunyi said. Wang Yao followed suit. After pressing in turn, a line of text suddenly appeared on the blank page. Fingerprint has been recorded. What does this mean? Wang Yao couldn't understand Chinese and was puzzled. This is a form of verification. In the future, only you can use this notebook. However, right now, you only have the qualification to use it, not the conditions. This spiritual tool is of poor quality due to its disguise, cannot store spiritual power, and can only be activated manually. Yunyi said. So, I need to awaken my spiritual root as soon as possible? That's great. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Wang Yao clenched his fist. Yunyi said. Understood. Wang Yao nodded. Yunyi left the city for the task location. The closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. It wasn't until he approached a familiar hillside that Yunyi exhaled a breath, completely casting aside distracting thoughts. Looking down from the hillside, a scene of ruins came into view. The houses here had been engulfed by fire, and most places had turned to ashes, while a small portion, though not directly related to the fire, was even more severely damaged. Some bizarre poisonous thorn forests were clearly visible, massive stone spears slanted into the houses, and large areas resembled beehives. The only things that seemed normal were a few very lucky jujube trees that had not been destroyed. Xianxiao village had also perished. Yunya's teeth felt a bit sore. It was evident that there had been a massacre here. The once prosperous Xianxiao village had completely vanished not long ago. Moreover, the previous village had been covered by demons, and this time even the traces of the battles by the spiritual rude awakeners had not been cleared away. It was directly defined that the demon invasion had killed all the residents, and the black armored army had fought at the ruins, ultimately resolving the demons and avenging the villagers of Xianxiao. In a way, Yunyi going to Duanxiao River was still a good thing. Otherwise, he would have to choose between two options: massacre the villagers or resist the order. Yes, Yunyi had already confirmed that the order to massacre was given not by the government itself, but by the entire family clan. And either of these groups possessed crushing level strength, and the result of resisting the order was self-evident. So what is the hypothetical conclusion? Yunyi already had the answer. He would resist the order. The power of infinite reincarnation was his legitimate foundation, his confidence in practicing what is right. Although it would be regrettable to die. With the Halo book, it was enough for Yang Shu and his wife to escape with Yang and in advance, thus solving a major problem. It really is a dilemma. Wanting to go against the trend, wanting to follow my heart, and being upright means facing countless difficult choices. If it were a direct massacre, there would be no need to consider the safety of family members. Just simulating possible situations made Yunyi feel the severe contradiction between reality and ideals. He was not afraid of death, but he still had family. Such a dilemma would likely deter 99% of people even with reincarnation abilities. If he hadn't mastered the method of long-distance communication, he might have hesitated and ultimately sided with his family. This is human nature. The weakness of human nature makes righteousness difficult and wrong seem unavoidable. Boom. Yunyi jumped down the hillside, leaping dozens of meters into Xianxiao village. He no longer thought too much. His task this time was simply to clear a large number of dead zombies and living zombies that had appeared in Xianxiao village. Roar. As soon as Yunyi appeared, a large number of green-faced, sharp-toothed dead zombies emerged, at least dozens of them. Among them, there was one particularly different zombie. Standing 3 meters tall, a giant compared to ordinary dead zombies. This is a living zombie. Chapter 69, Spirit Zombie. Is it a corpse transformation? Logically, the corpse should have been cleaned up first. Yunyi drew out the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword, activated the Tsangyan, and charged directly into the crowd of undead, killing mercilessly. The destructive power of Tsangyan was extremely strong, and when combined with the sharp spirit sword, the effect was even more impressive. The undead, which were immune to blades and guns, would die instantly upon contact, quickly turning to ashes. Soon, Yunyi found himself in front of a living zombie. Living zombies were a level above the undead, but they were actually just the weakest among high-level demons. Compared to the undead, the speed and strength of living zombies had increased by at least 7 or 8 times, and their immortality was on a completely different level, generally speaking. Even if their heads were chopped off or their bodies dismembered, living zombies could still resurrect, making them akin to unkillable cockroaches. However, this was of no use against Yunyi. The high temperature of Tsangyan reached its peak, and although it couldn't burn materials by itself, once the temperature was transferred and the ignition point was reached, combustion would occur naturally. The living zombie swung its arms at Yunyi in quick succession. Given Yunyi's usual strength, it would have been very difficult for him to react. But he was inspired by a sudden intuition and swung out a few strikes with his sword. The living zombie's arms were immediately sliced apart by the sword light, greatly reducing its threat, allowing Yunyi to easily stab it in the chest with a single sword strike. The living zombie spontaneously ignited in an instant. The temperature of Tsangyan was simply too high. Even the physique of a demon could not withstand it. Was this the effect of divine consciousness? Yunyi was pleasantly surprised. His biggest flaw was that he had power but lacked combat intuition. The awakening of divine consciousness compensated for this huge defect. Divine consciousness was the result of the brain integrating and stimulating the power of all body cells, reaching a new height of control over the body. It seemed that with just a bit of practice, he could surpass seasoned veterans. The awakening of divine consciousness had fully unleashed human potential. If that were the case, what about the awakening of physical spirit? Although it wasn't mentioned in the books, divine consciousness and the physical body represented yin and yang before awakening. It was an untransformed state, and only after awakening could it be controlled as a spirit. For example, life energy, after the awakening of the physical spirit, equated to yang spirit power. Yang spirit power? This simple fact, and I only just realized it now? Yunyi was astonished. Looking at the undead that were once again surrounding him, Yunyi had no time for idle chatter. Flames spread across his forehead. Fire in the heart. A streak of light flashed, and dozens of undead were engulfed by the demon-subduing flames of the spirit weapon, dying in an instant. After these undead turned to ashes, some would leave behind fangs. Yunyi sheathed his sword and picked them up one by one. Zombie fangs, the strength of undead and living zombies, were classified according to the amount of blood they consumed, and zombie fangs were their organs for blood-sucking. Crafted into spirit weapons, they could enhance the power of spirit techniques through blood absorption and reduce the consumption of spirit techniques, making them quite good materials. Yunyi collected more than 20 in total. The rest had lost their spirit after death. After gathering his spoils, Yunyi walked toward the interior of Qingzhou village. Along the way, more and more undead and living zombies appeared, but they were all killed by Yunyi one by one. The closer he got to the dock fortress, the stranger Yunyi felt. Although everything here had been burned, logically, the corpses should have been the same, but the situation was contrary to his understanding. Undead and living zombies continued to emerge, and they were growing stronger. Where did they come from? When Yunyi reached the dock fortress in front of Qingzhou village, he saw a wealthy landlord dressed in fine clothes through the open door. Shiqing looked almost identical to his former self, except his face was frighteningly pale. When he saw Yunyi, he even revealed a stiff smile, which sent chills down Yunyi's spine. This spirit magician, you are the first person to come here. The zombie said, you have self-awareness? Yunyi's pupils constricted. According to human understanding, yes. I remember that not long ago you came to Qingzhou village. I also remember why my family's century-old foundation was suddenly destroyed, and I remember how I was killed. Shiqing opened his arms. It's actually quite marvelous. I was burned to ashes bit by bit, and logically, there should be nothing left of my body. Yet, I have come back to life, and even gained such powerful strength. I must thank you. You have granted me new life. Yunyi silently drew the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword. Zombies with self-awareness are referred to as spirit zombies in the zombie hierarchy. This name indicates that the zombie has at least crossed half a level, reaching a special level among high-level demons. Special level, to some extent, means it is close to the next tier and could break through at any moment. Shiqing, as a spirit zombie, was not to be underestimated. Just as Yunyi drew out the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword, he suddenly felt an incredible killing intent. Shiqing had made his move. Yunyi clearly sensed this fact. After the awakening of divine consciousness, any malice directed at him, if not concealed, was too obvious to miss. From the moment he saw Shiqing, Yunyi's divine consciousness had been enveloping him, and just now, Shiqing had suddenly vanished. A fierce wind began to whip up. Therefore, Yunyi didn't need to verify to understand that Shiqing was approaching him at an astonishing speed. Spirit root recovery. Fire in the heart. Yunyi instantly entered his strongest state. Unlike before awakening divine consciousness, this time Yunyi used all his energy with the fire in his heart. Feeling a world of difference, his previous usage method now seemed extremely crude. It shouldn't and didn't require such a waste of energy. Boom. Yunyi swung his sword to strike, and the storm spread throughout the dock fortress. Shiqing clashed against the spirit sword with his pitch-black claws, revealing an expression of extreme surprise, probably wondering why Yunyi could react. Boom, boom, boom. Shiqing clawed out continuously, the sharp nails on his fingers repeatedly colliding with the spirit sword, and the demon-subduing flames surprisingly couldn't touch him. However, all of Shiqing's attacks were blocked by Yunyi. He was also making useless efforts. Huh, why can you block my attacks? Isn't that strange? I have already surpassed humanity. Shiqing suddenly jumped back. Surpassing humanity? Is that the reason you're waiting to die here? Yunyi said. A special level high-level demon was indeed difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, only a very few could intercept and kill it. But Baisher Town did not lack such capable spirit magicians. Although Shiqing retained some memories, his understanding of Baisher Town was too superficial. I actually want to move around too, but as soon as I get close to Baisher Town, I'd get burned. I have no choice but to wait in this nearby area. And once I eat you, I can complete myself. How can you say I'm waiting to die? Shiqing said with a round face. But that stiffness and pallor made him look extremely sinister. Burned? Up to now, I haven't heard of any demon invading the interior of Baisher Town. It seems that Baisher Town was indeed shrouded in a massive barrier. All demons were stopped. Chapter 70, Dual Extreme Flames. I have a question. If you can't even approach human-made buildings, how do you expect to surpass humanity? Judging logically, this alone means humanity is beyond your reach. Do you not have rigorous thinking? Yunyi asked. I just want to eat people, and I have indeed surpassed humanity. Immortal, undying, powerful. Aren't these what I have long desired? He chuckled. It seems I must take this more seriously. Otherwise, I won't be able to drink your blood. Shiqing laughed, and at that moment, his fangs finally grew out. and his originally human eyes completely transformed into a shade of green. The demonic aura wrapping around him surged at this moment. True body divine ability? Xianxia's divine consciousness clearly observed the change and immediately made a judgment. This was a relatively important topic in the later exams of the Academy of Exorcism. Some demons possess multiple forms, and when they switch forms, their power could undergo earth-shattering changes. The process of transforming from weak to strong is called true body divine ability. It is said that body and law can also master similar powers. This can comprehensively enhance the physical body and grant special abilities. Once a demon uses true body divine ability, it signifies that the battle has entered the most intense, decisive moment. It's simply wonderful, this feeling of power. I feel like crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Just like this. Shurqing raised his hand and waved at Xianxia from a distance. Boom. A certain invisible and terrifying attack descended, cutting through the entire line at a speed of at least 1,000 meters per second. To ordinary people, this would seem like divine punishment, with no chance to react before being directly torn into pieces. However, to powerful spiritual practitioners, and especially to Xianxia, who had mastered the fire of the heart, this was just an ordinary attack. Was it fast? Xianxia's divine consciousness clearly observed the trajectory of the attack. And then he simply bypassed it, walking step by step towards Shurqing. Everything in the world was rapidly slowing down. Although Xianxia was moving step by step, his own thoughts could hardly keep up with the speed. He relied entirely on his divine consciousness to move. Just how fast was it? After reaching the perfection of his qi cultivation, Xianxia's speed was already several times that of an ordinary person, easily achieving a speed of 20 meters per second while running. After the revival of his spiritual root, it reached at least 100 meters per second. The reason it wasn't a tenfold increase was mainly due to air resistance. Xianxia couldn't directly multiply his speed by 10, as a considerable amount of force was needed to overcome air resistance. Even so, with the 30-fold enhancement of the fire of the heart, Xianxia's speed could surpass the speed of sound, even reaching several times the speed of sound. That was before. In the past, Xianxia's fire of the heart had also increased his reaction speed, but now he had divine consciousness. Why bother increasing his reaction speed? Therefore, the enhancement factor of Xianxia's fire of the heart had already reached 50-fold, which could be described as a leap in qualitative change. Under these circumstances, Xianxia's speed could catch up with the invisible attack. Whether dodging or counterattacking, it was merely child's play for him. Clang! Xianxia severed Shurqing's right arm, producing a loud sound like cutting metal. Just as Shurqing's pupils dilated and the eerie blue flames were about to burst forth, Xianxia calmly activated his spiritual armor, merging its demon-subduing power with the demon-subduing flames of his spiritual sword. Then, with one sword, he cut through Shurqing's eyes. With another sword, he pierced through Shurqing's head. To Xianxia's astonishment, even so, Shurqing still had the strength to resist. He showed no signs of dying. Could ordinary swords and demon-subduing flames not kill him? Xianxia delivered a final kick to Shurqing's chest, the terrifying force propelling Shurqing into the air. For a moment, Xianxia felt a sense of temporal dislocation. He did this merely to render Shurqing incapable of resistance, coincidentally resembling the manner of his own death in his first life. Azure Flame. Xianxia exited the state of the fire of the heart, enveloped his entire body in the colorless bathing fire feather robe, and infused the azure flame into the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword. Then boom! Xianxia threw the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword, which directly pierced Shurqing's chest, and the terrifying flames spread instantly. Even the indestructible body of a spiritual zombie was vulnerable under the erosion of the azure flame, igniting in the sky. Fire of the heart. Xianxia then transformed back into the fire of the heart, with the azure flame reaching its peak in destructive power, raising its effect on the flesh to zero. Even with divine consciousness, Xianxia would not leave any future troubles. The possibility of being killed due to untimely reaction did not exist for him. Shurqing was nearly killed in an instant, revealing his true form. Pale patterns spread all over his body, and his flesh began to swell rapidly. Even the severed arm seemed to regenerate. But the power of the azure flame was immense, gradually melting Shurqing's body from the chest, rendering the revelation of his true form useless. Left with no choice, Shurqing forcibly pulled out the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword. His hands pressed against the blade and rapidly evaporated. Even with his astonishing demonic power condensed, he could only delay, not completely stop it. The temperature of the azure flame surpassed that of the surface of the sun. Only spiritual energy could defend against it in the material world. In a sense, Shurqing's body truly surpassed all earthly materials. Xianxia naturally could not wait for Shurqing to pull out the sword. According to the demon knowledge recorded in Baishur Town, spiritual zombies had far more than one supernatural ability. If he waited for Shurqing to draw the sword, the situation might change. In battle, you could not simply bring out all your trump cards one by one. Life and death were at stake. Dual extreme flame. Fire of the heart. Heavenly fire. Xianxia seemed to transform into a cold-hearted executor, splitting his divine consciousness in two. The once difficult-to-master extreme flames were orderly and birthed at this moment. The fire of the heart burned within him while the heavenly fire enveloped his arm. He stomped the ground, and spiderweb-like cracks spread, while he himself shot directly into the sky. Xianxia was still ascending and moving away. And Xianxia's full-force kick was truly terrifying. Rising into the sky, Xianxia did not hesitate. He flipped in midair and appeared above Xianxia. The flames on his arm shifted to his leg, and then, boom, a whip kick slammed Xianxia into the ground. And the azure flame made contact with Xianxia's body at that moment, turning the area struck by Xianxia into ashes. By the time Xianxia hit the ground, only a small portion of his body remained. He struggled desperately, trying to regenerate. But Xianxia had already pulled out the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword from the ground, stabbing it into Xianxia's head, completely extinguishing his life. Spiritual zombies. This undead ability was truly terrifying. It seemed one had to burn the body completely to kill them. The weaknesses of spiritual practitioners were significant. They had not completely transcended the limits of humanity. If we were to speak frankly, perhaps the Waterwood spiritual technique had a chance to obtain such ultra-fast regeneration abilities. But that was merely regeneration. If pierced through the head with a sword, one would still die, not like a zombie whose head could explode and still regenerate. Huh, did something explode? In the ashes, Xianxia discovered an exceptional item, seemingly the essence remaining after the spiritual zombie burned. A red crystal. Chapter 71. The Path to Longevity. Residual Heat Panel. Such strong life energy. Is this a life crystal? Xianxia had never heard of obtaining such a crystal by killing a spiritual zombie. He examined the red crystal. His divine consciousness swept over it repeatedly, and indeed, there was a considerable amount of life energy, but it was too murky, filled with a lot of demonic energy and toxic substances, making it likely unusable. This type of crystal was not mentioned in the knowledge of the Academy. Was it intentionally not disclosed to ordinary students? Or was it merely coincidence, just as good luck? After a moment, Xianxia suddenly observed something marvelous. Oh, inside the crystal, there seemed to be something else? Concentrating a large amount of divine consciousness into a single point to observe, the vague feeling gradually faded away. Xianxia clearly saw something inside the crystal. It emitted light and heat. By common sense, it was likely some kind of flame. A flame sealed within the crystal? Could this be natural spiritual fire? Xianxia recalled the eerie blue flames that had ignited in Xianxia's eyes earlier. This was evidently a supernatural ability. Could it be that this red crystal, due to its immense life energy, inherited a part of Xianxia's power? Although outsiders believed he was born with spiritual fire, he knew well that he had not mastered spiritual fire at all. Spiritual fire is characterized by extraordinary properties. It is a type of fire seed born from the earth and sky under special circumstances. The earth and sky fire seed is certainly not comparable to a single fire spiritual root. If Xianxia could obtain spiritual fire, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. This could indeed be spiritual fire, but he had no way to master it. The crystal was too murky unless there was some method to purify it. Speaking of which, why did a life crystal appear? He ignited Xianxia with the high temperature of the azure flame, and only then found the red crystal in the ashes. Perhaps the azure flame could purify the red crystal. After surveying the surroundings, Xianxia nodded. It seemed everything had been cleaned up. In the Red Mountain military camp, Chunyu and Xiaohua were cleaning, and Xianxia greeted them before going inside to study. Oh, just as Xianxia took out the manual, he noticed that the color of the cover had faded somewhat, revealing an inconspicuous mark. This was a prompt for unread messages. Account book, poplar tree empty. Notes, Wang Yao, I have successfully awakened my spiritual root and am reporting. Regarding the Black Armor Army's 5th team, did I randomly enter a team? It was indeed quick. Xianxia wasn't surprised. The difficulty of awakening the spiritual root with the great accomplishment Qi cultivation technique was low, and 10 minutes was sufficient. The microscope in the study had undergone multiple revisions and had strayed far from its original form, looking like a large box half the height of a person. Xianxia closed his eyes, opened them, and his pupils were covered in red as he activated the Eye of Invisibility. The awakening of his divine consciousness brought tremendous improvements in all aspects, and now he could also use the Eye of Invisibility in battle. Although it would take some time to master hiding the red color. Let's see what you really are. Xianxia opened the box and placed the red crystal inside, then infused it with fire spiritual energy to illuminate the interior. After adjusting the focus for several seconds, Xianxia officially began his observation. From the material level, this was just a red crystal, and the color wasn't very pure. Inside the red crystal, there were a large number of impurities invisible to the naked eye. Yin Yi made a preliminary judgment that these were likely corpse powder. They were probably impurities that hadn't completely burned due to high-temperature combustion, thus remaining within the crystal. After confirming Shi Qing's death, Yin Yi wouldn't waste energy continuing to burn a pile of rotten ash. From a spiritual perspective, these seemingly tiny dust particles carried a large amount of demonic energy and highly toxic substances. If not cleared away, this life crystal couldn't be utilized. Moreover, within this life crystal, there indeed lay a tiny seed of divine fire. It was just a mark relying on the life crystal, but if absorbed, I could completely reignite the divine fire. Although he made this judgment, Yin Yi still couldn't predict what would happen if he absorbed the divine fire. He had no understanding of how to absorb the heavenly and earthly divine fire for his own use, and needed to think carefully before acting. In that case, it would be better to thoroughly clean up the influence of divine consciousness on himself. Understanding oneself was the first step to absorbing the divine fire. Yin Yi turned his focus inward. Using divine consciousness to observe others would reduce effectiveness, but observing himself would greatly enhance it. Originally, due to the fuzziness of internal observation, Yin Yi could only adjust a few times each day. However, now Yin Yi could freely adjust his qi cultivation technique at any time. Moreover, his qi cultivation practice no longer required physical movements. At this stage, the visualization technique had finally reached its peak, and all potential had been fully tapped. By forming a spiritual void from life energy, he could constrain spiritual energy to prevent its depletion of lifespan. In the normal state of spiritual techniques, spiritual energy was completely constrained by the spiritual void and would not disperse throughout the body, having already been transformed into attribute spiritual energy, which flowed within the body without depleting vitality and even amplified it to some extent. However, the awakening of the spiritual root was different. It extracted 10 times the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, causing the transformation speed to lag behind, leading to spiritual energy flooding the body, which significantly depleted vitality while enhancing strength tenfold. Theoretically, if all spiritual energy could be transformed instantly, the flaw of depleting lifespan would be overcome. But this was a possibility only in theory, with very little practical likelihood. After awakening divine consciousness, my control has greatly increased, but it only improved the conversion speed from around 20 to 30. The remaining 70 spiritual energy would damage the body, and raising it to 100 was simply impossible. Therefore, to overcome the lifespan depletion caused by the awakening of the spiritual root, there is only one path to take. Activate all three major techniques: body, divine consciousness, and spiritual root. None can be absent. Only by fully activating all three can one achieve a flawless path to immortality. The spiritual root determines the universal spiritual energy. Divine consciousness determines fine controllability, but what does the body determine? The vitality of the body. Activating the body technique allows for the direct conversion of life energy to compensate for the loss of vitality. The unification of the three techniques is the path to longevity. Yin Yi opened the Book of Rebirth. A talent panel belonging to Yuan appeared. Current head of the Yu family, Yuan. Region, Baishir Town. Lifespan, 45190. Fate. Physique. Divine consciousness. Comprehension. Spiritual root. Tao artifact. 0. Strength. Peak of the current generation, with the potential to catch up to the previous generation at any time. Introduction. A genius of the Yu family. Achieved great success in qi cultivation at 5. Reached perfection at 10. Awakened divine consciousness at the same age. Awakened the body the following year, and awakened the spiritual root the year after. He then advanced rapidly, defeating the captain of the Black Armor Army's 5th team at 20, taking over the position, challenging the deputy officer of the body technique at 30, losing but gaining from the misfortune, completing the embryonic form of the profound meaning, crushing the current generation and sweeping away the older generation, becoming the current head of the Yu family, enjoying unparalleled glory. Chapter 72, Refining Essence and Draining Marrow. Yuan's panel was extremely luxurious. Almost everything was filled, except for divine consciousness. Yin Yi glanced at his own panel, and in comparison, it was filled with disheartening values. This is the entire evaluation system of the Book of Rebirth. The highest level means unique, that is, the person with the strongest talent. If Yin Yi were to raise any talent to that level, he would always be stronger than any genius in this region, no matter how strong their talent was. To some extent, the stronger the genius in Baishir Town, the stronger Yin Yi's talent would be. His talent evaluation system is fluctuating. This evaluation goes down in order. The highest level represents the strongest ranks, where few can reach. The second level is close to the strongest. The third level is extremely excellent. The fourth level is qualified. The fifth level is ordinary. The sixth level is the weakest, according to the standards of Baishir Town. Even if one reaches the third level, the upper limit wouldn't be too high. The fourth level may not be much weaker. The Yu family is far inferior to the Zhu and Lu families. Yuan's rise to this point was decisively influenced by his talent. Moreover, only a genius with sufficiently high talent could fully activate all three techniques and embark on the true path of cultivation. His lifespan of a full 190 years is proof of that. Although Lu Wuqing's panel had not been unlocked, and Yuan Yi was still unclear about his situation, he guessed it was likely similar. At the level of a captain, he should have seen through the path to longevity. I will be next. Yuan Yi's talent was indeed lacking, but talent can be compensated with resources. No one in Baishir town could eat spiritual level superior food every day. He took a deep breath, took out the life crystal from the box, and then flames ignited in his hand. The life crystal indeed reacted chemically, visibly shrinking as a large amount of impurities evaporated. The body of the spiritual zombie was very special. The high temperature melted the impurities while retaining its life energy, which was a remnant of the intertwining of spiritual energy. Though the spiritual zombie had very little vitality left, but for a human, that was immense. With all impurities evaporated, the chicken egg-sized red crystal condensed down to the size of a pigeon egg. The originally hard texture of the crystal also became jelly-like due to the refining of the impurities. From the very beginning, Yuan Yi felt an astonishing temptation emanating from the crystal. His body and divine consciousness were both craving it. They wanted him to swallow the life crystal whole. Undoubtedly, consuming this thing would have great benefits, so both his body and divine consciousness were urging him. Awakening the body's spiritual nature requires spreading the spiritual void throughout the body, awakening the hidden spiritual nature of the body in sequence. The life force of this crystal was so strong that it might significantly increase life energy, making it easier for me to awaken the body's spiritual nature. Yuan Yi had already awakened the spiritual root and divine consciousness. He had no spare energy left. However, this life crystal came from a spiritual zombie with undying power, and its life energy was dozens of times that of Yuan Yi, perhaps capable of breaking through limitations. Although he lacked the secret method of merging with the heavenly and earthly divine fire, the divine fire of this crystal was merely a trace, and Yuan Yi believed he could suppress it. Without further ado, Yuan Yi directly swallowed the life crystal in one bite. The rich, almost tangible life energy rapidly spread from his stomach, enveloping his entire body. Yuan Yi closed his eyes, operated the visualization technique, and the rich life energy was quickly absorbed. His qi cultivation technique advanced further, making significant progress beyond the full realm. Spiritual awakening technique. At this time, Yuan Yi was frantically refining life energy and had no time to waste, so he had to start the spiritual awakening ahead of schedule. A large amount of life energy was injected into his cells and bones to awaken the spirituality hidden within his physical body. To awaken, one must first find it. Once found, targeted infusion of life energy is necessary to awaken the physical spirituality with the least amount of life energy. But does Yuan Yi need to search now? Not at all. His life energy was practically inexhaustible at this moment, wildly overflowing outside. It was such a waste. Even if he injected all of it into his cells to enhance his physical quality, it would be better than letting it spill away. Therefore, he didn't search for spirituality at all. Instead, he infused life energy in all directions to elevate his physical level. No matter where the spirituality lay, it could not escape the comprehensive enhancement. Boom. Blood flowed, bones vibrated, and a large amount of impurities was expelled from the body, directly evaporated by spiritual power. As time went on, the impurities gradually became imperceptible. At this moment, all cells, blood, and bones were enveloped in a faint spiritual light, and a hint of fragrance could be smelled, indicating that the spirituality of the physical body was gradually revealing itself, stepping into the extraordinary bit by bit. Originally, Yuan Yi's physical body was not special at all, far from the norm of aristocratic descendants. But now, through the sacrifice of the spiritual corpse, he made a significant leap, gradually cleansing the physical impurities and advancing towards a higher level. Suddenly, the Book of Rebirth appeared and began to flip automatically. Physical quality improvement. Did his physical quality actually improve? The life energy even had the effect of cleansing the marrow. Yuan Yi was very pleasantly surprised. It was already great to be able to awaken spirituality, and the evolution of his physical quality was purely a happy accident. Moreover, the evolution had not stopped. A huge amount of life energy still remained. Under Yuan Yi's guidance, vitality continuously infused his body, causing the spiritual brilliance to flicker. With each cell undergoing subtle changes under the baptism, steadily moving towards a stronger direction. Bones constantly cracked, shedding waste residues, and then grew brand new white bones. Next, blood cells died in large numbers, and bone marrow regenerated blood. Realizing this, Yuan Yi stopped infusing life energy into the blood and instead directed it all into the bones. Strengthening blood cells was meaningless since they would ultimately die. However, if the bone marrow became strong, it could directly produce extraordinary blood cells, enhancing the physical endurance comprehensively. After prolonged washing, tiny spots of white light began to permeate from the bones, trying to form a white ring around Yunyi. But the white ring was intermittent, unable to hold, and collapsed. The external release of the star ring was a sign of spiritual awakening. Was this power not enough to complete the star ring? Among the three great laws, aside from the consciousness having no special characteristic, the spiritual root was a mark, and the physical body was the star ring. Both very obvious traits. Yunyi had almost achieved the external release of the star ring, but still couldn't maintain it, and the awakening of spirituality failed. His physical quality was relatively inferior to other talents, even though the power contained in the life crystal was enormous. Clearing the impurities from his physical quality consumed most of that power, leaving insufficient energy to awaken spirituality. Physical quality improvement. The quality indeed felt different. His whole body felt much lighter. Yunyi moved his body, and the life energy that was previously difficult to mobilize flowed much smoother. With the efficiency of automatically cultivating, the energy cultivation technique significantly increased. If he had had this level of quality from the beginning, he might have stepped into his current realm a year or two earlier. He was not far from awakening spirituality, and this time the improvement in physical quality could allow him to go further in the future, perhaps gaining more opportunities for talent enhancement. Yunyi took a deep breath, no longer overthinking, and focused his attention on the faint blue in his spiritual space. While integrating the vast life energy, the flame mark within the life energy was also absorbed with almost no resistance. Unlike true innate spiritual fire, the faint blue flame was merely a mark, lacking much power. So under the impact of the massive life energy, it was directly controlled by Yunyi. Correspondingly, Yunyi had to start cultivating this spiritual fire from scratch. He could not leverage the energy of the spiritual fire itself to unleash stronger power. This kind of flame should be called netherfire? Chapter 73, Netherfire. With a thought, Yunyi extended his palm, and a faint blue flame grew from small to large, burning in the center of his palm. The spiritual corpse was born from resentment, transforming anger into flames, giving birth to the divine ability of netherfire. This fire could burn souls and traverse the netherworld, making it a very formidable spiritual fire. Shiqing had no time to fully utilize his divine abilities during battle and lost in utter confusion. Yunyi took this as a warning. He should strike with thunderous force and leave no room for response. This netherfire could indeed burn souls. At least, approaching it would lead to being engulfed. Yunyi showed a hint of joy. Burning consciousness was a characteristic that fire spiritual roots almost never had. Although the indestructible fire burned the consciousness attack of the thousand-eyed demon, the heart fire also had defensive effects against consciousness attacks. However, in reality, this was all due to the strength of the extreme flame. No matter how much one cultivated ordinary fire spiritual methods, they would still be at an absolute disadvantage when facing divine attacks. In summary, it was a matter of efficiency. If the effect of boosting other aspects was 10, then the effect of boosting consciousness defense was only 1. Even if the enhancement effect of extreme flames far exceeded ordinary spiritual methods, it would still be broken when facing truly powerful attacks. But netherfire was different. Its characteristic was burning souls, with efficiency ratings of 10, 20, or even 100. This is why heavenly spiritual fires and heavenly spiritual winds could exhibit powers far beyond fire spiritual methods. From the moment they were born, they had powers that surpassed the 5-element spiritual roots. If Yunyi thoroughly researched netherfire, with the effect of extreme flames, even captain-level consciousness attacks would likely be completely nullified, significantly boosting his strength. Next, Yunyi began testing netherfire. He was pleasantly surprised to find that netherfire was superior to spiritual fire in every aspect. Under normal circumstances, the attack range of spiritual fire was about 8 meters, while netherfire could reach 15 meters, almost double, to burn ordinary materials of the same volume and weight. Spiritual fire required 10 seconds, while netherfire only needed 7 seconds. Finally, when burning consciousness, if the burning rate of spiritual fire was 1 per second, then netherfire was 35. A full 35 times, indicating a qualitative difference. If one had to point out the drawbacks of netherfire, there were probably 2. First, it consumed more spiritual power. Second, netherfire could not explode. Its attack range was not large, making it more suitable for dealing with strong individual enemies. After multiple tests, Yunyi basically clarified the characteristics of netherfire. Netherfire possessed high-temperature burning capabilities and also had a special attack on consciousness, making it a flame that completely surpassed fire-type's spiritual fire. However, in Yunyi's view, the high temperature and burning ability were entirely unnecessary. The characteristic of directly damaging the soul by breaking through physical defenses was the true significance of netherfire's existence. Therefore, Yin Yi attempted to transform all spirituality into soul burning. As a result, after trying for dozens of minutes, Yin Yi stopped in astonishment. Strange, unlike fire-type spiritual fire, I actually cannot convert instantly. It requires gradual change. He realized that this spiritual fire ultimately did not belong to him. He was merely manipulating a residual mark. To strengthen this spiritual fire, he needed to enhance the mark, which was unrelated to his own cultivation. Fire-type spiritual fire originated from himself, allowing for easy transformation, but nether fire was not the same. However, it didn't matter. Extreme flames were sufficient for daily use, and nether fire could remain as a trump card, not needing frequent changes in spiritual composition. Yin Yi spent several days turning nether fire into extreme flames, concentrating most of its power on burning souls, unlocking the special abilities belonging to extreme flames, which I will not elaborate on here. These days of transformation also greatly increased Yin Yi's understanding of consciousness, and his spiritual limits became stronger. Spirituality transformed into 10, then 100, then 1,000. After awakening his consciousness, it surged directly to 400, greatly increasing his power. In the past few days, using his consciousness to accelerate the transformation of the nether fire, he became more and more skilled, and his spiritual limit further increased, allowing him to divide 500. Compared to before, Yin Yi's strength had already multiplied by several times, and this explosive growth seemed to have no limits. The upper limit of the three major cultivation methods was indeed too high. The elders like Lu Jingyu should have reached levels of 800 or 900. Even close to the third stage, completely overwhelming me in terms of strength. If it weren't for the extreme flame, there would indeed be no possibility of competing on the same stage. Yin Yi took a deep breath and relaxed his whole body. Now, he finally had the qualifications to catch up. Although it was just a small step, he was indeed getting closer. Yin Yi accepted another mission to descend the mountain. After the prelude began, various demons appeared more frequently, and there were more missions. In response, the government ordered that every member of the Black Armored Spiritual Law must complete a corresponding number of tasks. Since it was a government order, these tasks could not be transferred to others. Compared to the past, Yin Yi didn't change much. After all, he had always had to complete mandatory tasks before. Half an hour later, Yin Yi arrived at a valley rich in spiritual energy from plants. There were 7 or 8 wooden houses standing in various arrangements. 2 spiritual law practitioners stood guard, and when they saw Yin Yi approaching from afar, they immediately came out to greet him. "This captain, who are you?" The two clasped their fists in salute. Members of the Black Armored Army are equivalent to the captains of the spiritual law team, and they cannot afford to be negligent. "Xianxia," Yin Yi replied. His throat was not a big problem. After mastering the heart fire, he had already healed. However, he still disliked speaking. "So it's Captain Xianxia. I am Pan Ming, and he is Wang Jia, both members of the 7th Spiritual Law Team. Please come in. Our captain has been waiting for a long time." Pan Ming and Wang Jia exchanged glances and led Yin Yi into one of the wooden houses. The interior of the wooden house was spacious, with many members chatting by the fire. Feeling someone walk in, various gazes turned towards them when they saw the black armor. Most of the spiritual law practitioners were filled with fear, but upon seeing Yin Yi's appearance, they were slightly taken aback. He looked so young. Among them, a middle-aged man in a martial robe embroidered with numerous yellow patterns was their captain. Upon seeing Yin Yi in black armor enter the house, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect this black armor to be him. He clasped his fists and said, "I am the captain of the 7th team, Xianxiaaudiobooks. I have long admired the name of Yang Spiritual Law. To overpower opponents at the age of 12 and join the Black Armored Army is truly admirable." A 12-year-old Black Armored Spiritual Law. There were very few in the entire Black Armored Army, and the members of the 7th team immediately understood who had arrived, frowning. Although being able to join the Black Armored team was enough to demonstrate strength, it only meant they were stronger than them. Solving the current problem would not be simple. Chapter 74. The Demons That Appeared Out of Nowhere. "You know me?" Yin Yi asked in surprise. "Why, sure, town is this small." The deeds of Yang Spiritual Law have long spread throughout the Spiritual Law team, especially among the captains of each team. There is probably not one who hasn't paid attention, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled. After all, very few members of the entire Black Armored team were commoners, and they did not have the courage to offend the noble families. Yin Yi, as a commoner, was a good target. However, it seemed that the difficulty was a bit high. Xianxiaaudiobooks could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of the young man before him. The subtle pressure he emitted was not something an ordinary spiritual law practitioner could produce. No wonder the other party could fearlessly confront the noble families at 12 and forcibly seize a position while he had remained stagnant in this spiritual law team. "I see." Yin Yi nodded, not minding, and got straight to the point. "What is the situation here? What problem has arisen?" "Yang Spiritual Law, straightforward." Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback. Giving a thumbs up, He had never seen a black-armored spiritual law practitioner handle matters so directly. His gaze swept around, silencing the members of the 7th team who were about to speak. However, he said in a deep voice, "Since Yang spiritual law is here, you should know the basic situation here, but just to be cautious, I'll explain in detail. This place is called the Wood Spirit Valley, a crucial area for the government, where more than 7 spiritual law practitioners are stationed year-round. Our main task is to eliminate the demons in a moon-reflecting pool inside. This time, the government issued a mission in the Black Armored Army precisely because the moon-reflecting pool has undergone a mutation, resulting in the birth of several high-level demons. One of our members has already died in previous battles, and the rest are all injured, while the demons in the moon-reflecting pool continue to grow stronger. Without the support of the Black Armored Army, it won't be long before we collapse." Xianxiaaudiobooks glanced at Yunyi. "Yang spiritual law? Your task this time is to kill 2 or more high-level demons in the moon-reflecting pool. This task has been made very clear. You should be able to do it. Right? Still just 2? Yunyi asked. "Possibly more. I can't guarantee it. However, we have 5 others to test the waters, and with your assistance, it shouldn't be difficult." Unlike the suddenly attacking demons, the types of demons in the moon-reflecting pool are relatively stable. "Be careful not to get caught off guard," Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. "If the other 5 are used as scouts, the danger is indeed not high." Thinking of this, Yunyi nodded. "Okay, when do we act?" "Good. Indeed a youthful hero. So decisive." Xianxiaaudiobooks was overjoyed. Unlike ordinary team members, Xianxiaaudiobooks had a deep understanding of spiritual law. He knew well that age does not represent anything for a genius. Being able to defeat members of noble families, those who had been cultivating in Hanshan for nearly a year, their age could not be measured by the understanding of ordinary practitioners. A year was enough for one's strength to undergo earth-shaking changes, incomparable to the members of the spiritual law team. The talismans can be summoned when the time comes. Yunyi nodded, stepping out of the simple wooden house to observe the surrounding environment and familiarize himself with the battle in advance. "Captain, he just entered the Black Armored Army. Can he really deal with high-level demons? There are not only low-level ones here." As soon as Yunyi left, Wang Jie couldn't help but speak up. This was related to their lives, so he had to ask. "Don't compare geniuses with yourselves. Black Armored spiritual law practitioners can directly learn talisman-level spiritual law, and to stay in the Black Armored Army, one must at least have a small accomplishment in talisman-level spiritual law. After years of cultivation, can your level even compare to a single finger of his? Enough with the nonsense. It's Yang Shi who came, not someone else. You should be grateful." A shadow flickered in Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. The other members of the 7th team also twitched their lips, as if realizing something, and no longer spoke further. If a noble family came here, Xianxiaaudiobooks would have to treat them with utmost respect, let alone them, these small fry. If someone easy to talk to came, what more could they ask for? Yunyi walked to the highest point of the valley, observing the overall situation from above. The valley was not large, with the vision of a spiritual law practitioner. It was basically clear at a glance. The moon-reflecting pool that Xianxiaaudiobooks mentioned was located in the central part of the valley. However, what surprised Yunyi was that this pool was indeed living up to its name. In the clear pool of water, a bright moon was clearly visible, as if it were a clear night suspended in the air. Yunyi looked up at the sky. Although the current weather was not good, somewhat gloomy, it was definitely not a black sky, and there was no moon. What was going on with this pool? Invisibility eye. Yunyi's pupils turned red, and the appearance of the world was rewritten. Various colored light spots surged into his vision. The spiritual eye is actually more useful than the consciousness. Yunyi's current consciousness could only observe about 50 meters, but the range of the spiritual eye was most of the areas within sight. Under this pair of spiritual eyes, the wonders of the moon-reflecting pool were revealed. There were a large number of demons in the entire moon-reflecting pool, existing in various levels. Judging the strength of demons solely based on the total amount of demonic energy was not entirely accurate, but it was a makeshift strategy. According to his observations, there were about 1,000 ordinary-level demons in the entire pool, with at least 8 high-level demons. This number completely exceeded expectations and was not something that a small spiritual law team and a black-armored spiritual law practitioner could handle. The only fortunate thing is that there are no chaos-level demons, so it's not difficult to escape. Indeed, the scale of chaos is too large. The aura cannot be hidden in the Xianxiaaudiobooks pool at all. If it existed, even without divine sense, Xianxiaaudiobooks would be able to perceive it. At that time, it wouldn't be Yunyi who comes, but the captain of a certain team. Very strange, it's very strange. How can this small Xianxiaaudiobooks pool support so many demons? Yunyi kept scanning the area. The spiritual energy in this world is indeed all-powerful. Theoretically, it could even be used as food. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Xianxiaaudiobooks pool is clearly insufficient to support demons that exceed its capacity. With thousands of demons absorbing spiritual energy simultaneously over time, It would definitely lead to a depletion of spiritual energy in this area, ultimately resulting in battles that would sharply reduce their numbers. While Yun Yi was continuously observing, he soon discovered something unusual about the Inyue pool. Although there are no chaos-level demons, there is something even more peculiar occurring. Demons are appearing out of thin air. Yes, the Inyue pool is clearly closed, yet Yun Yi witnessed a demon's spirit materializing out of nowhere. What is going on? Yun Yi was greatly shocked. Chapter 75, Spirit Bow. The emergence of demons out of thin air is simply unheard of. Even though the demons in this world are strange, they certainly do not come from nothing. There is always a process of birth. This Inyue pool is suspicious. Yun Yi glanced again in the direction of the spirit law team and saw a total of 5 spiritual forms outlined. The Eye of Light can see spirits, theoretically. It can directly see through the realm of qi cultivation. Therefore, after observing the total life energy of the 5 members of the spirit law team, he roughly estimated their levels. For we're in the mid to late stage of qi cultivation, and only Xianxiaaudiobooks barely reached the great perfection stage. This situation did not exceed expectations. The spirit law team was indeed a place with many tasks and little opportunity for cultivation. Just entering at the small completion stage without falling back would be impressive. Wanting to step into the great perfection stage is significantly more difficult than in the Black Armored Army. The combined combat power of this team of 7 is not even equal to that of a senior veteran in the Black Armored Army. Their only use is to handle some trivial matters that the Black Armored Army is unwilling to expend energy on. This mission is troublesome, with this team's strength. Dealing with so many demons is too difficult. Yun Yi closed the Eye of Light. Yanglingfa, people are here. This is a formation talisman. Possessing it means one won't be repelled by the talisman formation. Xianxiaaudiobooks brought his team to find Yun Yi and distributed a share of the purchased talismans to him. Yun Yi took a few glances, casually stored it away, and said, "Let us get started. The sooner we solve it, the sooner it ends. For safety's sake, let's resolve it wave by wave. We have the talisman formation for protection, which can temporarily block the demon's attacks." Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitated, saying that maintaining the revival of spiritual roots for too long would consume too much lifespan. That is fine. Yun Yi was too lazy to waste words. Anyway, the battle would start and end at once. Swish, swish, swish. The talismans were placed at the 4 corners, sealing off a certain area. And a large amount of spiritual energy was drawn away by the talismans, forming a barrier. With the power of the talismans assisting, the strength of the spirit practitioners could easily increase tenfold. This was not the first time Yun Yi had seen talismans. It must be said that this is a great invention. The so-called talismans are used to store daily spiritual energy on talisman paper, which can be activated when needed. If there are enough talismans, they can unleash dozens or even hundreds of times the usual spiritual power, making their attacks capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The members of the 7 great families may lack other things, but they definitely won't be short on life-saving talismans. Even ordinary family members like Wang Lixian have some talismans for self-preservation. However, these talismans are still too fragile against chaos-level demons and cannot achieve any effect. Once the talisman formation was set up, everyone within the range was enveloped in a layer of spiritual light. Yun Yi was surprised to find that this spiritual light actually reduced his spiritual consumption by about 15, and it also had a defensive effect, which was quite significant. Xianxiaaudiobooks was surprisingly willing to buy such a high-level talisman formation. It seems he also sensed the problem and wanted to add an extra layer of insurance. However, this is still far from enough. With the talisman formation completed, the next step is to light and attract an incense and gradually deal with the incoming demons. Yanglingfa, please see, we occupy a favorable terrain, engaging from a height with the help of fortifications, spiritual plants, and talisman formations. With this setup, even if high-level demons charge in, they can easily be subdued. Xianxiaaudiobooks was very satisfied as he introduced this to Yun Yi. As he said, this is indeed a crucial area in Baishir town, with various arrangements in place. It is a valley created forcefully, so aside from the entrance guarded by the spirit law team, other areas are very steep, a terrain that even spirit practitioners cannot ignore. This is similarly true for the demons. With the talisman formation laid down, earthen fortifications, and wood-based spiritual plants assisting. Combined with the advantageous terrain, it is simply as solid as an iron wall. Swish. Yun Yi took the attractant incense, flicked his fingers to ignite it, and then threw it onto the fortress wall. Light smoke curled up, spreading fragrance for miles. In just a few minutes, the Inyue pool visibly boiled, with a large number of armored beings emerging. The armored beings are creations of the armored ghost and belong to the earth element, compared to aquatic demons. They are more adept at land combat and are a relatively troublesome type, so they should be prioritized for elimination. The attractant incense targets different types of demons, with the first batch being armored beings and other earth element demons. Xianxiaaudiobooks picked up a large bow and tossed it to Yun Yi. Saying this is our regular combat spiritual weapon, suitable for long-range strikes in this Ingwe pool. A bow and arrow. Yinyi took it and examined it. In Baisher Town, very few people actually use bows and arrows, mainly because the consumption is too high for ordinary people to afford. The principle of the bow and arrow is to utilize the elasticity of the bow, belonging to the physical realm. However, it is evident that ordinary bows and arrows are completely useless in spiritual battles. They must possess spiritual effects. This raises the question, normal melee spiritual weapons are always infused with spiritual energy, maintaining their power at full strength. However, with a bow and arrow, the moment it leaves the hand, the supply of spiritual energy is interrupted, and it continues to dissipate afterward. By the time it reaches the target, a significant portion of its power has diminished, making it easy to break with a casual strike, rendering it ineffective for inflicting damage. Additionally, the size and mass of arrows are smaller than melee spiritual weapons, resulting in a much weaker infusion of spiritual energy. Theoretically, unless a better material is used, the power will never match that of melee spiritual weapons, and it cannot showcase the superiority of ordinary bows and arrows, which is why bows and arrows have never been primary weapons. Speaking of ranged weapons, many solutions flashed through Yunye's mind, feeling a promising prospect. His strength, compared to those captains, is hard to say is an advantage, but if it involves assassination, it seems very worth a try. Picking up the large bow, Yunye infused it with spiritual energy, knocked an arrow, aimed at an armored being, and released it. Boom! The arrow pierced through the armored being's head, even blasting a large hole in the armored being behind it. Its power was simply more terrifying than a sniper bullet. Xianxiaaudiobooks stared in silence at the arrow that accurately pierced the head. He had originally wanted to introduce the operation. This shouldn't be a fluke, right? Boom. Yunye shot another arrow, consecutively piercing through 3 armored beings, leaving them unable to even launch their abilities before dying. Not bad, for dealing with ordinary demons. The efficiency is very high, Yunye commented. The characteristic of bows and arrows is that they have a long attack range, but relatively weak power. However, ordinary demons clearly have not reached a level where they cannot be penetrated. Even if the members of the Spirit Law team cannot pierce through 3, they can at least penetrate 1. A single round can take down 5 or 6 demons. When the demons reach the front lines, they can draw their blades, waiting for the right moment to strike. How beautiful is that? There are also traps along the way, even if the demon's physical strength far exceeds ours. We have at least 7 or 8 rounds of time. Although there are many demons in the Ingwe pool, this method is sufficient to deal with them. Xianxia's mouth twitched as he waved his hand, and the other 5 team members shot in unison, a stream of light flashing through the armored beings. Chapter 76, Armored Ghost. The Spirit Law team also has its specialties. For example, the 7th team stationed at the Moon Reflection Waterpool masters extremely skilled archery, almost hitting every target. Unlike Yunye, who relies on spiritual awareness for positioning, they purely depend on experience and feel. As the battle began, Yunye was also very interested in spreading his spiritual awareness to learn these exquisite archery skills. Understanding archery would make mastering various ranged weapons easier, which is the value of learning. The sound of arrows echoed continuously as one armored figure after another was shot down. However, with the speed of the demons, getting close was quite easy, and soon, stone spears shot up from below. But a defensive position had already been set up here, surrounded by a large number of spiritual plants that countered earth-based spirit laws. Pan Ming and Wang Jia, both users of wood spirit laws, joined their hands, causing the spiritual plants to grow wildly, swinging numerous green vines to smash the stone spears. Immediately after, the ground cracked open in various places, and numerous traps slowed down the armored figures, allowing everyone to shoot a few more rounds. Yunye was also quickly adapting to archery. With the physical fitness of a spirit law practitioner, he could shoot 5 rounds in a second, comparable to firearms, knocking down the armored figures like cutting wheat. However, what made the spirit practitioners present feel uneasy was that the emergence of armored figures was continuous. In a short time, over 100 armored figures had joined the battlefield. This number seemed off. We have been cleaning the Moon Reflection Waterpool. How could there be so many armored figures? Have the other demons all been killed? Xianxiaaudiobooks frowned tightly. Captain, could it be that the rift in the secret realm has grown larger? Yesterday, the appearance of 2 high-level demons was already very strange. If the rift is expanding, it is very likely. Pan Ming's expression changed. Secret realm? Yunye suddenly asked. Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback and said, "You don't know there is a secret realm here?" "I don't know. Should I know?" Yunye replied. "It seems I misunderstood. I thought Yang Lingfa knew about the secret realm and wanted to obtain some high-level spiritual materials through the mission." Xianxiaaudiobooks raised an eyebrow. "This is not a secret. The main reason this place is a government stronghold is that there is a secret realm here, which opens once every 60 years. Yunya's heart stirred. He originally thought that Xiang Yinda and the others didn't know about the demons that could appear out of nowhere in the moon reflection water pool. But it turned out that this was widely known, especially among the spirit law families of Baishur town. What is this secret realm for? Why do demons keep appearing? Yunyi asked. Appearing? That's quite an apt description, but the materials from the demons are hardly worth mentioning compared to what's inside the secret realm. Xiang Yinda said with some longing. The moon reflection secret realm opens every 60 years, and each time it opens, an astonishing quantity of spiritual herbs can be harvested, far more efficiently than what the government or the families can cultivate themselves. This is the biggest event in Baishur town and the only opportunity for us, ordinary people. Unfortunately, it has only been 30 years since the last opening, so we have no chance. Yunyi asked. So there is a secret realm with a large amount of spiritual herbs, I see. Then what does it mean that the demons are increasing now? It could mean an early opening. 60 years is just an approximate number. It could open early or late. The real indicator is how many demons are in the moon reflection water pool. The more demons that appear, the larger the rift, and the closer it is to the opening time. Xiang Yinda applied the concept well. The word appear was indeed very vivid. How large does the rift have to be considered opened? Yunya's pupils flashed with a hint of red light. Rest assured, it's still far from fully opening. Only chaotic-level demons can emerge before the secret realm is completely opened. Right now, even high-level demons haven't appeared. Of course, it might not be long now. This number is too much. Xiang Yinda's expression was serious. A large number of armored figures were already crashing against the fortress, and the array was beginning to exert its defensive effects. The armored figures, with their numerical advantage, quickly broke through the fortress, and the other team members were completely unable to hold them off. Everyone, revive your spiritual roots, Xiang Yinda commanded. With the order given, the 5 members of the 7th team helplessly revived their spiritual roots, and the tenfold amplification of their spirit laws quickly cleared the armored figures. This intense surge of spiritual power finally attracted high-level demons. A gray-scaled, rat-headed monster without a tail and eyes crawled out of the water, surrounded by numerous armored figures as it approached the fortress. Upon seeing this monster, many team members changed their expressions and pulled their bows to shoot, hoping to kill it. However, all the arrows were swept away by an invisible gray light, greatly diminishing their power. When they struck the monster's gray scales, they only made noise without breaking through its defenses. This was in the state of revived spiritual roots, and it could be completely ignored. This gray-scaled monster was indeed formidable. The armored ghost is here, be careful, Xiang Yinda reminded, drawing his weapon, a very thin sword as delicate as a cicada's wing. This extraordinarily unique weapon made Yunyi take a few more glances. How could such a fragile structure be used? Soon, Xiang Yinda demonstrated. A yellow spiritual light spread across the sword's body, and then with a casual strike, he split an armored figure that had jumped onto the fortress in half. The wound smooth and even, astonishingly so. Half a second later, the armored figure took a few steps before realizing it had been split apart. This kind of lethality was quite impressive. Yunyi quickly understood the principle behind it. Earth spirit laws excel in defense and reinforcement, and if they attack, they generally do so with tremendous weight to crush. Xiang Yinda took a different approach. He made the weapon extremely sharp and then reinforced it with spirit laws, which allowed for less energy consumption while significantly increasing power, only becoming ineffective against larger opponents. This was probably why Xiang Yinda could achieve great mastery in spirit laws within the spirit law team. He was a person of combat wisdom. Buzz. As the spiritual sword was drawn, Yunyi also switched from bow to sword. The armored ghost, as a high-level demon, possessed very strange abilities, and if one accidentally fell into its trap, even immortals would find it hard to save them. The armored ghost roared, and numerous armored figures twisted and merged into its body, a dense gray light bursting forth, completely enveloping the armored ghost, making it impossible to see inside. In the next second, the armored ghost dashed out, its figure crashing violently, and despite being hit by powerful spirit law arrows continuously, they were all deflected, allowing it to reach the front of the fortress. Captain, all the ordinary team members shouted in horror. The armored ghost had closed in, and its ability could be activated. These ordinary spirit practitioners had no chance of resisting. Revive your spiritual roots. Xiang Yinda also became cautious, directly entering the state of revived spiritual roots, closely watching the armored ghost. Boom. The armored ghost's claw slammed into the fortress wall, instantly creating a massive crack. Xiang Yinda was very careful. He did not strike immediately, but looked for an opportunity. When fighting the armored ghost, it was best to achieve a one-hit kill. He did not have absolute power and needed time to seize that moment. A few seconds later, Yunyi had figured out the level of this spirit law team captain and decided not to watch any longer, directly taking action. Flames covered the sword's body. and the fire in his heart burned fiercely. Dancing fire song sword. The spiritual sword spun, and Yunye's figure disappeared on the fortress the next second. He had already leaped over the armored ghost. Countless sparks scattered around Yunye, and he sheathed his sword decisively. What? Yanglingfa? The pupils of everyone present contracted. They completely failed to see the movement process, and this speed truly shocked them. The next second, dozens of cracks flashed across the armored ghost's entire body. And then it exploded with a loud bang. But the battle was not over. Numerous scales scattered and reassembled in the air, attempting to seize Yunye's body. These scales were not only densely packed, but also surrounded Yunye from all directions, making it extremely difficult to defend. Be careful. The members of the 7th team changed their expressions. If the black armored spirit law were to possess him, one person could probably wipe them all out. A life possessed by the armored ghost would directly lose all its vitality, forever imprisoned. While the vast majority of its original power would be taken over by the armored ghost, this was a very evil demon. Black Flame. Yunye was completely unafraid of the fragmented attacks. With a wave of his hand, black half-polar flames unfurled, engulfing all the scales. In a short moment, hundreds and thousands of fine scales turned to ashes. As a lower flame of the celestial fire, the black flame possessed extreme destructive power and could attack independently. Although its range was lower than that of normal flames, it was just right for dealing with the scales that surged like moths to a flame. Advanced demons could hardly withstand a single move in Yunye's hands. Chapter 77, Soulless Ghost Fish. The onlookers looked at him with changed expressions. Previously, Xianxiaaudiobooks had speculated that Yunye's strength might not be inferior to his, but just one move had shown the gap. Even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to kill anyone. As expected of Yanglingfa, with extraordinary strength, it seemed this mission would be worry-free at that time. You could take all the materials of this advanced demon, we won't take a single cent. Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately expressed his stance. The 5 team members, who had previously shown emotions, all lowered their heads, no longer daring to show any disobedience. This was absolute strength. What did it matter if they belonged to a prestigious family? They had suffered too many harsh realities and knew how to make choices. Yunye asked. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. What? Xianxiaaudiobooks momentarily did not react. Yunye placed his hand on the sword hilt, looking into the distance. I said, you can notify Baishir Town. The current situation is clearly beyond our resolution. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked over in surprise. Then, he saw countless fish heads surfacing in the water. The entire Inghua water pool was covered, looking like a large number of small fish peeking out. The situation was quite strange. Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils contracted. Soulless ghost fish. How could it be soulless ghost fish? So, the advanced demon that attacked us earlier was actually under its command? Perhaps, but if you don't hurry. Baishir Town might only be able to collect corpses for you, Yunye said. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression changed, and he quickly took out a talisman, threw it into the sky, and chanted, Infinite true immortal, one God, grant the paper kite with spirit, and deliver the message. The talisman transformed into a paper kite in the sky, speeding up and disappearing as a streak of light at the edge of sight. This counted as a method of spiritual communication. But it was different from the usual system of spiritual magic. Such long-distance communication was difficult to achieve with the 5 elements spiritual magic. It required a special ritual to give the talisman effectiveness. The incantation to activate the magical tool was necessary because there was no spiritual energy connection. So a chant was needed. And the incantation was purely effective through the chant. The user did not need to master the technique and principles. With the speed of the paper kite, it could deliver the message to the government in 1 or 2 minutes. Although the distance from Baishir Town to Inghua Waterpool was far, with the speed of a spiritual practitioner, it could be reached in 10 minutes without a doubt. How long it actually takes for support would depend on the government's level of concern. Suddenly, a heavy rain fell. Everyone present twitched at the corners of their mouths. It has begun, Xianxiaaudiobooks said. Soulless ghost fish. This is a type of demon emphasized in the teaching of the Shueshua Hall. It is at least an upper-level advanced demon and often appears in extraordinary levels, being a type of commander-type demon with extremely terrifying abilities. The powerful soulless ghost fish can even directly connect and control demons, turning one demon into an army. However, the aquatic soulless ghost fish has one huge disadvantage. It cannot survive in areas without water. With the heavy rain pouring down, this place had already transformed into the soulless ghost fish's home ground. This reminded Yunye of the concept of water separation. In fact, various spiritual magics can exert unimaginable effects if they converge into one, just like water separation. Only he himself using water magic to create mist would allow him to freely perceive Yunye. If a team member were to use it, the effect would be greatly diminished due to the added time delay in transmitting information. The soulless ghost fish gathers a massive amount of energy through its special energy. The more abilities, the higher the evaluation of the soulless ghost fish. Given the current number of demons in Immortal water pool, it was guaranteed to be extraordinary. Now Xianxia understood why so many demons were not fighting and were in such harmony. They were all part of the soulless ghost fish and would never harm each other. First, there was poison. The grayish rain was tinged with green. Some with spiritual magic could generate extreme poison, which was no small matter. Among the 7, only one person was a water magic user. His face was grim as he used water magic to shield everyone, isolating the toxic substances in the air. However, as time passed, the water magic was becoming polluted. If this continued, the spiritual power within would soon be eroded by the poison, ultimately collapsing. It could not last indefinitely. Xianxia had black armor protecting him and was generally unafraid of ordinary poisons, but the members of the spiritual team did not have that condition. They could only forcibly use spiritual power to isolate in a state of spiritual root revival, which was absolutely impossible to maintain for long. Then, there was the rising tide. The Immortal water pool suddenly increased its water volume, rapidly raising the water level, and then one by one, demons rode the waves toward the fortress. Hundreds and thousands of demons working together to raise the tide made this small valley truly insufficient. Xianxia drew the Mingwen Cloud Copper Sword once more. Although he did not activate the invisible light eye, he clearly understood that the remaining advanced demons were likely hiding within the tide, waiting for the right moment. Commander-type demons possess a certain level of wisdom, and coupled with their ability to control other demons, they often pose a significant threat to humans, especially those demons that enjoy eating humans. There are many commander-type demons more powerful than the soulless ghost fish. But this group generally does not take an interest in humans and will not specifically hunt them. However, the soulless ghost fish is different. It craves soul power, which happens to far exceed that of ordinary demons, making humans its favorite prey. Once the soulless ghost fish encounters humans, it will never let them go, determined to determine life or death. Next, it would be a tough battle. Either hold out until reinforcements arrive or die. Literally, during the mission, if anyone dared to retreat or flee, they would explode directly due to the divine contract oath. Xianxia did not want to expose his strength and could only play it safe. He could not plan a fake death to escape. At least not now. He had not yet mastered the use of divine magic, and he could not even perceive Xueqilian's constraints, let alone eliminate them. Be careful. There are spotted dragon crocodiles in the water. The water magic user suddenly reminded. He had long since merged his water spiritual power into the heavy rain to achieve vague perception and had detected the problem early. The fortress was being overwhelmed by the waves, shadows swam by, and with the massive rumbling, the fortress shook under constant attack. In the world of cultivation, solid walls are not worth much. They could be overturned at any time. In this situation of hiding in the water and continuously attacking, someone had to go into the water to resolve it. Otherwise, the supply of spiritual power would absolutely not keep up with the destruction. Everyone looked at each other, absolutely unwilling to go down. Xianxia looked at the 5 team members and casually pointed at one. You go. The person pointed at, Pan Ming, turned pale instantly. Chapter 78, Breaking into the Demon Tide. Pan Ming looked at the dark shadows moving underwater, his face extremely pale. Just 1 or 2 ordinary demons he could deal with easily. But what was the situation now? The demon tide commanded by the soulless ghost fish. This was far too dangerous. Pan Ming's forehead glowed with a green mark as he gritted his teeth, mobilizing a large amount of spiritual power directly into the city wall. Boom. A large number of plants grew, transforming into giant vines on the city wall, and then plunged into the water to capture the spotted dragon crocodiles. Wood magic is a type that heavily relies on inheritance. Possessing wood seeds and not possessing wood seeds makes a world of difference in strength. Pan Ming was just a commoner and did not have powerful wood seeds. The giant vines he conjured were quite ordinary. Normally, dealing with an ordinary demon in a state of spiritual root revival would be no problem, but now the enemy was in their home ground, and the giant vines struggled as they plunged into the water. Although they managed to entangle the spotted dragon crocodiles, the latter could easily shake them off. Clearly, without close combat, it would be impossible to deal with these spotted dragon crocodiles. Hurry. Xianxia's tone grew colder. Yes, Pan Ming had no choice. Going down might allow him to survive, but not going down would undoubtedly lead to his death. Taking a deep breath, Pan Ming grasped the spirit spear and leaped down from the fortress. He activated the wood-based spiritual technique to its peak, causing the spear to sprout spikes covered in deadly poison as he plunged into the water to engage in close combat with the spotted dragon crocodile. In an instant, the underwater world was in turmoil. The spotted dragon crocodile was a medium-sized demon known for its immense strength in water and its thick skin, which made it difficult to injure with ordinary attacks. Long-range vine techniques were also ineffective against its defenses, and the poison could not exert its effect. Whoosh! Pan Ming struck true, piercing through the back of one spotted dragon crocodile, its bright red blood staining the water's surface. But soon, a large number of demons surrounded him. Pan Ming fought fiercely. The wood element countered the water element, and he had the strength to fight, continuously battling over a dozen ordinary demons, and was close to dealing with the 3 remaining spotted dragon crocodiles. However, a sudden twist of fate occurred in that moment. Pan Ming let out a terrible scream, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, as a transparent monster tore its way out of his abdomen from within. This bizarre situation shocked Pan Ming, who frantically unleashed his spiritual power to strike at the monster that was clinging to his abdomen. But in despair, he found that all his attacks were ineffective. The transparent monster seemed to have no form after being hit, scattering and quickly reconstituting itself. What kind of monster is this? No, 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 get away from me. Although Pan Ming had the strength to resist, there were too many opponents, and he was slowly dragged down into the water, rapidly approaching death. He was almost hopeless. Once you're here, don't leave. Xianxia drew his bow and knocked an arrow, a ghostly blue aura enveloping the arrowhead. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the water, directly shooting through Pan Ming's chest, and upon striking the transparent monster, the ghostly blue flames erupted. Aya! The transparent monster let out a horrific scream, releasing Pan Ming as if electrified, and then it melted away. It was a high-level demon that could dissolve in water after its soul was obliterated. It left no corpse but melted directly into the water. This scene was bizarre, and Pan Ming could not comprehend it, but that did not diminish his joy. He kicked hard, the incredible strength propelling him upwards swiftly, while the large crack in his chest began to connect with numerous threads, healing. As a user of wood's spiritual techniques, self-healing was almost instinctive for him, but he was too early in his celebration. Countless threads had already tightly bound him, and as he approached the water's surface, the threads tightened. Pan Ming's expression froze. Lines of blood appeared. Moments later, his entire body disintegrated into countless fragments. These threads could easily cut through spiritual power. Xianxia was also slightly shocked. Although Pan Ming did not master defensive spiritual techniques like wood barrier, he had maintained a spiritual defense, which proved completely ineffective against the threads, leading to his direct dismemberment. Everyone noticed that with Yang's spiritual techniques assisting, Pan Ming was dead, and there was definitely something lurking at the bottom of the water. Xianxiaaudiobooks saw the bright red blood continuously spilling out and caught the scent of Pan Ming's presence. He did not care that Pan Ming was dead, but he had to pay attention to the cause of Pan Ming's death. Another high-level demon. And terrible things always happen one after another. Captain, it's bad. The talisman's spiritual power is about to run out, and there are only 2 backup talismans left. We can't hold on much longer. Wang Jie shouted. The fortress was also under siege. The tide had some corrosive power, and something hidden inside was continuously eroding it. Zhang Qidong was also nearing his limit. Zhang Qidong was a user of earth-based spiritual techniques and had been reinforcing the fortress, but now his face had turned pale. Clearly a sign of significant depletion of life energy. This was not good. How could they hold out against so many demons? Yang's spiritual techniques, don't hold back. If we lose this foothold, we will surely die. Unbreakable Townstone. Xianxiaaudiobooks finally took action, clapping his hands together, and massive yellow spiritual energy surged into the sky, transforming into a finely crafted gray stone. Although this gray stone was not large, when it floated in the air and fell, it gave everyone an overwhelming sense of pressure, like a mountain pressing down on them. The stability of the entire fortress was greatly enhanced, even forcing the rushing water away. The water depth at the walls was noticeably lower, creating a phenomenon where water flowed upward. Gravity? Xianxia was puzzled. This strange situation prompted him to activate his invisible light eye for observation. He discovered that the unbreakable town stone, while a focal point of spiritual energy, was not solely that. A steady stream of spiritual power was dispersing, forming the force of suppression, which was the reason for the lowered water level. Had the concept of weight been materialized? Perhaps gravity was also a power that earth-based spiritual techniques could achieve, but no one had noticed it. As this thought crossed Xianxia's mind, he threw himself back into the battle. He raised his hand and unleashed a black flame, the astonishing high temperature directly evaporating the river, roasting the demons within. Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was cutting down demons, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. With that flame's temperature, if it hit him, wouldn't he turn to ash on the spot? However, how could a 12-year-old commoner possess such terrifying power? Kill. The speed at which Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianxia cleared demons far exceeded that of ordinary members, significantly reducing the pressure on the fortress. But the demons continued to multiply. This merely delayed the inevitable, without fundamentally resolving the problem. My strength rating in the Red Mountain military camp has reached the level of high-level demon after taking down Shiqing. It's impossible for me to be trapped in this tiny fortress. Xianxia expanded his consciousness to probe the core of the demon horde. The soulless ghost fish could not be killed. They had no concept of individuality, and to eliminate the soulless ghost fish, one had to destroy all of their hosts. However, they were not without weaknesses. Soulless ghost fish required moisture, meaning fire was naturally effective against them, with every strike capable of causing critical damage. Although Xianxia's black flames were powerful, the number of demons he could kill through the tide was limited. But it was entirely different for demons parasitized by soulless ghost fish. Captain Xiang, you all hold your ground. I am of the fire element. Staying here contributes too little. I will directly go kill their high-level individuals. Xianxia suddenly spoke. What? Wait, what kind of joke is this? If you leave, how can we hold on? Xiang Yinda's face changed drastically, hurriedly trying to stop him. But Xianxia had already vanished, his figure leaping into the heavy rain, stepping on the water surface as he plunged deep into the tide. In fact, he was half a level higher than Xiang Yinda, who could not command him. Chapter 79, Thunderlight Serpent. Xianxia rushed into the heavy rain, disappearing into the mist. It was as if he were walking on flat ground. Xianxia was completely walking on waves, a technique that utilized spiritual power, naturally possessed by those with water spiritual roots, and could be learned by others with effort. Through this ability, spiritual practitioners could engage in water combat without fear. After awakening his consciousness, Xianxia multitasked, quickly putting this technique into practical use. After charging into the heavy rain, Xianxia maintained his invisible light eye, covering his entire body in azure flames before entering the demon horde. For now, azure flames were the most commonly used extreme flames. Although heart fire could amplify physical qualities exponentially, it was ineffective against spiritual attacks. Indestructible fire could burn anything. But burning was not instantaneous and was unsuitable for intense battles. As for the unique indestructible fire, it could only burn a specific substance or energy. If there were anything Xianxia failed to notice, it would leave him completely unguarded. Even with his consciousness, he would not dare to play like that. The same was true for ghost fire. The extreme flame variant of ghost fire could not affect matter, only burning souls. Matter passing through ghost fire would have no effect, making it a type that only attacked without defense, which was indeed somewhat dangerous. The rain poured down heavily, toxic substances mingling in the air. Even with the black armor filtering it, Xianxia felt a faint dizziness. However, as the azure flames burned, all the rain nearby evaporated, and a small portion of heart fire ignited within Xianxia, using energy transfer to directly replace the oxygen cycle, preventing further deterioration. Thud, thud, thud. After Xianxia walked deeper into the water, the monsters on the surface had been completely eliminated. A large number of demons were lurking at the bottom of the water, constantly launching various magical attacks, resolutely refusing to come out. The meaning of the soulless ghost fish was very clear. It wanted to lure you in. Having intelligence is truly troublesome. Xianxia really hoped to encounter another Shiqing. Zombies had no emotions and would not fear death, unlike the soulless ghost fish, which even knew how to minimize losses and increase winning chances. Bang! Xianxia fell into the water, and the boiling water vaporized and rose, obstructing his vision. But with his divine sense and eye of light, Xianxia was not affected at all and directly began to kill. Various demons were appearing, including the armored people, spotted dragon crocodiles, and cold water frogs that Xianxia had seen before, as well as many demons he had only read about in books. There was even a highly threatening high-level demon. At first, Xianxia did not notice it. From a spiritual perspective, it was just an ordinary demon. But as Xianxia slaughtered a large number of demons, with blood water blocking his vision and white mist covering the area, this demon suddenly attacked. A bolt of lightning erupted, piercing through the water and enveloping Xianxia entirely. In that instant, Xianxia sensed it through his divine sense. But he had no time to react and was hit directly. The lightning covered the azure flame, resulting in a violent explosion that left Xianxia dazed. At the same time, a large number of stone spears and water blades struck, quickly wearing down his protective azure flame. There was actually a high-level demon with lightning attributes. It was indeed dangerous to wade in the water. If it were someone else, that single strike would have been enough to be fatal. Xianxia's azure flame power far exceeded that of this group of demons, and the brief bombardment could not break his defense. It could only push him away, out of the murky waters. Thus, Xianxia saw the full appearance of the attacker. It was a high-level demon that resembled a loach, with a pair of long whiskers, a small body no more than 5 or 6 centimeters in diameter, but a length of over 10 meters, with a structure that looked quite bizarre. Lightning snake. Xianxia recognized it. Lightning attribute demons were rarely seen in Baishur town, but they were still taught in the academy. Was it because of the specialty of the moonlit secret realm? This lightning snake was no simple matter. Its first magical ability, lightning beam, could easily penetrate 10 meters of rock layers. thanks to the power of its lightning attribute, even if its demon power was insufficient. The lightning snake was at least a high-level demon. In this water, the power of the lightning beam was not only stronger than on land, but also had a longer attack range. This was truly difficult to handle. The azure flame covering Xianxia's body transformed into black flame, entering the state of the fire bath feather garment. Immediately, fire lotuses rose from beneath his feet. Dance of the flame sword. The azure flame could not perform the dance of the flame sword. It could not explode or leave the body. Swish. Xianxia began his slaughter. Even in the water, his speed did not slow down at all, and all the demons blocking his path were cut down by the azure flame spirit sword. In a short time, 7 or 8 demons lay dead. The lightning snake did not intend to engage in close combat and quickly retreated, its speed almost as fast as lightning, seemingly even a bit faster than Xianxia's dance of the flame sword. After creating some distance, it unleashed lightning beams to intercept, forcing Xianxia to dodge and slow down. With the assistance of his divine sense and eye of light, Xianxia could see the flow of the lightning snake's demon power and evade in advance. However, the lightning beams would explode after being dodged, transforming into dense currents of electricity. In such cases, Xianxia had no way to avoid being affected, and he would inevitably get caught in the explosions, making it hard to move. In this water, the lightning snake had the advantage of timing, location, and personnel. No wonder it was a high-level demon. This was troublesome. The lightning attribute was a fusion of gold and water, and although it did not restrain the fire attribute, it was also not restrained. Moreover, in the water, the lightning attribute was actually in a state of amplification, which could then restrain the fire attribute. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Dual fusion attributes were too tricky. Even with various extreme flames, he found it exceptionally challenging. Generally, spiritual practitioners without multiple spiritual roots would not even qualify to participate in combat. In this situation, the only way was to break the deadlock with absolute speed. However, it was difficult to unleash extreme flames at the bottom of the water. Right now, Xianxia could only use the heart fire to break the deadlock. With the speed of the heart fire, the lightning snake would not be able to escape. But as he glanced around, he saw the flickering spirits of several high-level demons. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Many of these demons had bizarre abilities, and if he lost his defense, a moment of carelessness could cost him his life. It seemed he could only use 2 types of extreme flames simultaneously. Xianxia took a deep breath. Now with the assistance of his divine sense, using 2 types of extreme flames would not leave him flustered. Using extreme flames to their fullest simply meant consuming spiritual energy faster. As long as he resolved the situation quickly enough, it would not deplete his lifespan. Heart fire. Azure flame. His spiritual power split into 2, enhancing both types of extreme flames. Even if they only had half the power, they were still stronger than half of a single extreme flame. Xianxia's physical attributes surged, and the water flow beneath his feet felt almost solid. With a powerful push, Xianxia shot out several dozen meters, instantly cutting through numerous demons and heading straight for the lightning snake. Crackle. The lightning snake had no time to dodge and had to unleash its full electric power, turning the area into a sea of blue. Xianxia was already prepared, and the surrounding water quickly boiled. As the tide created by demon power, this water had a much higher boiling point than normal water. It did not immediately vaporize the area of dozens or hundreds of meters upon the appearance of the azure flame. However, contact with Xianxia would inevitably cause the nearby water to boil. This somewhat hindered the lightning, allowing Xianxia to pass through the electric field and strike the lightning snake's body with his sword. A large piece of flesh from the lightning snake was turned into charcoal by the invisible azure flame, causing it to thrash around in pain in the water. A large amount of demon power exploded into lightning, clearing the area, and Xianxia was pushed away again. Chapter 80 Support. After being pushed away, various killing intents erupted. The high-level demon that had silently killed Pan Ming reappeared, and numerous threads enveloped Xianxia, intending to cut him apart. However, the ultra-high temperature of the azure flame blocked the threads, melting them upon contact, and their spiritual essence was destroyed, rendering the demon unable to control them any longer. With great effort, Xianxia yanked and even pulled over a high-level demon swimming in the distance. The master of the threads was a 4-eyed water spider. As a water attribute demon, its innate magical ability was spider silk. The spiritually infused spider silk looked ordinary, but was actually flowing at high speed. Once entangled, even metal would be cut open immediately. The only downside was that the spider silk could be severed by high temperatures, and Xianxia's azure flame was very effective against it. After burning through the spider silk in a few moves, Xianxia continued to kill towards the lightning snake, this time paying special attention to the movements of the surrounding demons, determined not to give them any opportunities. However, during this brief interval, the lightning snake quickly healed its injuries, raising its head to roar in anger as large amounts of lightning gathered from its tail to its head, forming a highly compressed lightning ball. Its power had already far exceeded the lightning beam. It even mastered a second magical ability. Xianxia had been observing with his divine sense. Sensing something was wrong as the lightning snake charged its power, he immediately exploded with strength and accelerated closer. Half of his power transformed into heart fire, while the other half saw Xianxia using black flame to activate the fire bath feather garment, while simultaneously unleashing the dance of the flame sword, further increasing his speed. The most formidable aspect of the dance of the flame sword was its ability to change direction at any time. Even in the water, Xianxia could flicker, forcibly avoiding the attacks of numerous demons, and like a ghost, he appeared at the side of the lightning snake. The lightning snake sensed Xianxia's approach and fully turned its body, aiming the lightning ball at him. Then it erupted with a tremendous explosion, shooting a massive beam that penetrated the water layer, directly shooting into the bottom of the valley. Second magical ability, lightning cannon. The power of this strike had evidently reached the level of great spiritual magic, making it an unavoidable killing move. However, Xianxia's speed truly exceeded the lightning snake's reaction. At the last moment, he was only affected by a residual shadow. If the dance of the flame sword is cultivated to a small achievement, it will leave behind afterimages in the air, creating a series of connected images that resemble a sword dance, hence the name Dance of the Flame Sword. After the awakening of his divine sense, Xianxia's dance of the flame sword directly reached a small achievement, making significant progress in technique. As the Thunderlight Serpent assessed whether its target had been dealt with, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared, and with a single stroke, he severed the serpent's head. Glancing at the serpent's head, which was gathering spiritual energy, Xianxia's entire body radiated a massive amount of light, covering the vision of all nearby demons. The light ring blazed. Although some demons did not rely on vision, the obstruction was undoubtedly greatly weakened, allowing Xianxia to swiftly maneuver and eliminate large groups of threatening demons. The few high-level demons present were almost all wiped out by him, including the four-eyed water spider. However, there were too many ordinary demons. If he continued to kill, his strength would soon be exhausted. With the threat of high-level demons gone, the fortress's support time would not be too short. The fortress had already added 3 black-armored spiritualists. They held weapons and stood in front of the fortress, with numerous mutilated demon corpses scattered across the nearby water surface. Reinforcements from Baishur town had arrived. Upon seeing Xianxia, who was wrapped in dense malevolent energy and clearly had not killed a few demons, the 3 black-armored spiritualists were taken aback. According to Yenda's statement, they already knew that the task was assigned to a civilian newcomer. This was quite strange. I have dealt with 5 high-level demons, but there are too many ordinary demons. I have exhausted my spiritual power, and the remaining threats can only be handed over to you. Xianxia spoke first, grabbing his belongings and jumping onto the fortress to find a place to rest. One of the black-armored soldiers twirled his spear and said, to take down the Thunderlight Serpent. This civilian indeed has some skills. No wonder he could defeat you. His strength is probably not inferior to that of veterans with 5 or 6 years of experience. Yang Lingfa's flames are innate spiritual flames. It is not surprising that they can grow to this extent, as ordinary flames cannot break defenses. The person under the mask spoke in a cool voice. It was Xiaoyu, who had already joined the black-armored army. Or rather, Tong Huiyang. The person slammed the end of the spear into the water, and an astonishing stone statue rose from behind, saying, "It's much easier now that we dealt with the Thunderlight Serpent. There shouldn't be a second one here. Let's directly activate the great spiritual law to destroy the tidal wave and the soulless ghost fish. I'll handle it." Yes. In the next moment, the two of them awakened their spiritual roots, and 2 massive flame dragons leaped up, directly plunging into the tidal wave. After all, this tidal wave was merely created by water manipulation techniques, no different from human water spiritual laws. As the flame dragons descended, the tidal waves evaporated in large quantities, causing many demons to be vaporized and float to the surface as corpses. The soulless ghost fish, lurking in the water, also revealed themselves, completely dead. However, this level of death was nothing. There were still hundreds of demons charging towards the 3. How ruthless! Xianxia gasped. Xiaoyu's strength had seen explosive growth compared to February, and the power of the great spiritual law had significantly increased. However, her lifespan had also dropped from 68 to 65. In just half a year, Xiaoyu had lost 3 years of life. The pressure on her was too harsh. It should be noted that Xiaoyu had already reached a high level of spiritual law and was completely different from those pathetic ordinary civilians. Using spiritual root awakening placed a smaller burden on herself, and to still lose 3 years of life under such circumstances, how many tasks had she executed? Couldn't she do fewer? Soon, Xianxia thought of Wang Lixian. He twitched his lips. In this world, Those nurtured by their families must contribute to the family. And there's no talk of freedom. Boom. The leading man was extraordinarily powerful. The statue he constructed quickly reshaped the terrain, rapidly slaughtering the demons that had lost their home advantage and charging into the moonlit water pool to eliminate all remaining demons. The number was completely ineffective in front of this man. Xianxia saw a continuous stream of power flowing from the ground into the statue. This man mastered a perpetual combat spiritual law similar to unquenchable fire. Hundreds or thousands of demons were swept away by him alone. Although he did not display overwhelming individual strength, he could undoubtedly be considered a strong man, likely akin to a team of figures like Xiangliang. The mission was completed. Xianxia felt the token vibrate and did not linger, leaving directly. This task was merely a mandatory requirement from the government, and since it was resolved, he had no interest in following up. Overthinking was not as good as focusing on cultivation. Otherwise, when would he be able to take revenge? However, it would be soon. Xianxia had already vaguely constructed his revenge arsenal in his heart. Chapter 81. Opening New Territory. Time passed quickly, and a year had gone by. In February, Xianxia easily defeated challengers in the rankings, maintaining his position in the Black Armored Army. In the circle of spiritual law practitioners, he had already established a foothold and was considered a notable figure. After all, it was rare for civilians to make a comeback, and it had become a topic of conversation. People in Baishir town had heard of him to some extent. However, Wang Yao was not so lucky. Although he had cultivated in Hanshan for 2 months, he was still defeated by members of aristocratic families, dropping to the spiritual law team and becoming a member of the 9th team. In the Baishir town government, the 1st to 5th teams were the Black Armored Army, while the spiritual law team consisted of the 6th team and above, with no upper limit. Wang Yao's 9th team, like the 7th team, was responsible for an area with a high number of demons, with heavy tasks and significant lifespan consumption. As for Xianxia, he had devoted himself to cultivation, and his strength had significantly improved. The Tiger Fist, a fundamental martial technique, had been elevated to a major achievement within the year, and he was not far from perfection. It is worth mentioning that the Fire Feather Garment spiritual law does not involve much combat technique. The small achievement stage is purely an increase in power. However, the Dance of the Flame Sword is different. It is a form of spiritual sword technique that can only be considered a small achievement when used skillfully in battle, making it significantly more difficult than the Fire Feather Garment, and thus more powerful. Then there was Spiritual Essence, originally at the mid-2nd tier. After a year of accelerated cultivation on Ling Mountain, he had barely stepped into the late 2nd tier, with a power level of about 700. Although this Spiritual Essence cultivation only showed a slight numerical increase, the benefits grew larger as one progressed. The power of the late 2nd tier was far greater than that of the mid-2nd tier. Even without considering those spiritual laws, extreme flames, and secrets, purely in combat with ordinary spiritual laws, someone at the late 2nd tier could defeat those at the mid-2nd tier within a few moves. If extreme flames and other enhancements were considered, it would be a decisive kill. Even a slight change in base values would magnify to an astonishing degree under terrifying multiples. It could be said that Xianxia's strength had reached the pinnacle of the Black Armored Army, second only to the various captains. This level of strength could open up new territory and become a small aristocratic family. After a year of preparation, everything was now in place. If he did not start soon, a great calamity might arrive, and it would be too late by then. Bang! Xianxia put down his teacup and solemnly opened the manual, browsing through messages from the Yang couple and Wang Yao. Over the past year, due to the anomalies in the moonlit secret realm, discussions about the great calamity had become increasingly frequent. Lu Jingyu had mentioned it in conversation with Xianxia during a mission. The moonlit secret realm generally opens once every 60 years, and it had only been about 30 years since the last opening, so the rift should not be this large. The reason for this situation is that the great calamity is approaching, causing instability in the space. According to the government's estimates, the moonlit secret realm is expected to open in about 5 years, and the great calamity will occur thereafter. As for what the great calamity is, Lu Jingyu was vague. She might not know or might not be able to say. But one thing is certain. The great calamity is a catastrophic disaster, and even the major families regard it as a great threat. Xianxia must grow his wings before then. Baishir town. The Yang couple sat in the hall, with a document sewn with golden threads on the table. It did not contain many words, but briefly granted the Yang family the right to open new territory. Such a document was worth 100,000 mysterious copper. In Baishir town, 100,000 xiantong is neither too much nor too little. But certainly no one wants to throw away 100,000 xiantong for nothing. Yang Shu still clearly remembers the strange expression on the face of the government clerk when he said he wanted to obtain the qualification for expansion. The clerk was just a servant and didn't dare to offend a father with a black-armored spirit practitioner, so even though he thought Yang Shu looked like a fool, he could only endure it with great difficulty. It's truly remarkable that in the past, we couldn't even get close to the government. But after the family produced a root-reviving practitioner, everything changed completely, and everyone was respectful. This world is indeed realistic. Yangshu picked up the document. Just this 100,000 xiantong was only enough to obtain qualification, something he couldn't accumulate over several lifetimes in the past, but now, for the Yang family. It's merely a year as profit. Being weak in this world is original sin. When one becomes strong, all kinds of resources naturally come. This is also why in the cultivation world, personal power suppresses everything. There is no need for brainwashing. Otherwise, if there were Confucian culture, the contrast would be even greater. At that time, Yangshu would understand what it means to speak of benevolence and morality while only seeing the word devour throughout. Shurer has arrived. It's time to set off. Shu Zhu, dressed in simple clothes, closed the diary. All right, let us go. Yangshu's chest heaved as he exhaled a breath of turbid air, picked up the document, and walked out of the hall with Shu Zhu. Outside the Yang family's courtyard, a convoy of supplies was already prepared. With a wave of his hand, the team set off in order, moving toward the city gate. The Yang family planned to expand new territory, which attracted a lot of attention, but like the government clerks, they all stuck to the principle of watching a fool. Just because they produced a root-reviving practitioner, they want to expand new territory? That is almost like giving money to the government. As for whether any aristocratic families saw Yang family as a reliable ally, of course, they could see it. If there wasn't confidence, Yunyi's actions would simply be a joke. The major aristocratic families did not think Yunyi was foolish enough to waste money. But even if they could stand their ground, so what? A great calamity was imminent. During this period, even the 7 great families could only retreat to Baishur town, relying on the treasures of the government for protection. Expanding new territory was a joke. Within a few years, it would be reduced to ashes. Expanding new territory during this time was simply foolish to the extreme, and only small families unaware of the truth of the great calamity would do such a thing. So, perhaps some small families were paying attention to the Yang family, but the 7 great families didn't care about the Yang family at all. They completely forgot about them after hearing about them. This was very normal. Their level was completely separated from that of the Yang family, having no intersection at all. If we set Baishur town as the center point, then Hongshan is to the west and Duanxiao River to the east. The location chosen by the Yang family is in the southeast, an area mostly surrounded by tributaries of Duanxiao River. This land is called water disaster by the villagers from the distant village. It is very fertile land, but due to the continuous invasion of demons, it is completely uninhabitable. The reason Yunyi chose this land is also simple. A year ago, the 3 captains of Yuan had just dealt with the thousand-eyed demon, and accompanying that were a large number of demons within a radius of several miles. With so many deaths at once, recovery would certainly take time, and the pressure of eliminating demons would naturally be less than in other places. This aligns perfectly with Yunyi's requirements. Although there is only about 5 years of development time, the same land would yield entirely different results in Yunyi's hands compared to others. The convoy arrived at water disaster in full force. In addition to a large amount of supplies and tools, there were approximately 300 people accompanying the Yang family, including farmers, craftsmen, and architects, but more were still the poor. There were countless poor people in Baishur town struggling on the brink of life and death. They only needed a meal to eat, and beyond that, it made no difference to them whether they died today or tomorrow. In previous expansions by families, there was never a lack of people. The Yang family's treatment was not bad, so it was even more so. Chapter 82. The 5 elements farming technique is really useful. By the time Yunyi arrived at water disaster, 7 or 8 wooden or stone houses had already been built. Over 300 people were working fervently for the future. Among them, there were even root-reviving practitioners. In just 1 year, Yunyi had managed to cultivate quite a few root-reviving practitioners, and the highly anticipated Ning Xiao had completed the qi-nourishing technique through spirit-level superior food, awakening his roots while simultaneously awakening his spiritual consciousness. As a practitioner with a high talent for spiritual consciousness, once Ning Xiao awakened it, he indeed had a different response. Naturally learning abilities like suggestion, although due to the lack of systematization, the effects were very weak, but it was enough for ordinary people. All 300 people had been subtly influenced by Ning Xiao's spiritual consciousness. Not only were they filled with hope for the future, but they were also rapidly deepening their loyalty to the Yang family, far more effective than any management method. Moreover, with the assistance of spiritual consciousness, Ning Xiao's combatability also grew rapidly. Spiritual consciousness represents refined control, and while it is not equivalent to combat talent, it does enhance the precision of control over the body and spiritual techniques, which can elevate combat power to a new level. For this reason, Yunyi specifically spent contributions to exchange for a metal-related spiritual technique, and Ning Xiao did not disappoint. as his strength rapidly rose to the level of Wang Lixian and others. 1 year equaled the progress of 3 years for Wang Lixian and others. Perhaps this strength is not much for Baishir Town, but it is sufficient to deal with ordinary demons. Furthermore, a high talent for spiritual consciousness is very suitable for making talismans, and Yunyi was already preparing to exchange for knowledge of talismans. By then, using talismans to attack could greatly enhance the safety of water disaster. In addition to Ning Xiao, there were 5 other root-reviving practitioners in the Yang family, all carefully selected and loyal children of the Yang family. These 6 people would serve as the early defensive force of water disaster. This number was more than sufficient. Afterward, as long as they set up silver pattern alerts nearby and suppressed with Xintong, the difficulty of defense could be greatly reduced. Once they got through the initial phase, the Yang family's food would be self-sufficient, and the increase in the number of root-reviving practitioners would definitely outpace the consumption rate, making the maintenance of water disaster a minor issue. After inspecting the area, Yunyi was very satisfied. The cultivation world is indeed very different. With the assistance of root-reviving practitioners in construction, it is faster than machines. If it weren't for the fact that root-reviving practitioners must neutralize spiritual energy with life energy and cannot achieve perpetual motion, one root-reviving practitioner could easily match 1,000 ordinary people. However, Yunyi did not overlook the power of ordinary people due to the powerful abilities of root-reviving practitioners. He still replicated various convenient farming tools from his memory, greatly increasing the productivity of ordinary people. However, even so, it was still insignificant compared to root-reviving practitioners. The major aristocratic families used root-reviving practitioners as combatants rather than for farming, which was indeed a waste of resources. But then again, in a world where power is paramount, how could root-reviving practitioners engage in such laborious tasks as farming? It's like asking Confucians to teach you how to be corrupt. They would definitely explain it well. But if you asked them to teach you farming or research, they would only spit in your face and push you into the realm of the wicked. There's no way to correct such a flaw without directly smashing the Kong family temple. People cannot calmly listen to your admonitions and change their cannibalistic habits. Drink. The earth attribute root-reviving practitioner pressed both hands on the ground, and large areas of land surged like tides. The stones, hard clumps, insects, and weeds in the soil were all crushed. In a short time, a piece of good farmland ready for sowing seeds emerged. And this was just the first step, called land reclamation. Ning Xiao was responsible for the second step, increasing fertility. He closed his eyes, spread his spiritual consciousness, and then selected the same type of substance as Yunyi had mentioned. Gather. The land near the riverbed quickly turned to sand, while the newly reclaimed land before Ning Xiao suddenly transformed into rich black soil, as if flowing with oil. The metal attribute represents gathering, capable of extracting various substances and forming them. In combat, naturally, creating metal is more useful. However, it can also be used for farming, such as gathering various nutrients and distributing them evenly across the land. The earth attribute, on the other hand, manipulates the existing materials of the earth but lacks the ability to extract and concentrate them. However, in terms of control range, the earth attribute far exceeds that of the metal attribute. Only when the two are combined can it be considered a complete earth. The heavy recasting of earth, wind, water, and fire. Speaking of the earth attribute, Yunyi thought of the heavy recasting of earth, wind, water, and fire. The water and fire of earth, while they may not seem like fusion attributes, are certainly different from the 5 elements of water and fire when paired with earth and wind, and cannot be generalized. If he could fuse these 4 attributes together, and then further combine them, he might truly gain the power of the heavy recasting of earth, wind, water, and fire. A wind attribute that is already this strong, combined with 4 equally powerful attributes, makes it unimaginable what might happen. Summoning rain. After completing the second step, the third was the water spirit root reviver, who used the spiritual root to create clouds and rain for artificial precipitation, which could moisten the land and nurture spiritual energy. Finally, the wood spirit root scattered seeds and activated their vitality with spiritual methods, resulting in an almost 100% germination and survival rate. Lastly, the fire spirit root user increased the temperature, creating a suitable environment for plant growth. In the future, the fire spirit root user might also be responsible for greenhouses or burning useless weeds, proving to be very useful. Each of the 5 elemental spirit roots can play a huge role, and since they all have perfected energy cultivation techniques, their normal state can almost last an entire day, and they will immediately recover the next day. In this situation, although Yunyi initially had only 6 people, they could easily support the entire water disaster manor. And with the addition of Yang Shu and Shu Zhu, it was effectively 8 people. This lineup was already outstanding enough. So after Yunyi took a look around, he was only satisfied. Thus, Yunyi continued to monitor for a month, and after obtaining various data, he was completely at ease. According to the records of Water Disaster Manor, although demon attacks were frequent, they only occurred about 10 times a month. Conversely, the various materials obtained from the demons became a hidden income for Water Disaster Manor. Yunyi had them sell a portion to Baishur Town, while keeping the vast majority to prevent the strength of Water Disaster Manor from being estimated. During this period, Yunye's revenge armament had also been fully formed, and he had gained confidence in his revenge. However, the opportunity had yet to arrive. Tong Yuan and the others were very mysterious. Yunyi did not know their whereabouts and did not dare to ask, leaving no traces. Thus, Yunyi could only continue to build up strength, improve his revenge armament, and let time fly by, until the Moon Reflection Secret Realm opened. Chapter 83 Moon Reflection Secret Realm. 4 years later, at noon, the sun was shining brightly. The Moon Reflection Pool had already attracted one big figure after another. The Spiritual Law Deputy, the Physical Law Deputy, the Divine Law Official, and the Physical Law Official. A total of 4 high-ranking officials from Baishur Town were present. Not to mention the other members of the Black Armor Army. All 5 squad leaders were there. Team 1, Tong Yuan. Team 2, Yuan. Team 3, Lu Yuxian. Team 4, Ji Mingyi. Team 5, Chao Zichong. In addition, the Spiritual Law team also had 8 teams present. Each team had more than 7 members, and most of Baishur Town's forces were mobilized. The purpose was clear: to enter the Moon Reflection Secret Realm and collect various rare spiritual herbs inside. Who? In Team 2. Yunyi stretched his body in the open space, feeling the pressure in his heart reach its peak at that moment. This secret realm exploration would be his moment of revenge. To be honest, Yunyi did not have complete confidence, as he could not foresee the future and know the outcome directly. However, his current state was already peak, and he had basically exhausted all his potential in life. Continuing to cultivate afterward would not lead to significant improvements in strength. Therefore, he did not want to wait any longer. Instead of finding various excuses like in modern times, it was better to directly face the challenge. This was the courage that an infinite reincarnator should have. The opening of the Moon Reflection Secret Realm today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the front, Zhuo Qilian stood before the 3 high-ranking officials, her hazy figure still as inscrutable as ever. She softly said, "Everyone, the Moon Reflection Secret Realm is a treasure of Baishur Town, rich in various precious spiritual herbs. For Baishur Town, this is a huge opportunity that cannot be missed. However, please note that consuming spiritual herbs inside the secret realm is also prohibited. Baishur Town has its own methods of detection. If discovered, I can only express my regret. Of course, we will not only rely on words to restrain everyone. This opportunity is crucial for Baishur Town, so before entering, all of you must complete the sealing contract." Unlike past oaths, this time, everyone received a piece of paper filled with complex patterns and text, possessing very strong spirituality. According to Zhuo Qilian, this is a tool used to enhance the constraints of divine law, hundreds of times stronger than ordinary oaths. If ordinary oaths punish oathbreakers after the event occurs, then the sealing contract directly counteracts you before you do something, rendering you immobile or even leading to immediate death. If one wants to enslave a person, wouldn't it be enough to have them sign this contract? Rest assured, the sealing contract only lasts for 7 days. Once the time is up, its effectiveness will dissipate. This is also the duration of the secret realm. You only have 7 days to collect spiritual herbs as much as possible, which would also bring you huge gains. Zhuo Qilian noticed the concerns of the crowd and explained. Then everyone realized. Indeed, no power can be maintained permanently, since the restraining force is stronger. It should be more challenging to use. The oath of divine law also needs to be reinforced from time to time, let alone the high-level restraining divine law like the sealing contract. However, the spiritual law practitioners present had no choice. Even the 5 squad leaders could not match the divine officials, spiritual officials, or physical officials. For example, Yuan had fought against the physical law deputy and lost. Although he later comprehended the essence of spiritual law, he did not challenge again, clearly indicating that even with the essence, he was not a match. Everyone signed. The contract document burned and merged into their bodies, forming powerful restrictions that would forcibly take over their bodies once triggered. Restriction 1. No consumption or destruction of spiritual herbs. Restriction 2. No attacking or interfering with others. What? Yunya's pupils constricted. If he couldn't attack, wouldn't his plans be completely thwarted this time? But the thought flashed by, and Yunyi quickly grasped the issue. He had just thought about how to eliminate Shi Baiyan and Tong Yuan, but the oath had not been triggered. Just thinking about it, the restriction could not activate? That's right. Even the divine official cannot read minds, let alone a contract. Yunyi let out a long breath. Perhaps he still had a chance. After Zhuo Qilian completed the restrictions, Lu Quan stepped forward and said, "The space of the Moon Reflection Secret Realm is chaotic. Once everyone enters, You will be randomly teleported to different areas. You do not need to look for others. Separating will make the efficiency of harvesting the spiritual herbs higher. After 7 days, you will be automatically teleported out, and any objects you have touched within a certain size will also be brought out. If you cannot calculate the time and are afraid of missing it, do not let go of the spiritual herbs. Otherwise, a spiritual law practitioner who has no gains will have no value. You should know what happens next. The following time would be a hard wait. Xianxia quietly moved his body, adjusting his state. After 4 years, Xianxia had grown from 14 to 18, completely reaching his peak state. His height and physique had fully matured, and his appearance had also improved slightly due to the enhancement of his constitution. Now, he looked like a relatively handsome young hero, in an unprecedentedly good condition. 4 years is actually a very short time for a cultivator. During a bottleneck period, even if one practices desperately, it is hard to make further progress. However, for a spirit mage in the growth stage, it can indeed lead to earth-shattering changes. In these 4 years, Xianxia has been training his skills day and night. The basic tiger fist has finally been perfected, reaching the realm of the punch, unleashing a tiger's roar. Although Xianxia hardly needs close combat techniques, the perfection of tiger fist has still greatly increased his strength. Now, he can perfectly utilize the combat techniques of tiger fist, with each move being significantly smoother than in the past. After perfecting tiger fist, the next step is the fire feather garment. 4 years is still not quite enough for cultivating spirit magic. Xianxia has only barely completed the major achievement of the fire feather garment, and is still lacking a bit in the dance of flame sword. A fully achieved fire feather garment is over 5 times stronger than a minor achievement. And even without the revival of the spiritual root, it is sufficient to handle the vast majority of tasks. However, even so, Xianxia's spiritual essence is only at the late second stage, close to perfection, around 850, and still some distance from the third stage. Based on his current progress, it is estimated that to achieve the perfection of technique-level spirit magic, one must reach at least the third stage. Moreover, this is just the basic requirement. According to what Xianxia understands, currently, very few people in Baishur town have cultivated spirit magic to perfection, and even among the squad leaders, there are hardly any who exhibit perfected spirit magic. However, since his opponent is Tong Yuan, Xianxia must consider all possibilities and assume he has mastered the profundities. For this reason, Xianxia specifically studied the profundities of spirit magic and obtained quite a few results. Chapter 84, Scenery of the Secret Realm. The perfection of a spirit magic technique is essentially just an increase in the realm of spiritual essence. For example, a major achievement in technique-level spirit magic corresponds to the late second stage, while perfection corresponds to the third stage. In other words, even if the spirit magic is perfected, those who cannot grasp the profundities still cannot master them. It could be due to insufficient talent or simply the difficulty of comprehension. When a spirit magic technique is created, like Xianxia's extreme flame, if only a single cultivation direction is provided without clarifying the true principles, it becomes extremely difficult for later practitioners to grasp the creator's thought process and thus impossible to fully master the spirit magic. Only those who are truly monstrous at a certain level can crack the mysteries of spirit magic themselves and embark on the path of profundities. But this is only the embryonic form of the profundities. The profundities mentioned in technique-level spirit magic refer specifically to one's exclusive power, containing the will of the spirit mage. In other words, the effects of profundities possess uniqueness. Each person is different, and one must master divine magic and inject their own will to have a chance to comprehend the profundities of spirit magic. The difference between the embryonic form of profundities and complete profundities is simply whether they can be simultaneously applied to different spirit magics. The profundities of the spirit magic 10,000 breaks, for example, involve excavating the power awakened at the extreme of a metal attribute spirit magic, belonging to the embryonic form of profundities, and can only be applied to that specific spirit magic. Xianxia's extreme flame is similarly an embryonic form of profundities, applicable only to fixed spirit magics. For instance, when using the fire feather garment with azure flame, it only has defensive and offensive effects, while self-healing and body enhancement are directly nullified due to the properties of extreme flame. True spirit magic profundities do not have this limitation and possess universality. Xianxia found it difficult to progress in spirit magic over these 4 years and felt he had reached a dead end, which is why he has been researching the so-called profundities of spirit magic. After 4 years, Xianxia still had not succeeded until he completed the awakening of his physical spiritual essence, at which point he discovered the problem. The key to profundities is the fusion of spiritual essence and divine consciousness, and to bear this power, a sufficiently strong body is also required. This can be considered a trump card, although Xianxia is unsure of its actual power due to the inability to verify it practically. It is certainly more terrifying than all the cards he currently holds. After all, this is the essence of fire, encompassing all possibilities of a person. In these 4 years, apart from the gains in profundities, the most important achievement has been the awakening of the physical spiritual essence. After awakening divine consciousness and the spiritual root, the awakening of spiritual essence was extremely challenging. Xianxia only managed to achieve this at the beginning of the 2nd year by piling up spiritual level food. He finds it hard to imagine how others managed to awaken all 3 aspects in their teens. The talent gap is simply too great. The physical spiritual essence indeed corresponds to what Xianxia had in mind. After awakening, one would master the yang-acting spiritual essence corresponding to divine consciousness. The yin-acting spiritual essence is another name for divine consciousness, while yang-acting spiritual essence has another name for life force. Mastery of yang-acting spiritual essence greatly enhances vitality, thereby extending lifespan, which is the life force. However, the unfortunate thing is that although Xianxia awakened all 3 aspects, he still cannot increase his lifespan. In the 3 years since awakening the life force, Xianxia has exchanged for foundational techniques of physical and divine consciousness in the Hongshan military camp, greatly enhancing both his divine consciousness and physicality. Yet, the most critical thing, lifespan, Xianxia did not gain. Purely strengthening the body does not improve lifespan, which was beyond expectations. Xianxia, for a time, felt helpless and could not further explore this. The information in this world is too closed off. What is available is mostly basic knowledge or concepts that do not consider the possibility of common people mastering, such as the profundities of spirit magic. Although there are discussions about this treasure-like art, who would believe that common people could learn to master such advanced spirit magic without a teacher, let alone the profundities? Even major spirit magic is difficult for common people to grasp. This is a limitation of talent. Xiaoya can master major spirit magic purely because her talent has been almost entirely focused on spiritual energy manipulation. For Xianxia, using a technique at least consumes 3 years of lifespan. It is effective for turning the tide, but can never be a norm. Although major spirit magic is monopolized by noble families, Xianxia has no place to learn, and he cannot even sacrifice his life force. This is the enhancement of Xianxia's hard strength, which forms the basis for his daring to challenge the squad leader. However, what truly gives Xianxia the possibility to defeat the squad leader is the revenge weapon he has improved for 5 whole years. Let us put that aside for now. If he really cannot attack Tong Yuan and others, then this revenge weapon will have to be sealed away. It is simply not the right time for it to appear. In the moon reflection pool, demons continuously fell from nowhere, but the moment they appeared, they immediately committed suicide. Not a single one survived beyond the second. It was truly astonishing. This is the power of divine magic. Zhuo Qilian watched here, and the so-called demons had no chance to resist at all. As time passed, the moon in the moon reflection pool became increasingly bright. Finally, after 2 hours of waiting, it transformed into a full moon. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual energy from grass and trees surged forth, and the entire water surface broke free from the mundane world. The gate to the secret realm was completely opened. If one extends their divine consciousness toward the water surface at this moment, they would find it to be a profound void. Everyone, I will take the lead, Tong Yuan said, cupping his fists to the other squad leaders before leading 14 team members sequentially toward the depths of the pool. Once their heads submerged, their presence completely vanished. Entering the moon reflection secret realm means traversing space, which will naturally shield all presence. Let's go? Yuan waved his hand and was the first to step into the secret realm. The members of the second team followed suit, totaling 11 people. Xianxia did the same. After stepping into the water, he felt a refreshing sensation, but it wasn't the feeling of flowing water. There was something wondrous about it. Once his eyes submerged in the water, the world before him turned completely dark. This was a special passage devoid of light, with no sounds around. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but with no other choice, he had to continue moving forward. After walking for about 2 or 3 seconds, Xianxia suddenly felt weightless. His previously ineffective vision, divine consciousness, and bodily sensations were restored. Buzzing. Splash. When Xianxia opened his eyes, the scene before him contrasted sharply with the wood spirit valley. He stood in an endless field, the sounds of insects buzzing in his ears. Looking up at the sky, he saw a blue bird over 3 meters long flying by, letting out a clear call. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the sunlight shone on the golden fields, leaving Xianxia momentarily dazed. What a nostalgic feeling. If only there were a few more bungalows and a small river, it would feel even more like home. Unfortunately, he found none. Suddenly, a praying mantis lurking in the wheat field struck out. Such an unsuspecting prey. Rare sight. Bang. Xianxia smashed whatever had suddenly appeared beside him with a punch. Not even bothering to look. The black flames descended, incinerating the corpse and blood, and then he took out the manual and opened it. Chapter 85, Moon Reflection Heavenly Gate. There were only 3 contacts in the manual. Their code names were Ledger, Diary, and Notes, with only Notes glowing. It seemed that the halo fire still couldn't break through the spatial barrier. Forget it. I'll leave a message for Wang Yao. Yunyi wiped his finger across the manual. Wang Yao, proceed as planned. If you find Shi Baiyan, Tong Yuan, or others, notify me. Yunyi glanced at Wang Yao's current location, 50 kilometers apart. Knowing that he was about to enter a secret realm, Yunyi had added a positioning feature to the 4 halo books. Of course, only Yunyi could see it. The others didn't have that privilege. This secret realm was indeed too vast, with a distance of 50 kilometers just between Yunyi and Wang Yao. The entire safety range of Baishu town probably wasn't even 50 kilometers in diameter. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy was astonishingly more than 10 times higher than in the depths of Hongshan. What kind of paradise was this? Yunyi was dumbfounded. If someone could control this secret realm, its foundation would instantly surpass that of the Ji family in Baishu town. It was said that all secret realms were small worlds opened up by ancient powers, and their might had diminished significantly over the ages. Yunyi could hardly imagine what the Moon Reflection Secret Realm was like during its prime. Although it was called the Moon Reflection Secret Realm, was it truly so? This was a very false representation, as it was clearly just a projection of a white moon. However, this moon radiated light like the sun, brightening everything in the secret realm and allowing all things to thrive. Under the observation of the Eye of Light, this moon was a terrifyingly powerful spiritual entity. No one in Baishu town possessed such formidable spiritual energy. Perhaps this was the reason why the judges didn't enter. Yunyi walked along the wheat field and soon spotted a clear little stream, shallow enough to see through, and there were no lurking monsters. It seemed there were signs of human habitation here. From a distance, Yunyi saw a fisherman with a fish basket, skillfully spearing fish in the stream. Using the Eye of Light to observe, he noticed that this person's life energy was almost non-existent. It wasn't that he was dead, but rather he had not practiced any energy cultivation techniques, and his life energy was dormant within his body. Unless one entered a microscopic state with the Eye of Light, it was impossible to see such minute energies. The lack of life energy in this fisherman indicated that he was just an ordinary person who hadn't even practiced energy cultivation. The appearance of ordinary people in this secret realm clearly could not have come from the official forces of Baishu town. After a moment's thought, Yunyi approached him, ready to engage. Little fish, oh little fish, swimming free and easy. The middle-aged fisherman hummed a tune, thrusting his spear into the water with precision, catching a plump fish in one go. Leaning the fish spear against his waist, the fish fell into the basket. Just as he was about to continue, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you a person living in the secret realm? The fisherman turned around in shock. 5 meters away, a young man appeared, clad in metallic black armor, with a sword at his waist, strong and robust, and notably, his eyes were fiery red, exuding an eerie aura. This attire was clearly different from the villagers, and from what he knew, such people wouldn't appear elsewhere. Are you a trialist? The fisherman smiled warmly. Trialist? Interesting. Can you tell me more? Yunyi inquired. You don't know about the trials of the Moon Reflection Secret Realm? Then what are you here for? This is just a dead land without a future, the fisherman replied, somewhat puzzled. I came here just for the spiritual herbs. It seems this secret realm has many things I don't know about. Would you mind sharing? Yunyi sighed. Since these ordinary people had lived here for generations, Baishu town couldn't possibly be unaware of it. The reason it hadn't been mentioned must be one of two. Either it posed no threat, or it could affect the efficiency of herb gathering. What is a trial? What does dead land mean? The fisherman smiled and walked out of the stream, inviting Yunyi to follow him. His heart was filled with goodwill. During this time, several monsters appeared and attacked Yunyi, but the fisherman showed no fear at all. Monsters want to attack us. We of Zhu village have lived here for generations because of the responsibilities of the trial guides. As long as we don't leave a certain range, we won't be attacked by monsters, the fisherman explained, as this was something he was already accustomed to. And it was his first time seeing a human being attacked by monsters. Clearly, things were getting interesting. The Moon Reflection Secret Realm was more than just a place for spiritual herbs. Its existence had other meanings. The fisherman's village was not far away, but they had to cross a small hill to reach it. There were fewer than 20 small courtyards, mostly wooden structures. The village raised chickens and dogs, unafraid of people, running around and barking, exuding a strong rural atmosphere. As soon as the fisherman entered the village, a girl of about 10 years old leaped into his arms, looking very excited. Haha, Xiaoqing, this fish can't compare to chickens and ducks. We have a guest, we can't be so shabby. The fisherman secured the fish spear at his waist and lifted the girl, laughing. This is my daughter, Qing, just 11 years old and still a bit naive. Come, greet the guest. The fisherman gently shook his daughter. Trialist, sir, Xiaoqing exclaimed with wide eyes and a crisp voice. Hello. Yunyi had never liked children in modern times, but these children were different. They were so sensible that he had no reason to dislike them. He had deeply experienced this sense of responsibility in his past life as a farmer. Xiaoyu was just his second child, while his first child was already 5 when he died. Yet, this 5-year-old could wash clothes, boil water, cook, and chop firewood, doing as much as possible every day. Poor families in this era were probably all like this. Here, however, it was very different. As Yunyi walked into the village with the fishermen, he saw nothing but laughter and joy, completely devoid of the heavy, numb atmosphere of the nearby villages in Baishur town. The elders, women, and children here all laughed happily, welcoming Yunyi warmly and referring to him as Trialist Sir. Eventually, they led Yunyi to a stone tablet. Fallen Heaven Moon Reflection. Only I can enter the Heavenly Gate. Through the Trialists, one can enter my Moon Reflection Heavenly Gate, receive the spiritual laws of the Heavenly Gate, and attain freedom. Chapter 86. Breaking the Divine Law Chains. Yunyi did not recognize the words on the stone tablet. Although he forgot most of the scenes he saw uncontrollably, he still retained a sense of shock. This Moon Reflection Heavenly Gate was definitely not simple. Who knows how many years had passed? Yet such a small stone tablet still possessed such grandeur. To enter my Heavenly Gate, one must pass 3 challenges. The first challenge, unmatched and invincible. The second challenge, seek the path with sincerity. The third challenge, walk the 10 calamities again. If you pass all 3 challenges, regardless of your origin, past, or cause and effect, you will tread the Heavenly Gate and ascend the Heavenly Path. The grandeur of the Moon Reflection Heavenly Gate transcended history and leaped forth. It boldly claimed to tread the Heavenly Gate and ascend the Heavenly Path. Was there still a heavenly court in the ancient cultivation world? Trials had always been here, and there had always been people undergoing assessments, but no one had ever succeeded, the elder of this village said. Has anyone been here 30 years ago? Yunyi asked. No one has come. In fact, I'm not just talking about this small village. There are hundreds of such stone tablets throughout the moonlit secret realm. Wherever someone passes by, these tablets will disappear, but I don't know how many years have passed, and the tablets still stand here. The elder sighed as he stroked his white beard. He told Yunyi that they had been trapped in this secret realm, unable to leave or cultivate spiritual techniques. If no trial taker passes through, they would be forever confined here, with no future at all. Although these elders had grown accustomed to life here, the younger generation always yearned to touch something new. If they could be freed, it would be wonderful. Yunyi remained silent. He could see that this elder must have once dreamed of such things in his youth, which is why he hoped for a trial taker to break the deadlock. To be honest, Yunyi did not want to shatter his fantasy, but this place was like a peach blossom spring. How could the outside world compare to it? Yunyi did not immediately reveal the truth to them, but instead carefully inquired about the trial conditions. This village was indeed a guide and provided detailed information about the trial. To undergo the triple challenge trial, one only needed to place their hand on the stone tablet and focus their mind. At that time, they would be teleported to a special trial space to face the triple challenge. Each challenge could be attempted countless times, with no restrictions. In fact, these challenges even had records of past challengers' achievements. All of this could be seen after accepting the trial challenge. It seemed to be an excellent condition. However, given the posture of the moonlit Heavenly Gate, the difficulty was easy to imagine. Ordinary geniuses would not even have a chance. At least, the Luo dynasty had not succeeded for 1200 years. Although Yunyi was very interested, he shook his head and decided not to undertake any trials, thinking of his purpose for coming here. Nevertheless, the villagers warmly welcomed Yunyi, slaughtering chickens and ducks to make delicious meals. Yunyi found it hard to refuse and had to accept. During the meal, Yunyi further learned about the situation in the moonlit secret realm. It turned out that this secret realm had a record of time. Even though the village's inheritance had been interrupted, various records had not been lost. According to the records, since the last successful challenger, the moonlit secret realm had existed for 15,000 years, having gone through 5 dynasties, and the current Luo dynasty was the 6th. Yunyi was quite shocked. On Earth, even though his country had the longest history, it was only 5 or 6,000 years old. Yet this moonlit secret realm had directly lasted for 15,000 years and had not collapsed until now. Although the moonlit Heavenly Gate had disappeared and been obliterated in time, the secret realm they created testified to their former glory. This world truly had the existence of immortality and real immortals. 10,000 years was just a flick of the fingers. What the people in this secret realm said greatly enriched Yunyi's knowledge, and he was filled with excitement. Just then, Yunyi also needed time to resolve the restrictions of the divine law, so he planned to attempt the trial challenge. However, before that, he needed some items to assist him and had to go out to search. The villagers understood, and the fisherman smiled, saying, "Trial taker, no need to accommodate us. We are already used to life here. We are just fulfilling our responsibility as guides." Thank you. I will give it a try in the next few days. I am indeed very interested in the trials. Xianxia cupped his fists and then left the village. He needed to find a spiritual herb. Spiritual herbs were indeed found everywhere in this secret realm. After effortlessly dealing with several monsters, Xianxia spotted the first spiritual herb. Guarding the herb was a high-level monster. According to the rules of the moonlit secret realm, all monsters here could not consume the protected spiritual herbs, so these herbs could grow safely for 60 years. Given the concentration of spiritual energy here, 60 years equated to 600 years outside, even if it had only grown for 30 years. Its medicinal power would not be poor. Boom. In less than 10 seconds, Xianxia struck through the vital point of the high-level monster, reducing its body to ashes with flames. He approached the spiritual herb, ready to pull it out directly with force, but as soon as he exerted strength, a restriction descended. Destruction of the spiritual herb was not allowed. He sought the herb to test the effect of the contract restriction, and now the results were in. Indeed, Xianxia looked at the numerous divine law chains that naturally emerged all over his body and smiled. Then, a ghostly blue flame ignited in his hand, and he directly reached out to grab the divine law chains. Bang, 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 bang. As he held the chains, after a moment of strength, he found that he could not destroy them or that the destruction was very slow. Spiritual root revival. Xianxia did not hesitate, entering his peak state. The aura of the ghostly blue flame instantly became terrifying dozens of times. At this moment, the power was entirely different. The chain he had grabbed broke inch by inch, being destroyed by him. Xianxia reached out again to grab the spiritual herb and pulled hard, but after a moment of pulling, he froze. The effect of the contract restriction had weakened. It seemed I was right. The divine law restriction would only activate when there was action. This was a huge loophole for me. Xianxia continued to pull at the second divine law chain. In the state of spiritual root revival, his strength rapidly depleted. But one by one, the divine law chains were dismantled. The ghostly fire only extinguished souls. It was specialized for destroying divine law. No matter how strong Zhuo Qilian's divine law attainment was, it was still like water without a source. By using spiritual root revival desperately, he could break all the chains within 2 days at most. Bang, bang, bang. Xianxia kept tearing off the divine law chains, weakening their effectiveness. His life energy was also depleting at a terrifying speed. The power of the divine law was too frightening. Chapter 87, Fury. Xianxia was already 18 years old, and his strength had increased more than 10-fold or 20-fold compared to before. Yet in front of the divine law chains, his power still felt weak. After exhausting most of his strength, he had only broken 1% of the chains. Xianxia's whole body burned with ghostly fire, isolating the chain's obstruction. Then, the spiritual herb was directly swallowed into his abdomen. Boom. The medicinal power of the herb spread throughout his body, instantly reviving his life energy to its peak and then rapidly increasing. A prohibition? This meant nothing to Xianxia. He had plenty of ways to evade detection. Moreover, his top priority now was to increase the chances of eliminating Tong Yuan. Hesitating was not what he should do. I need more spiritual herbs. Xianxia began to sweep through the area around Zhu village. As long as it was a spiritual herb that could restore life energy, Xianxia would not refuse. Swallowing them all. Then, he violently tore apart the divine law chains. Soon, night fell. The brightness of the entire secret realm decreased. Xianxia walked in the dark. The chains rattled, but compared to during the day, they had weakened significantly. After a whole day, Xianxia had immersed himself in dismantling the divine law. Having already erased 1/3 of it, and basically understood the range of the divine law's effect. Originally, he planned to continue, but after night fell, the strength of the monsters surged, exceeding what could be easily dealt with. Zhu village was protected by the secret realm and would not have monsters approaching, making it very suitable for resolving the divine law chains. However, as soon as he got close, Xianxia sensed something was off. Was that the smell of blood? Xianxia's pupils shrank, and for a moment, his gaze towards the village was filled with horror. The smell of blood was so strong. What on earth happened? Xianxia's figure flashed as he quickened his pace, rushing up the small hill to look towards Zhu village. Then, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. The harmonious scene of Zhu village had completely vanished. The ground was littered with corpses. Blood flowed like rivers. The villagers who had warmly welcomed Xianxia during the day now lay in despair, turned into corpses. With the vision of a spiritual practitioner, Xianxia saw everything clearly. Everything that was not in the dead angle was laid bare. How did he die? What injuries did he suffer? And what was his expression? Xianxia deeply recorded everything. The black armored army. Xianxia felt an indescribable emotion surging within him, blood vessels spreading across his eyes, soon covered by a crimson hue. Invisible eye of light. The entire Zhu village was penetrated, revealing all spiritual essence. This gaze pierced through the houses, and sure enough, inside a wooden house, a man in black armor was doing something. Xianxia focused his sight, wanting to see his actions, and he saw one glowing bone after another. These were the spiritual bones the black-armored man had dug out from the villagers, without distinction of gender or age, leaving none behind. In the spiritual vision, the black-armored man pointed his right hand at the bones, transferring the spiritual light from the bones to his palm, arm, and other parts of his body. The villagers of Zhu village were completely consumed, becoming the black-armored man's nourishment. Blood surged to his head. The rage that erupted in that moment made Yun Yi almost grind his teeth to dust. He spoke each word slowly. I really underestimated you. You even dare to kill the ordinary people in the secret realm? You're simply asking for death. Celestial phenomenon. Yun Yi nearly shouted. He once had no power. And even if he resisted, he would be easily wiped out. But now, what is an ordinary black-armored spiritual practitioner? In his eyes, there was no difference between black armor and ordinary people. They were all weaklings that could be easily subdued. The black-armored spiritual practitioners slaughtering the weak. He could likewise slaughter the black-armored spiritual practitioners. Crack. Black cracks erupted from Yun Ye's body, ultimately converging in front of him to form a pitch-black void. The revenge weapon named Celestial Phenomenon emerged, a metal rod resembling an iron stick, a full 15 meters long, with intricate patterns engraved on it, outlining extremely complex designs. With a wave of his hand, the Celestial Phenomenon floated and turned towards Zhu village. The complex patterns began to light up bit by bit. Spiritual energy gathered and infused into the metal rod at that moment, a breath strong enough to make even a captain-level warrior tremble revived. But in just an instant, Yin Yi calmed down. Did he need to use the Celestial Phenomenon to kill such trash? There was no need to be in such a hurry. Yin Yi wanted to know what motivation this black armor had to slaughter the village. Was it merely for spiritual roots and spiritual essence? The Celestial Phenomenon disappeared again, vanishing into the black hole created by the nether fire. Killing intent? Who? The black-armored spiritual practitioner of Zhu village had already discovered Yun Yi. He was startled by the aura of the Celestial Phenomenon for a moment, immediately jumping out of the house to look in Yun Yi's direction. The black-armored army? The man squinted as he saw Yun Yi's black armor, frowning. Why did this person harbor killing intent towards him? Moreover, it was so strong and completely unmasked. Yun Yi leaped 100 meters down from the mountain, landing in Zhu village, his cold gaze fixated on the black-armored man. Upon seeing the man's face, his killing intent intensified. This face, he recognized. Among the black-armored army that once slaughtered Xianxia village, he was indeed one of them. Since he was a subordinate of Tong Yuan, it was no surprise that he could commit such a massacre. Don't be fooled by Tong Yuan's apparent politeness towards Yun Yi, as he had once referred to Yun Yi as a lowly commoner when he was just a civilian, not even considering him human. The politeness was merely because Yun Yi had utilitarian value. Tong Yuan's subordinates, who could follow him in continuous slaughter, were certainly trash who didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. Moreover, once the killing became easy, even without profit, they would unleash their brutality. There were countless massacre tragedies on Earth. Not to mention this was a world of cultivation, where ordinary people could be captured to dig out spiritual bones and refine souls. Yun Yi stepped out of the dust, smelling the blood in the air, and said expressionlessly, "Tell me, why did you kill them?" The black-armored man frowned, recognizing Yun Yi. He stared at Yun Yi's fiery red eyes for a long time, then glanced at the surrounding corpses, mockingly saying, "What? As a commoner, do you sympathize with these things? Perhaps they don't even count as living humans in the secret realm?" In an instant, the scene in front of the black-armored man changed. The distance of dozens of meters seemed to vanish. Yun Yi had somehow already stood in front of him, even holding his arm down, the feeling of tearing spreading from his shoulder. The black-armored man's face changed drastically, trying to break free. But the next second, the black-armored man let out a chilling scream, constantly retreating, covering his left arm with his right hand, blood gushing out. He looked at Yun Yi in horror, almost unable to believe everything in front of him. How is this possible? Why can you attack me? What about the contract seal? Chapter 89, Spirit Gathering and Celestial Phenomenon. Yes, what about the contract seal? Bang! Yun Yi threw down the arm he had forcibly torn off, and at that moment, the divine law chains finally arrived, solidly locking Yun Yi to restrict his continued actions. But how could Yun Yi care? His entire body ignited with nether fire, directly confronting the divine law chains. Amidst the intense, small-scale explosions and shrill sounds, Yun Yi stepped towards the black-armored man, his cold voice even more ruthless than the black-armored man. The black-armored man screamed madly, his right arm disappearing without a trace, blood splattering everywhere. This time he was utterly terrified. Just moments ago he had entered a state of spiritual root revival, but his right arm was still torn off in an instant. A pain he hadn't felt in many years surged into his brain. This made him clearly realize that he was no match for the monster in front of him. He was in big trouble. How could someone forcefully endure the contract seal of the divine official and tear his arms apart in an instant? Xianxia's hand ignited with azure flames, the arm and armor in his grip visibly turning to ashes. The entire arm emitted a dazzling light. This arm contained a large amount of spiritual light. Although it was torn apart, the black-armored man could still control it, wanting to use it to counterattack. But that idea was quickly shattered as the divine law chains heavily bound his body. What a joke! The black-armored man froze in place, letting out a roar, filled with despair. The opponent could bypass the divine law chains to attack, but he had no such ability. Wasn't this a certain death? No. He had to do something. He shouldn't die here. Xianxia, you need to think clearly. If you kill me, Baishir Town won't let you go. Our power. You cannot imagine. You all are so annoying. Can't you understand human language? Xianxia was completely impatient, suddenly grabbing the black-armored man's face with a loud crash, pressing it into the ground. The wooden spiritual power that the black-armored man had previously summoned collapsed on the spot. Various vines exploded. He couldn't attack, but he could fully protect himself. Unfortunately, compared to Xianxia, he was far too weak. Xianxia lifted the black-armored man again. He was already close to unconsciousness. His face covered in blood. His consciousness extended, forcibly covering the black-armored man's soul. I'm asking you, why did you slaughter this village? Don't give me nonsense. Xianxia had also learned to use his consciousness to force people to tell the truth, but his skill wasn't high enough, and it could only work on ordinary people. To control a spiritual practitioner, one could only beat them half to death, rendering them unable to resist. You. The black-armored man struggled, still not controlled. Boom. Xianxia punched through the black-armored man's abdomen. The black-armored man's eyes bulged, almost popping out, and he coughed up blood amidst a miserable whimper. Then, like a dead fish, was lifted by Xianxia, who asked slowly, "Why did you slaughter this village?" "To collect spiritual roots and gather secret blood." The black-armored man, seriously injured and dying, was muddled and unable to resist Xianxia's control any longer. Collecting spiritual roots and secret blood? What is the use? Xianxia pressed down his anger and continued to ask. Spiritual roots are innate divine powers, containing a large amount of spiritual essence, which can replace one's own consumption and can also serve as nourishment to cultivate spiritual bodies. Secret blood is unique blood of those from the secret realm, containing the power of the secret realm. It can protect outsiders from demon attacks and can also be used as a deadly poison to kill the demons in the secret realm. Captain Tong Yuan needs to kill a unique chaotic being guarding the nine-soul spirit grass in the secret realm, so he needs to weaken it first. The black-armored man's aura has weakened, and he divulged all the information. According to him, Tong Yuan's family found a nine-soul spirit grass 30 years ago, but they couldn't take it due to the chaotic being's protection. This time, they are fully prepared and have come with a plan. If they can swallow the nine-soul spirit grass, even an ordinary body can directly ascend to a nine-soul spirit body, possessing 9 times the vitality of an ordinary person, and various miraculous abilities that cannot be revealed to outsiders, allowing Tong Yuan's path to immortality to be smooth. Bang! Xianxia crushed the black-armored man's skull and looked into the distance. The 10 horizontal mountains? How effortless this is! Xianxia stomped on the black-armored man's chest armor, and his anger did not dissipate at all. Killing one was meaningless when there were countless others outside. If the previous Xianxia merely followed the routine, taking one step at a time, now he has finally made up his mind. He wants to completely overthrow this era ruled by noble families, not for anything else, but for the anger in his heart. Born in a prosperous nation, Xianxia actually harbors a belief that fundamentally contradicts the extraordinary. He indeed seeks the extraordinary, desires immortality, and wishes to transcend the mundane world. But is the pursuit of transcending the mundane and achieving immortality merely to do as one pleases? Is it just about not dying? Of course not. Xianxia is passionate about the extraordinary because he wants to possess the power to face everything. The injustices, darkness, and decay of the world are things that mortals cannot resist, and the extraordinary can confront these without relying on others, overpowering them with strength. Cultivating immortality? Transcendence? He has a limit of 98 years, enough to live through a long time until he is tired of it. Compared to living a mundane life while pursuing immortality and carefree existence, Xianxia wants to rewrite this dark world. What truly gives him peace is a harmonious and prosperous era, free of injustice and darkness, where he can freely pursue his future. It was the predecessors who created this future. Although imperfect, it was already precious. And now, with no predecessors left, Xianxia might as well create it himself. He collected spiritual tools and the spirit-gathering pendant. Xianxia opened his hand, and a vortex jade pendant lay quietly in his palm. A team in black armor collected spirituality and secret blood, all relying on this pendant. The true secret method was never passed on by Tong Yuan. This time, He must erase Tong Yuan and his followers entirely here, and he 1T let go of the power provided by this vortex jade pendant. I 1T attack ordinary people. But you garbage. Yunyi hung the spirit-gathering pendant on his finger, letting it drop freely into his palm, and then aimed it at the black-armored corpse. Vortex, heavenly sovereign above, respect the indestructible love red-spirited, gather spirit and command. As the incantation fell, the spirit-gathering pendant emitted a gentle glow, and the entire corpse was instantly covered, revealing its spiritual root. Immediately after, the spiritual roots that had originally gathered in the black-armored man's body all flowed toward Yunyi. Starting from his right hand, it gradually filled up. This was a feeling of a foreign object filling his arm. Yunyi moved a bit. Although he couldn't control these spiritual roots, he could treat them as consumables. After a moment's thought, Yunyi reopened the black hole and took out the celestial phenomenon. The celestial phenomenon had numerous patterns on it. This was not just for show. These were spiritual patterns. Spiritual patterns are specific structures formed by spirituality, representing a high-level form of weapon refinement and a high-level form of spiritual law. Chapter 90. The second release of the magic weapon. What are spiritual patterns? Simply put, they are a way to construct spiritual power. Spirituality builds the internal structure of spiritual power, while spiritual patterns construct the external structure. The reason great spiritual laws can enhance power several times is that they outline special spiritual patterns that replace the extraction of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, allowing the energy to be directly transformed into power through the spiritual patterns. Undoubtedly, the mastery of the strength of spiritual patterns is the biggest difference between noble families and commoners. Through the refined weapon knowledge he exchanged for, Yunyi obtained the most basic structure of spiritual patterns, and the spiritual weapons he could create were very crude. Logically, it should be impossible to create anything particularly powerful. However, did Yunyi need high precision? Absolutely not. Since he wasn't skilled, he had to avoid it and maximize his advantages. The celestial phenomenon was a product of this philosophy. Previously, Yunyi thought the celestial phenomenon was already his limit and that he couldn't enhance its power in a short time. But the spiritual roots gathered by the spirit-gathering pendant gave Yunyi a new idea. Perhaps he could implant the spiritual roots into the celestial phenomenon. Refining a weapon is about combining the characteristics of various materials to create a weapon that contains spiritual law. Spiritual roots, as a conglomerate of spirituality, naturally belong to a type of material. Moreover, it is a very high-quality material. Just like in cultivation novels where demonic cultivators often capture mortals for blood sacrifices. This can also be done in this world. The usefulness of mortals lies in their spiritual roots and souls, which can be considered a type of refining material. Typically, weapons containing such materials, due to their vitality, gain a certain level of intelligence. Such tools are generally referred to as magic weapons. Magic weapons infused with the cultivator's own blood and spiritual roots are generally called life-bound magic weapons. The spirit-gathering ring is merely a low-level magic weapon. Apart from directly extracting heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, it has no other functions. However, if this magic weapon is in the hands of someone like Yuan, its value can extend far beyond just extracting heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Yunyi previously didn't know how to activate magic weapons, but now he does. He has unearthed a wealth of knowledge from the black-armored man. It must be said that those with spiritual roots have truly strong vitality. As long as it is a magic weapon, it has a second form. When a magic weapon is pushed to its limits and its performance is fully understood, it can reveal its second form, gaining power far beyond its normal state. When Yuan instantly killed the thousand-eyed demon, the magic weapon almost vaporized, transforming into hundreds and thousands of threads. Previously, I didn't understand the principles behind this, but now it seems similar to the revival of spiritual roots. In other words, it is the result of the complete liberation of the power contained in the magic weapon. If an unfamiliar person operates this liberation, it will directly lead to the magic weapon breaking apart, similar to how a human's excessive use of spiritual root revival would exhaust their vitality. Although a refiner can operate without limitations, magic weapons are incredibly precious. Should one be damaged after each use? Moreover, if the person isn't a master like Yuan, who can perfectly liberate power, the second release won't be that powerful. At best, it would be slightly stronger than normal and not worth the expenditure of a magic weapon. In such cases, ordinary refining should first ensure stability, followed by power. However, in Yunyi's case, the situation is different. The celestial phenomenon. It is a one-time weapon. This is the revenge armament specially crafted by Yunyi, meant for one-hit kills. Nether fire. The black hole opened, and Yunyi consecutively took out 2 celestial phenomena, totaling 3. He wants to leave Tong Yuan with no chance of escape. The next day, at noon, Yunyi leaned against the treetop, showing a hint of fatigue. He picked up a spiritual herb and put it in his mouth. The divine law chains then appeared. Compared to yesterday, the divine law chains only had a few remnants left, and they might completely disintegrate today. Xianxia gazed at Zhu village from afar and got up to leave. He had buried all the villagers and confirmed one fact: none survived in Zhu village. Although it was just a brief half-day interaction, Xianxia could feel the kindness of Zhu village's residents. They had lived in this secret realm for generations, uncontentious, and thus benevolent, even absurdly pursuing the scenery of the outside world, unaware of the dreadful darkness that lay beyond. Their deaths and the destruction of numerous villages around Baishur town are indeed tragic, and this sadness, Xianxia will eventually let all the noble families in Baishur town experience it. Xing Mountain, the most dangerous area of the Inu's secret realm, where chaos-grade demons may appear at any time, and in the deepest part, there may even be disasters that surpass chaos, is indeed terrifying. However, Xianxia strides towards Xing Mountain without a hint of fear. This time, Tong Yuan must die, and even Jesus cannot stop it. I said it. Xing Mountain is indeed very dangerous. As soon as Xianxia reached the outskirts, he unexpectedly encountered a chaos-grade high-level demon. The spiritual energy in this secret realm is too abundant, causing the combat power of demons to soar, while spiritual practitioners do not benefit as much. Although the spiritual energy has indeed increased, the more power is used, the faster the practitioner dies. The only benefit of this secret realm is that Xianxia's regular strength is close to the state of spiritual root revival in the outside world. Generally, high-level demons do not need to revive their spiritual roots, but for chaos-grade demons, it is still necessary to be cautious. After Xianxia thunderously killed the chaos-grade demon, he fully stepped into Xing Mountain. Here, the terrain is rugged, with cliffs everywhere, making it extremely treacherous, almost impossible for mortals to pass. Even for Xianxia, as a spiritual practitioner, it is very difficult to walk, as he has to guard against various demons and pay attention to the whereabouts of Tong Yuan and others. Although he already knows the location of the Jusui spirit grass, if he is discovered in advance, it would be a wasted effort. For this reason, Xianxia kept his eye of invisibility open. Even though maintaining it for a long time would cause his energy to decrease uncontrollably, he had to keep it active. This caution indeed proved effective. When Xianxia passed through the howling cracks of wind, he caught sight of the formation traces at the end and a hidden team of members. If he hadn't activated the eye of invisibility, he might have exposed himself right under their noses. How many days do you think it will take to complete the setup? It will end tomorrow. 3 days is already the limit. Otherwise, there will be too little time left, and we won't be able to gather many spiritual herbs. With the secret blood, it shouldn't be a problem. It's enough to deal with most of the guarding demons, and the harvesting speed can be greatly increased. How could the secret blood be given to us? I'm afraid only high-level spiritual herbs are worth it. Tong Yuan and the others are also unwilling to waste their strength. The three stationed at the formation chatted casually. What they did not notice was a silent figure observing them from a distance. I don't understand formations at all. It's impossible to enter from here without alerting these people. There are no other paths in the crack of wind, unless I forcibly confront the wind. From the name, it can be heard that the crack wind is a type of spiritual wind, not an ordinary fierce wind. Chapter 91. Ascending the crack wind, the wind spirit tree. Lacking power, he directly consumed spiritual herbs to recover. He needed to sweep through Xing Mountain to obtain enough spiritual herbs to forcefully cross the crack wind. A white beast patted its belly, letting out a childlike laugh. This laughter possesses astonishing magical power, dimming the world, and Xianxia's senses seemed to be stripped away. But Xianxia suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, a brilliant punch pierced through the white beast's head, the punch's wind even creating a 10-meter deep pit in the ground. Xianxia spat out blood, his whole body cracking, but he didn't mind. He swallowed a spiritual herb and let the fire in his heart burn to heal his body. He looked at the corpse of the white beast and couldn't help but frown. The chaotic demon, the laughing beast, born from joy with the concept of divine ability. Any life that hears the laughing beast's laughter will uncontrollably feel overwhelming joy, enough to paralyze them, and then die in that ecstasy, even if one can break free. Once they attack the laughing beast, causing it to feel any emotion other than happiness, that emotion will turn into blades, slicing the flesh of all nearby life forms. I had clearly activated the underworld fire, yet I was still a step too late. The laughing beast's innate divine ability is indeed troublesome, capable of indiscriminately affecting all life forms, which is the main reason it is rated as chaotic. Although Xianxia had activated the underworld fire to counter it, he did not expect that this retaliation had no time delay, almost like it was passive, always active. I have to say, the laughing beast's divine ability is indeed extremely perverse. Without preparation, there is only the result of being killed instantly. Cough, cough. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood and calming his breath, Xianxia squatted down to collect a spiritual herb guarded by the laughing beast. Another high-level spiritual herb. It's almost enough. If I continue, Tong Yuan might solve the problem. Xianxia looked at the sky, which was almost turning into night, feeling a bit regretful. There isn't enough time. He couldn't deal with the laughing beast anymore and could only take away the most valuable parts. The crack wind gap is the space between two mountains, the only passage to the Jusue spirit grass, and the only path without crack wind. Xianxia wanted to silently enter the interior, and the only way was to confront the crack wind and forcibly climb to the mountaintop. Xianxia looked at the nearly vertical cliffs on both sides and first tentatively threw a rock inside. In an instant, it cracked and turned to dust. Looking at the mountain that had been tempered by the crack wind for 10,000 years, yet remained towering and unmoving, Xianxia's eyes twitched. This entire mountain is actually forged from spiritual gold. This mountain can withstand the baptism of crack wind for 10,000 years. But spiritual practitioners are merely mortal bodies. It seems I was right to activate my divine consciousness. Otherwise, even with spiritual herbs, it would be impossible to pass through here. Xianxia had completely broken all divine law chains. Now he had no restrictions on him, including the limits once imposed on him by Zhuoqilian regarding the awakening technique. With Zhuoqilian's level, if he imposed divine law chains on an ordinary spiritual practitioner, that practitioner would basically never escape in their lifetime. But awakening divine consciousness is different. As time passes, the effectiveness of the divine law chains weakens, and Xianxia will eventually find a way to gradually erase them. The extreme flame greatly accelerated this process, allowing Xianxia to leap into a figure that directly confronts divine law. And all of this relies on activating divine consciousness. Without activating divine consciousness, Xianxia's strength could not be enhanced, nor could he discover the existence of spiritual fire within life crystals. There are still many mysteries in this world worth exploring. Secrets far exceed just this. What lies ahead? What about the Dao tools that have had no news for so long? These are all worth Xianxia spending a lot of time exploring. Of course, it is after exterminating Tong Yuan and Shi Baiyan, the only indestructible fire. The flame of heaven. Xianxia enveloped himself in 2 layers of flames. The only indestructible fire that burns the crack wind, and the flame of heaven that blocks all powers except for the crack wind. Without divine consciousness, it would be impossible for him to step into a state of dual focus. Even with spiritual herbs, he could never forcibly traverse crack wind mountain. Without hesitation, Xianxia stepped forward, and the indestructible fire surged. It began. This was a deadly climb. Xianxia used both hands and feet, braving the crack wind, climbing step by step up crack wind mountain. Initially, the slope was manageable, but it quickly became steep. If Xianxia made a misstep, he could fall and shatter into pieces, even though he had activated the ultimate fire state in his heart, allowing him to walk on air. Walking on the crack wind was still quite impossible, so Xianxia was indeed exerting himself, concentrating entirely on climbing. The crack wind possessed powers far beyond imagination. Even with the indestructible fire activated, Xianxia could not block all of the crack wind, which was countered by the flame of heaven. This led to an astonishingly fast depletion of Xianxia's spiritual power, exhausting it almost every few minutes. Xianxia could only frantically consume spiritual herbs and then climb faster and more skillfully. When all the spiritual herbs were exhausted, and Xianxia's body had been battered and shattered by the medicinal power, he finally reached the top of Crack Wind Mountain. From the vantage point, he easily saw the entire view within the mountain and understood why Tong Yuan needed to prepare for several days to have the confidence to deal with a chaos-grade demon. A wind tree stood tall in the center of the valley. Endless crack wind spread from the center of the tree, forming an umbrella shape, extending to the entire sky. It looked as if all the crack wind of Crack Wind Mountain was blown out by this wind tree. A spirit tree that survived under the ravages of the rift wind, it evolved into a form that can utilize the rift wind, even taking root in this metallic earth. Xianxia was astonished. This vitality is simply too strong. How lucky it must be to achieve dual evolution and survive in this dead zone. It's simply a miracle. No, that's not right. Life itself is a miracle. Life has infinite possibilities. Under the infinite scale of time, even the smallest chance will be magnified into inevitability. This tree might be the miracle of the moon reflection secret realm for thousands of years, and that's why the rare 9-marrow spirit grass was born alongside it. To deal with such an extraordinary disturbance, even the effect of the secret blood would be greatly weakened. After all, this is a spirit tree that has broken through the heavenly barrier and completed its own evolution, largely having transcended the limitations of the secret realm. Tong Yuan is not here. Xianxia scanned the entire valley. As a result, he only saw a few black-armored figures guarding the edges, staring at the rift wind spirit tree, but he did not see Tong Yuan's figure. Even Shi Baiyan, Xiao Yu, and Yun Yi were not seen. Since he had already arrived, Yun Yi was not in a hurry. He quietly found a sheltered spot on the mountaintop, watching the valley and waiting for the perfect killing opportunity. Although he had far surpassed his past strength, compared to those from powerful families who mastered numerous secret techniques, his foundation was still too weak. Whether he overestimated or underestimated, there was only one chance. Celestial phenomenon. Yun Yi gripped the metal rod, and unlike a day ago, one end of the metal stick was wrapped with various colored threads. Chapter 92. Heavenly Punishment. The wait was not long. Yun Yi had enough patience. As time approached noon, Tong Yuan finally arrived at the Rift Wind Valley with a team of soldiers, facing the Rift Wind Spirit tree directly. The 9-marrow spirit grass is the cornerstone for my Tong family to advance further. We have prepared for 30 years. This battle must end in victory. Tong Yuan's gaze was fervently fixed on the spirit tree, under its protection, that one spirit grass radiating astonishing brilliance. As long as he obtained this spirit grass, he was confident he could step into a higher realm, which was an unimaginable opportunity for the Tong family, and even more so for him personally, representing that he would gain over 400 years of lifespan. There must be no mistakes. With so much preparation, even if this spirit tree was against the heavens, there was no chance of losing. A man beside Tong Yuan smiled. He had long azure hair with water flowing around him at all times, clearly not simple. Li Fahang, a captain-level figure. Indeed, with such thorough preparations and so many reliable subordinates assisting, how could they lose? Tong Yuan nodded. This was a fact. He scanned the area and frowned. Is Ning Jun still not here? I should have said it must be today. A total of 14 people. He and Li Fahang were responsible for dealing with the Rift Wind Spirit Tree. The remaining 10 were to hold the formation flags, sealing the connection between the rift and the spirit tree. The last 2 were to guard the narrow entrance, ready to sound the alarm at any moment. Now with Ning Jun missing, only one person was guarding the entrance, greatly reducing safety, which was unacceptable. The life token shattered. Ning Jun is dead. Perhaps he had bad luck and encountered some disaster or demon, a young man said. So it seems, it appears Ning Jun had poor fortune. In that case, let us begin directly. Tong Yuan said no more. With a wave of his hand, a large number of formation flags fell in all directions. The surrounding black-armored spirit practitioners then spread out, each guarding a formation flag. There were a total of 10 formation flags, so the dispersed black-armored spirit practitioners also numbered 10. Yun Yi recognized most of them: Shi Baiyan, Tong Huiyang, Xiao Yu, Tong Kuan, Li Shui, Li Fahang, Chu Dongshun. Most of these 10 were members of the 7 great families, while the remaining few were commoners and small family members. Yun Yi was quite surprised. Why did the Li family, as one of the 7 great families, choose to support Tong Yuan? Was it because the Tong family and Li family were the weakest among the 7? The reason was unclear, but Yun Yi had no intention of probing further. After all, they were all going to be thrown into the trash bin. This is not a world where garbage sorting is needed. Infinite spirit techniques, borrowing power from the sky god. 10 directions, sealing formation. Rise. The battle of spirit practitioners is very simple. Individual strength is the foundation, while spirit artifacts and formations can amplify that foundation by dozens of times. In this way, they built a power barrier that future challengers could never break. One can only imagine that only someone like Lu Xiao, the destined protagonist, could emerge in such a world, sweeping through and breaking the eternal order. Although Yun Ye's abilities were against the heavens, he needed to accumulate strength. Boom. The rift wind howled, and the 10 directions sealing formation spread countless runes, cutting off the entire sky. A full 10 black-armored spirit practitioners maintained the formation in a state of spirit root revival, their power beyond what individuals could withstand. Moreover, the 10 directions sealing formation was specifically designed to counter the rift wind, possessing divine effectiveness. Just a few seconds later, the connection between the rift wind and the spirit tree was severed. Realizing this, the rift wind spirit tree immediately launched a counterattack. The white rift wind exploded violently, transforming into a devastating storm sweeping low, leaving cracks even on the metallic ground. The controlled rift wind and the natural rift wind had a fundamental difference in power. I want to see, is the spirit wind of heaven and earth more formidable, or is my Tong Yuan's profound meaning superior? Tong Yuan took action, holding a spear in one hand and a long knife in the other, merely standing still, yet it felt as if a towering mountain was emerging. The terrifying momentum causing all black-armored spirit practitioners not on this level to tremble. In the next second, Tong Yuan cleaved through the rift wind, moving against the storm. The spear in his hand bursting forth with dazzling light. Heavenly Eye Spirit Spear, Open Eye. The spear was thrown, spinning rapidly. The rift wind was swept apart, and the blinding light condensed as a result. A white light hole appeared before Tong Yuan, resembling a heavenly eye. Immediately afterward, the artifact was released. Tong Yuan directly unleashed the second release of the Heavenly Eye Spirit Spear to its utmost power. A massive amount of light gathered. The white light hole expanded, becoming a circle with a diameter of 2 meters, gathering astonishing spiritual power. Boom! The white light beam pierced through 100 meters of rift wind, directly striking the trunk of the rift wind spirit tree, with vast spiritual power clashing fiercely. Moments later, the rift wind spirit tree erased the power of the artifact's second release, only a portion of its branches turning to charcoal. The captain was serious, even triggering the second release of the artifact right from the start. Many members' pupils constricted. The second release was already close to the strongest power. Going further would consume life force. Is this the spirit realm? Tong Huiyang watched this scene with a calm expression. The Tong family has a distinction between the main branch and side branches. True laws are only passed down to the main branch. She, as Tong Yuan's adopted daughter, was nicely termed an adopted daughter, but frankly, she was just a cultivated death warrior from childhood. Not only was she from the side branch, but she also only had that little value after winning in brutal competition. She could see the end of her future at a glance. This power of the spirit realm was certainly beyond her reach. The role of the side branch was merely to gather resources to support the main branch. There was no need to think further. It was impossible. One could say that the main branch rose to power by stepping over the corpses of the side branches. Filial piety and brotherly love. Such things could not possibly exist in a family. Cultivating immortality is about seeking longevity. Who would willingly yield? Truly extraordinary. Even the Heavenly Eye Spirit Spear could be received with almost no harm. Tong Yuan grasped the stopped spinning spear, his figure flickering, crossing the gap created by the strike. Rapidly approaching the Rift Wind Spirit Tree, he had basically deduced the true strength of the Rift Wind Spirit Tree. Without secret blood, even if he and Li Faheng joined forces, they would have to pay a heavy price to possibly achieve a kill. As an extraordinary disturbance, the Rift Wind Spirit Tree possessed power that far exceeded the external world's extraordinary strength, not something a single captain could defeat. Li Faheng, secret blood, Tong Yuan shouted. Heavenly Chaos Technique. Li Faheng nodded, clasped his hands together, and activated the Li family's technique. Watercolors spread, heaven and earth reversed. The surge towards the sky in that instant, and crimson blood dripped down, transforming into a blood mist that enveloped the boom. The secret realm's sky erupted with thunder. The secret blood, upon contact with the, was instantly judged by the secret realm as the having killed a secret realm human, which is the cornerstone for ensuring the operation of the secret realm. Disrupting the operation of the secret realm would incur divine punishment upon the demons. A 10-meter-wide lightning pillar suddenly descended, completely enveloping the. Chapter 93. The ceiling formation of the 10 directions opened a gap, and the lightning struck down without any hindrance. In an instant, the was shrouded in the lightning. Under the bombardment of the lightning, the had no choice but to use all its strength to resist, revealing its supernatural abilities, which would become an important intelligence advantage in battle. Unlike other demons, this spirit tree was newly evolved, with all kinds of information being blank. If they did not want to fall into a pit, they could only be extremely cautious. Woo woo woo. The indeed activated its supernatural power. Supernatural power. Just like human spiritual roots and spiritual bodies, it is an innate, bloodline inherited power. Essentially, it is a fixed physical or spiritual ability. In other words, to activate supernatural powers, one must trace back to the source of the bloodline, where ancestors once created similar techniques and inscribed them into the bloodline. After the evolution of the unknown spirit tree, the previous bloodline's supernatural powers must have undergone changes. So, what kind of supernatural power would the master? The howling of the wind. Wondering, increasing in intensity from weak to strong. Everyone witnessed a shocking scene. Under the lightning pillar, cracks spread out from within. The towering lightning pillar was actually cut open from the inside by the, as if it were slicing through gold and stone, solidifying it. In the end, an iron tree composed of lightning bloomed, stretching across the heavens and the earth. Boom. The lightning tree exploded, transforming into terrifying energy that covered the entire valley. Tong Yuan and Li Faheng were at the forefront. It was simply earth-shattering. Li Faheng's clasped hands did not loosen. He activated the again. An abbreviation for the method of forward cultivation, represents the power used by Li Faheng as above the level of. Although is just a simple flow of water's spirituality, under the enhancement of exquisite spiritual patterns, each move possesses the power of great spiritual law, dozens of times that of. Under this kind of power, it was not unbelievable that the direction of this flow could be diverted. The exploding swept through the entire valley, but in the face of, most of it was guided towards the sky. Ultimately, the impact on the ceiling formation of the 10 directions was nearly negligible, blocked by 10 black-armored spiritual laws using the formation. This level of protection also enveloped Tong Yuan. So Tong Yuan only shattered the main body, allowing the fragments of power to collide with his body. He laughed and said, "At this level of supernatural power, if it weren't for the divine punishment suppression, this blow would be enough to flatten the valley. Even the sealing formation of the 10 directions wouldn't be able to stop it. Unfortunately, even for demon supernatural powers, such a scale of attack cannot be launched a second time in a short period. This victory belongs to me." Tong Yuan launched an attack without reservation. The spirit tree was struck by divine punishment, severely injured. Now was the perfect time to take advantage of its weakness. Tong Yuan and Li Faheng began to circle around it, constantly bombarding with their magical artifacts. Even though they simultaneously possessed the dual attributes of wind and metal, the tree rapidly turned into a charred mass under the relentless bombardment, its condition visibly deteriorating. It looked like a massacre, with them having the upper hand. However, in reality, the more they destroyed, the more they sensed something subtly amiss. Was this tree really on the verge of death? Of course not. Yun Yi lay on the mountaintop, his pair of fiery red pupils not looking towards the valley, but everything within the valley was reflected in those eyes. He took a deep breath, and said, "Unfold." As soon as he finished speaking, various spiritual patterns on the tail end of the staff lit up. The extremely chaotic spiritual power was drawn out and infused into in this chaotic area, no one could detect this change. Even Yun Ye's spiritual eyes could not penetrate too far into if it weren't for the fact that this was the mountaintop, and they had already reached the valley's interior, he would probably have to rely on his naked eyes to observe. How could he discover that there was gathering power? Yes, there was indeed gathering power. Although Tong Yuan and the others had set up formations and weakened with secret blood, this was still this home turf. Even without it still had the spiritual mountain and earth. If it couldn't be killed in one blow, this recovery speed would definitely exceed expectations. Just when the two felt something was off, they took the initiative to strike. Numerous branches entwined with spread out, their leaves changing from the normal color of trees to gold, shining brilliantly in the daylight. In contrast, they exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spines of everyone present, including the captain. The air in the entire valley froze, cracks spreading across the ground, and white light burst forth. This was this home ground, cultivated over a century, allowing it to transform this place into an area resembling a formation. The power contained within had accumulated over decades. Even if it was severely injured, so what? Unable to manipulate it delicately, it could still unleash its power all at once, overwhelming everything with sheer numbers. Decades of accumulation were sufficient to accomplish such a feat. The ground vein's spiritual power converged upon at this moment. Every branch of the seemed to be entwined with a tornado, wreaking havoc for dozens or even hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, the sharp spiritual essence of the metal attribute quietly merged into that was highly compatible with the metal attribute. Although it couldn't directly undergo a qualitative change into a triple attribute, significantly increasing its power was entirely feasible. This scene made Tong Yuan and Li Faheng's faces turn ashen. A tree could instinctively create a home ground similar to a formation? It was impossible for ordinary methods to resist this move. Li Faheng, desperate, Tong Yuan said. In the face of life-threatening danger, the cost of exhaustion was no longer worth mentioning. The weapons in his hands entered a secondary liberation state. The spiritual patterns on his forehead transformed from a single gold color to a blue-gold color, and the patterns changed as well. He possessed both water and metal attributes. The two nourished each other. Although he couldn't achieve fusion, he could use them to amplify the strength of his spiritual law threefold at the cost of a certain price. Both of them indeed possessed the strength to take on the captain, whether it was both were powerful enough to destroy a small city with a single strike. Boom. The attack of the also arrived. 3 types of power violently collided together. Compared to the exquisite spiritual laws of the two, the purely relied on quantity to crush them. However, the power it had accumulated over decades was far too much. After a brief stalemate, it directly overwhelmed them. Water mirror, reverse flow direction. Li Faheng finally liberated his magical artifact, which was a water mirror. After the secondary liberation, it fused into and in an instant, the power of the finally overpowered the redirecting part of its power. It looked as if the wind was flowing backwards, colliding with its source, significantly weakening the power of It was feasible. Tong Yuan also vigorously extracted spiritual energy, unleashing his power, hoping to take this opportunity to completely overwhelm At that moment, a glimmer of ghostly light suddenly burst forth. Boom. Chapter 94. Deactivated. As various spiritual patterns lit up, the outer layer of the entire staff began to disintegrate. These disintegrating components gathered layers of spiritual power halos, constraining the interior of the staff, with its core part being a white cylindrical object, its top sharpened to a fine point, resembling an enlarged bullet. This is a spirit-breaking bullet crafted from dead, stiff vampire fangs and various materials, characterized by its hardness, high-temperature resistance, and resilience against spiritual destruction. To highlight its simple yet brutal nature, Yunyi tested existing spiritual patterns and identified the most suitable configuration for explosion and burst, adjusting it to channel all spiritual energy in one direction. Moreover, like a rocket, the Tianxiang has a staged acceleration mechanism. While a rocket's acceleration requires stability and thus ascends slowly, the bullet's acceleration is different. It aims to reach its peak in a very short time. So the staged acceleration involves multiple bursts in a short duration to instantly maximize power. Ultimately, the destructive power of the Tianxiang will far exceed the imagination of ordinary spiritual practitioners. Activation complete. Target locked. The energy of the Tianxiang has gathered to its peak. Yet there is no special commotion, as all the energy is fully concentrated in the device. As the external components turn to ashes, the energy accumulated on the Tianxiang also reaches its peak. At this moment, the white cylinder is enveloped in spiritual energy that has etched numerous spiritual marks on its surface, with colorful threads swirling and moving, replacing the white bullet to absorb the majority of the spiritual energy. This is the form after refining the spiritual roots. With the assistance of the spiritual root threads, the Tianxiang will not collapse under the influx of vast spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is fully charged. The constraint field suddenly ceases to function at this moment. Boom. The spirit-breaking bullet is launched. The effect of the constraint field is akin to a charged snap of the fingers, providing an astonishing initial velocity. According to Yunyi's calculations, it is approximately 7,000 meters per second. At this speed, crossing a mere few hundred meters takes only an instant, and even a captain-level fighter may not be able to react in time. However, Yunyi seeks a one-hit kill. How can he ensure this? At the moment the bullet is fired into the air, one-third of it suddenly explodes, transforming into nether fire. Then the spirit-breaking bullet directly disappears into the air. Nether fire. Entering and exiting the nether. This is an ability gained after the nether fire is transformed into extreme flame, allowing the covered object to shift into a soul state. Whether it is Yunyi himself or the ammunition he fires, they can briefly enter another dimension. It is a space akin to a nether hell, devoid of air and gravity, making it an excellent place for accelerating ammunition. Bullets entering the nether space naturally possess this capability. At the moment of entering the space, another third turns to ashes, converting the immense energy into kinetic energy that strikes the rear of the bullet, serving as fuel for acceleration. The second acceleration directly boosts the bullet's speed to 23,000 meters per second. Then, in the blink of an eye, the third acceleration begins. The spiritual root threads disintegrate, with part transforming into azure flame enveloping the spirit-breaking bullet, preparing for the heat generated upon re-entering reality. Another part transforms into heart fire, enhancing the bullet's strength, allowing it to shatter spiritual energy. The final step involves explosive-type extreme flame in the air. This flame is non-combustible, increasing the explosion's range, speed, and temperature. Nether fire. A black hole opens, the spirit-breaking bullet enters reality, and then the air flame explodes, causing gas to expand, further amplifying the bullet's speed. A flash of ghostly light suddenly descends upon the battlefield, catching everyone off guard. At the moment of its appearance, a massive void has already been etched into the world. The fierce opposing forces freeze in midair, and a swirling void appears on the left, shattered violently. The three individuals who could single-handedly destroy a city in modern times find their powers easily shattered, like glass mirrors. This bullet merely breaks through the obstruction. This ghostly light flashes under the daylight, cutting through space and leaving lingering traces, then burrowing into the ground. Boom. Everyone's bodies freeze, their expressions blank. Especially those who saw the bullet's trajectory directly. What happened? What is going on? Are they dreaming? Everything before their eyes is so surreal, it hardly seems real. The invincible man standing at the pinnacle of Baishur town is left with only two calves standing in place. The rest has vanished without a trace. And 100 meters behind him, a void appears out of thin air atop this spirit mountain made entirely of spirit gold. It looks like an enormous eraser, directly cutting out a section from the map. This massive void even includes the three men, and now they, like Tong Yuan, have been erased. So sudden, completely inexplicable. It's like an absurd story that even a mediocre author wouldn't write. Watching this scene, looking at the remaining feet of Tong Yuan, Li Fahang feels his throat dry, his body colder than ever, and the fear in his heart engulfs him at this moment. Oh! Blood spreads from his blue hair, and Li Fahang's rationality evaporates. He cannot comprehend what terrifying existence could kill Tong Yuan in an instant. How could he possibly survive against an opponent of this caliber without fighting desperately? Is it a great disaster monster? He doesn't know. He only believes that if he doesn't fight desperately, he will die. Li Fahang clasps his hands together, channeling the water law, and the water mirror artifact evaporates, sublimating at the cost of destruction. He activates a forbidden technique, a power he has never mastered, but can forcibly activate by burning his lifespan. Heavenly Chaos Law, Water Domain. In an instant, the scenery of heaven and earth is altered by Li Fahang, as the entire valley is engulfed by torrents of water descending from the sky. In this secret realm where spiritual energy is 10 times that of Red Mountain and 100 times that of Baishur Town, the effects of Li Fahang's desperate efforts have reached an exaggerated extreme. This vast water domain is not ordinary water, but spiritually imbued water with the essence of the great completion, Heavenly Chaos Law. A single drop is enough to crush an ordinary person. Anyone entering this water domain would simultaneously endure the pressure of thousands of tons, turning to thin paper in no time. Not good. Yunyi sees through the terrifying spiritual essence within. He had already taken out the second Tianxiang, intending to deal with Li Fahang as well. But upon the emergence of the water domain, Yunyi can only retreat hastily, rolling down the mountain in a panic. With this water domain for protection, even the Tianxiang may not be effective anymore. After all, Li Fahang doesn't need to completely block it. He just needs to evade. Yunyi wants to kill Li Fahang. He can only achieve this by executing a flawless calculation, allowing the Netherfire Void to open directly in front of Li Fahang, giving him no chance to react. Otherwise, if he misses, he will be in big trouble. Li Fahang cannot kill Yunyi due to the divine law chains. But Yunyi also cannot kill Li Fahang. Once they exit the secret realm, the high-ranking figures of Baishur Town will take action, leaving Yunyi with no option but to be suppressed. He has only crafted 3 xianxiafangs, and their startup times are not short, making it impossible to contend against multiple powerful opponents. Chapter 95, First Challenge, Unmatched and Invincible. Come out. Li Fahang's frenzied roar echoes as the water domain swirls and cuts. All areas above Li Fahang are gradually being leveled. This spirit mountain has a high immunity to the split wind, but other forces can still cause destruction once they reach their limits. However, Li Fahang has not yet reached the level of the Tianxiang, capable of erasing an entire area with a single strike. In his frenzy, Li Fahang bombards with the law of movement. If not for the divine law limiting his attacks on others, everyone would likely have already been obliterated. After a full 10 seconds, the valley is in ruins. And Li Fahang finally realizes something is wrong and regains his sanity. Nothing. Naturally, there is none. Seeing the situation turn dire, Yunyi decisively retreats. Whoosh. The split wind howls. Yunyi has left, but the split wind spirit tree remains. It has no feelings and does not experience shock. It remains still to regain its strength. Now that it has recovered significantly, the split wind continuously expands and rolls out, standing against the water domain. Seeing this scene, Li Fahang's expression was extremely grim. This operation was undoubtedly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Not only had Tong Yuan died, but the 9 essence spirit grass had not been obtained either. Was he going to continue the fight and attempt to kill the ripping wind spirit tree alone? No. It was impossible to take that risk. He might not win. No, that's not right. In the Ingua's secret realm, the only one capable of killing them instantly was the Great Calamity. Perhaps this was just an accidental attack. What if there was another sudden attack? Therefore, although Li Fahang did not understand whether Tong Yuan was targeted or just unlucky, since the enemy had not appeared, he did not have to fight to the death. This was a good thing, a very good thing. He had to seize the opportunity that Tong Yuan had bought with his life. In any case, watching Tong Yuan being killed instantly had truly frightened him. Now he only felt that surviving was the only truth. Any benefits or the 9 essence spirit grass were nonsense. Glancing at the other black-armored spirit mages, all of whom had faces full of horror, Li Fahang had no intention to fight any longer. Action halted. Withdraw. We leave. If they didn't leave now, they would be scared to death. With that, a team quickly retreated. The storm gradually subsided. The ripping wind spirit tree couldn't move, so there was no way it could pursue them. Seeing the distance was too far, it stopped attacking, reconnected with the sky's ripping wind, and continued its growth and evolution. Yunyi, who was struggling down the mountain, had his entire black armor in tatters, countless wounds of different sizes all over his body. Although they were healing, they were still constantly stabbing at his nerves. However, Yunyi was very happy. He leaned against a tree, bowing his head and laughing continuously. Revenge had been achieved. Although it was not a crushing victory, letting him die in the same pain was not enough to show off or slap faces. But Yunyi was genuinely happy. Really happy. It took him only 18 years to grow from an ignorant ant to his current state. But what about the aristocratic families in Baishur Town? Most had histories of hundreds or even thousands of years. Their accumulation was terrifying. Yunyi had already taken a solid first step by secretly killing Tong Yuan with a magical artifact. and the path ahead was already clear. This feeling of seeing hope made every cell in Xianxia's body cheer. People are not afraid of difficulties. They fear having no hope. Tong Yuan was just a beginning. It was the start of his ability to change everything. The encouragement this moment gave Xianxia was stronger than the joy of revenge. After a brief moment of happiness, Xianxia left. Sure, Baiyan and the others would come one by one. He had plenty of time. The first target was resolved, and he naturally wouldn't miss the subsequent ones. Xianxia actually held grudges. If he could, he would love to torment this group of trash to death with a smile, little by little. Dealing with Tong Yuan required an assassination. Did he still need to crush a group of ordinary black-armored spirit mages? After resolving Tong Yuan, Xianxia had completely confirmed his strength. Since he could already take down opponents at the level of a squad leader, he might as well take things a bit more leisurely. After taking out his manual and contacting Wang Yao, Xianxia began to gather spirit herbs everywhere, extracting their medicinal properties on the spot for accelerated cultivation. Enhancing vitality. Enhancing spiritual perception. Enhancing physique and aptitude. The Xianxia's secret realm was a great treasure trove, and Xianxia was an unrestrained treasure hunter. His strength surged due to the explosive increase in life force and spiritual perception, but the accelerated cultivation from the spirit herbs soon reached its limit. Xianxia had hit the limit of what was possible for mortals. Even if he consumed spirit herbs like crazy, he could no longer grow at all. It was a complete limit. The three major laws, physical, mental, and spiritual roots, Xianxia only had the basic law. The government did not provide further exchange channels for spiritual root laws, physical laws, and spiritual perception laws. The aristocratic families were willing to give them, but one would need to sell their life to them for a lifetime to possibly gain the corresponding laws through great contributions. Question: what is the minimum salary of 5,000 and the maximum of 20,000? The answer is self-evident. As long as there is a bit of wisdom, one would not overestimate human nature. Throughout history, there are countless examples. If the so-called cannibalism is merely naively taken as a metaphor, then encountering it for real would likely be very tragic. However, that was in Baishir Town. In Baishir Town, it was difficult for Xianxia. He was worried about being traced. But upon arriving in this Xianxia's secret realm, Xianxia had a very simple method to obtain these laws. That's right. With so many members of aristocratic families in the secret realm, how hard could it be to make them reveal their methods? Oh, perhaps they also had divine law restrictions preventing them from revealing it. But Xianxia said it was fine. The nether fire was always at service. Thus, the goals for this secret realm journey became very clear. First, to take revenge on Shi Baiyan. Second, to obtain more complete laws. And third, to participate in the trial of the Xianxia Heavenly Gate. Although it was last on the list, the once vibrant Zhu village was now utterly silent. Xianxia sighed and mourned for the villagers for a moment. Then, he approached the stone tablet. This was the passage for the trial. He placed his hand on it, calmed his mind, and continuously flashed through thoughts of participating in the trial. Soon, it was as if, after pushing open the stone door of a secret chamber, the external light momentarily dazzled him. Xianxia stepped forward into the light, and the scenery underwent a tremendous transformation. A desolate wilderness appeared before him. Compared to Zhu village's vibrant wheat fields, there was only endless wilderness and broken swords and spears here. Before Xianxia could marvel at the might of this spatial transition. Lines of text and voices appeared. First challenge: unmatched and invincible. Trial content: defeat all opponents and stand last. The trial gave Xianxia no opportunity to prepare. 10 Green Lantern ghosts emerged. Like phantoms, they held green lanterns, clearly locking onto Xianxia as their target. 10 of them. That was a bit troublesome. Xianxia reached for his waist, but found nothing. All weapons, including his black armor, magical artifacts, and celestial phenomena, had not come to this trial ground. His expression stiffened, and he could only retreat explosively, grabbing a common iron sword stuck in the wilderness. Chapter 96. Ancient Peerless. The battle began. Xianxia enveloped himself in Songyan, entwined with nether fire, and drew the iron sword to fight against the 10 Green Lantern ghosts. A series of green lights descended, aiming to pin Xianxia down. Most were dodged in an instant, but a few could not be avoided and struck the nether fire, which was directly nullified. Flowing fire. The flames expanded, blocking the battlefield and creating a 1 versus 2 environment. Then, Xianxia swung his sword and directly split one of the Green Lantern ghosts in two. Physical attacks were ineffective. Black flame. Mid-swing, black flames ignited on Xianxia's sword, directly burning through the first Green Lantern ghost. He could feel a distinct resistance. Unlike ordinary demons from the outside world, the Green Lantern ghosts here had strength approaching that of high-level demons. Was the difficulty set this high right from the start? In the next second, Xianxia turned and pierced through the second Green Lantern ghost's body with another sword strike, the black flames spreading and turning it to ash. The remaining Green Lantern ghosts cast green light, extinguishing the flowing fire, and once again surrounded him. Just as Xianxia prepared to continue, with a snap, the iron sword in his hand turned to ashes. He sighed, not caring, and quickly drew a second rusty sword, continuing to slay the Green Lantern ghosts. Having gauged their strength, Xianxia switched to a chopping mode, swiftly eliminating the remaining 8 Green Lantern ghosts in mere seconds. Before Xianxia could catch his breath, new demons rapidly appeared. This time, it was 10 completely different demons, each with various abilities, but still within the range of ordinary demons. With various abilities combined, it became quite troublesome, but Xianxia still managed to take down the 10 demons in his usual manner. This time, however, it took him a bit longer, primarily due to the repeated breaking of weapons, forcing him to maneuver. Many demons had potent toxins. Using weapons meant that the weapons absorbed some of that damage. If he fought barehanded, he would have to expend additional spiritual power to avoid injury. The third wave followed immediately. This time, it was 10 low-level high demons. All were blood-red mantises. This is a demon with incredible speed, often causing dismemberment in the blink of an eye during battle. When 10 of them appear, blood red erupts, entering a frenzied state with super-enhanced physical qualities. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 blood-red mantises turn into 10 streaks of light, slaughtering Xianxia with astonishing speed. If it were the old Xianxia, he would probably need to revive his spiritual roots at this moment. But having consumed a large amount of spiritual medicine, Xianxia's body and consciousness have surpassed that of ordinary people by more than 50 times, and he no longer needs it. Fire in the heart. Azure flame. Xianxia enters a state of extreme speed, and the 10 streaks of light slowed down to the point of almost stopping. Boom, boom, boom. Xianxia abandons his sword and uses his fists, melting one blood-red mantis with a single punch, while the remaining blood-red mantises attempt to coordinate their attacks more closely. However, they are too slow when they appear before Xianxia. A whip kick shatters 2 blood-red mantises, and an elbow strike crushes another that tries to sneak attack from behind with its sharp scythe arms. Then, he lightly leaps into the air, raising his leg high to come crashing down. Boom. 3 blood-red mantises are obliterated in an explosion of energy, buried alongside various old armors and blades. In the blink of an eye, all 10 blood-red mantises are annihilated. The fourth wave. 10 different lower-tier high-level demons appear before Xianxia, exposing their fangs and beginning their relentless coordinated hunt. This time, Xianxia still wins overwhelmingly. He is fundamentally different from the lower-tier high-level demons. Then, the fifth wave. 10 upper-tier high-level demons. Xianxia remains strong, swiftly annihilating all 10 upper-tier high-level demons after fully activating the extreme flame. The sixth wave consists of 10 completely different upper-tier high-level demons. Xianxia still crushes them without difficulty. However, this time he gets injured, as many of the demons have unknown abilities, and he was ambushed. If it weren't for the ghostly fire entering and exiting the underworld, allowing him to evade almost all lethal crises, he would have had to directly revive his spiritual roots. The seventh wave. An even higher tier, 10 exceptional high-level demons. Each one possesses the level of spiritual zombie stones, with strength and abilities that are both bizarre and powerful. Spiritual root revival. Xianxia finally revives his spiritual roots. The flames instantly surge tenfold, enveloping Xianxia in raging flames, making him look like a demon god. With a single strike of black flame, several exceptional high-level demons have no power to resist and are reduced to ashes. The slaughter begins. Xianxia, with his speed, strength, and spiritual destruction, crushes the 10 exceptional high-level demons, and even using some scrap metal as weapons, he effortlessly resolves the battle in a short time. He still feels relaxed. He could once kill Shurqing in an instant. Now, after many years, not only has he awakened his physical and spiritual abilities, but he has also reached the pinnacle of the 3 laws, making the 10 demons insignificant in his eyes. The eighth wave. 10 exceptional high-level demons with varying forms and powers. Electric snakes, soulless ghost fish, spiritual zombies, soul-snatching demons. Each one far exceeds the spiritual zombie Shurqing that Xianxia encountered before. But this means nothing to Xianxia. In his normal state, his physical qualities are inhuman. With the revival of his spiritual roots and the support of the extreme flame, does he fear a few high-level demons trying to act up? Fire in the heart. Ghostly fire. Xianxia unleashes all his strength, killing one demon with each strike, directly obliterating their souls. By the time Xianxia finishes off the 10 high-level exceptional demons, the 9th wave does not arrive immediately, but slowly begins to take shape, a figure gradually emerging from the void. Words also appear from the void. An ancient, unparalleled genius. Lei Jinyu. Step, 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 step. What is this? Xianxia is somewhat shocked. This looks extraordinary, even before fully appearing. It gives him a feeling of wanting to vomit blood in his state of revived spiritual roots. His spiritual awareness has reached the third tier after consuming a lot of spiritual medicine, but due to his innate limitations, the spiritual medicine can no longer enhance him further. His consciousness extends 100 meters, vaguely sensing danger, but it too cannot progress further. His physique is incredibly robust, his life force completely filling his body, leaving no gaps at all, giving him a physique 50 times that of an ordinary person. With the three laws combined, even without weapons or other treasures to assist, he can transcend realms to kill chaotic demons. In this situation, he cannot make a spiritual practitioner bleed just from the sound of their footsteps, let alone one of his own level. But soon, Yunyi realizes that the opponent wields the law, which is completely different from his crude use of spiritual power. The figure fully steps out. It is a black-haired youth wearing ancient, pitch-black armor, with a lightning mark on his forehead, looking exceptionally refined. His black eyes sweep over Yunyi, and yellow lightning begins to flicker around him, the terrifying aura causing Yunyi's hair to stand on end. This is no ordinary lightning attribute. Lightning flashes. The black-haired youth instantly disappears, completely exceeding Yunyi's dynamic visual capture limit. Fire in the heart. Yunyi's heart suddenly races. The fire within him burns completely, transforming all abilities into enhancements of his physical qualities. However, it is still too late. A hand instantly pierces through Yunyi's heart, yellow lightning annihilating all his cells. Before Yunyi stands a youth with black hair standing upright, his pupils turned to gold, enveloped in golden lightning. His speed nothing short of divine. Not even the fire in his heart could keep up. Russell. Chapter 97. Capturing members of the aristocratic family. This secret realm can still summon ancient heroes, but it looks as if it lacks reason, merely a phantasmal form. Yunyi touches his chest. Instantly taken down by someone of the same tier. This is indeed a first for him. It seems the extreme flame has also reached its limit. However, this was not unexpected. If it were that easy, how could it have been impossible for a millennium? Still, Yunyi does not give up. He places his hand on the stone monument and once again initiates the trial. The same white mist, the same transformation of heaven and earth. But this time, there is no explanation, and it directly reaches the ninth wave, the outline of Lei Jinyu. So that's how it is. This is not just a trial ground, but also a training ground. Passing through one level after another can continuously hone combat skills. After all, one won't die here. Yunyi casually pulls out a rusty sword, the fire pattern spreading on his forehead. Spiritual root revival. Fire in the heart. He enters a state of full strength ahead of time, under the incredible boost of the fire in his heart and the revival of his spiritual roots. Everything before him is almost in a state of stillness. Step, 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 step. In the still space, lightning traverses, and Lei Jinyu walks indifferently, exuding a unique, carefree demeanor. Yunyi usually expends all his physical strength to accelerate, with considerable movement range, making it not easy. But Lei Jinyu is different. His way of moving is entirely different from that of a normal human. With each step, he seems to leap like lightning to the next area, not using reactive force to move at all. Even in Yunyi's state of full strength, he cannot see through it. Swish. In the next second, Lei Jinyu appears before Yunyi, yellow lightning coalescing on the surface of his palm. Bang. Then, the yellow lightning covering his hand spreads out, annihilating all of Yunyi's cells. The white mist spreads. Yunyi staggers back a step, the pain still lingering. A remnant of the lightning that expanded in the last moment. In normal combat, one should allocate part of their power to speed and part to attack. But this ancient genius called Lei Jinyu has surprisingly used all his power for acceleration, only gathering lightning in his palm for an attack at the last moment. If the opponent's attack had been launched first, wouldn't it leave him in a zero defense state? No. This kind of genius has probably engraved battle into their very bones and cannot make mistakes. Yunyi clearly recognizes this fact. How to put it? He cannot do it. Yes, even knowing this, he still cannot do it. This is reality. It's like playing a game. Everyone knows that just being a bit faster can lead to victory. But some people remain stubbornly stuck at the bronze level no matter how hard they practice, unable to break through after 1 year, 2 years, or even 3 years. Yet, some people only need a month to become undefeated kings. This illustrates the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. In this world, that gap has been infinitely widened. No longer just a matter of milliseconds, but an unbelievable time scale. Even with the fire in his heart, Yunyi was merely an ant that could move a little more in the eyes of Lei Jinyu. With a single strike, time could freeze. Again, Yunyi tried several more times, but not once was there an exception. He only saw the remnants of Lei Jinyu's strike before being pierced through the heart, then turned to ash. The speed he achieved with the fire in his heart was already the pinnacle, and in this situation, he couldn't even evade. Thus, there was basically no possibility of winning. Yunyi gave up. He left Zhu village and began looking for the right candidates from the noble families to obtain the three major methods. For example, Li Fa Xing. His heavenly chaos movement was simply stunning, able to reverse the flow of an enemy's attack. If he could obtain this technique, his strength would surely increase significantly. With the assistance of extreme flame to complement the movement technique, one could only imagine how formidable it would be. It had been the 5th day. It seemed he needed to hurry. Since Wang Yao had already encountered members of the noble families, Yunyi had a clear goal and arrived at a massive lake. It was filled with abundant spiritual energy, almost turning into mist. Various spiritual herbs spread out like weeds. Roar. Chaos-level beasts were also prevalent here, making it very difficult to pick the spiritual herbs. They couldn't consume the spiritual herbs, but they could easily absorb the essence that overflowed from them. Moreover, once the spiritual herbs reached the limit of their growth and died, the restriction of not being able to eat them would disappear. In this case, anyone daring to snatch their treasures would be courting death. Yunyi had lost interest in the spiritual herbs and passed through, searching for traces of the noble family's disciples. Is this guy from the Fong family? Yunyi unexpectedly saw someone he recognized. Although he had changed significantly from the past, he still recognized him. It was the Fong family of the 100 Forgings, who had once wanted him to join. 6 years had passed, and he had also become a member of the Black Armored Army. Although he was just a minor noble, he surely knew more than Yunyi. The Fong family stood on the outskirts, gazing at the battle in the center of the lake. He murmured, "The innate divine technique is truly frightening. The chaotic demons have no room to fight back." He was from the 4th team, with Captain Ji Mingyi. Baisher Town had very few individuals with innate divine techniques, and Ji Mingyi was one of them, enchanting all with her every move. In this secret realm, even the demons were influenced and easily dealt with. If he could master such a profound divine technique, just as he was lost in his future fantasies, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. A young man pressing down on him, walking to his side under his horrified gaze. "Good afternoon, long time no see. You." The hairs on Fong's body stood on end, feeling a deadly threat. But his strength was far too lacking. When Yunyi held him down, his spiritual consciousness had already overwhelmed him. Fong was horrified to find his body growing stiffer, losing control. "Xianxia, who exactly are you? Is this the commoner Xianxia? What kind of joke is this?" His pupils quickly filled with confusion as Yunyi took over the authority of his body. What could be seen was that half of his body was being burned by the nether fire, directly extinguishing his soul's power to the freezing point. This time, Yunyi had learned from experience, not attacking the body to reduce resistance, but using the nether fire, which was much more controllable. Regarding the 3 major heavenly paths, which paths method do you master? I'm talking about cultivation methods, not techniques. I don't master any cultivation methods. Those are treasures that only the family head and young master can cultivate. Then tell me about the situation regarding the cultivation methods. Yunyi dragged Fong into the woods by the lakeside, munching on a spiritual fruit while interrogating him. Chapter 98, Hunting Time. What do cultivation methods represent? Fong still knew. He said, spiritual cultivation has its limits, so to advance further, one must increase the quality and quantity of spiritual power. Cultivation methods can transform spiritual power into a higher level energy, allowing the body to store more spiritual power. Our family's movement technique is the thick earth spirit suppression technique. Once perfected, spiritual power will be transformed into thick earth spirit power, not only enhancing its power to a new level, but also granting special abilities in mastering the techniques. However, the cultivation is difficult, requiring a long time to get started and adjust. The difficulty far surpasses basic spiritual techniques and technique-level spiritual techniques, necessitating a genuine cultivation process. Our family's fastest record for completion is 15 years. Yunyi pondered, 15 years? Is it really that difficult? Cultivation methods require heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Without them, building a true spiritual space will be extremely slow, making rapid cultivation impossible, Fong explained. True spiritual space? A spiritual space built from life force serves as the foundational spiritual space. By building a spiritual root base in a special way on that foundation, it becomes a true spiritual space. Aside from enhancing the power of spiritual energy, it also greatly accelerates the transformation speed of spiritual energy, thereby reducing the consumption of lifespan. I see. What about the body techniques and spiritual consciousness techniques? I don't know. Clearly, Fong had only encountered the spiritual root technique. Yunyi continued to ask several more questions, gradually clarifying many long-standing confusions. For example, what was the Great Catastrophe? The Fong family's lineage had lasted about 200 years and had experienced the last Great Catastrophe, so they knew a few things. Fong only knew that the last Great Catastrophe was terrifying, with a demon tide lasting a full 10 years, during which countless families were annihilated. And the 7 major noble families were similarly severely weakened, still not having recovered. In recent years, the order in by Town had been quite peaceful. Thanks to the last great catastrophe being too horrifying, all clans were reluctant to expend too much strength, so they kept a low profile. Bai Town was originally so peaceful. Yunyi felt a chill. What was the environment like in Bai Town during the last great catastrophe? Xianxia, how did you escape the divine technique? Fang awoke after Yunyi finished asking for information, his face filled with terror. He was completely conscious during the interrogation. It was just that his body had lost control, and everything felt too surreal. Yunyi glanced at him, a flicker of flame igniting in the void. Fang's pupils contracted as he reached out to stop Yunyi. No. Silently, Fang was ignited, turning to ash in a short time. Only a bag of spiritual herbs fell, not burned along with him. After all, why not take it? Next, Ji Mingyi was out of the question. He couldn't defeat her. There were many members of noble families in this area, and Yunyi didn't need to target the tough ones. Thus, the hunter set out, wielding a scythe that no one had anticipated. Even if they were alone, as long as there were valuable people among them, Yunyi would approach and take them down. After all, other members of the Black Armored Army trusted the divine techniques and wouldn't be on guard. Just like that, after easily killing the fourth person, Yunyi acquired the basic information about the 3 major cultivation methods. However, it seemed that no one truly mastered the real cultivation techniques. It appeared that only the core members could grasp the techniques, and the cannon fodder had little value for interrogation. He continued hunting these minor figures, probably just to gather more spiritual herbs, and they were all ordinary ones. Naturally, there was no need for hesitation, and Yunyi began to target members of the 7 major noble families. The fourth team, as Ji Mingyi's group, had quite a few members from the Ji family. They should possess the most profound cultivation methods in Bai Town. Just as Yunyi was preparing to act, a sudden pressure descended, causing him to freeze in place. Almost unable to move, he looked around in astonishment. The water surface and the ground were shaking. From such a distance, Ji Mingyi could interfere with his actions using her spiritual consciousness. Moreover, this was clearly a large-scale interference, not targeting a specific person. What is it that dares to come out? But Yunyi was not in a hurry. The Yinming fire enveloped him, and he suddenly disappeared, entering the underworld. His divine sense swept through, but he found nothing and moved on. What on earth was it? In such a short time, it had claimed the lives of 4 people. Ji Mingyi stood on the water's surface, holding a gigantic python corpse over 30 meters long with one hand. She frowned slightly, completely unable to understand what had happened. After all, she was from Team 4, which only had 8 members in total, and she had let her guard down, leading to the deaths of all 4 people present. What kind of joke was this? After Yunyi escaped, he pondered his next step. He was definitely going to target the noble families. The question was, who to target? The current situation was, Team 1 had 15 members, with 10 remaining. Team 2 had 11 members, with 11 remaining. Team 3 had 10 members, with 10 remaining. Team 4 had 8 members, with 4 remaining. Team 5 had 6 members, with 6 remaining. Other teams did not have members from the 7 great families and were not considered. If Yunyi was not mistaken, each team of the Black Armored Army should have controlled a certain area. Team 1 was at Shiheng Mountain. Team 4 was at Lingyun Lake. Teams 2, 3, and 5 should also be rooted in a certain area dense with spiritual herbs. Why didn't Yunyi, as a member of Team 2, know the area he belonged to? Was he a member of the noble families? Why would the noble families share benefits with commoners? So the question was simple. Yunyi activated his Eye of Light and followed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Although he didn't know which team it would be, Yunyi didn't care. He was a hunter no matter which team it was. During his search, he would occasionally pull out a manual and contact Wang Yao to see if he had discovered anything. However, Wang Yao did not encounter any more black armored soldiers blocking his way and collected herbs smoothly, having gathered around 17 today. Although they were just ordinary spiritual herbs, their effects were similar to those of spiritual grade superior foods, but spiritual herbs had various other uses, and if used for alchemy, their value would increase exponentially. The noble families were willing to pay a high price to acquire them. An ordinary spiritual herb was worth around 10,000 Xian copper, and under the favorable pricing of various items in the spiritual law teams, the money from 3 spiritual herbs was enough to elevate one's cultivation to great success. The harvest over 7 days could allow an ordinary spiritual law team's entire family to live a prosperous life. For ordinary spiritual practitioners, this was indeed a grand event. Even if it was merely a few bones tossed by the host, it was better than nothing. This was the secret realm of Baihua Yuan, which was indeed specially crafted to showcase different landscapes. Yunyi arrived at a new area. Shiheng Mountain, Lingyun Lake, Baihua Yuan. These names were extracted from the members of the noble families. According to their accounts, each area of the secret realm had several stone tablets. Some were used for trials, while others recorded the deeds of ancient heroes and the functions of the various areas. Once, the purpose of Baihua Yuan was to cultivate spiritual flowers and collect pollen to make spiritual honey, making it a very important area. But now, various formations and barriers had been destroyed over time, and the various spiritual herbs here had become chaotic, merely a region with more spiritual herbs than others.